Feeling something persistently off with his eyes, this young man decides to visit Dr. Zhao's ophthalmology clinic for a checkup. Across from him, Dr. Zhao polishes his glasses. He seems skeptical, wondering if the patient before him has stumbled into the wrong kind of clinic. Looking at the gaunt Jiang Yu, with his dazed expression, the doctor is almost certain that illicit substances must be involved. Jiang Yu describes his recent symptoms, explaining the discomfort in his eyes. Sometimes when it flares up, his eyes develop red streaks. Everything around him takes on a deep crimson hue, and more strangely, a stat bar like something from a video game appears above every living creature. Right now, Dr. Zhao's is at 18%. Dr. Zhao asks for Jiang Yu's age, which startles him into asking back. "Are you asking for my age?" The doctor is annoyed, of course. What else would he be asking for? The size of his radish. He wonders again if the kid is truly in the right place. Based on his gaming experience, Jiang Yu guesses that the status bar is a health bar, a classic trope in any system manhwa. But if it's only at 18%, that means the doctor is about to kick the bucket. "Do you drink?" Dr. Zhao asks. Jiang Yu scratches his ear, still lost in thought, which makes Dr. Zhao tremble with irritation. Jiang Yu shakes his head to clear his thoughts. The doctor, in utter exasperation, finally just grabs a penlight to examine his eyes. Jiang Yu widens his eyes following Dr. Zhao's instructions. After a thorough look, the doctor is perplexed. Jiang Yu's eyes look perfectly fine. He concludes the kid must be tripping on something from the outside. Jiang Yu is promptly kicked out, and once again, he activates his special vision. The entire hospital corridor is cloaked in a gloomy red shade, with a health bar floating above each person's head. Jiang Yu smirks. Why bother treating conjunctivitis? This is clearly a heaven-sent ability, the very start of a classic awakening manhwa. But what good is just seeing health bars? Jiang Yu leaves the hospital, and on a bulletin board, he sees a recruitment notice for the Sun Ye-Si organization. Back in the year 99, the entire city faced a great catastrophe, but they successfully built a safe zone for survival. The variant species were forced to retreat, and hope had finally smiled upon them. Jiang Yu isn't interested in news about the Sun Ye-Si. He first wants to return to his own den. Actually, scratch that, first he needs to tie his shoelaces. As Jiang Yu bends down, everything suddenly shifts into a dark, gloomy blue-black. The once bustling street becomes eerily deserted, without a single soul in sight. The sun itself is cast in a strange blue hue, a desolate scene straight out of an apocalypse. A girl flashes past Jiang Yu, locked in combat with a variant species. And she's not alone. Many others are also fighting different kinds of variants. The bloody spectacle before him is shocking, especially with the sun being slowly eclipsed before his very eyes. A real chill starts to run down Jiang Yu's spine. Shimmering droplets fall from the dark sky, simultaneously snapping Jiang Yu back to reality, where he's standing in the middle of a bustling street. The Sun Ye-Si are still broadcasting propaganda about the city's safety under their protection. But Jiang Yu's perspective has changed. Is this place truly safe? Or is it all just an elaborately crafted lie? A hand lands on his shoulder. It's a street vendor, a man selling medicine, and wearing a white Islamic-style headscarf. He licks his lips and launches into his multi-level marketing pitch. Brother, buy this special medicine from an Indian shaman, 99% effective. Jiang Yu just picks his nose, taunting him. A catastrophe is brewing, and this guy has the mind to be selling medicine. If it were a divine cure, maybe he'd consider it. The medicine man immediately opens his stash. Jiang Yu scratches his head. Any free samples? The man instantly turns his back in a huff. If you're not buying, then get lost. What monsters are you talking about? You're a lunatic. Jiang Yu quickly pulls him back, saying he was just kidding, and that the man is too short-fused. He wants to buy a bottle of medicinal oil. On his way back, Jiang Yu still feels ripped off. A tiny bottle of oil cost him 3,000 yuan, a price more blood-sucking than any capitalist. Looking at the peaceful street, Jiang Yu wonders if he's completely lost his mind. How could the city possibly be on the verge of the Yewang disaster? The bus stops at a station, and suddenly the space around him once again turns into that same dark, gloomy blue as before. Jiang Yu rubs his eyes, and the surroundings snap back to the peaceful scene. He figures he really needs to visit a psychiatrist tomorrow. Jiang Yu touches his chest. For some reason, he's been feeling a slight pain there for a while. He decides he'll apply some of that expensive oil when he gets home. Jiang Yu's home is in a dilapidated apartment building. Inside the bathroom, as Jiang Yu changes his clothes, he's horrified to see a strange pattern on his chest where the pain is. Jiang Yu vaguely recognizes the shape. It feels a bit familiar. It was the very culprit that fell from the bookshelf and hit him on the head. Who would have thought that damned book would give Jiang Yu a badass glowing tattoo on his chest? Another wave of pain surges, forcing Jiang Yu to the ground. A stream of dark blue energy swirls around his body, feeling both hot and searing. Jiang Yu frantically splashes water all over himself, everywhere. The water had cooled down, making him feel comfortable. Jiang Du's gaze fell upon his reflection in the mirror. His health bar was at a full 100%, proving he was a long way from being tired. After his shower, Jiang Du was about to leave his room when he suddenly realized he didn't have a shadow, a simple yet profoundly unsettling detail. He started jumping around, searching everywhere there was light to find his shadow, finally spotting it on the wall. Jiang Du breathed a sigh of relief. Though, after all the strange things he'd encountered today, even losing his shadow wouldn't have been a total shock. Just a short shower was enough to make Jiang Du feel sleepy. He stepped out and opened his bedroom door, only for a pitch-black figure to leap into his vision, making his heart skip a beat. Jiang Du tilted his head to get a better look, and the figure mirrored him, tilting its head in the opposite direction. He glanced down at his feet, still no shadow. With the seasoned intuition of a writer, he instantly pieced together what was happening. He pressed the pattern on his chest. Even though the pain made it difficult, his shadow just stood there. The good news was that his shadow hadn't run off, but the bad news was that it had come to life. That night, Jiang Du began to experiment with his shadow. He ordered it to raise its left hand, then raise its right leg, and the shadow followed his commands flawlessly. Suddenly, an inhuman grin spread across Jiang Du's face, a look so wicked that it even left the shadow speechless. "Do the floss dance," Jiang Du commanded, and the shadow immediately complied, busting out all 7749 moves from every viral dance challenge imaginable. This was starting to give Jiang Du a headache. It was like he suddenly had a personal shadowy servant in his home. Abruptly, the pattern on Jiang Du's chest lit up, flew towards the ceiling, spun like a wheel of fortune, and finally landed on the information tab. The shadow's attributes materialized, and he eagerly clicked to view them. It possessed all of Jiang Du's memories and had strength synchronized with his, but it lacked the ability to think for itself. This felt like a classic power from a system manhwa. He glanced over at the pitch-black figure, still diligently doing the dance moves. Truly mindless. The shadow had no physical form, almost like a spirit, and he had to admit he was feeling a little creeped out. Jiang Du handed it a pen, along with a calculus problem on derivatives. The shadow wrote a single character before stopping to look at him, staring at its gibberish answer. Jiang Du got frustrated and swung a book at its head, but to his dismay, it passed right through the intangible form. "Has all my memories my butt? I could solve this in 2 minutes." But perhaps the problem was just too difficult for a being with no thinking capacity. So Jiang Du decided to test it with something else, ordering the shadow to copy the entirety of Battle Through the Heavens. The shadow cracked its knuckles and began to write even faster than a typist. Jiang Du was pleased. With this, he could copy books and sell them without ever worrying about a loss. Before he knew it, Jiang Du would have an entire workshop dedicated to bootlegging books. Genius Jiang Du returned to the attribute panel to see what other features he could play with. He tapped on Shadow Devour. It was an ability that allowed Jiang Du to acquire shadow points from all forms of darkness, to strengthen himself, or to break down deceased animals, to harvest those same points. Shadow Devour, huh? As in devouring the dark. This manhwa recap is getting interesting. But how was he supposed to devour anything? By touching it. He looked left and right, then walked over to a corner, where a shadow was cast, raising his hand to try and absorb the darkness. But things didn't go as he expected. Frustrated, he grumbled. What kind of garbage system does the main character get in this awakening manhwa that doesn't even come with a user manual for newbies? Fine. He'd just move on and check out the remaining ability, Shadow Eye. This skill allowed Jiang Du to see the dark side of the world, while also giving him the choice to either observe it or enter it. He immediately understood that must have been what happened earlier in the day when he was walking down the street and experienced that weird hallucination. But what was the point of such a power, he figured? He'd just have to learn as he went. Jiang Du turned to his shadow and told it to do a few push-ups. The shadow nodded, stood up, and began to sink into the floor, gradually disappearing completely. Jiang Du was utterly bewildered. He told it to do push-ups, and it just phased through the ground, leaving him without a shadow again. Jiang Du started searching for it, shouting, "Get back here and serve your master." A black vortex opened in the middle of his room, and the shadow leaped out in front of him. "Where did you just go?" he demanded. It responded by writing on a piece of paper, "To the dark side." "And what were you doing there?" Jiang Du asked. It wrote back, "Push-ups." He realized that training on the dark side of the world must provide some kind of boost to its effectiveness. And so, he permitted it to sink back into the ground to continue its training. Jiang Du let out a long sigh. After a grueling day, the only thing left was to grind out his work and meet his deadline. The next morning, Jiang Du was still dreaming a beautiful dream at his work desk, mumbling in his sleep, a story full of passion. Quick, hand me my pen, I can keep drawing, hey hey. He groggily opened his eyes. His lower back, aching from having slept, slumped over the desk. If this keeps up, my spine's going to get all twisted. Jiang Du, open up, a familiar voice called out his daily wake-up call. He went to get the door. It was early, but his friend Liu Yao Yao, his childhood sweetheart, was already there to see him. Jiang Du stared baffled. Why was Yao Yao's health bar suddenly down to only 93%? A moment later, he had a sudden epiphany about a girl's time of the month. Yao Yao teleported directly into Jiang Yu's room, her eyes still glued to her phone. She was a die-hard fan of a popular action story. As it turned out, Jiang Yu was the one drawing this very series. Last night, Yao Yao saw him trending with news of a new chapter, so she came over to his place to try and sweet-talk her way into a sneak peek. She just wanted a little glimpse of the manuscript. Suddenly, a loud bang made Yao Yao's heart leap into her throat. She shrieked, "Hey, even if you weren't going to let me see it, you didn't have to. Go," and smashed the door. The door now had a crack in the corner, and even Jiang Yu looked stunned by his own action. Yao Yao's lip twitched in disbelief. It was then she noticed his unusually different physique, a stark contrast to his usual scrawny, malnourished appearance. Now Jiang Yu was sporting a chiseled six-pack. Just looking at him was enough to make her drool. Yao Yao's first thought was that he had started working out, but she quickly dismissed that thought. A lifelong shut-in like Jiang Yu who never exercised couldn't possibly get this ripped overnight. It's like something straight out of an awakening manhwa. Yao Yao's eyes narrowed. "You haven't touched something you shouldn't have you?" Jiang Yu hastily denied it. "Damn it, he thought it was just from some recent exercise or so," he said. "Turns out when his shadow trains, he reaps all the rewards." Yao Yao lifted his shirt to inspect, and the sight of his ripped 8-pack nearly made her drool for real. But the main issue couldn't be ignored. Yao Yao had seen some of the cases her father had handled, and she suspected Jiang Yu had come into contact with a strange cursed item. "Just be quiet, you talk too much," he muttered. Jiang Yu couldn't argue, nor did he know what to say. Suddenly, Yao Yao locked her hand around his wrist. He panicked and screamed, thinking she was about to pull out some kind of weapon to blow his brains out. And she was in a way. Yao Yao whipped out a watch and strapped it to his wrist. It was a contamination level detector. Anyone who seizes a cursed artifact and causes new, malevolent energy to emerge will show a certain level of contamination before turning into a monster. If not cleansed in time, the contamination builds up, and the person will become corrupted and mutate. Jiang Yu smirked inwardly. His power came from the notebook he kept on his chest, so how could he possibly be contaminated? That's what he thought anyway, but his body was already reacting. He glanced behind him to see Yao Yao holding a pistol at the ready. Was she really planning to shoot him in the head? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. In a life-or-death situation like this, I have to stay calm. I can't let her find out. I need to control the anomalous power inside my body and make it stop. The watch's readings finally returned to normal. Yao Yao nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yu let out a relieved sigh. "See, I told you so. Why'd you have to pull out a gun so fast?" Yao Yao explained her father taught her to be cautious about everything. She was told to be wary of everything, and no matter where she went, she had to carry a gun for self-defense. Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject, mentioning he'd just sketched some new character designs for his action series, and asked if Yao Yao wanted to see them. Her expression instantly shifted from menacing to one of pure excitement, a complete turnaround from moments before. Such is the incredible power of a superfan. After showing her the drawings and kicking her out, Jiang Yu collapsed onto his bed in relief. He opened his journal system, and a long list of notifications about his shadow's activities appeared. Jiang Yu was stunned. No wonder. He had transformed overnight. His dark-skinned subordinate had been training for him all night. At that moment, Jiang Yu focused on releasing his furious energy. He secreted a few drops of dark liquid, which created a mysterious black puddle. Jiang Yu raised his hand, molding the substance into a humanoid figure. He was immensely satisfied with the result. "Very good. I have received the fruits of your labor from last night. But just doing push-ups won't be enough. We must continue to increase the difficulty." The shadow excitedly clenched its fists, affirming its determination. Seeing this, Jiang Yu cheered enthusiastically. "Excellent." He then began to smugly call out the new exercises. Branch rank index finger push-ups. Tiger bend, continue branch. Human flag. Jiang Yu growled, throwing an energetic punch. Pistol squats, keep upping the difficulty. Spider-Man crawls. He then demonstrated an incredibly complex move. Lei, dragon flag. Meanwhile, Yao Yao was standing just outside the door, secretly listening in. After hearing the commotion, she let out a sigh of relief. It sounds like he really is just exercising. I guess I was being too paranoid. Yao Yao came to a conclusion. This next mission is making everyone worried for nothing. I'm glad he's okay. Alright, time to head home and catch up on my reading. This manhwa recap is getting intense. May 20th 99, the first day I obtained the shadow. It trained all night, and while I didn't feel a thing, I suddenly became stronger. This method of getting stronger is honestly quite shameful. How can someone as competitive as myself be satisfied with this situation? May 21st day 2. I've arranged for the shadow to perform even more exercises, and the results have increased exponentially. Could the current me take down Yao Yao with a single blow? No, it's time to get serious. This whole power-up feels like it's straight out of a system manhwa. Uncle Lee dropped by today. He also works for the Night Watch division, so he probably won't notice anything unusual about me. Soon Guang just smiled and teased him. You little devil, why'd you take so long to open the door? Uncle Lee is already old, not to mention he's missing an arm. I bet I could take out 3 Uncle Lis and 2 Jiao Jiaos with a single blow. The 23rd of the month. Gotta get serious. Damn it, I can't keep lazing around like this. After getting these insane superpowers, I really need to put in more effort. If you want to forge steel, you have to be tough yourself. I can't just keep lying around. The 24th of the month my shadow trained while I reaped the rewards. The 25th of the month my shadow trained while I reaped the rewards. The 26th of the month. Excellent. I took the initiative to do 10 push-ups today, then went back to reaping the rewards. A few days later, Jiangdu stared at the system panel completely baffled, a look of utter disbelief on his face. The rate of gaining shadow points was just too slow. After all these days, he'd only managed to collect 8 points. This was a classic grind in a system manhwa. Shadow attribute shadow points. 8. 10 shadow points required to unlock the Shadow Devourer's eye ability. Jiangdu closed his eyes, thinking hard. If he continued at this abysmal pace, when would he ever collect the 10 shadow points needed for the unlock? Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. What if he entered the shadow world to accelerate the process? With that thought, Jiangdu stepped into the shadow realm. He shut his eyes, focused on shifting, and in a flash, Jiangdu's form completely disappeared. He felt like he was swimming through a strange dense air, and the moment he arrived, Jiangdu slowly opened his eyes to a familiar yet deeply unsettling dark landscape. He gazed around in a stupor. This was the shadow world, and it looked exactly like his own room. Jiangdu set foot on the dilapidated floor and stared out at the gloomy, deserted world beyond his room, standing frozen on the spot. After a desperate search for a way out, Jiangdu finally let out a sigh of relief, overcome with joy. He was finally outside. A second later, as he paused to assess the situation, Jiangdu was stunned to discover that, unbelievably, he couldn't actually leave his room or the apartment building. Scratching his head, he devised the only possible solution. He had to enter the shadow world, from times outside, times the apartment building in the real world. Standing in the vast, silent space, Jiangdu was astonished. This place looks exactly like the real world, he remarked, taking in the view. The only difference was that everything was much, much gloomier. Then, out of nowhere, something lunged forward with lightning speed. It shot directly towards Jiangdu without a moment's hesitation. Staring at the blurred silhouette, he dumbly wondered, is that a shadow? Jiangdu cockily turned his head to greet it. Hey, you here to pick me up? The words had barely left his mouth when the apartment demon let out a deafening roar, its maw wide open, as if to swallow him whole, as it raised its scythe that glinted menacingly right in front of his face. Jiangdu froze for a split second, cursing under his breath. Panicked but still quick on his feet, he managed to dodge the blow. Seeing this, the apartment demon's eyes began to glow with a furious light, staring him down. It showed no mercy, immediately launching a relentless series of slashes. Jiangdu, terrified, dodged and swore as the attacks rained down. With danger closing in, he quickly had to activate his skill, Shadow Veil. Holding his breath, Jiangdu basically frog dived straight into the shadow layer beneath him. He swam with all his might back to his entry point. In just a few short minutes, Jiangdu was back where he started. He rubbed his tender backside, panting heavily. That was real. Jiangdu gasped in horror. I was scared to death. What the hell was that thing? What even was that? Why was it right outside my apartment building, and why did it just attack me on sight? He began frantically checking his body for injuries. Jiangdu let out a smirk, calming himself with a surge of pride. Good thing all that training made me a lot quicker. He leaned against a chair, satisfied. That thing didn't even lay a scratch on me. Jiangdu slung a chair over his shoulder, determined to pay that monster back. That stupid ghoul dares to block my path. I'm not letting this go. And so began a long and brutal series of battles, like a montage from a manhwa recap. The 28th of the month, first fight with the apartment demon. Unfortunately, I got my butt handed to me without landing a single hit. The 29th of the month. Round 2, revenge failed. I took a nasty blow to the chest that nearly broke a rib. He cursed in frustration. Son of a biscuit. The 30th of the month. My butt got clawed, leaving 3 deep scratches. These days have been hell, but I've managed to knock off 6% of its health bar. Keep going, Jiangdu grumbled in annoyance. God damn it all. Finally, on the 31st of January, he was at home resting, while Jiao Jiao carefully applied ointment to his behind. Seeing the crisscrossing wounds, she asked curiously, "Have you been getting into street fights lately?" Jiangdu puffed out his chest with pride. "You wouldn't get it. Scars are a man's medals of honor." Hearing that, Jiao Jiao sarcastically pressed down, right on one of the wounds. "Medals. On your butt." His eyes bulged as he let out a pathetic yelp. "Ow!" She blushed, then sternly questioned him. "So, you can still feel pain, huh? You start getting full of yourself the second you feel better." Just then, Jiangdu quickly changed the subject to something more serious. "By the way, there's only 1 month left. What are you planning to do?" Jiao Jiao looked up, completely baffled. "What's only 1 month away?" Jiangdu sat up straight, reminding her urgently. "The martial arts assessment? Obviously, did you forget? In the years since the Great Cataclysm, most traditional careers have become obsolete, especially in the world of awakening manhwa. Especially those professions related to culture and the arts. People working in artistic fields have now become the lowest class in society. People have stopped caring about entertainment and instead focus on critical national matters. Warriors fighting on the front lines like those from the Zunye Sea are followed by everyone becoming national idols. To get into the Shunye Sea, you must pass the National Martial Arts Examination. As long as you pass the test, it means your life will no longer be ordinary." At that moment, the two fell silent, their expressions unreadable. She hesitated before finally revealing her thoughts. "Actually, I don't want to take the exam." Jiao Jiao pursed her lips for a few seconds before candidly admitting, I actually want to study music." Hearing this, Jiang Yu shrugged and suggested, "If you want to study it, then just do it. Don't tell me Uncle Lu won't agree." He immediately understood the implication and sighed to himself. It would make sense if he didn't agree. After all, Uncle Lu is a high-ranking official in the Shunye Sea. It's like the child of a high-ranking official choosing to be a freelancer instead of a government employee. When Jiao Jiao heard this, her movements suddenly froze. She quickly clarified, "It's not that my dad disagrees." Jiang Yu was surprised and asked curiously. Jiao Jiao continued treating his wound and sadly revealed a secret. "You can't tell anyone else, but the policy has changed. This year, anyone with a qualifying aptitude must participate in the martial arts exam and apply at the professional level." Jiang Yu was stunned and asked in disbelief, "But before, didn't they respect everyone's wishes? Students with average aptitude were allowed to apply for the general level." She sighed sadly, pouring out her heart. "The pressure from the Sunye Sea is getting stronger. Unless something changes, I'll definitely have to take the martial arts exam." Seeing her distress, he became worried and thought, "Is that how it is? That device Jiao Jiao used to measure me the other day almost went berserk." Jiang Yu helplessly recalled the terrifying scene from the day of the test. "With such sophisticated equipment, there's no way I could hide my abilities. This whole situation feels like it's straight out of a dangerous system manhwa. I'd be found out and probably shot on the spot by the Xunye Sea." He nervously wondered, "This unreliable notebook of mine didn't accidentally classify me as one of the variants, did it?" A second later, a thought struck Jiang Yu, and he urgently asked, "Oh, right. That test device of yours from the other day, can it be used to defend against variants?" Jiao Jiao firmly shook her head and explained thoroughly, "Of course not. That device is only used to determine if someone is a variant or a superhuman. If you run into a real variant, run if you can. If you can't, at least try to call the emergency number before you bite the dust." Hearing this unfamiliar term, Jiang Yu repeated blankly, "A superhuman." The two of them just stared at each other for a long moment. Finally, she softly announced, "Your wound is all treated. I'm going to head home now." Jiang Yu cleared his throat, stopping her with a request. "Hey, do you have any basic books about superhumans and variants at your place? Could I borrow them to take a look?" Jiao Jiao immediately grew suspicious and questioned him. "I thought you weren't interested in superhumans. Weren't you planning on taking the general level exam?" Jiang Yu just gave a weak smile and came up with a plausible reason. "Well, like you said, the martial arts exam is mandatory this year. What if it turns out I have some aptitude for it? It's better to read up on it beforehand." She narrowed her eyes, half convinced, and leaned in closer to him. "Oh, really?" Startled Jiang Yu quickly stammered an excuse. "Of course. More importantly, I was planning to add some elements about superhumans and variants into my action story." At this, Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. For real? Quick, tell me about it. He hesitated, thinking to himself. Oh, I just said that off the top of my head. Why is she so excited? Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then began to lay out his impromptu story, almost like he was giving a manhwa recap. The initial idea is about a sickly young man named Bin, who gets bullied at school all day long. But he always keeps a kind heart thanks to the help of his adorable deskmate and a gentle, kind-hearted teacher. This young man gets scouted by the ex-Yunye to participate in their elite soldier program. This is the part of the story that's like a classic awakening manhwa. Thanks to his incredible willpower, Bin undergoes a complete transformation after being injected with an elite soldier serum, becoming the mighty Captain Bin. However, the Yunye has no intention of sending him to the battlefield. Instead, they constantly have him attend high society gatherings, putting on a performance, and mingling with wealthy heiresses and noble young ladies. That is, until the day variants invade the city, led by a powerful variant known as Pink Skeleton, who carries a blue cosmic ruby. The two of them were lost in the story, laughing cheerfully. The scene then shifts to another location, where she smiles and says, "Come on in." The location now is Lu Yao's apartment, which is on the same floor as Jiang Yu's. Zhao Zhao calmly tells him, "Just wait here, I'm going to my dad's study to get the materials." Her room is decorated in shades of pink and filled with cute decorations. Just then, Jiang Yu's gaze drifted elsewhere, and he found himself staring blankly at a comic book series lying on her bed. Without missing a beat, he glanced at the comic's cover and teased, "No fate." Huh, isn't this one of those brotherly love stories? I never figured you'd be into this stuff. An embarrassed Zhao Zhao snatched the book back quickly, trying to clear her name. A friend just left that here. As if I'd ever read something like this. Then her tone turned serious as she issued a careful warning. "Just sit still, and don't go rummaging through my things." Jiang Yu nonchalantly sat down and gestured for her to continue, smirking to himself. He thought, times, she hasn't changed one bit. Asterisk completely lets her guard down around me. Asterisk, as Jiang Yu scanned her room, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Come to think of it, she had always been into music even as a kid. She couldn't bring herself to throw away any of her old belongings. He remembered how she used to drag him along, forcing him to listen with her. Even though he wasn't a fan of music, he reached out and pressed a button on the old radio. Music instantly filled the room, and with it, a flood of old memories. "I'll help you catch the goldfish. It's a ghost. I'm so scared." As he was lost in the past, Zhao Zhao's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Since when are you into music?" she asked. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes, snapping out of his reverie. She leaned in closer, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. After all, he used to not even know one instrument from another. Seeing the device Zhao Zhao was holding out, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with curiosity. "You found it?" he asked. She responded curtly, "Everything's in there. See for yourself." Without another word, he immediately placed the device on his head. A second later, the machine whirred to life, glowing brightly. It transported Jiang Yu to another world. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled into a spatial gate. When Jiang Yu groggily came to his senses, he was confronted by a horrifying sight. Thousands upon thousands of eyes stared back at him, and he was completely overwhelmed by the fantastical yet terrifying scene. "Is this the abyss? It feels so incredibly real." A system voice confirmed, "The abyss." He quickly realized he was in an uncharted forbidden zone, a place riddled with countless traps and dangers. This was the source of the Great Cataclysm, the very mysterious space where the monstrous anomalies were born. They were ruthless killers, ceaselessly devouring and destroying our world. Staring at the grotesque figures, Jiang Yu was stunned into silence before muttering, "So these are the anomalies. Is this what I saw at the hospital that day?" The pieces started to click into place. He understood that between our world and the abyss, there exists a plane called the Shadow Realm, a dark reflection of our own world. Before the rifts to the abyss fully opened, anomalies used this Shadow Realm to sneak into reality. The Zunye strictly controlled all entry and exit points. But some things would inevitably slip through the cracks. Jiang Yu expertly weaved past a glowing circle on the ground, quickly moving to a safer spot. Then, he continued to deduce the rules of this place. As you'd expect in a good manhwa, recap the system has complex rules. The Shadow Realm resets every month, copying the current state of the real world. During this reset, the number of anomalies also increases, requiring a timely purge. However, entering the Shadow Realm severely diminishes a human's combat effectiveness, which is why it's not recommended for even Tier 4 powerhouses or higher to enter. Visibility here is limited to a mere 3 to 5 meters, though it can increase with one's power level. The Shadow Realm is also saturated with a massive amount of corruption. If a human stays for too long, they themselves will transform into an anomaly. He thought times, the corruption in this place is strange. I didn't feel anything when I first opened my eyes here. Asterisk. Just then an anomaly materialized right behind him. Jiang Yu spun around in a panic, but before he could even raise his guard, a brilliant flash of golden energy slammed into the creature. In an instant, the anomaly and the golden orb both vanished into thin air. He squeezed his eyes shut from the blinding light. Frowning, Jiang Yu realized the fundamental requirement to fight. Anomalies, one must wield a power equal to them, they must become an awakened being. Witnessing such an extraordinary event firsthand, he was practically drooling with excitement. This is the core of every great awakening manhwa. Whoa, so that's an awakened being. So incredibly cool. If I pass this test, I'll get the chance to become one too, right? However, the voice of the system returned. In a somber tone, it revealed the grim truth, a classic twist in any system. Manhwa ***. The essence of an awakened being is to host an anomaly within the human body. While you control its power, you are also constantly being eroded by it. An awakened being must perpetually fight back against the corrupting transformation. Upon death, the probability of turning into an anomaly becomes even higher. Therefore, when an awakened being realizes they cannot live on, Jiang Yu was too stunned to speak. The system concluded with a solemn reminder, please use up all your power before you die. The moment it finished speaking, the simulation abruptly ended. He shot upright, gasping in shock. Zhao Zhao rushed over, asking worriedly what had happened. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. I'm okay. It was just a massive information dump. I can't process it all at once. Then, he casually made a demand. Come over here and give my back a massage. Her eyes narrowed in anger as she yelled, you want to run that by me again? Thinking fast, Jiang Yu made a tempting offer, 3 pages of pristine original artwork. You can even pick the subject, whatever you say. Zhao Zhao was pleased and readily agreed. While massaging his shoulders, she asked quizzically, why are you so toned? Jiang Du smirked, boasting proudly. It's from all the kick training. My abs are starting to show. Zhao Zhao was stunned and asked, you have a six-pack already? He smugly confirmed, of course, want to feel. Without any hesitation, she swiftly lifted his shirt and began tracing each muscle. Just then, Captain Lu burst through the door, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. A flustered Jiang Du stammered, Uncle Lu. Sometime later, the three of them were sitting down for a meal. Jiang Du silently focused on chewing his food. Suddenly, he made eye contact with the captain, whose glare was so intense it felt like he could shatter bones. Zhao Zhao gently tried to defuse the situation. Dad, it's a misunderstanding. Captain Lu, unconvinced, shot back. A misunderstanding? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. How could I be wrong? She hesitated, struggling to find the right words. It's not. Blushing, Zhao Zhao turned to him urgently. Jiang Du, say something with a solemn expression. Jiang Du awkwardly accepted the blame. Dad, it's not. Uncle Lu, there's nothing to say. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses. Without waiting for a response, he raised his glass and downed it in one go. My treat. You all can do as you please. Seeing this act of disrespect, he flew into a rage. This is unacceptable. Captain Lu flipped the entire dining table over and roared in fury. This kid's got some nerve. You've got real guts. Where's my sword? Zhao Zhao, horrified, rushed to calm him. Dad, calm down. Meanwhile, a terrified Jiang Du scrambled away, pleading, Uncle Lu, you're mistaken. You've got it all wrong. The story then flashes back to their childhood. Although he and Zhao Zhao were childhood sweethearts, their personalities couldn't have been more different. He was the classic troublemaker everyone talked about, while Zhao Zhao was the brilliant and well-mannered daughter of a prominent family. But for some unknown reason, Zhao Zhao had always loved playing with him. Jiang Du would often coax her into doing mischievous things that the innocent girl would mimic. Can you launch one farther than me? Who's chicken? Perhaps it was because he had helped her once before. You little punks, get out of my way. If you've got the guts, come at me all at once. Or maybe she was just drawn to his cool, heroic demeanor. Zhao Zhao was always his biggest cheerleader. Go little Jiang, go. She'd even willingly play along when he pretended they were beggars. It was because of these antics that he frequently received a beating and a stern lecture from Captain Lu. You're just a kid, and you're already learning to deceive people. Ouch. Be a good girl now. Don't play with him anymore. But Uncle Lu never wanted his daughter playing with him, always keeping him at arm's length. He was always on guard. Back in the present, the captain gravely pulled a lighter from his pocket. As Captain Lu flicked it open to light his pipe, Zhao Zhao noticed. Her brow furrowed in disapproval instantly. She quickly strode over and snatched the pipe from his hand. His face darkened as he sternly demanded, So what exactly were you two doing when I got home? Jiang Du quickly chimed in with a clear report. We were reviewing materials on special abilities and the supernatural, a bit like what you'd see in an awakening manhwa. After hearing this, Captain Lu glanced pensively at Jiao Jiao beside him, who was being playful. She stuck her tongue out and giggled. He let out a sigh with a slight smile. Looks like I've spoiled you rotten. Then Captain Lu's tone turned serious as he addressed the young man. He asked him directly, Kid, do you know why the government forbids students from being exposed to these matters so early? Jiang Du, looking puzzled, answered, Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Captain Lu began to explain calmly and thoroughly. There is an otherness within the human heart that can give rise to evil. Despair can drag a person into the abyss. Some things are simply not meant for public knowledge. Hearing this, the boy focused, absorbing the information. The captain continued to stress the danger. Not everyone's will is strong enough. If even a tiny crack appears in one's heart, it can create a golden opportunity for these alien species. That's why an aptitude test is required before the official martial arts examination. Only those who meet the standards for both physical and mental fortitude are granted access to the supernatural world. It's a path where every single step is fraught with danger, much like a real-life system manhwa. Captain Lu then expressed a painful reality with a note of regret. Even with the support of advanced therapeutic devices, tragic incidents still occur year after year. That's why I don't encourage you to delve into these matters. Do you understand? Recognizing the value in this advice, Jiang Du smiled sincerely and offered his thanks. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. He calmly and optimistically accepted the situation. But this year, everyone has to be tested. There's no getting out of it. Besides, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. If the sky falls, someone tall will be there to hold it up. So it's best to just keep a relaxed mindset. The captain sighed in resignation. Kid, you're really... Just then his phone began to ring. Captain Lu answered it. Hello. On the other end of the line, an urgent voice reported, Captain Lu, Shadow Layer. We have an emergency mission. He nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. I'm on my way. And as we continue this manhwa recap before leaving, Captain Lu didn't forget to give a warning. I'm heading out on a mission. Jiang Du, you'd better be on your best behavior. If I catch you in a situation like that again, I'll drag you out on patrol with me. The boy obediently gave his assurance. The moment those words were spoken, Yao Jiao nearly spit out her drink. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, Yao Yao, and I won't do anything that crosses the line again. She and Jiang Yu pinched each other's cheeks as she furiously retorted, What do you mean again? We haven't even done anything yet. Are you saying that on purpose? The scene then shifts to a bustling street. Under the sunset's glow, the streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Man, it's chilly today, don't you think? Are you still coming tonight? Candied hawthorns. Get your cold candied hawthorns here. What time is it, and still no overtime? A young boy named Xin Huan was enjoying his snack. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu stared wistfully at the sign for the Riluo Shunye security company. Zhang Yu had intended to look up more information, but in the end he only managed to find some basic knowledge. Afterwards, he headed into the supermarket to pick up some necessities, feeling utterly powerless. He sighed to himself. Knowing Uncle Lu's personality, those documents were surely hidden away, and he probably wouldn't get another chance to see them. Just then, as he was about to check out, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yao Jiao, who hesitantly and with a hint of annoyance said, Jiang Yu, dang it, can you grab me a carton of eggs? A carton of milk and that's it. Jiang Yu was speechless as he headed to the feminine products aisle. If she wanted him to grab 2 packs of pads, why couldn't she just say it instead of beating around the bush? Jiang Yu grabbed the package with a mischievous grin. After completing his mission, he carried the bags home, his mind occupied with serious thoughts. The start of the school year was approaching. With only 1 month left, the effectiveness of his shadow training was steadily decreasing. Jiang Yu tensed up and made a firm decision. It seemed that just training alone wasn't going to cut it. He needed more real combat experience. This wasn't some simple system manhwa game. A second later, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Jiang Yu scanned his surroundings deep in thought. Now that he thought about it, the propaganda about fighting against anomalies had been increasing lately. He turned his head, confirming his suspicion of something unusual. On top of that, this year's martial arts examination had a mandatory increase in enrollment. Jiang Yu unconsciously lifted his head to the sky. Staring at the darkened heavens, he felt a sense of unease, thinking to himself, I have a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen in this world. It felt like the prelude to a classic awakening manhwa scenario. Just then, Jiang Yu flexed the muscles in his hands and quietly reassured himself. Whatever. Thinking too much is exhausting. I should just find an anomaly and blow off some steam. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he squinted, scanning the area in all directions. Seeing that no one was around, Jiang Yu decided to summon his shadow ability. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy around him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu teleported into a shadow dimension. At that moment, a health bar suddenly appeared, showing only 14%. In the silent space, he asked in a stunned, low voice, "Who's there?" However, only silence greeted him. At the same time, a man staggered out from a corner. It was Dabao, his body covered in severe injuries as he dragged himself forward. His face was lifeless and cracked. Seeing the figure slowly approaching, Jiang Yu instinctively took a frightened step back. Jiang Yu cried out in panicked surprise, "You! I think you live in the same building as me. Why are you here?" Before he could get an answer, Dabao's form suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what was happening and stood frozen in a daze. He anxiously assessed the situation. Despite watching for a long time, the man remained completely motionless. Then, a mysterious shadow suddenly materialized. He could see it gradually approaching its health bar at 24%. Jiang Yu immediately understood, locking onto the target with pure rage. This whole situation felt like something straight out of a manhwa recap he'd seen. "It's you." Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, his fists tightening. The scene flashes back to an earlier time with Dabao wearily complaining, "I'm dead tired. The workload at the Sunye Sea just keeps piling up. I originally thought working a civilian job at the Sunye Sea would be cushy with good benefits. Who knew I'd be working overtime every single day? If I'd known it would be like this, I would've never even bothered with the martial arts exam." Just then, a desperate scream pierced the air. "Help!" Two children were crying in terror from a dark corner. "Help us please!" Dabao froze, stunned by the sight before him. It was an unbelievable scene, an anomaly. It was dragging people into the shadow dimension. "That's not right," he thought. "Aren't anomalies supposed to sneak into the real world to cause havoc? This business of pulling people into their own dimension has never happened before." The two terrified children reached out their hands, begging, "Help us please." Dabao didn't hesitate for a moment and jumped right in. Stealing his resolve, he shouted reassuringly, "Don't be scared, just hold on tight." Dabao managed to grab the children's arms, but in doing so, he was also pulled into the other dimension. A wave of panic washed over Dabao. He gritted his teeth in fear. His eyes widened in shock as he found himself in a strange, surreal world. The two children were sobbing, crying out, "Mommy, where are we?" Dabao realized he was in grave danger and immediately started blaming himself. "I'm toast. I got dragged in here too. I'm just a civilian employee who just got off shift. I don't have any of my anti-contamination gear or anything. I'm not carrying any of it. Isn't this just a suicide mission?" Just then, a razor-sharp blade suddenly flew right at them. He panicked, twisting his body to evade the attack. Dabao managed to deflect the blade. Kicking the sharp blade aside to prevent it from regenerating, he then stomps it into countless fragments. Surveying his surroundings, Duke Bao is stunned to realize the dimensional rift has vanished, sealing off any hope of a quick return. As we continue this manhwa recap, he purses his lips, carefully assessing the dire situation and meticulously analyzing every looming threat. This place is teeming with aberrations ready to strike at any moment. On top of that, he's been a civilian for so long that his old combat skills are practically non-existent. Worst of all, he's responsible for two helpless children with zero fighting ability. Just then, the terrified kids break down wailing in panic. "I want my mommy." Frowning, he taps his bracelet. The only choice left is to send a distress signal and hope for rescue. A moment later, the transmitter springs to life. Duck Bao gently comforts the children. "Stop crying now. Take this. It offers temporary protection from the contamination. I'll find a way. I'll get you home soon." He gloomily concludes that he's almost certainly doomed, so he might as well give the protection to the kids. Whether they survive from now on is up to fate. But hearing his promise, the child Ingitho asks with a glimmer of hope, "Really? You'll take us home?" Duke Bao nods, guiding them. "Just go hide over there for now." Turning his back to them, he declares, "I've got some business to handle." His mind flashes back to a pivotal moment when he was just 18 years old, having passed the martial arts exam to enter the super-powered combat department at the university. From his freshman year, he relentlessly studied the fundamentals, dreaming of becoming an elite soldier. In his second year under a professor's guidance, he even managed to take down a level 0 aberration. But that fleeting joy was quickly overshadowed by a harsh reality. Just that alone was never going to be enough. In the world of this awakening manhwa, hard work means nothing in the face of raw innate talent. Duke Bao felt the crushing weight of his own limitations. His spirit was broken by this cruel twist of fate. No matter how much he raged against destiny, no matter how desperately he pushed himself in the end, He could never break the shackles of his potential. Ultimately, he was forced to transfer from the combat department to liberal arts, becoming just another office worker. Now Duck Bao resolutely wraps bandages around his hands. He breathes steadily, shifting from side to side to loosen his muscles. The apartment demon approaches with a wary growl. Sizing it up, Duck Bao silently makes his assessment. 4 eyes, 4 limbs, a mid-tier stage 1 semi-beast hybrid. Without warning, the apartment demon lunges forward, and he takes a deep breath, settling into his fighting stance. Duke Bao parries its lashing tongue with a swift punch, but the enraged apartment demon retaliates with a scythe-like arm, forcing Duke Bao to pivot and retreat. He expertly lands an uppercut from below, catching the creature completely off guard. A thrill runs through Duck Bao as he shouts, "Yes, this familiar feeling is back," but just then, his eyes fly open. Out of nowhere, an elongated hand shoots out, slamming him to the ground. Before the apartment demon deftly retracts it, he grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. His mind screams to dodge, but his body refuses to obey. Seizing the opportunity, the creature pounces on the distracted Duck Bao. However, thanks to years of grueling training, his instincts take over, allowing him to evade the entire onslaught. A numbing sensation spreads through his body as he desperately tries to retreat, his limbs feeling like lead, as if countless needles are piercing his skin. He quickly changes direction, clenching his fists with renewed determination. I can't drag this out any longer. It has to be a quick and decisive victory. Enduring the pain, he channels every last bit of his power into his fist. Duke Bao unleashes his finishing move directly at the enemy's core, the blinding power of Shadow Mirage. The apartment demon roars and charges blindly, only to be sent flying by Duke Bao's powerful punch. He wearily exhales a cloud of toxic energy, frowning as he assesses his condition. The contamination is worsening. It's a risk every superhuman faces. Using their power always leads to an accumulation of corruption. In any good system manhwa, a character with low aptitude and a weak will, like him, can't afford to overuse his abilities. Fortunately, since starting his office job, the number of times he used his powers could be counted on one hand, keeping the contamination in check. But just then, the aberration refuses to give up, letting out a piercing shriek as it charges again. As they clash, Duck Bao grits his teeth, thinking, looks like I have to bet my life on this one today, but in that split second, the aberration suddenly sidesteps him. A cunning, triumphant glint in its eyes. A vicious slash tears across Duke Bao's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. He's sent flying backward by the impact, skidding a dozen meters before he can finally regain his balance. Clutching his wound, Duke Bao forces himself up. Damn it, he curses, I can't believe it adapted to my power that fast. It's only a stage 1. Just a mid-tier creature, one that any combat student at the academy could easily kill with one hand. But for me, it was this difficult. This is the harsh reality of the talent gap you see in every awakening manhwa. He knew the odds were stacked against him, but he still charged forward without a chance of winning. Even so, as a member of the Zunye division, he absolutely could not retreat. The only thing he could do now was stall for time to wait for his comrades from the Zunye division to come and rescue those 2 kids. A spray of blood erupted amidst the fierce battle. Duck Bao's eyes shot wide open, raw terror and disbelief etched across his face. A deep gash had been sliced clean across his shoulder by that scythe-wielding aberration, had completely overwhelmed Duck Bao. The young man's vision began to blur. In the depths of his eyes, only despair remained. Am I about to die at this very moment? He remembered his past. At 15, he watched his relatives die at the hands of aberrations. At 18, he awakened and chose the path of a martial artist. At 20, he was forcibly removed from the combat division at the end of his sophomore year. At 21, he came to the Shunye division as an office intern, and it's been 4 years since. This is my life. Though it had its ups and downs, to the rest of the world, I was just an ordinary person living the most ordinary life. The 100-year war between humanity and the aberrations, a setting perfect for any system, manhwa, was never as safe and peaceful as people were led to believe. If anything, it was just a series of consecutive losses. When dark clouds obscure the sun, who can still see any hope? Duck Bao suddenly flashed a self-deprecating smile, his hand slipping into his pocket, searching for something. Death is the normal state of being for the transcendent. He pulled out a blue pill and swallowed it, but before he died, Duck Bao's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He had to take a cushion with him on the way down. He gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. You filth. His body sat up, erupting with an unexpected surge of power. Duck Bao gave the enemy a grim smile. Round 2. On his body, the effects of the drug had begun. It's starting. Duck Bao assumed a ready stance, preparing to meet the apartment ghoul's next blow. He let out a great roar to build his momentum, preparing to receive the attack. The ghoul unleashed a flurry of powerful slashes, forcing Duke Bao to leap high into the air, but he immediately countered with a kick straight to its face. The apartment ghoul lost its balance and stumbled back, and Duck Bao seized the opportunity to quickly close the distance. He readied his fists, preparing to counterattack. It was pummeled relentlessly by Duck Bao, shrieking in unending agony. He kept reminding himself, "Hold on just a little longer." But Duck Bao's eyes grew hazy, and his body was gradually losing its strength, staggering as if about to collapse. Just a little more. Duck Bao clenched his hand, which was now enveloped in a strange purple aura. He was so close, but his limbs had gone limp, and his head was spinning. The apartment ghoul cleverly took advantage of the moment, landing a heavy punch on Duck Bao. He no longer had the strength to defend himself, and was immediately sent flying. The impact was so strong, it kicked up a thick cloud of dust. With blood streaming down his head, Duck Bao silently cursed himself. "I can't see anything anymore. In the end, I was consumed by the backlash of my own power. I couldn't win no matter what. I'm truly pathetic." He bit down hard, racked with pain. Is this how it ends? My mundane, ordinary life. But then Duck Bao's eyes flashed with astonishment, as if he'd seen something unexpected. Right near him was Jiangdu, carrying a jumble of grocery bags, and complaining. "You useless piece of trash. Why didn't you wait at the district entrance? What are you doing here?" Duke Bao looked at the person before him, and couldn't help but wonder. Someone from the Sunye division? No, the voice is too young, and his manner of speaking is nothing like someone from the Sunye division. Could he be a transcendent? That's even more impossible. An ordinary person would never come here. Jiangdu approached and helped him up, reassuring him. "You rest here for now. Just leave the rest to me." He flashed a confident smile. Besides, the entrance to the dark side was strictly guarded by the Xunye division. Not just anyone could get here unless he's some mysterious powerhouse who lives in the dark side. The thought barely had time to form before Jiangdu was struck by the apartment ghoul with a sickening thud. He was no different from Duck Bao moments before, sent flying a good 3 meters away. His jaw dropped. Pathetically weak, he thought. The ghoul tried to attack him while he was distracted, but out of nowhere, a hand suddenly appeared, slapping the ghoul so hard, its face warped. This sudden turn of events felt like something straight out of a manhwa recap, and then came a relentless barrage of powerful blows that drained the ghoul's health non-stop. After beating the ever-living crap out of it, Jiangdu panted, feigning outrage. He held up a bottle of sauce he'd just bought and pointed it straight at the ghoul's face. "You vermin, your opponent is me." In the gloomy, shadowy space, the intense battle raged on. Jiangdu nimbly dodged a swing from the apartment ghoul. At the same time, a glass liquor bottle appeared. A sound echoed from within the wreckage. He brandished it as a makeshift weapon, sending the creature flying. The apartment ghoul, refusing to be beaten, raised its scythe once more. However, Jiang Yu had already disappeared, nimbly dodging to get behind it effortlessly, using the broken bottle to beat the apartment ghoul into submission. He dodged another blow and smirked with confidence. "It's useless. After our last few battles, I've completely figured out your patterns. On top of that, you're seriously wounded now, making your speed and strength a joke. The advantage is all mine." And so, Jiang Yu relentlessly taunted it with the glass bottle, making the apartment ghoul roar with both pain and rage as it hurriedly backed away, trying to keep its distance. Dabao watched completely stunned, unsure if he should call this fighting style strong or just plain reckless. It's like something from a wild awakening manhwa. His methods followed no rules whatsoever, yet he was always able to suppress his opponent in a miraculous way. Just then, Jiang Yu furiously charged forward. "You scratched my behind the other day. Today I'm tearing your back to shreds. Get over here and die." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he noticed something was off. The aberration abruptly used its tail to whip him away, causing Jiang Yu to lose his footing and slam painfully into a wall. He coughed hard, struggling to sit up. He'd been careless. Focusing solely on its back had allowed it to anticipate his moves. As the apartment ghoul charged at him menacingly, Jiang Yu frowned, thinking, "What do I do now? If I take 2 more hits, it's game over for me. To be safe, I could leave the dark plane for now, wait a few days to heal, and then return. But if I do that, it means I'd be abandoning them to their fate, and that's just not my style. With only 20% of my health left, you think I'm scared of you? Not a chance. Today, I'm going all in." At that very moment, Dabao yelled out, "It's right side. The ribs are heavily damaged. Attack there." Jiang Yu grinned, a plan already clicking into place as he charged. Understood. The apartment ghoul suddenly sensed danger, but Jiang Yu already had it figured out. a confident smirk spreading across his face. He dodged skillfully, deceiving the creature's senses. Its left side is wide open now. The sharp glass shard plunged straight into its side, and just like in a system manhwa, the apartment ghoul's health bar plummeted to 18%. The creature shrieked in pain, panicking as it turned to flee. Jiang Yu paused, slightly surprised. Running away already, but to his shock, the creature darted right past Dabao, whose face went pale as he turned to track its movement. Wait, that's not it. The apartment ghoul's true target was the two children. Dabao screamed in horror as he saw it open its jaw wide. It's trying to heal. The monster lunged straight for the kids, opening its blood-soaked mouth, filled with sharp fangs. The older brother, though trembling with fear, protectively held his little sister close. Just as it was about to achieve its goal, a voice bellowed, "Get your hands off them, you bastard." Jiang Yu's arm muscles bulged, veins popping as he gripped a soda can, taking a stance. His eyes burned with fury as he stared down the ghoul, and without a moment's hesitation, he threw the can with all his might. It soared through the air in a flawless arc, heading straight for the monster. Startled, it spun around and saw the projectile just in time, tilting its head to dodge the can by a mere inch. Simultaneously, Dabao had already sprung into action. From out of nowhere, he leaped high into the air and descended with a powerful kick aimed squarely at the apartment ghoul. This one kick carried all his strength, delivered with pinpoint accuracy. It sent the creature stumbling backward, its health bar instantly dropping to a mere 15%. However, due to the forceful movement, Dabao also coughed up a mouthful of blood from the strain. The apartment ghoul let out a furious roar. "I'll chew you to pieces." In that perilous moment, just as it was about to devour him, a hand shot out and forcefully grabbed its head. Jiang Yu was there wearing a completely self-assured grin. He then did the unthinkable and bit down hard on the creature's neck, making its health bar drop to 14%. This manhwa recap is getting wild, as Jiang Yu furiously grabbed the ghoul's hide, slammed it to the ground, and sat on top of it, punching and yelling, "You're an aberration, right? Keep on barking, you filthy animal." This time its sick health finally dropped to just 11%. "You were planning to eat someone, huh? Then how about you eat this?" Suddenly, a sphere of light began to glow brightly on its chest, making Jiang Yu freeze. "What is this?" He immediately grit his teeth, shaping his hand into a spear, and without a second's thought plunged it directly into the creature's chest. Jiang Yu struck right at the glowing orb. Bracing against the explosive energy erupting from it, he roared with all his might. "Perish!" In that instant, the energy surging around Jiang Yu threw the scene into complete chaos, accompanied by the creature's agonizing death throes. Finally, its entire body exploded, its head sent flying, leaving Jiang Yu standing alone, his entire body drenched in blood. He panted heavily and wiped his face. Seeing the complete disaster area around him, Jiang Yu then used his power, allowing the darkness to connect with everything. He controlled the scattered furniture, making it rearrange itself neatly, while the rubble from the walls flew back into the cracks. In the end, only Dabao and the two children were left, all of them unconscious from exhaustion. Awake. Jiang Du twisted his aching, blood-soaked body, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. He'd finally gotten payback for his rear end. His vision began to blur the world, fading into an indistinct haze. Jiang Du felt his body stagger and collapse, the last thing he saw being his own indistinct shadow. And then he plunged into complete darkness, losing consciousness entirely. He found himself in a city choked with smoke and engulfed in a sea of flames, the streets littered with the bodies of innocent people. Flames licked at the sky, consuming the entire city. Jiang Du stood there, stunned in disbelief. This was supposed to be the assembly point. How could it have turned into this hellscape? A sudden sense of dread made him whip around. A deep unease washed over him as he realized a dense horde of aberrations had already surrounded him. Jiang Du watched in horror as they lunged their grotesque hands, reaching out for him. They swarmed like predators, fighting over a single piece of prey. Before he could even process what was happening, he was overwhelmed, completely submerged by the tide of creatures unable to fight back. It was like being pulled into a bottomless black hole that completely devoured him. The desolate, ruined city reeked of nothing but death. The sun had set, revealing the dark underbelly of the world. A world where superhumans like Li Mianbing existed, yet territories remained fractured, and the spark of humanity flickered weakly. Some reveled in decadent luxury, while others screamed into the oppressive darkness, fighting and perishing in silence. This was the reality of Dazhou, a truth many knew and many more were ignorant of. This was the true face of their world. Then, drifting in the haze of unconsciousness, Jiang Du heard a voice. Someone was calling out, "Wake up! Hey, wake up!" The person was shaking him frantically. "Hey, are you still alive?" Jiang Du coughed slowly, sitting up. Alive, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He realized, thank goodness it was just a nightmare. After I took down that aberration, I don't remember a thing. He then placed a finger on the creature's head, activating his Shadow Devour skill. The dark energy flowing from the aberration was rapidly absorbed by Jiangdu. Dabao watched him asking, hey, you alright? Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden? Jiangdu quickly snapped back, I'm here. Glancing at the man's health bar, which showed a mere 10%, Jiangdu thought, this guy's in bad shape. But according to the standard health metrics, just like in a classic system manhwa, there was still a chance to save him. The system's standard assessment was clear. 70% health meant minor injuries, 50% was moderately severe, and 30% was classified as a critical injury. 10% health was considered near death, a critical point we see often in any good manhwa recap. The survival rate for such an injury was a grim 30 to 70, maybe even a 20 to 80 chance. At 5% health, you could barely manage to get out some last words, and even that wasn't a guarantee. The man suddenly pushed himself up, clapping a hand on Jiangdu's shoulder and startling him. Dabao then explained as he asked for a favor, give me a hand, help me get to that wall. Once they were leaning safely in a hidden corner, the two finally let out a breath of relief. Dabao suddenly asked, brother, you're not from the Shunye Sea, are you? Jiangdu was surprised. He doesn't recognize me. We live in the same building, he thought. It seems his vision is shot. He can't really see anymore. It's no wonder he doesn't recognize me. So Jiangdu decided to play along. No, I'm not. The man actually let out a chuckle. Figured as much. I mean, struggling that hard against a single first-tier aberration. A rookie like that definitely isn't from Exunyesi. Not that everyone in Exunyesi is a powerhouse, mind you. Jiangdu almost coughed up blood. Does this guy even know how to talk? And after I went through all that trouble to save him, Dabao just laughed teasingly. Hey, I'm just kidding. You're actually pretty impressive. Taking down an aberration with a soy sauce bottle, that's a first. This could be a scene straight out of a Wild Awakening manhwa. Suddenly, he coughed violently, making Jiangdu jump. Hey, are you okay? He couldn't help but be impressed. You're that badly injured, and you can still crack jokes. Are all you, Sunye-si, guys this cheerful? Dabao asked curiously. So little bro, what school do you go to? What year are you? Jiangdu stammered out a lie. Beidou Academy, I'm a sophomore. He figured it was best to keep his real situation under wraps, so a random answer seemed like the safest bet. But hearing this, the man's face lit up. What a coincidence, you're my junior then. What's your major? Arts or martial arts? Jiangdu was screaming in his head. Please, for the love of God, stop asking. Just stop already. But Dabao just answered his own question, probably martial arts. An arts major wouldn't be able to handle a mid-rank first tier. Hey, little bro, you got any meds? Jiangdu was confused. Meds. He then pulled out a box of snacks. I've only got these biscuit sticks. The man didn't object. Biscuits work. Let me get a stick. Unexpectedly, Jiangdu took one stick, snapped it in half, and offered him the piece. Dabao scoffed. Wow, kid, you're pretty stingy. Jiangdu just pointed at the ground. I had a lot more, but they all fell during the fight. They're all over the floor. You want one? I can pick it up for you. The man just stared exasperated. If you want to eat floor snacks, be my guest. And with that, the air between them fell silent. Suddenly, Dabao broke the silence. So this was your first time killing an aberration on your own, wasn't it? Jiangdu answered evasively. You could say that. As he spoke, the light in Dabao's eyes seemed to fade. He looked up at the sky, then began to pour his heart out. You know, sometimes I really envy you guys. The martial arts department combat classes. You're all natural-born fighters. Not like me, with my lousy potential, my frail medical abilities. They're as bleak as the sky above us. His tone was heavy, completely devoid of hope. It seemed even consuming the Yao Wang, a treasure that could drastically boost combat power, would be useless for him. He hastily tried to change the subject. Hey, maybe we should stop talking. Let's conserve our strength until help arrives. But Duke Bao just offered a weak smile. It's all right. I just wanted someone to talk to. The willpower of an office drone like me. It's like a cotton thread. You can have a lot of it, but it's still just cotton. When the tide of corruption rolls in, how can it stop it? This sounds like a tragic backstory from an awakening manhwa. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back his curiosity. Do you have any regrets? You could have just picked a normal liberal arts major. Why would a desk jockey like you even end up on the dark side of the world? To his surprise, the man's hands suddenly balled into tight fists. Dabao ground his teeth, spitting out the words, regrets? You're damn right, I have regrets. I was a paper pusher, a nobody just coasting by flirting with the girls at the office, and having a blast training Shunye's adorable little rookies. Wasn't training Xiao Baizi good enough for me? I must have had a screw loose getting all fired up and jumping into this mess on a whim. And now look at me, I'm stuck. After his outburst, he clutched his mouth, breaking into a coughing fit that alarmed Jiang Yu. Hey man, take it easy. If you keep this up, you won't even make it until the rescue team arrives. But he waved it off. Don't worry, the distress signal went out a long time ago. They should be here any minute now. Jiang Yu nodded, preparing to take his leave. Well, that's a relief. As he turned, neither of them noticed the glowing bracelet in the hands of the nearby child. Suddenly, Debao grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Don't you go running off. If you stumble upon one of those aberrations, your flimsy skills wouldn't even be an appetizer for them. Come on, stay here and keep me company for a bit longer. We'll wait for the cavalry together. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's back. He desperately wanted to bolt. Please man, just let me go. You're more draining than the aberrations are. And so, laughter continued to echo through the small alleyway at the base of the building. Let me tell you, Debao said tirelessly, pulling Jiang Yu into his rambling stories. Back in my day, I was a real powerhouse. I could wipe out a whole squad with a single move. Jiang Yu had heard so much, his ears were starting to go numb. Then with a sudden shift in tone, Debao seemed to sober up. Hey, if you make it back to the academy, do me a favor, and give my apologies to Director Zhou of the Martial Arts Department's Supernatural Skills Major. Tell him I let him down. That I couldn't even defeat a mid-tier Stage 1 aberration. Jiang Yu clutched his head, trying to fight off a sense of powerlessness that felt straight out of a grim manhwa recap. But Debao was on a roll, rambling on. Oh, and give my thanks to Vice Director Heng of the Super Humanities Department in Corruption Studies. Tell her thanks for all the guidance. And also maybe suggest she stops acting like she's going through a second puberty during her lectures. It was always, the new harmony will be passed down, humanity will endure forever. Man, that stuff was so cringeworthy, it was painful. Jiang Yu ground his teeth, forcing a smile. Hey buddy, how about you let me grab a notebook to write all this down? Or better yet, why don't you just tell them yourself once you're back on your feet? To his surprise, those words actually made Debao fall silent. He just sighed and shook his head. I've just held all this in for too long. I needed to get it off my chest, to someone. He clicked his tongue in regret, his gaze turning distant and somber as he reminisced about the old days. The Beidou Defense Academy. Man, it'd be great if I could go back to those days. Hey, you got any more of those biscuit sticks? Let me get 2 more. I want the spicy flavor. Jiang Yu felt utterly exasperated. The guy had some seriously weird taste. Besides, you couldn't find spicy-flavored Pocky anywhere in this world. Debao's hand dropped limply to his side, as if he already knew the answer, but had to ask anyway. Yeah, I guess so. Just then, a sudden commotion in the distance caught both of their attention. Debao raised an eyebrow. Sounds like the Night Patrol Division is here. Hearing that, Jiang Yu immediately got to his feet. That's great. You're saved. He let out a sigh of relief. Help had finally arrived. Picking up his bag, Jiang Yu started to walk away. Debao called out, slightly confused. Hey, you're not coming with me. Jiang Yu just turned back with a faint smile and replied, there's no need. I can manage on my own. Debao seemed to understand he couldn't stop him and let out a soft chuckle. He looked up, offering a blessing. Go on then. Be safe out there. For a moment, Jiang Yu couldn't tell if the man was actually blind or not. But that didn't slow Jiang Yu's pace. Debao silently bowed his head as he watched him leave, and a Shadow Path Totem, a classic system manhwa ability, materialized right at Jiang Yu's feet. Before vanishing completely, he glanced back one last time to check on the situation. The Night Patrol team had arrived and found the Junye member, with the 2 children still by his side. They were attempting to administer first aid, checking for any signs of life. But strangely, Debao remained completely unresponsive, and the patrol members soon signaled to each other that he was already gone. It was then that Jiang Yu noticed something bizarre. Debao's health bar had suddenly plummeted to just 9%. He was completely stunned. How is that possible? His health bar is still draining away. It makes no sense. With modern medicine, his injuries should be completely treatable. Just then, Jiang Yu spotted a faint stream of energy. In this part of our manhwa recap, a gentle light enveloped him as the Night Watch stood at attention before Duck Bao, his body beginning to fade. And then Duck Bao's health bar finally hit 0. His body slowly disintegrated into a wave of fragments, yet a calm smile remained on his lips until the very end. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. Wait, but once the passage from the Shadow Realm began its recall, it was impossible to stop. In the end, Jiang Yu's hand could only grasp at empty air. The ordinary citizens around him stared in confusion, whispering among themselves, wondering what this guy was doing. Was it some kind of performance art? The profound sadness on Jiang Yu's face was impossible to hide. On a large billboard, a voice spoke. As a transcendent, you must remember, The man's voice echoed in his ears and understanding dawned on him. This is the harsh reality of an awakening manhwa world, where the speaker instructed, never give up, not even in your final moments. When your own chances of survival are incredibly low, and using the potential enhancer carries a 90% mortality rate, its use signifies a dire situation. Where conventional methods have failed, please use compound. Number 3, distant hope. Burn your life force and illuminate Dai Chao. We will honor your sacrifice. We will bravely advance until the threat is completely eradicated. Stand on the ground, gaze at the stars, watch over the night in place of the heavens, and look toward the future. Rely on the mortal world, yet transcend it. With a human body, perform superhuman deeds. We are all watching. We are the night's vigil. The elevator ascended slowly, carrying a blood-stained Jiang Yu, who stood waiting in silence. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. That man was gone. He trudged out of the elevator, one heavy step at a time. He reflected grimly. The man had been joking and talking normally, but in hindsight he realized Duck Bao was just looking for someone to talk to before he died. No flowers, no applause, he departed quietly just like any other ordinary person. Jiang Yu made a silent vow, no matter how ordinary his passing was, he would never forget him. He clutched his head in exhaustion, unable to hold back a sigh. Jiang Yu tossed his things onto the table. All right, it's been a long day. A quick shower and then to bed. I'm so tired. I can barely walk, and this is what my system manhwa interface calls over half health. I thought it was down to 20%. Still reeling, he muttered. That guy had only 10% left, but acted like nothing was wrong. I'm still so far behind him. It seems training my muscles just isn't enough. As he spoke, Jiang Yu grabbed some food thinking, my willpower needs to be strengthened too. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him jump. Where are the eggs? Zhao Zhao was lying on the sofa pouting. I couldn't reach you by phone, and I couldn't find you anywhere. I asked you to buy eggs. Did you go to the hen house to collect them yourself? Jiang Yu quickly made an excuse. Isn't the new year coming up? Do you know how long the lines were? The wait was forever. Then it dawned on him, and he asked, how did you get a key to my place? Zhao Zhao hopped off the couch. You never cook, and always order takeout. Uncle Li told me to look after you, so he gave me a key. She scrutinized Jiang Yu with suspicious eyes. What's with this look? Did you go out and get into a fight? He tried to change the subject again. It's getting late. You should go home and sleep, or Uncle Lu might get the wrong idea. Zhao Zhao wasn't giving up. Turn around and face me. Panicked, Jiang Yu tried to escape. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make some instant noodles. But Zhao Zhao was too quick for him, grabbing him and yelling, don't you run. Then her eyes widened in shock as she took in his state, screaming in horror. How did you get so injured? Jiang Yu tried to deflect. I forgot to buy the eggs. Zhao Zhao, of course, wasn't letting it go. Get back here. Where on earth did you just go? Jiang Yu struggled miserably. Nowhere. Just let me go, she retorted firmly. Not until you tell me the truth. Forced into a corner, Jiang Yu fabricated a story. On my way home, I saw a robbery in progress and stepped in to help. I might look like this, but you should see the other guy. He got it way worse than I did. When the police arrived, they could barely tell he was human. Seriously, you have no idea how fast I am. A left hook, a right slap. I hit him high and low, beat him so badly, his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Couldn't tell if he was a man or a beast. As he was talking, Zhao Zhao suddenly reached out and touched his face. A look of profound pity washed over her features as Jiang Yu stared stunned at the worried girl before him. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Did she actually buy that ridiculous story? Zhao Zhao compassionately caressed Jiang Yu's cheek. Her face etched with concern and asked, does it hurt? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, it doesn't hurt. You should go home and get some sleep. Seeing this, she also blushed, embarrassed by her own actions, and quickly turned away, saying, I'm telling Uncle Li about this. You're out in the middle of the night getting into brawls with people. Jiang Yu panicked and pulled her back. It wasn't a fight. To be a righteous hero. Oh, for crying out loud, don't leave Zhao. Zhao paid him no mind, determined to go. He resorted to a cheap trick, his whole body aching. I'm not doing so good. She panicked and turned back. Are you all right? You need to go to the hospital for this wound. Jiang Yu immediately refused, saying it was too much trouble. He had plenty of medicine at home that Uncle Li brought back from the Night Patrol Division, which worked much better than anything from the hospital. Zhao Zhao frowned, seeing right through him. You just want me to apply the medicine for you again, don't you? Jiang Yu grinned, showing his teeth. I'll have to trouble you then, Dr. Zhao. A moment later, he learned the true meaning of torment, screaming at the top of his lungs. Ow, ow, ow. I asked you to apply medicine, and you're wrapping me up like a mummy. This is a bit overkill, you know, she slapped him on the shoulder. Are you going to show off like that again next time? Jiang Yu quickly wailed. No, next time I definitely won't get involved in the action. Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Swear it. You're just being defiant. I'm not. Getting involved in the fun is just human nature. At most, I'll just watch. I won't jump in. But she certainly wasn't letting him off. What did you just say? Say that again. Jiang Yu hastily defended himself. I said, I'll just watch. I won't do anything at all. Jiao Jiao huffed coldly and turned to leave. That's more like it. I'm going. He reached out pleadingly. Leaving already? Why not stay the night? My bed is really big. She turned back, making a mocking face. In your dreams before decisively slamming the door with a loud bang, leaving Jiang Yu all alone and abandoned in the living room. He mumbled. That guy asked me to pass on a message. The North Capital Defense Academy. Huh? Then Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something else. He shot up in a panic, muttering, wait a minute. That guy never told me what his name was. As he pondered, Jiang Yu's body began to absorb the dark energy of the aberration, and it seemed to glow with an increasingly brilliant light. The system also displayed a notification just like in one of those classic system manhwa stories. Name Wandering Spirit, Shadow Yu Species. Tier 1 Mid-Rank. Description. A low-level abyssal aberration of the Shadow Yu species that can unleash immense power in the darkness. If it targets, you be wary of what's behind you. Note. This aberration appears to be more complex than it seems. Price paid, 1 broken arm. Shadow Devour harvest complete. Skill Shadow Ambush obtained. Shadow points increased. This aberration has been absorbed. The price has been waived. He was a little surprised. It turned out that killed aberrations would be registered in the system's handbook. Or, more accurately, they needed to be absorbed by Shadow Devour to be registered. Jiang Yu's body quickly began to convert that energy. A new skill appeared. Shadow Ambush. When an attack is launched from the shadows, you will find it easier to grasp the opponent's weak point. The initial attack will deal massive damage. He mused. Alright then, let's check out this new skill first. With that, Jiang Yu unsteadily got up from the couch, lowered himself into a stance, and prepared to activate the Shadow Ambush ability. However, the only response he got was a cold breeze drifting past. Embarrassed and enraged, Jiang Yu shouted, It's completely useless. Is this system trying to mess with me? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait. Could it be because there's no target to activate the skill on exhausted? Jiang Yu gave up. Whatever, I'll try again when I get another chance. He then opened the system to check his information, which clearly displayed name Jiang Yu attribute Shadow points 14 out of 14. Title, The Mysterious One. Abilities unlocked, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye Shadow State. The Mysterious One slay in the shadows. You are a born assassin. When hidden in the darkness, you are like a fish in water. Mystery in the dark, hunt in the dark. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, disdainfully. Why is this shoddy cheat ability using video game terminology? It's like something straight out of an Awakening manhwa recap. What's this? Hunt in the dark nonsense. Shouldn't it be hunt in the light? Then, filled with curiosity, he tapped on Shadow State. Is this a new skill too? The system explained. In Shadow State, you possess the following traits. 1. Training in this state will yield unexpected gains. 2. Your aura will be further suppressed, allowing you to merge with the darkness unobserved. Your physical constitution and self-healing abilities are greatly enhanced. 3. When in the shadow plane, you can use this state without any resource consumption. In the real world, it consumes shadow points to use this ability. 4. You have no fatal weak points. Even being decapitated will only result in massive blood loss, not instant death. His eyes lit up. Now, this is the power of a cheat ability, especially that 4th point. It's totally in vain. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the fine print. If beheaded, blood volume will decrease by 99%, not resulting in direct death. Jiang Yu roared. A 99% blood loss. How is that supposed to keep me alive? I might as well just kick the bucket. Well, despite that, the ability is still pretty decent. Let's test its effects first. Shadow come forth. Instantly, a wisp of black energy rose from the floor. It gradually coalesced into his mirror image. Jiang Yu tried to control the shadow with his finger, and it immediately mimicked the gesture. That finger of his. Finally, the two made direct contact, and the shadow began to merge into Jiang Yu's body. A dark hue gradually spread across his face. While Jiang Yu was still bewildered, the integration was complete. In the end, his entire body turned the inky black of the shadow. Jiang Yu stared at himself in astonishment. So this was the intriguing shadow state. He took a deep breath, testing the feel of his new physical form, then leaped high into the air, his body zipping around. Jiang Yu moved relentlessly around the room like a bolt of lightning. He could feel the dramatic change in his body, his speed. Then Jiang Yu decisively lifted his bed with a single hand, effortlessly pumping it up and down as if it were a dumbbell. Next, he pulled out a 100-kilogram hammer from somewhere and without hesitation slammed it right into his own face. The defensive power was insane. Jiang Yu let out a triumphant laugh. This shadow state was unbelievably tough. However, his downstairs neighbor awakened in the middle of the night, screamed, "Are you waging a war up there? Keep it down." He hastily stopped his display, muttering, stay humble," as he deactivated the shadow state. Jiang Yu then looked at his system's persona panel, the mysterious one. He was intrigued by the unlockable tag. "What does it mean to unlock this persona?" The system explained. "You possess partial authority of this persona, but have not yet officially awakened it, like a classic protagonist in an awakening manhwa. After unlocking this persona, will be fully awakened. No one else will be able to awaken any part of this persona's power. It will be exclusively yours. However, this operation carries a certain risk. Do you agree to unlock?" Note, a risk can sometimes become an opportunity. Jiang Yu stroked his chin deep in thought. Unlock a new persona? It sounds pretty good. The system highlighted the word risk in bold red text. Choosing no might be safer, but risk often means reward. In a classic system manhwa twist, before he could even decide, the system automatically selected yes. He jumped in shock, shouting, "Hey, hold on, I hadn't made up my mind yet." An ominous aura immediately enveloped Jiang Yu in a cocoon, causing objects on the floor to vibrate violently. Inside the only lit room in the entire city, something earth-shattering was taking place. The moment he broke free from the cocoon, his entire body was shrouded in shadow. This was a new state, the hunter. If you do not dominate the hunt, you will die in the hunt. You are a natural-born hunter. All attacks will inflict guaranteed damage. A new term appeared. Note 1. This excludes external attacks such as firearms, bows and arrows, or poisons. Note 2. The hunter lurks in the shadows. The more mysterious you remain, the wider your fearsome reputation will spread. You will be able to reap more unexpected rewards. Note 3. Even a deity cannot escape your grasp. Jiang Yu was stunned, muttering to himself, guaranteed damage. Even a deity is no exception. The system then elaborated, after unlocking the shadow state, your executability will be significantly enhanced, lowering the health threshold required to activate it. The system seemed to be describing the visual cue for when he could use the executability. When a target's health drops to a certain threshold, its health bar will turn a stark crimson red. You will then be able to see the target's death spot. Striking this point will allow you to trigger execute, completely obliterating the target. The required health threshold for execute is influenced by factors such as the strength, abilities, and personas of both you and your opponent. Jiang Yu stood in deep thought, carefully rereading the information. He suddenly recalled the execute ability, wondering if it was that red spot that had appeared on the aberration last time. Jiang Yu murmured, guaranteed damage, combined with the execute ability. A grin spread across his face, and he couldn't help but let out a laugh. It seems He excitedly pointed a finger to the sky, declaring, become totally unbeatable. It's the kind of moment you'd see in a great manhwa recap. But then Jiang Yu suddenly froze, a thought striking him. He chuckled and began removing the bandages wrapped all over his body, curiously prodding his own skin. That's weird. Wasn't there supposed to be a risk? It doesn't seem like anything bad happened at all. My wounds are almost completely healed, and the medicine's effects couldn't possibly be this fast. Jiang Yu then ripped off a freshly formed scab from his wound. He realized with excitement, could it be because I just unlocked the shadow state? This regenerative ability is just way too powerful. The next day, Bao Qiang asked, Jiao Jiao, did you see that post Jiang Yu put up last night? Do you think it's for real? He posted, last night, I was like a valiant warrior. Even after getting shanked 88 times by some goons, I didn't even blink. Xiao also told me in private that he ran into some traffickers, claimed the guy was swinging a huge cleaver, and went on a rampage down the whole street without batting an eye. Bao Qiang was startled. So he was actually hurt. Should we go visit him? She shook her head in disbelief, explaining, don't listen to his nonsense. He just got chased by a dog. His two friends were stunned. For real? Jiao Jiao thought to herself. That idiot Jiang Yu is shooting his mouth off all over town again. Meanwhile, back at his house, just then, she placed her hand on the lock, saying if they didn't believe her, they could just go inside and see for themselves. Jiao Jiao held up Jiang Yu's key, ready to open the door, when her two friends asked in confusion. How on earth do you have his key? She calmly turned and explained. Jiang Yu's uncle insisted, I take it. With that, Zhao walked into the house. She called out, Jiang Yu, are you home? We came to visit. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, he was crouched on the floor, clutching his arms. Jiang Yu was nursing his painful wound, thinking he'd been far too careless. He really shouldn't have picked off the scab. Hearing a voice from outside, called Jiang Yu, are you okay? Zhao rushed over to him. Where's your bandage? Why did you take it off? Jiang Yu replied, I thought the wound had healed, so I removed it. His two friends started whispering, realizing the post he made on his profile last night was actually true. I thought so too. With that, they walked over to Jiang Yu, stunned. When did you get all these muscles? No wonder you dared to fight with human traffickers. That's insane. Zhao immediately pulled them back. All right, that's enough staring. Go sit in the living room. Okay, we get it. You don't have to shove. As soon as she pushed them out, she slammed the door shut. Bao Qiang grew suspicious. Are those two dating now? Xiao confirmed she was about 80% sure. Afterward, Zhao had to help Jiang Yu reapply medicine to his wound. Ouch, he cried, but she shot him a skeptical glance. Stop whining, I know for a fact this medicine doesn't sting at all. Though Jiang Yu complained, his eyes were already wandering down to Zhao's thighs. She was still busy scolding him. Did a donkey kick you in the head or something? Why would you pick at a perfectly healing wound? Then Zhao noticed where Jiang Yu was staring, and she let out a displeased sigh. Young men these days are so crude. I'll just call the chubby kid over to apply the medicine for you. Jiang Yu quickly stopped her. No, don't. He's way too clumsy, it's not a good idea. Zhao's expression clearly showed she didn't believe him. She pinched his cheek hard. It seems like it's been a while since Uncle Li dealt with you. He thought to himself, even if Uncle Li dealt with him 800 times, it would still be useless. Zhao puffed her cheeks and pouted. So, what exactly did you do last night? Don't tell me it was some mugging. Take a guess whether I'd believe that or not. Jiang Yu defended himself instantly. I was genuinely acting as a hero. She gave a cold laugh. Such a smooth talker. Not a single word you say is true. Jiang Yu felt helpless, thinking, what else am I supposed to say? That I ran to the Shadow Realm to fry up some monster meat and had a heart-to-heart with the Night Watch. Would you even believe a wild story like that from a system manhwa? Suddenly he asked, oh right, what time did Uncle Lu get back last night? Zhao was confused. He's not back. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu said with a hint of sadness. It's just, I suddenly feel that the members of the Night Watch have it really tough. They work during the day, work overtime at night, and on top of that, it's incredibly dangerous. His words made her pause, and her mood sank. He glanced over, thinking that Zhao must worry about Uncle Lu very often. Zhao spoke softly. Very few people in the Night Watch get to live a peaceful life. Uncle Li lost an arm, and Lin Mo died when he was just over 20 years old. Even someone as strong as Uncle Lu was once severely injured, affecting his very foundation, and he could never advance again. If you passed the martial exam, the kind of test you'd see in an awakening manhwa, would you join the Night Watch division? Hearing her question, Jiang Yu didn't answer right away. It seemed he wanted to dispel the gloomy atmosphere before he slowly and deliberately opened his mouth to say, I don't know. Does the Night Watch division have a lot of pretty girls? Annoyed Zhao directly pinched Jiang Yu's cheek to shut him up, making him yell, ow. Stop pinching. Be a little gentler, will you? What kind of girl acts like this? She yelled back. You've never met one. Well, let me broaden your horizons today. Jiang Yu's voice echoed as he shrieked. Stop, please don't. Outside Bao Qiang asked suspiciously, what in the world are they doing in there? Xiao just gave up. Your guess is as good as mine. Finally, Jiang Yu finished applying the medicine and came out dressed. He asked awkwardly, so why did you guys come over? Bao Qiang replied helplessly, we heard the ridiculously over-the-top story you told yesterday, so we just came to check on you. Xiao asked, are you okay? They then noticed some unusual red marks and jumped to the wrong conclusion. Are those hickeys? This whole scene feels like it's straight out of a manhwa recap. Zhao sure is full of energy. Jiang Yu casually sat down. Don't worry, I'm not gonna die. Come on, sit down. You guys should have seen it. I had just bought a bottle of soy sauce and some other odds and ends from the supermarket. As I was walking home, a man suddenly rushed towards me, clutching a bag in his arms. Zhao snorted coldly. Here he goes, lying again. Jiang Yu, I'm heading to the supermarket. These 2 shirts of yours are torn, so I'll just throw them out for you, okay? He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, toss them. At that moment, 80 tall, dark and burly guys jumped out of the woods, and I was just swinging my knife left and right. But in the middle of his bragging, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and lunged to stop her. Wait, There's still something in the pocket, but the item had already fallen out of the jacket. There on the ground lay a pack of sanitary pads. Zhao Zhao's face went pale with suspicion. You bought these. Why are you following me? Jiang Yu asked, sheepishly. Weren't you complaining about a stomachache last night? I was at the store and thought I'd grab you a pack, as a surprise. His two friends watched with glee, enjoying this little bit of drama like it was a live manhwa recap. This was the kind of thing only deeply devoted couples do, and this juicy gossip was just too good not to share with the entire class. He placed the package of sanitary pads into her hand. Here, take it. Just let me know if you need them in the future. For some unknown reason, Zhao Dao became furious and crushed the package. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she screamed, I don't need this, before hurling it directly at Jiang Yu's face and storming out of the room. He clutched his now reddened forehead, pouting. What's she so mad about? So bizarre. His two friends quickly got up to follow her. All right, we're heading out then. Good luck, bro, we're rooting for you too. Their words left Jiang Yu utterly bewildered. Huh, they're all gone. Now there are no more interruptions. Perfect. He activated his skill. Shadow Sight. A black runic pattern materialized beneath Jiang Yu's feet. An ominous aura began to creep over his body as the darkness slowly clung to him, completely obscuring his face. Jiang Yu thought to himself with a grin, time to begin a fun little training session. He quickly used his ability to enter a shadow state and phased directly into the shadow plane. He examined his body with curiosity. Strange, he thought this place is supposed to be teeming with corruption, but I feel it was a bizarre twist. Something you'd expect from an awakening manhwa. Incredibly comfortable. It was like someone who'd spent their whole life in a polluted industrial wasteland, suddenly breathing the fresh air of a vast open prairie. Excellent. The pain in my stomach is gone, and my health is regenerating rapidly. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand in satisfaction. All right, let's get started. He positioned himself face down, flat on the ground. With a gentle push of his hands for momentum, he launched himself into the air, slamming hard into the ceiling before ricocheting back down with a heavy thud. Jiang Yu leaped up ecstatic. He felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his entire body, just like in a classic system manhwa. A notification popped up, explaining, by activating the shadow state and entering the shadow plane, you feel your body has been completely unshackled, granting you unparalleled freedom. You begin a training exercise. During the training, the Shadow Devour skill is activated. You have successfully devoured the ambient darkness within the shadow plane. Shadow points have slightly increased. Physical attributes have slightly increased. The shadowy aura around Jiang Yu seemed to shift, receding only to surge back across his entire body. It appeared to be analyzing the changes within him as the system's computational algorithms ran at an accelerating pace. Jiang Yu was pleased. 1,000 planks completed with ease. He glanced around his room. It was still a bit too cramped. Time to train outside, he decided. Jiang Yu immediately ran to a nearby park, marveling to himself. If this were the real world, all those rich tycoons would be lining up one by one, begging me to be their master. He reached up, grabbing the horizontal bar above his head, and effortlessly performed a series of complex gymnastic twists. Maybe I should go win a gold medal in the World Championship for the horizontal bar first, he mused. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Night Watch Division, a group of what appeared to be elite agents strode in. Their destination was the main conference room where Captain Liu and his squad were already seated. One of the agents began to read from a report. This time, the scope of the disturbance in the shadow plane is massive with abnormal fluctuations. The corruption index has skyrocketed, far exceeding regional thresholds. Squads B3, B7, and A2 in the north, south, and east sector 1 have all detected traces of suspicious rifts. This disturbance is highly unusual. According to the frontline schematics, the affected areas are concentrated in residential zones, rather than being randomly distributed as seen previously. The mood in the Night Watch conference room was grim, and Captain Liu frowned in thought. The activity of these aberrations has been increasing lately. In the past 2 days alone, there have been 4 separate incidents of civilians being dragged into the shadow plane. This report is about Dabao and his death. He knitted his brow. 4 might not seem like a lot, but who's to say the aberrations won't become more adept next time, causing even greater devastation? Compared to the aberrations from the shadow plane, the abyssal rifts are infinitely more dangerous. If the shadow plane creatures are like ferocious beasts, then the things that crawl out of the abyssal rifts are like Godzilla. Just then, Ixun Guang's voice cut through the tension. All right, that's enough. Everyone get a grip, he added. It's only a suspicion at this point. There's no need to act as if the sky is falling. Besides, haven't we been preparing for a full-scale battle for a long time now? His words seemed to have a stabilizing effect on the room. Captain Lu and the others shared smiles of relief. Xun Guang then prompted the agent. All right, please continue with your report. The assistant nodded. Understood. Next on the agenda is the list of recent casualties. After the meeting, Captain Lu stood alone by the large glass window. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket and lit one, taking a long drag to calm his nerves. Captain Lu muttered tiredly, of all the times for this mess to happen, right before the new year. But then his eyes caught something strange. It was the sixth one. Captain Lu wasn't holding a cigarette. He frowned. A cookie. That damn kid must have swapped out my smokes again. Just then, a pack of cigarettes was tossed towards him. Captain Lu caught it effortlessly, without even looking, then glanced to his side. Sun Guang teased him. Don't walk around with such a long face. He already had a cigarette of his own. He took a drag from the unlit cigarette, but Captain Lu surprisingly set the pack down. He nonchalantly bit into the cookie that had replaced his smokes and then replied casually, forget it, I'm afraid of getting lung cancer. Chun Guang roared with laughter, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. You're afraid of times? Captain Lu's brow furrowed. Cut the crap. You stayed behind to see me for a reason, so spit it out. Hearing that, Sun Guang let out a thoughtful cloud of smoke, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and answered slowly. Another announcement came down from the higher-ups. Captain Lu's eyes widened in alarm. What kind of announcement? Sun Guang didn't reply right away, taking another slow drag from his cigarette. A tense realization dawned on Captain Lu. It's here again. His body swayed, and he had to lean against the desk, clutching his head wearily. This is too soon. Has this been confirmed? Sun Guang shrugged. Your computer has probably already received the notification. Only then did Captain Lu turn on the computer on his desk. He asked, have you chosen a direction for your little girl yet? The martial arts division or the supernatural humanities division? Captain Lu shook his head. Haven't decided yet. I'm waiting until she finishes her aptitude test before making a decision. An urgent notice was displayed on the screen. All children of Tier 2 superhumans and above, barring special circumstances, are required to enroll in a supernatural major after their aptitude test. He shot back. Don't just talk about me, what about your son? I've seen him around, and he doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed. Are you enrolling him in spirit technology, variant species studies, or superhuman physiology? But Sun Guang fell silent, fiddling with his cigarette, before stating decisively, he's not enrolling in any of them. Captain Lu was shocked. Don't tell me you're going to put him in supernatural humanities. He shook his head. He'll study regular humanities. Captain Lu scoffed in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The boy hasn't even been tested for his aptitude. What if he's a match? You know the rules. If his aptitude is sufficient, he'll be forcibly enrolled in a supernatural division. But Sun Guang decisively snuffed out his cigarette. He turned, put on his jacket, and walked towards the door. He's not taking the test. Captain Lu called out. Hey, explain yourself. But Sun Guang had no intention of elaborating. You just handle your work. I'm going for a walk. His female assistant timidly entered the room. My apologies, sir, for the interruption. Captain Lu nodded. What is it? Go on. She reported clearly. This is the latest intelligence dispatched from the shadow layer. He opened the file and was instantly rendered speechless. It was a report on a new variant species designation, D29527, nicknamed the Shadow, which was obsessively practicing the wall-shattering claw. The description read, 1. The subject is a pitch-black entity, existing as a pure shadow, something you'd expect to see in a classic awakening manhwa. The target was first spotted in the central garden of the Azure Moon apartment complex. It's believed to have entered the area by accident. 2. The target is tireless, shows immense interest in physical training, knows how to use equipment for exercise, and has low aggression. 3. When reconnaissance personnel approached, the entity stopped its training and assumed a claw stance. Total observation time was 2 hours, with a threat assessment of quite low. Conclusion: temporarily refrain from capture or elimination. The female assistant summarized. Observation staff discovered a new type of variant in a nearby residential complex. Since there's no record of it in our files, they are requesting your judgment on the matter. But Captain Lu was just as baffled. What in the world is this bizarre new variant? At that exact moment, deep within the shadow layer, Jiang Yu was filming a variant, narrating, "All right, look here, what we have before us is a spider. A spider's body contains a massive amount of protein, several times more than an equal weight of rice. The meat is fresh, tender, and juicy. Singe the hair off its surface with a little fire, and you can peel the skin right off. Take one bite, and you'll find it's nothing like beef, and it's certainly not goat. So what does it taste like? It tastes like spider. I honestly can't believe my landscape photos of the shadow layer got so many likes. At this rate, I'm going to become a top influencer. It turns out besides me, there are a lot of other people making videos about the supernatural. I thought this kind of content was always censored and forbidden from being posted online. Just then, a system panel appeared right in front of him, making him jump. Jiang Yu frowned as he read Shadow Attribute Persona of the Enigmatic. A hunter who does not erupt during the hunt will perish in the hunt. This is a classic setup for any system manhwa. Not hunting is a fate worse than death. Awakening this persona, you feel an unusual joy. You know that only by constantly hunting can you extend your own life. Go forth and savor the process of every single hunt, becoming a hunter so feared that you become a specialist. He irritably swatted at the screen. You're going to pop up and scare me for something as minor as that. But then something far more important appeared. Remaining lifespan 100 hours. The word struck Jiang Yu like a bolt from the blue. His lifespan was down to just 100 hours. Jiang Yu's face turned deathly pale. He stared at the stats. What in the world? Why was the system showing his lifespan had dwindled to just 100 hours? Could this be the crippling risk of unlocking the hunter's persona? You call this a necessary risk. Calm down, don't rush it. There must be a way to put out this fire. From the description, it seems a hunter is forced to perpetually hunt to extend their lifespan. In other words, simply by killing these variants, I can prolong my own life. He read the information again. Section 1, Life and Death, are at the hunter's discretion. Either you achieve immortality through endless slaughter, or you don't. Jiang Du guessed based on this text that this path common in any Great Awakening manhwa could even lead to immortality. Section 2 states that, for special hunters, even if their physical body is destroyed, they can exist in another state. He was perplexed. What did it mean to exist in another state, after your flesh is gone? What kind of existence was that? And what was this nonsense about this persona awakening being unusually joyful? He only had a few days to live joyful my ass. At this rate, if he couldn't even kill a single variant, he'd have to go ask Uncle Lee for help. Looking at the spider variant, Jiang Du thought, it seems the only way forward is to kill this thing and earn a bit of lifespan. Then we'll talk. So he flipped on his phone to record. This was a rare opportunity. Time to film a top-tier video and become a streaming idol. Besides, it was a secret account Uncle Lee got from the Sunye division. He had no fear of anyone tracing it back to him. Instantly, Jiang Du activated his form. Darkness swirled, and the phone's camera quickly captured the moment. Turns out, he had started a live stream. Welcome to my channel, everyone. Hey guys, I'm Xiao Du, and today, we're taking down a supersized giant spider variant all by myself. First, we must not make a sound. We'll slowly get closer to the opponent and then give it a solid thwack. We're getting closer and closer now. Next, I will maintain complete silence to avoid startling it. After speaking, Jiang Du took out his weapon, a special rebar that cost several 100,000 its head, embedded with several unnamed metal studs. Right at that moment, the monster caught the scent of its prey. But just as it lunged, he deftly dodged aside. As the variant turned, Jiang Du leaped behind it. His heart was pounding relentlessly, yet it was as if he'd entered a blind spot. The variant was utterly confused. Jiang Du thought with amusement, to be standing this close and it still can't detect me. This shadow state is truly convenient. Next, I just need to use my slaughter skill to find its weak point. Immediately after, he slipped directly underneath the variant's body. Jiang Du's eyes lit up. This is the spot. He grinned maliciously, raised his weapon, and thought, time to give you a real thrill. 30 minutes earlier, from the spider variant's perspective, it had been a while since she came to this world, and she had to admit, she really liked this place. It wasn't suffocating like the abyss, nor were there any of those terrifyingly huge brutes around. A little caution was all a lolly like her needed to survive. She had just fought an incredibly ugly member of her own kind, and although she was slightly injured, it also provided a filling meal. She blissfully rested her head. A bit more sleep, and she'd be fully recovered. Her many spider eyes were growing heavy, about to drift off to sleep, when her spider sense suddenly jolted her awake. What mud dares approach me? The variant was bewildered. Where was it? She could clearly sense it was right on top of her. Well, this place no longer felt safe. What a pain to find another. But before she could leave, she felt something terribly wrong. A sharp object pierced straight into her abdomen, causing the spider to shriek in agony. Jiang Du felt a satisfying surge of immense power. That single moment felt as if reality itself was sharpening into focus. So this is what it's like when you finally find an opponent and unleash your full power. Excellent. Its health bar is already down to 40%. 2 more hits should do it, but before he could act, a massive claw lashed out, sending Jiang-du flying. He sat up from the rubble dazed. Ouch. Wait, that didn't hurt. The spider variant, however, was about to lose its mind. My backside, it screeched. Jiang-du let out a vile smirk. Very good. The iron rod stuck in its weak point was causing a continuous health drain. He seized the opportunity to quickly get back on his feet. A great power shadow gathering began to coalesce around Jiang-du's body. Then, following the skill's momentum, he gradually sank into the ground. Jiang-du's entire body submerged into the earth, as if he were diving. He was a little surprised. This was shadow gathering, a classic skill in a system manhwa, allowing him to become a phantom in the dark without fighting head-on. He didn't need to fight the variant directly, he just had to be like a hunter, lurking in the forest and waiting for the right moment. Then deliver a fatal blow to the prey. Watching the struggling spider, Jiang-du muttered, "A transcendent level variant." A triumphant smile spread across the hunter's face as he eyed his prey. The hunt has begun. Elsewhere, a girl was boredly scrolling through live streams. Sunset at Xunye, your safety is protected by the Xunye division. Another stream's title read, "Hello everyone, I'm an employee at Xunye. Today I'll be introducing you to the various species." A low-level aberrant. Bored, she switched to another live stream. "Hey everyone, it's your girl la 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 la, and today I'm taking you all to a diner, located deep in an alley. I am the man of the hour, the one and only Jian Daimeng. Greetings everyone, I'm about to perform an extremely dangerous stunt. This lighter right here, fam. Watch me smash it." Xiao Di scoffed in disgust. What is all this garbage? Have streamers completely run out of ideas so boring? But then suddenly, Xiao Di's eyes shot wide open in shock. It was Jiang Yu's live stream. The name's Yu from Beidou. She wondered where in the world he was. On the screen, a series of aberrants flashed by. Xiao Di bolted upright, stunned. Was that thing an actual aberrant? Oh my god, for real. That can't be a special effect, can it? Jiang Yu was explaining. This little toy is called a shadow pattern spider, an ancient demonic insect, tier 1 mid-rank. It's a low-quality aberrant from the abyss. The comments immediately started flooding the screen. Brother Yu. So handsome, so aloof. Oh no, I'm totally in love. I'd buy a house for Brother Jia, if I could afford it. I just want him to buy me some spicy stir-fried pork. Forget the pork, hold the spice. He continued his lecture. The patterns on its body can emit spiritual pollution. Low-level individuals cannot look directly at it for an extended period of time. Reading the comments, Xiao Di grimaced. What a bunch of thirsty simps. Go post your cringy comments online for your parents and friends to see. I can't stand shameless people like you. And yet, a moment later, she couldn't stop herself from typing out an equally thirsty comment. Brother Jia, I think I can. Just then, Jiang Yu melted into the ground on screen, and her eyes lit up. No way. Could this streamer be a superhuman like a real-life awakening manhwa protagonist? A smirk spread across her excited face. This is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, inside the umbral shadow, Jiang Yu confronted the spider, aiming for the staff-like object on its back. One swift kick sent the aberrant shrieking in pain. It retaliated, blasting a wave of power toward Jiang Yu, but he had already vanished in a flash. He had escaped, leaving the aberrant utterly bewildered. It scowled at the empty space where its attack had missed, only to feel a finger poking its side. The aberrant. In its dazed state, it turned around. Jiang Yu held up a peace sign in a friendly greeting. Hey, over here. He relentlessly taunted the spider, effortlessly dodging every attack. You've got 8 legs and can't land a single hit. How pathetic. Watching this, Xiao Di's jaw dropped. She was captivated. He's so fast and so handsome. This streamer is the whole package, looks and speed. Just then, the spider spat a massive glob of venom right at him, and a toxic wave flooded the ground. Jiang Yu was completely swallowed by the toxic tide. The spider gloated arrogantly. You dare challenge me? But his voice suddenly echoed out. You think just because you've covered the ground in acid, that I can't touch you? Incredibly, Jiang Yu had reappeared atop a tall building nearby. He smirked. Darkness is everywhere, and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The aberrant hastily spewed another barrage of venom, but he had already vanished, and I can move freely within the darkness. Jiang Yu's figure flickered in and out of existence, teleporting at will. His feet emerged lightly from a solid wall. I am the hunter who stalks the shadows. He then produced another staff-like weapon materializing directly beneath the spider. Endless slaughter has caused me to lose my memories. I only vaguely recall my own name. With one effortless thrust, he pierced straight through the aberrant's body. Jiang Yu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. My name is Ja. His body was completely enveloped in the deadly poison. At last, the battle ended in an overwhelming victory. He began the process of absorbing the shadow-devouring aberrant, as the dark power of the abyss slowly drifted into his body. He took a deep breath, absorbing all of its energy. A white flowing robe materialized out of thin air. Jiang Yu draped it over himself like a faceless god, and declared, "The hunt is complete." The livestream chat went wild. Is this a superhero movie? Is this for real? Those can't be special effects, right? He's so freaking cool. I know, right, brother Yu, I love you. Meanwhile, Xiaodi couldn't help but clutch her phone, her eyes gleaming with pure exhilaration. Thrilling. That was so thrilling. It's been so long since I've seen anything this exciting. Without hesitation, Xiaodi mashed the follow button. This wasn't just a follow, it was a mandatory follow. This is like watching a live-action manhwa recap. Where do you even find a streamer this insane? She then sent him a private message. Hey, wanna be friends? That assassination mission was top tier, straight out of a system manhwa. Name, Shadow Spider. Patterned ancient demonic species, rank tier 1 mid-rank. Description, a low-level aberrant from the abyss belonging to the ancient demonic species. The patterns on its body represent its power. The more of them there are, the more potent their mental contamination becomes. Do not stare at it directly for an extended period unless you're willing to become its next meal. Its abilities include acid spit, web spinning, and an ancient demonic contamination. The price for activating its iron spikes is the chaos of one's 5 senses. Shadow Devour successfully collected 1 ability, Shadow Silk, and 2, an increase in the number of shadow points. Since the aberration was collected, the price was waived. Jiang Yu sighed with a hint of disappointment. Just a mid-tier level 1 runt. And here I thought I'd actually taken down a formidable foe. Realistically, my own strength is still leagues below that monster's. I simply managed to capitalize on the Shadow Swarm. Just then, he noticed his viewer count had hit 1,500,000, leaving him utterly shocked. This many viewers, I'm blowing up. A wide grin spread across Jiang Yu's face as he announced, "All right, that's a wrap for today's live stream. Gotta leave you all with a little cliffhanger to keep you coming back for more." Tsk. He then noticed something on his hand. Is this black line? The Shadow Silk. Jiang Yu fired a strand of it toward a nearby skyscraper, and his entire body was launched into the air as if he were web swinging. He couldn't help but let out a whoop of astonishment. Then, in a hilariously childish moment, he yelled, "I'm Spider-Man," but he had no idea how to control it. He slammed face first into the wall. Plummeting downward, Jiang Yu desperately latched onto a lamppost. As he shakily found his footing, he winced. Ow, ow, ow. I definitely need more practice with this Shadow Silk. A lot more practice. He checked his status, remaining lifespan 7 days. Jiang Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Only 3 more days of life. That's less than I expected. He mused to himself, although 7 days is what I have left. It's not like you can find these aberrations just anywhere. What if I run out of time? Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Be a hunter who lurks in the shadows. Let your infamy spread far and wide. You will gain unexpected rewards. Because your infamy has spread, the hunter's authority has been unlocked. New skill mark. You can now mark your prey, making it easy to spot their weak points and launch a critical attack. Any prey you mark will suffer from negative psychological states like panic and fear. The effect's intensity depends on the power gap between you and your target. This skill affects a single target for a short duration. The mark currently lasts for only 1 second. You can enhance this ability by increasing your infamy or rank. Please be advised, activating mark consumes a certain amount of your spiritual energy. This ability also carries the risk of revealing your position and alerting your prey, so please use it with caution. While hunting a marked target, you will gain enhanced agility and strength. Upon a successful hunt, one of your attributes or abilities will be randomly upgraded to a certain degree. Please note that the hunt itself has no cost. This ability's duration is linked to the mark. You must eliminate the prey within the hunting period. To enhance this ability, you must increase your infamy, or your rank. Jiang Yu scratched his head, thoroughly confused. My authority unlocked because my infamy spread. But when did my infamy even start spreading? Then it dawned on him. Could it be from the livestream? It's like a plot from an awakening manhwa. Kill aberrations, edit videos, gain fame, unlock new powers. It was all a cycle. This whole system manhwa setup was perfect. Whether it was his copy ability or his superpowers, everything was leveling up at an incredible rate. He stood up, energized. All right, Then time to work some overtime. Jiang Yu then activated his new hunting ability, and the tracks of an aberration immediately appeared in his vision. Found one. He launched himself off the lamppost, diving straight down to hunt that aberration, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. After a long night of fighting, Jiang Yu returned home only for Zhao Zhao to forcefully press a cotton ball soaked in alcohol onto one of his wounds, causing him to yelp in pain. She raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Couldn't you just behave and stay home for once? Who did you get into a fight with this time? Jiang Yu hesitated, unsure how to respond, before vaguely explaining, hey, be gentle, I was out playing hero. If you don't get it, just don't say anything. Zhao Zhao looked at him with disdain. Oh really? She retorted. Have you ever seen a hero who comes home covered in injuries every single day? You have no real power, yet you still try to act all tough. Annoyed, Jiang Yu muttered under his breath. These little scratches would heal in minutes if I used my shadow form. Don't you think I might have left them on purpose, just so you could tend to them? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What are you mumbling about? Over there. Jiang Yu quickly deflected. Oh, nothing. Hey, are there any interesting movies out lately? We should take some time off and go see one. Zhao Zhao started scrolling through her phone. It's all just junk movies, there's nothing good to watch. Although I did find this cool new manhwa recap blogger recently. He paused, turning to her curiously. A blogger. She then pulled up her phone to show Jiang Yu. Look at this. On the screen was a video of himself in his dark persona, UZ. The voiceover said, my name is Yu, an amnesiac assassin from the shadow dimension, which made him do a spit take with the water he was drinking. Zhao Zhao jumped in surprise too. What's wrong? Are you that excited? Jiang Yu quickly tried to play it off. No, it's nothing. What's this? You've been watching this video too? She asked excitedly. He confirmed. Of course, it hit the trending charts in just 2 days. This guy named Yu is now the hottest supernatural vlogger out there. Jiang Yu scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. Is that so? He must be pretty skilled. But isn't it illegal to publicize this kind of supernatural knowledge? Jiang Yu worried internally about his rapid rise to fame. Could he become a target for the night patrol department? Just then, Zhao Zhao turned to him slightly surprised and calmly explained. The ban is only on core knowledge. Everything people are seeing now is just the absolute basics. It doesn't have a major impact. Look at this. Here's his combat footage against an aberration. Zhao Zhao moved closer, linking her arm with Jiang Yu's to bring them together, and cheerfully showed him her phone. It's like something straight out of an awakening manhwa. Aren't you super interested in the supernatural? You should follow this guy, she suggested. Look, there's another video about him here, but it's a re-upload by someone else. The pure joy on Zhao Zhao's face made him smile unconsciously. Her happiness was so innocent and carefree. Suddenly she asked, hey, do you think I could make videos and post them online? Maybe I'd get famous too. Jiang Yu teased her back disapprovingly. Film what, you? Dancing around in a schoolgirl uniform with white stockings in the shadow realm. Zhao Zhao hugged herself indignantly. Get lost. Couldn't I make videos explaining supernatural phenomena? He quickly changed his tune. You can't just watch a few clips and think you can compare to those veteran night patrollers with all their experience, can you? Also, you shouldn't dress like this when you go out next time. It's easy to attract creeps. I lost track of one just the other day. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's face paled. Asterisk. Lost track of one asterisk. She slipped behind Jiang Yu, raising a gun with swift movements, and pressed it into his side, her voice laced with menace. All these injuries on your body. They aren't from stalking some girl in a school uniform and getting beaten up for it, are they? Jiang Yu panicked and threw his hands up. I was just kidding. Zhao Zhao tapped the barrel, unconvinced. Who knows if that's true or not? Jiang Yu had no choice but to play along, begging for mercy. Officer Liu, she retorted angrily. No way. Your punishment is to cook dinner for me. After the meal, Jiang Yu sighed in relief and collapsed onto the sofa, grumbling as he checked his phone. Finally got that little rascal to go home. To his surprise, his inbox was flooded with countless messages. Are you there? Who are you? What's your motive for posting this clip? Are you really? From Beidou, sir? Are you a night patroller? Is this scripted? Do you have any more pictures of that aberration? This isn't photoshopped, is it? A stray message about a braised pork recipe appeared. Asterisk. Huh. Asterisk. Jiang Yu was stunned. He had received so many private messages in such a short time. It seemed he was genuinely famous now, but just then something else caught his eye. A flood of messages tagged him, Unyielding Boyle. D-Dao just exposed you, go watch his video. You've been exposed by D-Dao. Is it true Unyielding Boyle is trash faking videos? Who the hell do you think you are? Exposed serves you right. So many. Night patrollers risk their lives, and you get famous by editing clips. What gives you the right to be compared to them? Show yourself, stop playing dead you, who only knows how to edit videos. Come out and face the music. Jiang Yu was completely baffled. Asterisk. Faking videos times? He clicked on a link that people had sent, which led to another blogger. Hello everyone, I'm Dao. Today, we're not exploring shops. I'm taking you all to a fight. A bald old man was speaking. You've all seen this video, right? He asked. This so-called aberration, Shadow Realm, Amnesiac Assassin Aberration. The names sounded like something from a typical system manhwa. Just look for yourself. Does this video look real to you? First, let's watch it together. We'll use a computer to go through it frame by frame. Everyone please look at these two screenshots. Do you see? There's no continuity. It's clearly been edited. Now look at the background. It's obviously been post-processed, blurring the real scenery. Jiang Yu muttered angrily. Isn't this blogger a food vlogger who just checks out restaurants all day? Why is he trying to leech off my popularity? Besides, I only edited out the parts where I looked bad, and he's exposing me for times. The old man continued. Why am I exposing this person today? Look here everyone. I am a times real asterisk, unofficial night patroller. Back in my younger days, the number of aberrations we killed was countless, so I can spot a little fraud like him in an instant. I'll leave it at that for now, and advise a certain someone to get their affairs in order. Jiang Yu clicked on the comments below. Asterisk. But this is clearly a real scene times. The Shadow Realm and the aberration are both real. This whole situation felt like a dramatic manhwa recap. Asterisk. How did it become a fake video? Then why edit it? The background is all blurred, which proves he has malicious intent. So, what if it's edited? Editing doesn't prove. Asterisk. This whole thing has to be a faked video. I'm telling you, some of those camera angles are seriously messed up. This Jiang Yu guy has no real power. He's just pulling a fast one on everyone. Yeah, for real. The Tunnel Master is the real deal, a true veteran of the night patrol. Frustrated, Jiang Yu scratched his head. So what if there's drama? Even my own comics get railroaded by a bunch of know-nothings sometimes. Trolls. The truth always comes out eventually. Only when the tide goes out do you see who's been swimming naked. Alright then. He thought, if they're so sure my video is fake, I'll just have to go hunt another aberration and rack up some more lifespan. But first, I need to settle the score with that so-called Tunnel Master. A new post popped up. You owe us an apology. The post was trending. The fake superhuman blogger. Wait, Jiang Yu has this side to him. This is kinda cringe. That video isn't as simple as it looks. Seriously, who is Jiang Yu? He's definitely not an ordinary person. Just a random dude spit it out. It's all scripted and edited. Meanwhile, the natural-born hunter, the living nightmare of his enemies, Jiang Yu, leaped back into the shadow layer. This time, he ditched the phone and brought a mini camera instead. Jiang Yu clipped it securely to his left breast pocket and scanned his surroundings. He had a feeling there were even fewer of them than yesterday. The shadow layer seemed to reset periodically. At first, it was teeming with them, but then suddenly his tracking skill flashed to life. Just as you'd see in a thrilling awakening manhwa, Jiang Yu spotted one in hiding. Looks like there's a master camper here waiting to ambush another aberration, he mused. Let me show you what a times real times master camper looks like. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to charge. The hunt begins. Jiang Yu swung a leg over the edge of the skyscraper's roof, but one look at the terrifying height made him gulp and quickly reconsider. He decided to take the stairs instead. Okay, calm down, let's not get ahead of ourselves, he thought. Less powerful assassin hunting his prey, and more rookie superhuman taking a brisk walk. Meanwhile, the aberration lay in ambush, searching for its own prey, completely oblivious to the danger that was closing in on it. Jiang Yu materialized right in front of it. Mark target, he commanded internally, and instantly the aberration was locked on. A grin spread across his face. It works. The marked creature was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable dread. Jiang Yu noted, this thing looks a lot like that scythe freak from before. Is this an evolved form? But he felt no fear. So what if it is? I've evolved too. Instantly, Jiang Yu struck from below, unleashing the master camper's staff art rising dragon strike. The monster's health bar plummeted by a staggering 45%. Without hesitation, he launched himself after the aberration, rocketing into the air to press the attack. Jiang Yu's eyes glinted sharply as he seized the opening. Activate Pursuit Hunt. Just like in a classic system, manhwa, the system responded. Immediately flashed a notification: mark effective. Pursuit Hunt activated. Strength and agility increased. The duration was only 1 second, but killing the target within that window would grant a massive bonus reward. He instantly reappeared right in the monster's face. However, the aberration was fast, deftly dodging the strike. Even Jiang Yu was a little taken aback by its speed. But without missing a beat, he sprang forward, closing the distance to the aberration. Sensing mortal danger, it immediately turned tail and fled. But Jiang Yu was faster, instantly cutting off its escape route. Cornered the aberration, finally unleashed its special attack. Its tentacle-filled maw gaped open, and an invisible shockwave blasted towards him. Jiang Yu threw up a block, startled. Whoa, dizzy, he thought. This thing can launch psychic attacks too. He was then hit by 2 razor-sharp slashes that sent him staggering back, blood spurting from his lips. He quickly retreated to steady himself, dropping to one knee for support. Damn, that's insane, he gasped. Just one combo and my health dropped by a whole 34%. As the dust settled, the aberration's form became clearer. Jiang Yu frowned. This thing is an assassin type. High attack power, high agility, and a fat health pool to boot. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lips. Time for some strategy. Jiang Yu once again activated his shadow meld skill. Can't hit me if you can't see me. He zipped away, deftly weaving through its frantic attacks, but the enraged aberration refused to give up the chase. It lunged, swinging its massive scythe right at Jiang Yu. And then suddenly, the aberration froze mid-swing, stunned and confused. It turns out, its own shadow had snared its scythes. Jiang Yu seized the opening and drove a fist straight into its gut. A cold smirk spread across Jiang Yu's face. You idiot. You fell right into my trap. His feet became a blur as he danced around the creature. Jiang Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. Its high attack power and high agility mean nothing now, do they? You can't attack and you can't run. In my domain, I make the rules. There's no escaping today. The helpless aberration was. It's completely immobilized, unable to move a muscle, which sends it into a furious rage as it throws its head back and lets out a massive roar. Jiang Yu, completely fed up, just kicks it square in the face, scoffing. Still pulling this stunt. Not a chance in hell. And so Jiang Yu relentlessly pummeled the mutant's face with a barrage of punches and kicks. Just as the creature hit its weakest point, he raised his hand ready to deliver the final lethal blow. But suddenly, Jiang Yu's hand froze right in front of the creature, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. How is this possible? The aberrant's face had morphed into the face of Dabao. You're that night patroller. Jiang Yu couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? Wasn't he already taken away by the night patrol? How did he end up like this? This is a twist, worthy of the best awakening manhwa. And what is he doing here? Seizing the moment of hesitation, the aberrant burst free. It immediately scrambled away in a panic, jolting Jiang Yu back to his senses. Stop. I have something to ask you. Get back here. Jiang Yu chased him until he reached a high-rise building where he finally stopped. His breath came in ragged gasps, but he desperately kept scanning the area. Walking over, Jiang Yu could only let out a sigh of helplessness. He had completely lost the creature's trail. Just then, the system announced, entering the shadow layer. You have discovered prey bearing the mark of a hunter-killer. You are ecstatic about the upcoming hunt. You have begun to anticipate the scene of your successful takedown. Jiang Yu took slow, deliberate steps, ignoring the words echoing in his ears. The system immediately reminded him. You were on the verge of a successful hunt, yet you unexpectedly allowed the prey to escape. Regrettably, this hunt was a failure. Warning: consecutive failed hunts will result in a decline in your power and may even shorten your lifespan. This is the kind of high-stakes plot you'd see in a system manhwa recap. Deep down, you know that only through relentless hunting, building your fearsome reputation, and leveling up can a hunter truly grasp the power over life and death. But now, your heart is filled with resentment. You feel that this is all life has to offer, and you refuse to hunt anymore. A demonic voice whispered in his ear. Then just wait to perish. Enraged, he slammed his fist into the system panel, scowling in frustration as he yelled, "That's enough. Stop nagging me." After venting his anger, Jiang Yu powerlessly pulled his hand back. He felt a sharp pang of anguish and clutched his head. A hero who sacrificed himself to save others only to end up in this state. Suddenly, Jiang Yu froze, his entire body stiffening. He stared at the reflection in the glass pane. If I die, will I also become a monster? Jiang Yu couldn't stop the thought from consuming him. He clenched his fists tightly. There was no turning back now. I have no choice but to hunt without stopping. Following this resolve, Jiang Yu headed to the Yunhai Assembly Point East District, one at the Huang Wasteland. He scanned his surroundings. This must be the place. The news reports mentioned that aberrants frequently appeared around here, so finding one shouldn't be an issue. Jiang Yu opened a portal shadow pupil, and in an instant, the gateway materialized atop a high-rise building. He leaped out from it, his speed nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. Jiang Yu surveyed the area. Just as he expected, the number of aberrants here was far greater than in his own district. However, they seemed quite cowardly, all hiding inside the buildings without daring to show their faces. Then, he spotted something in the far distance. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. Huh, there's one on that rooftop, and it isn't hiding. He instantly realized what that implied, which means Jiang Yu affirmed to himself, this one is extremely powerful. However, it looked like its leg was severely injured and its health was significantly depleted. A perfect opportunity. I won't let this one slip away. A dark shadow crept closer to the rooftop. Jiang Yu's shadowy hand emerged from the surface. He moved with extreme stealth, inching closer to the aberrant. But even so, the creature sensed that something was amiss. The instant it turned around, Jiang Yu melted back into the ground, as if no anomaly had ever been there. He was slightly astonished, so perceptive. The aberrants in this area are far more vigilant than the ones back in my neighborhood. This one seems to have an incredibly sharp sense of smell. Plus, the red weak spot on its body has faded considerably. Is that because it's in a state of high alert? This won't do. I have to make it lower its guard first. I must be patient and wait for it to let its defenses down. Just as the aberrant turned back to tear into its meal, this is it. Jiang Yu immediately activated his pursuit skill, marking another location at the Liu family's apartment building. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao saw someone enter and immediately started to chide. You're just getting back this late. Where did you run off to? Come on, hurry over and help me with this. Uncle Li soon, Guang's father asked with a chuckle. Cooking for Jiang Yu again? Captain Liu shrugged. Well, I did tell him to stay here. It feels like the kid I raised now belongs to your family. She turned her head away, embarrassed. Dad, don't talk about me like that. But how come you're off work so early today? He replied casually. Things were quiet at the precinct, so I decided to clock out early. It's rare for us all to be together. We should go out to a restaurant for a meal. Zhao Zhao immediately declined. Oh, there's no need. I'm already halfway done with dinner. Xun Guang, without any hesitation, sat right down on the sofa. Then, let's save it for another day. This is a perfect chance for your uncle to taste Zhao Zhao's cooking. An opportunity this rare is a real treat. I guess I'm benefiting from young Yu's good fortune. Hearing this, she became flustered with embarrassment. Uncle Li. He then asked curiously, speaking of where is young Yu? Is he not home? Zhao Zhao shook her head. I don't know. He probably went out to hang around somewhere. Xun Guang let out a sigh. Iron can't be forged into steel. That boy? Honestly, she's utterly useless. I go out to have a good time while she stays home just to cook for him. At that very moment, Jiang Du walked in, covered in wounds. Food. Where's the food? I need food. Cook something now. I'm about to starve to death. Zhao Zhao, what delicious masterpiece are you making today? Quick, let your big brother see. I'm in a great mood, so I even bought you that lollipop you love. You have no idea, a dog chased me the whole way here. It nearly chewed me to bits. And what's with all these messages? Did you miss me that much? But the moment he looked up and saw the two adults in the room, Jiang Du froze. He gulped, his throat suddenly tight, and without a second thought, he hid the lollipop and forced an awkward smile. I was chased by a dog like a madman the entire way, so my head's a little fuzzy. This is all a misunderstanding. Xun Guang just waved his hand. All right. It's a rare occasion for us all to eat together, so let's not talk about such depressing things. Come and sit down. You were fighting, weren't you, Du? What young man doesn't get into fights? If you don't fight, how can you even call yourself a young man? Captain Liu nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's just like when we were young, getting jealous over a girl we liked. A little scuffle is perfectly normal. Oh, right, the other day, I saw you walking shoulder to shoulder with a girl in a dress. What was her name again? Zhao Zhao chimed in. Du Zhou. He acted as if he'd just remembered. That's right, that's her name. She seemed quite nice. Very elegant with a slender figure. If I had met a girl like that in my youth, I would have gladly gotten myself covered in wounds for her. Here, let Uncle Liu raise a glass to your success. Jiang Du stifled a laugh as he glanced at the fuming Zhao Zhao. Uncle Liu really knew how to say all the wrong things, especially right in front of her. Xun Guang prompted him. What are you spacing out for? Offer your Uncle Liu a toast. He quickly raised his glass of water. Uncle Liu, this is to you. Internally, he was sweating profusely. These two old-timers were ganging up to teach him a lesson. Jiang Du quickly drained his glass, even though it was just soda. The older man raised an eyebrow with a mysterious smile. Let the little brat be smug. He quickly gestured. Come now, Uncle Liu, please eat. You're out all day, so it's a rare chance to enjoy a meal. Zhao Zhao cooked herself. Captain Liu agreed this time. That's right, it truly is rare. But then Jiang Du added, when you're home, Zhao Zhao must cook for you all the time, right? No wonder her skills are so incredible. That single sentence left the man speechless, completely knocked out. Captain Lu turned to look at his daughter. Cook, what a joke. When he was home, he always ordered takeout. And yet she was so incredibly enthusiastic about taking care of Xiao Du, rushing over here every day to serve this kid a different meal. He smirked smugly to himself, thinking, that's 1 point for me. And so their meal continued in high spirits. Come on, Xiao Du, give your Uncle Lu a toast. Uncle Lu to you, sir. You work so hard. And Dad will toast you as well. After the meal, the two men saw the father and daughter off. Uncle Lu, Jiao, get home safe. Old Lu, come visit again soon, she waved. See you tomorrow. Later, while cleaning up, Jiang Du casually asked, want a soda? Uncle Zunguang declined. He then sat on the sofa, his expression growing serious. While the boy drank his soda, completely oblivious, Xunguang remained eerily silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Hey, let me ask you something. Jiang Du turned to him. Yes, to his surprise, his uncle asked him point blank. You've awakened your ability, haven't you? The near certainty in his tone made Jiang Du freeze up. He turned away, trying to feign ignorance. What ability? Xunguang was firm. I've been a night watchman for 20 years. Those wounds on your body, I knew what caused them with a single glance. So tell me, when did it happen? Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, the boy reluctantly surrendered, then confessed the truth. A little over 2 weeks ago. His uncle pressed on. How did you awaken? Jiang Du turned away, looking displeased. Are you interrogating me? Xunguang pulled out a cigarette. No need to be so tense. Just talk. The boy gave a vague account. How did I awaken? I'm not really sure. It's not like these things come with a manual, like in some awakening manhwa, In any case, it just suddenly happened. His uncle was slightly taken aback. A spontaneous awakening. That situation is extremely rare. We only see a few cases a year. Jiang Du just shrugged. Something like that, I guess. Maybe I'm just exceptionally gifted. But when he turned back, he was met with Sun Guang's grave expression, which sent a shiver down his spine. Did Uncle Li use his ability on me just now, he wondered? The man was quiet for a long, heavy moment before he finally spoke. This year, if the tests show that you have a transcendent aptitude, then, as long as your willpower isn't unacceptably weak, you will be required to take the martial arts examination. Jiang Du nodded. Yeah, Jiao already told me. Xunguang sounded slightly reproachful. So she knows too, huh? That old Lu? The Night Watch department has been under a lot of pressure these last few years, a dark setup you'd find in any grim *** system. Manhwa ***. The number of casualties increases annually. I can pull some strings for you. You wouldn't have to take the martial arts exam. You could just focus on the regular college entrance exams later. The boy stared at him, stunned. Pulling strings. Jiang Du thought in a panic. Is something like that even possible? How can you be so flippant about this? He said firmly, taking a drag from his cigarette. As for those schools, you can take your pick. You enjoy drawing comics, don't you? The art department is an option, but any other major is also fine. Jiang Yu was absolutely stunned. So my uncle is actually this cool times. Amused, he decided to push his luck a little. How about I just skip the classes and get the diploma? Tuan Quang looked like he wanted to smack his nephew into the stratosphere. You want to get serious, then go to Lindong University. The learning environment there is top tier. After you graduate, I'll line up a stable job for you, and you can live a peaceful, comfortable life with Jiao. But Jiang Yu's face fell, and his tone became serious. Uncle Li. His uncle seemed to sense what was coming, and looked over a tense expression on his face. And just as he'd feared, Jiang Yu spoke. I still want to try to become a superhuman. Tuan Quang's voice boomed in protest. Absolutely not. On this matter, you will listen to me. After his outburst, he stopped, surprised by his own intensity. Realizing how emotional he'd become, he stood frozen finger, still pointing, unsure of what to do. But Jiang Yu was resolute. No can do. If you use your connections to get me in, I'll report you to the Night Watch division. Tuan Quang stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. Report me? He looked at his nephew with utter gravity. He said, I am not joking with you. The world of superhumans is far more dangerous than you can imagine. This isn't some *** system, manhwa ***, where you just grind for experience. People really die. But Jiang Yu was adamant. Uncle Li, I'm being serious too. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't look after me for my entire life, can you? With that, a heavy silence fell between them. After a long moment, Tuan Quang sighed. Fine. Let's see if you regret this after you truly understand what you're getting yourself into. Just know if you want to back out anytime before your 3rd year, you can always come to me. As his uncle turned to leave, Jiang Yu called out, Hey Uncle Li, you should really stop taking those sketchy shortcuts. You might end up in a real jam. Tuan Quang waved a dismissive hand. You little brat. All right, if that's all, I'm heading out. But to his surprise, Jiang Yu called out to him again. Wait, the documents Zhao Zhao gave me said, a superhuman must expend all their power before death. Why is that? To prevent becoming corrupted and transformed, and turning into a freak. So is it possible that even after you've died, and completely exhausted your powers, you could still turn into one of those things? Hearing this question, Tuan Kuang's gaze sharpened instantly. He explained, of course, if there are special abilities involved or some kind of external interference, it's entirely possible for the scenario you've described to happen. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. Right. But Tuan Kuang was suspicious. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu just scratched his head and laughed. Oh, no reason. I was just curious. Before he left, his uncle added one last piece of advice. If you choose to take the martial exam, you'll have to face these things sooner or later. Get some rest, and stop getting into fights. Jiang Yu was quick to play the part of the obedient nephew. Yes, of course I'll listen to everything you say, Uncle Li. Just then, Tuan Kuang turned back around. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. This year's martial exam is happening early right after the new year. The examinations will begin then. Jiang Yu was taken aback. That soon, his uncle just waved his hand. The bottom line is, you'd better be prepared. Jiang Yu nodded obediently. I will. Later that night, over at Xiao Di's place, her phone buzzed with a notification. Blogger Yu, whom you follow, has uploaded a new video. Her eyes lit up. He updated. But the moment she clicked on it, she was bombarded by a tidal wave of hateful comments. The real deal is Night Watchmen and Aberrations tearing each other apart. This isn't some asterisk manhwa recap asterisk. You're just some poser who fakes videos for views. I called it from the start. I bet this guy will be doing live stream battles and selling junk in no time. Makes me sick. Xiao Di seethed with anger. This is infuriating. These brainless trolls are popping up more and more. It's so obvious. They're just jealous of Brother Yu's talent. I swear I could just wring their necks. I'm so furious. She immediately jumped into the comment section to fight back. You guys have no idea what you're talking about, and just run your mouths. You're all just plain jealous. But even as she typed, a seed of doubt was planted in her own mind. She murmured worriedly to herself. Brother Yu, you're not actually a fraud, are you? Please don't let this be some kind of apology video. But the first title card that appeared on screen read, Hunt or Be Hunted. Xiao Di was completely mesmerized by the shadowy, ominous world he was filming. This was incredible. She was 100% convinced that this footage was authentic, like a scene straight out of an asterisk awakening, manhwa asterisk, but in real life, he was really there. Then suddenly, Jiang Yu's feet left the rooftop, and the camera view plunged into chaos. Wait a minute, don't tell me he's about to. Xiao Di realized with a jolt that he had just leaped off the building. She couldn't help but let out a scream, squeezing her eyes shut. It was only when the frantic motion seemed to stabilize that she dared to peek, realizing he was using some kind of thread to swing between the buildings. Xiao Di was completely captivated. This is insane. Is this what it means to be a superhuman? Just then, the camera violently shook as a shadowy figure lunged straight at Jiang Yu, slamming it to the ground and giving her a first-hand perspective of the fight. The detailed form of the aberration flashes clearly on her screen. It's a real aberration. She watches as Jiang Yu shoots out a strand of spider silk, instantly gaining the momentum to break free from its grasp. From this angle, Xiao Di is completely mesmerized. He's so incredibly handsome. Through the mini-camera, Xiao Di gets a front-row seat watching as Jiang Yu raises his leg and kicks the aberration away, even as it manages to land a counterattack. She feels like she's right there in the middle of the fight, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. So this is what a battle between a superhuman and an aberration looks like. It's way too real. There's absolutely no way this could be fake. How could it be? Just then he leaps up, dodging the aberration. His reaction speed is so fast, it leaves the monster stunned in disbelief. The moment Jiang Yu completely defeats the monster, Xiao Di is convinced that he truly is the assassin from Bay 2. He calmly rises from the creature's slimy corpse. Jiang Yu fearlessly reaches out his hand to absorb its essence. Shadow Devour Xiao Di watches intrigued. The aberration has been absorbed by him. He can shoot silk like a spider because he absorbed a spider monster before. Doesn't that mean he'll gain a new ability now? We cut back to Jiang Yu, who has returned home after the battle. He winces, rubbing a wound on his face. Man, that actually hurts. That aberration in the district was surprisingly strong. If it hadn't already been seriously injured, I'm not sure I would have won. Just as he's patching himself up, a new notification pops up. It's a video from that bald-headed geezer. Hello everyone, I am Dai Dao. That fake superhuman punk named Yu has posted another video. This time, it looks very convincing, but it still can't fool my expert eye. Let's roll the clip. As you can all see, the aberration, this time, was already grievously wounded. This type of aberration is incredibly weak. Any ordinary person with a bit of training could take it down. If he were truly a superhuman, why would he specialize in picking on the weak? Jiang Yu angrily shuts off the video. He thinks in disgust. This guy is like a persistent ghost, he just won't let it go. That D-Dao fellow is really getting on my nerves. He mutters a curse. This is so infuriating. Exhausted, Jiang Yu slumps onto the sofa to rest his mind deep in thought. However, my raw power right now really isn't enough. It was a tough struggle just to handle a single level 1 aberration. I still have to get much stronger, so strong that no one can ever doubt my abilities again. Jiang Yu crosses his arms deep in thought. My current level definitely isn't cutting it. I have to get stronger, period. This is a classic plot point in many a system manhwa. After these last few fights, I've managed to accumulate some combat experience. First, let's talk about the shadow points. Initially, I thought they were just an experience bar. But besides that, it functions more like an energy bar. Using Shadow Silk consumes about 3 points. Activating Shadow Pupils costs 1 point. Slaying, marking, and hunting. All these skills have different consumption rates. He watches the energy gathering in his palm, then gives his hand a little shake. The energy drain for maintaining a state like the shadow form depends on the environment. For instance, in the shadow dimension, the consumption rate is 0. In dark places, in the real world, the consumption is low, but under bright sunlight, the rate becomes high. And speaking of which, the aptitude test is coming up soon. This kind of test is a staple in the awakening manhwa genre. Jiang Yu slowly walks out onto the balcony, gazing at the night sky as he quietly calculates. Someone with a superhuman talent is probably only equivalent to my level when I have 1 to 3 shadow points. So even if I don't get any stronger before the official test, my current power is still more than enough to intimidate them. The thing is, those who stand out from the crowd are easily targeted. The price of showing off too much is attracting unwanted attention from all sides. So should I be humble? Hell no. I'm going to put on a real show. A truly spectacular one. Besides, I've got Uncle Li Baoji in my corner. Who should I be afraid of? His boisterous laughter echoes down to the apartment on the floor below. Jiang Yu says cheerfully, let's make this amusing for me. The old man downstairs sighs helplessly. That crazy kid upstairs is at it again. The next morning, however, Jiang Yu finds himself stuck waiting at the mall, with Bao Qiang sitting next to him sipping on a soda. Jiang Yu glares at the 2 shopping girls and grumbles, "You liars. Didn't you say it would only be 1 hour? It's been the entire morning. Wasting my life away like this. At this rate, I won't have many days left to live." Bao Qiang chides him. "The year's about to end, don't make jokes like that. It's bad luck." Jiang Yu mutters dejectedly, "I'm not joking. If I can't hunt, I might as well be dead." His words startle his friend. "What did you just say?" Jiang Yu quickly deflects, sitting up straighter. "It's nothing, look, they're coming out now. The 2 girls are discussing lunch. What should we eat? How about a salad?" They don't notice something approaching, as Jiang Yu is still smiling and saying, "What's so tasty about eating grass? I'll take you to a spot that's totally got a student vibe." Then Jiang Du led them to a grilled oyster joint. Zhao Zhao was about to blow a fuse. "This is the place you said has a perfect student vibe." Xiao Xiao covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "It's a perfect fit, especially for the male students." Jiang Du, however, saw nothing strange about it, saying he'd been getting injured a lot lately and needed to replenish his energy. Grilled buns, soy sauce, fried rice, egg drop soup, and stir-fried vegetables. She relaxed a little thinking, "What's this?" Turns out, he was just ordering normal dishes. I thought he was going to order. But to her surprise, he actually called the waiter over. "We don't need any of the dishes I just mentioned. Just bring us one of everything else. And for the oysters, pick the big ones for me. They have to be fresh." The waiter quickly brought out several plates. "Your dishes are all here. Please enjoy." Jiang Du tried to console her. "Don't be angry anymore here. This one is for you." But Zhao Zhao was absolutely resolute. She wasn't eating. While they were bickering, she suddenly received a notification. It stated that the early martial arts exam would begin its speed assessment phase on the 17th of the month, with an estimated completion date of the 20th, and the special training camp would officially open on the 25th. Xiao Xiao also saw the information. "No way, the early martial arts exam is mandatory too." Bao Qiang was so shocked, he started sweating. And on top of that, there's an aptitude test after the new year. This is getting more and more troublesome. Jiang Du patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, your aptitude will definitely not pass the screening." Bao Qiang replied with disgust. "Gee, thanks." He continued. As you guys know, when I was 7 years old, I was followed by a small variant, and by the time it was eliminated, I had already been infected, and I even developed a psychological block. Jiang Du immediately boasted. If that were me, I definitely would have fought it on the spot. Jiao Jiao shot back, disdainfully. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Avoidance psychology? The ostrich effect. Most people have this kind of mindset. Even if they appear fine, the psychological trauma that variants leave on people still exists. Those words brought the mood of the meal crashing down. Everyone lost their appetite thinking about the variants. Seeing everyone so tense, Jiang Du got a little flustered and quickly raised his glass. All right, let's not be gloomy. Let's have a toast. Just as Jiang Du raised his hand to get them going, a piercing siren blared, causing everyone in the room to jump to their feet in shock. Jiao Jiao's face paled as she recognized the sound of the contamination detector's alarm. A variant had invaded the shopping mall. The warning siren screamed a classic setup in any Great Awakening manhwa. The alarm echoed throughout the entire shopping center. Someone suddenly yelled, "Run for your lives." It was like a switch was flipped, and all the civilians surged forward. Get out of my way, move. You in the front, hurry up. Do you want to die? The variant is here. The variant is here. It's so damn loud. Quiet down. Bao Qiang broke into a cold sweat. This is bad. There are too many people, we can't push through it all. Xiao was also terrified. Then what do we do? Jiao Jiao tried to calm them. Don't panic, everyone quiet down, we can get out. But then Jiang Du's calm voice cut through the noise. Take cover. He had at some point smashed through a wall, leaving even her momentarily stunned by how cool he was, like a highlight from a manhwa recap. Jiang Du took charge, urging everyone, what are you spacing out for, run? While the two girls helped Bao Qiang, he scanned their surroundings. A terrified civilian ran past, shouting, the variant is over here. It was an enormous monster with arms like razor-sharp scythes. Jiang Du gritted his teeth. There are too many people here. If I make a move, I'll be seen. With that, he grabbed Jiao Jiao's hand and pulled her along. The four of them began to weave their way through the crowd. We run first. She remained calm, analyzing the situation. Logically, the area around the shopping mall should have protective measures. So how did a variant manage to break in? Jiang Du reminded her. It's too late to talk about that, now we need to get outside. We're lucky it took a while for it to emerge. Otherwise, this whole shopping center would have been wiped out by it already. He pointed ahead. Quick, we can get to the next floor up there. But just at that moment, another tremor rocked the building. Jiang Du quickly warned his friends. Be careful, it's about to collapse, hold on to me tight. And with that, all four of them plummeted into the newly formed sinkhole. Holy crap, no. A scream echoed through the thick cloud of dust and debris. Help me. After the fall, Jiang Du, covered in dust, felt a sharp pain. He was also worried about his friends. Is everyone okay? Jiao Jiao and Xiao Xiao, though disheveled, were fine with only a few scratches. Bao Qiang, however, was grimacing and gritting his teeth in agony. It hurts so much, my leg is pinned under something. Everyone rushed worriedly to his side. Jiang Du knelt down to help. Don't be scared. I'll lift this rock off you. This was the perfect time to show his strength, a staple in any system manhwa. As Jiang Du lifted the slab of concrete off Bao Qiang's leg, they could see that his leg was seriously injured. He heaved the rock to one side as Jiao Jiao took out, handed Bao Kuang a white box of painkillers. He immediately popped one in his mouth and started chewing, then looked around in confusion, asking, where are we? Why did it suddenly get so dark? She frowned, equally tense, admitting, I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. Jiang Du, however, placed a hand on the ground to get a feel for their surroundings, his eyes widening in shock. He realized the floor was still that of the shopping mall. We must still be on the same level as before. Suddenly, black smoke began to coil around his hand, causing Jiang Du to narrow his eyes. There was no mistaking this familiar, almost intimate sensation. He looked at the hazy floor, now enveloped in smoke, and understood the entire building had been pulled into the shadow plane, and they weren't alone. Another group of people had fallen and were now pinned under heavy concrete. Cries of my leg and Dad, I'm scared, filled the air, met with a man's reassurance. Don't be afraid. The night watch is nearby. They'll be here soon. Jiang Du observed the chaotic scene intently. This was bad. Way too many civilians were trapped here. The shadow plane had no modern transportation, so it would take the night watch a considerable amount of time to reach them. With that much time, they would surely be attacked by aberrations. The contamination in the air alone was deadly enough. They had to get everyone out of there immediately. Jiang Du pointed to her wrist, asking Jiao Jiao, aren't you wearing the watch Uncle Lu gave you? At his words, her face lit up with a spark of hope as she remembered. That's right. In her panic, she'd completely forgotten about it. Bao Kuang and Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief as Zhao Zhao pressed the emergency distress button. She explained, "This watch can emit a signal. The night watch should be able to track it and get here very quickly." Xiao Xiao exclaimed with joy. "Xiao Xiao, you're a genius. We're saved this time." Jiangdu glanced over silently. He wasn't convinced they'd arrive quickly, but at the very least, the watch would help counteract the contamination here. Now, they had to be prepared for an attack at any moment. They couldn't afford to let their guard down, as aberrations could strike at any second. As if summoned by the thought, colossal shadowy aberrations began to materialize around them, throwing everyone into a terrified panic. "Monsters! There are monsters!" someone screamed. Jiangdu glared at them, a hint of anger in his eyes. "They're here." Suddenly, a loud tremor erupted from beneath their feet. Jiangdu faced the new threat. A bead of sweat running down his temple as something enormous slammed into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Zhao Zhao, overcome with exhaustion, coughed weakly and collapsed to the ground. Slumped on the floor, she struggled to call out "Zhao Zhao Bao Kuang Jiang." Du Zhao Zhao immediately rushed to her side, holding her and saying, I'm here." From within the rubble, Bao Kuang's voice called out with great difficulty, "Where are you guys?" Ming Er was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xiao, however, seemed to have only one person on their minds, continuing to shout, "Where's Jiangdu? Where are you?" Suddenly, Zhao noticed something and cried out to Zhao Zhao, "Look at this." She pointed to a massive fissure that had split the ground wide open. "Jiangdu," she said, her voice filled with dread. "He didn't fall down there, did he?" Elsewhere, a grievously injured Xiao Di looked up in agony, trying to push herself up from the wreckage. "It hurts so much," she whimpered. Her clothes were torn, and her whole body was covered in wounds. She unconsciously whispered, "What happened?" As panic set in fragmented memories came flooding back of her strolling through the mall with Xiao Ya just a short while ago. Then the alarms blared, and the two of them were swept away by the panicked crowd. The memory jolted her, and she pushed herself up, shouting, "Xiao Ya, where are you?" Her hand landed in a puddle of some strange, warm liquid. She turned to look and froze in absolute horror. Lying before her was a body so mangled it was unrecognizable. Xiao Di began to tremble, stammering out a name in utter despair. Xiao Ya. Suddenly, a massive aberration materialized right behind her. With tears streaming down her face, she turned her head to look at it, her eyes wide with absolute terror as the creature lunged toward her. Only a single thought crossed her mind. "Am I going to die?" As she cried, Xiao Di thought, "I can't believe a scenario straight out of a manhwa recap is actually happening to me. If I were the main character in some epic movie, a hero would swoop in and save me right now, wouldn't he?" she mumbled to herself. "But in reality, that's not going to happen. There's no one coming to save me." She squeezed her eyes shut hopelessly, waiting for death to claim her. In the real world, there are no heroes. But at that exact moment, a brilliant slash tore through the darkness, sharp and decisive. A few drops of crimson liquid splattered onto the ground, blooming into vivid red stains against the bleak rubble. Standing before her, a mysterious figure stood as her shield. Xiao Di slowly opened her eyes, her scraped, flushed face a mask of astonishment. A mysterious young man had rushed in and blocked the aberration's attack just as it was about to strike her neck. With a casual flick of his hand, Jiangdu sent the massive creature tumbling backward. Xiao Di couldn't stop herself from exclaiming in shock, "You! Who are you?" A system notification suddenly rang out, just like in a *** system. Manhwa *** Shadow Claw form. Ability acquired from devouring a predator. Damage is greatly increased, combined with high mobility. To her utter amazement, he leaped high into the air, a spectacular scene, right out of the best *** awakening manhwa. Jiangdu then channeled all his power, descending like a meteor to strike the aberration's head. With a single powerful kick, he sent the aberrant creature tumbling to the ground, staggered it, slammed its weapon down, and forced itself back to its feet, panting heavily with a mix of agony and indignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Di was absolutely ecstatic. "No way am I dreaming. You is actually the legendary assassin Yu." Jiang Yu was caught completely off guard by her outburst. She started gushing uncontrollably. "I'm your #1 fan. I've watched every single one of your videos. You're so handsome. I'm totally into you. How about a kiss?" He was stunned, speechless. Miss, your white stockings are snagged, and your skirt is ripped." Xiao Di pouted indignantly. "Geez, brother Yu, where are your eyes wandering?" He was at a complete loss for words. He was just trying to be helpful. But then, she suddenly shifted her tone shamelessly, adding, "But hey, if brother Yu is interested, I could always go home and change into a fresh pair for you." For some reason, Jiang Yu's mind went straight to the gutter. His eyes locked onto her legs, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. he asked with a spark of excitement. For real? Even the ripped black stocking look? She shot back, honey, I'll give you whatever you want. The aberrant creature, feeling completely ignored, let out a furious roar to reclaim the spotlight. This finally snapped Jiang Yu back to reality. Ripped, not ripped. We'll discuss that later. He was now primed for the hunt. And now, the hunt begins. The aberrant creature looked around, bewildered, as Jiang Yu had vanished into thin air. In its moment of confusion, a tendril of pure energy lashed out from behind, striking the creature squarely. It was Jiang Yu, using his spider thread skill, to hoist it high into the air. Razor-sharp claws slashed across the aberrant's body, as he spun around, landing gracefully in front of it. While the creature behind him was still howling in agony, Jiang Yu glanced back with a hint of disappointment. My strength and precision are still a bit off, otherwise that would have been an instant kill. Without giving it a moment to recover, he lunged forward to press the attack. Here we go again. Jiang Yu keenly sensed that the aberrant was preparing to counter. He swiftly raised his claws to parry its blow. He hadn't expected it to be this strong. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, two more aberrants appeared. The first one grinned menacingly at him. Jiang Yu calmly licked the blood from his claws. Two more, huh? This is turning into a real boss fight, just like in a system manhwa. Seeing him outnumbered, Xiao Di yelled out her support. You can do it, brother Yu. Win this, and I'll show you those black stockings. In that instant, all his fatigue vanished, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. His face flushing red at the thought of those stockings. Seeing an aberrant lunge forward, Jiang Yu clenched his fists and launched himself into the air, effortlessly evading its massive fist. But then, another one lunged at him from behind. Damn it, I'm midair with no way to dodge. He swung his arm, unleashing a blast of energy directly at the incoming threat. Unexpectedly catching the aberrant's arms in a lock, he neutralized its attack. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another wave of power that seemed to slice through the very air before him. Seizing the opening, Jiang Yu dashed forward, slashing clean through the creature's torso. His razor-sharp claws annihilated the aberrant in the blink of an eye. He lowered his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It's not that easy to kill me. But in that brief moment of distraction, another aberrant seized the opportunity to strike from behind. The sneak attack caught him completely off guard, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yu immediately leaped back, creating distance from the creature. He clutched his injured arm. These monsters actually knew how to coordinate. 2, to pin him down, 1, for the cheap shot. This is a pretty intense manhwa recap, isn't it? Fighting them head-on wasn't going to work. I need to find a way to isolate one of them. Jiang Yu fired a dark tendril from his hand. You come and get me. But the aberrant suddenly tilted its head, dodging the projectile that was flying towards it. A look of disbelief crossed Jiang Yu's face as a cold sweat broke out. It saw through my plan. Just then, all 3 aberrants charged at once, attacking from 3 different directions and boxing him in completely. Jiang Yu braced for impact, barely parrying the onslaught. Damn it, they're not giving me a single opening to retreat into the shadows. He was taking hit after hit, his health bar plummeting. At this rate, I'm finished. Jiang Yu held his defensive stance as the 3 aberrants circled him relentlessly and attacked. The barrage was so intense, he couldn't find a moment to counter. He thought to himself, what if I intentionally create an opening to bait one of them? An aberrant then struck him from behind, and Jiang Yu's health dropped precipitously. He spun around, a glint of light flashing in his eye. Mark activated. Hunt initiated. The aberrant was struck by the ability. This is the kind of power-up you love to see in an awakening manhwa. His infamy had increased, and the mark's duration had been extended to 3 seconds. During that time, the marked target would be subjected to. The fear effect took hold temporarily, paralyzing its thoughts, a classic opening move in any good manhwa recap. At the 8-second mark, the ability fully connected, and a binding rope materialized, wrapping tightly around the creature. 2 seconds later, as the other monsters charged, Jiang Du grabbed the rope. By the 12th second, he swung with all his might, using the captured beast as a flail to send the others flying. Jiang Du then launched himself high into the air with a powerful kick. 22 seconds in, he descended upon the creature, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes that caused its health to plummet. At the 26-second mark, a massive orb of energy began to form in his palm. Finally, as the clock hit 30 seconds, Jiang Du slammed it into the creature, executing it on the spot. In that instant, all sound seemed to vanish. The creature beneath his feet disintegrated as a window opened, and the system displayed a notification. Hunt is now. Judging hunt successful. Hunt's successful shadow form has been enhanced. When using this ability in the real world, shadow point consumption will be reduced. Furthermore, while in shadow form, you can absorb shadows at any time to replenish shadow points and increase your natural healing speed. Activating this form will now also grant threat and double experience points, a thrilling development for this awakening manhwa. The wound on Jiangdu's back began to mend itself. He then raised his hand in a taunting gesture. "You two little punks are next." The remaining creatures seemed to have grown fearful of Jiangdu. He smirked coldly at them. "What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Why won't you come at me now?" With that, Jiangdu fearlessly charged. "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." But just then suddenly, a brilliant ray of light shone down. He turned in shock. "What is this? There's light in the shadow dimension." Then Jiangdu felt a strange sensation. "Why do I feel this urge to rush towards it?" But his two remaining enemies had already dashed toward the light, even starting to fight each other for it. The source of that light was the eternal flame, an item that when used emits a gentle radiance to dispel darkness, considered a beacon of hope and goodness. And the one holding the flame was none other than Kanan. He activated a skill, preparing to strike the monsters, but Jiangdu realized the attack was aimed directly at him. Terrified, he screamed out, "I'm on your side." At that very moment, a creature snuck up behind Kanan, but he effortlessly redirected his skill and annihilated it. A cold sweat ran down Jiangdu's spine. One shot, one kill. This was the true power of a night watchman. If that attack had hit him, he would have been instantly vaporized. So he quickly grabbed one of their hands and said with a smile, "My man, if you all had been any later, the battle would have been over. It's a good thing you're here." The night watchman looked confused. "Our apologies for being late. Are you Mr. Jiangdu?" He pointed towards Xiao Di. "Who I am doesn't matter. The girl over there is slightly injured. Could I trouble you two? Look after her." She stared blankly and protested. "Huh, wait, didn't you say you were taking me home?" He gave a salute. "That was just a joke. I am a proud member of the Night Watch Division and my duty always comes first. I'll leave her in your capable hands." He then vanished, leaving Xiao Di stunned. "Wait, brother Du Khan," unfrowned and asked, "Is he one of ours?" "In the division," a subordinate explained. "There's a very popular blogger on the platform recently. His ability is likely a branch of the Shadow user class, but his actual power isn't that strong. Probably just rank 1. This made Khan an even more suspicious. Rank 1. It's a classic trope in any system manhwa, but I know for a fact he was holding the flame, so where did the shadows come from? Besides, he vanished right in front of all of us. Is that something a rank 1 can do? Seeing Xiao Di throwing a tantrum, Kanan gave an order. "All right, take this girl back first. Then run a thorough investigation on this Du character." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao shone her flashlight down on the bodies, littering the ground, calling out worriedly, "Jiangdu, where are you?" She stepped forward cautiously. "Answer me." Blood was splattered everywhere. "You have to be okay." Suddenly, a hand shot up, startling Zhao Zhao. "I'm over here." He was pinned to the ground by a giant boulder, calling out with difficulty, "Hurry, give me a hand." Zhao Zhao felt her chest tighten, making it hard to breathe. She rushed over. "Hang on, I'll help you move these rocks." Jiangdu grabbed her arm. Urgently. "It's no use, just pull me out directly." His tight grip flustered her. "Don't pull me. How can I pull you out if I'm being held down?" But unexpectedly, with just one hand, Zhao Zhao lifted him straight into the air. Helplessly, she pointed at the pile of rocks. "These rocks weren't actually pinning you down, were they?" Jiangdu gave a sheepish laugh, trying to save face. "Looks like I could have gotten out on my own after all. I guess I was just frozen with fear for a moment." Zhao Zhao looked at his back with concern. "Why is your wound? Your wound is so long. Did a rock hit you too?" Jiangdu forces a laugh. "I'm not sure, but it's nothing serious." Inside, however, he was cursing times. It wasn't. Asterisk, asterisk. A rock, it was an aberration / times. As if remembering something, he asked, "Oh, where are Xiao Xiao and Bao Kuang?" She happily informed him. "The Night Watch arrived to rescue us. They were both injured, so I had them go on ahead." Jiangdu's gaze flickered. "So, you stayed behind? Just to find me?" Zhao Dao blushed and turned away. With her arms crossed, she pouted. "What else was I supposed to do? If something happened to you, how could I possibly face Uncle Li Jiang?" Du was stunned, looking at her bright red face. His eyes welled with emotion as he softly called her name, Zhao Dao. Without warning, he suddenly lunged forward, pulling her into a tight hug. Zhao Dao froze, the warmth spreading from him, causing her face to heat up instantly. She tapped his head repeatedly, both embarrassed and annoyed. What are you doing? Let go." Jiangdu just held on tighter, a playful grin on his face. "A moment ago I saw so many aberrations swinging their huge blades all over the place. They were disgustingly ugly." He continued his act, burying his face deeper into her shoulder. "I was so scared, just let me hug you. For a little bit." Zhao Dao snapped helplessly. "Get off me." A sudden voice shattered. the intimate atmosphere startling them both. Tuyet. Tuyet said awkwardly, I heard a scream. Is everyone okay? Zhao Dao forcefully shoved Jiang Du away, stammering in. Nothing's wrong, he grumbled under his breath. Young people these days. Tuyet. Tuyet gave them a look of pure exasperation. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Follow me, I'll lead you two out. Jiang Du yelled back. Yeah, okay. Zhao Dao shot him a disdainful glare. What's with you now? He offered a strained smile. It's nothing. But internally, he was screaming, I forgot to devour those aberrations. My shadow points, my precious lovely shadow points. This entire ordeal felt like something straight out of a *** system manhwa ***. The clear blue sky was filled with golden rays of sunlight that streamed through the windows of the Night Watch headquarters. Under the glow of a desk lamp, Li Ai's voice broke the silence. Full name. The heavy handcuffs had just been removed. Jiang Du. Her pen was poised over the file as she focused on it. Age. He sat up straight, his gaze nonchalant as he looked at her. 18. Li Ai switched on a recorder. You're taking the university entrance exam this year? Jiang Du nodded. Her tone suddenly became serious. The impact of this incident is not insignificant. According to procedure, anyone who has experienced this must receive psychological counseling, and the treatment period will last for approximately 1 month. The owner of this captivating voice and stunning figure was the Night Watch officer, Li Ai, who sat perfectly poised across from him. If you take the martial arts examination during this period, your aptitude and willpower scores will be reduced considerably. Hearing this, Jiang Du broke into a cold sweat. I feel my psychological state is perfectly healthy. Is it possible to skip the treatment? Li Ai glanced back at the report, disagreeing. The aberrations, contamination is insidious and dangerous. By the time it fully manifests, it will be too late. Receiving treatment is both necessary and mandatory. He was taken aback. Flustered, he asked. But the martial arts exam is in a little over 10 days, won't the timing conflict? She smiled, pulling a single sheet of paper from the file. There's no need to worry. This whole situation was like a classic plot point in an *** awakening manhwa, ***. There are precedents for this type of situation. The Night Watch has established appropriate policies for these cases. The party involved can apply to take an early examination. Staring at the paper, Jiang Du asked in disbelief. An early examination? Li Ai placed it in front of him. Contact your guardian and have them sign the consent form first. Noticing the hesitation on Jiang Du's face, she smiled reassuringly. The early exam will be held here at the Night Watch headquarters. The results are entered into the system. The process is identical to the regular exam, and the testing equipment is all the same. Furthermore, fairness, transparency, integrity, safety, and all other aspects are fully guaranteed by the department. Hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Watch. Li Ai didn't seem surprised. Please be so kind as to specify which department your uncle works in, his position, and his full name. Jiang Du scratched his head. I think it's General Department 1, just a regular office worker. His name is… She shot up from her chair, her voice trembling when she heard the name Li. Tuan Quang. Li Ai's eyes lit up. Is that the Li, with the wood radical, the Tuan, with the 3-dot water radical, and the Quang from Guangming? Jiang Du was completely baffled by her sudden and excited reaction. Li Ai leaned over the desk to ask again. Are you certain he's just a regular office worker? Jiang Du, thoroughly confused and flustered, scratched his head. Isn't he? Suddenly, a horrible thought struck him. Wait, don't tell me he's been fired and is under investigation. I haven't even reported him yet. She stood up abruptly, waving her hands. Of course not. What report? Li Ai grabbed the file and turned around. Let's do this. I'll take you to see him right now. Please follow me. Li Ai led Jiang Du into the vast main hall of the Night Watch headquarters. This was the department's research and development hub for weapons personnel and future technology. It was more than he was left speechless by the high-end products on display. So this is the headquarters, truly on another level. Suddenly, he overheard the conversation of 2 passing employees, which caught Jiang Du's ear. Could it be that he's not one of the Night Watch? The other staff member nodded. We've checked all the personnel files and there's no record related to Du. He was startled, his eyes darting around nervously. Li Ai noticed his unusual reaction and asked, What's the matter? Jiang Du scratched his head with an awkward laugh. It's nothing, I'm just a little tense since it's my first time at the department. Internally, he worried. This is a problem. It looks like they've already started investigating me. Li Ai gently and politely opened a door. There's no need to be tense. Why don't you rest in this room for a moment while I go find Commander Li? Stepping inside, the people he saw took Jiang Du by surprise. Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xiao were both here. Suddenly, a girl slammed the table and shot up. For real? You've actually fallen for that assassin Du? Xiao Di with her hands on her hips beamed. Of course, he even saved my life. Jiang Du was taken aback to see Xiao Di chattering away non-stop. Why is she here too? What a crazy coincidence. Zhao Zhao pointed to the seat next to her. Oh, you're here. Have a seat before immediately turning back to get the rest of the juicy details. Tell me the rest. What did Du do next? The girl gestured wildly, her excitement impossible to contain. I saw him fighting 10 of those aberrations, and he was completely composed, as if it was nothing, a brutal slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he had already cut down one of the aberrations. By the time the monsters were beaten into submission, the Night Watch finally showed up, and then Big Bro Du just vanished into the shadows, a true unsung hero. The corner of Jiang Du's mouth twitched. Hey, don't just go adding your own flair to the story, he thought. But even so, his gaze was glued to her legs, a goofy drooling smile on his face. Her thin white stockings were riddled with some very alluring tears, and since our boy is a man of culture, he's willing to overlook the exaggeration. Zhao Zhao propped her chin on her hand, wondering aloud. But what's the deal with this Du guy's identity? Based on your story, it doesn't sound like he's part of the Night Watch. Xiao Di put on a knowing expression. If you ask me, there's an 80% chance Big Bro Du is a student probably around our age, the other girl asked, doubtfully. A student? How would you know? Xiao Di casually flipped her hair, her expression oozing confidence. It's obvious from his words and actions, plus my woman's intuition. But the biggest clue is that he likes to stare at girls' legs, just openly gawking, without even trying to hide it. And with that, Xiao Di slyly pointed right at Jiang Du, calling him out. Just like this guy is doing right now. He practically jumped out of his skin, his smile forced and crooked. Zhao Zhao looked furious, as if she wanted to grab his head and smack some sense into him. Jiang Du, true to form, never learns. He could only stammer, I. Suddenly, a burly man rushed in, startling the two of them. She looked surprised, and softly called out, Dad, Captain. Lu looked at his daughter frantically. Are you all right? I heard that you were pulled into the shadow lair. Zhao Zhao shot Jiang Du a cold piercing glare, and elbowed him before viciously pinching his cheek. I'm fine, and this idiot is fine too. He just deserves a good smack. He chimed in with a goofy laugh. And I'm hungry too. The captain let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Now, you two come with me for a moment. The three of them sat around a table, their expressions grave. Zhao Zhao was the first to speak. Dad, is what happened this time really serious? Captain Lu replied grimly. Of course it is. After all, this is the first time in history that such a large portion of the real world has been dragged into the shadow layer. The exact number of personnel casualties is still being calculated, however. This matter no longer concerns you two. He lit a cigarette and added, You both probably know this already, but because of this incident, you'll have to undergo the aptitude test ahead of schedule. Seeing the cigarette, his daughter cleared her throat pointedly, causing Captain Lu's face to darken as he fell silent. Ahem. He then stubbed out the cigarette on the tabletop. I'll put it simply. The test is divided into two parts. First, an ability test, and second, a willpower test. The ability test is also known as the awakening, a classic trope in any good awakening manhwa. First, students will be subjected to a preliminary contamination to awaken their abilities. This part of the test is risk-free. Its main purpose is to categorize students based on their awakened ability traits for their specialized fields. After that, we'll proceed with the willpower aptitude test. This one measures the intangibles, things like spirit and will, which you can't see or touch. And this test is the crucial factor that determines whether or not you can become a transcendent. Jiang Du spoke up. So, willpower is the key. Does that mean the more resilient a person is, the more powerful they'll be? Captain Lu shook his head. Not necessarily. There are people who can endure the pain of having an arm torn off, yet their aptitude is just average. On the other hand, you have people who are happy-go-lucky all the time, yet possess top-tier aptitude. Willpower isn't just about the ability to endure pain. It also encompasses one's inclination toward good and the strength to resist evil ideologies. It's a deep and interesting power system, something you often see in a great system manhwa, containing corruption. Overall, it's a rather complex standard. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he raised his hand. So does a person's worldview affect their willpower? Uncle Lu frowned. Worldview? Why are you asking that? Zhao Zhao interjected coldly. For instance, what if someone's mind is only filled with thoughts about a girl's legs? Jiang Yu looked awkward, clearly still holding a grudge. About that, Uncle Lu, however, didn't seem to mind and explained. It does have an influence, but the positive effect of an upright worldview on the test results isn't very significant. However, if one's worldview is warped and they're filled with negative emotions, their test score will usually be very low. Jiang Yu was baffled. Why is that? The older man's gaze turned a bit piercing. Malicious thoughts will drag a person into the abyss. Extreme negativity is in itself a form of corruption. Over time, it can become even more deeply hidden and ingrained than the corruption brought by the aberrations. That's why it's crucial to release any negative feelings promptly. Bottling them up for too long will only cause a person to be pushed to the point of a complete breakdown. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, musing, "Do ordinary dark and negative thoughts count? This won't do. I need to hit up a club and appreciate some fine legs to purify my tainted soul." Having finished his explanation, Uncle Lu ushered them out. "All right, you can go now. Someone will come to take you two to the test soon. Ma Xiaoyu, your Uncle Li is out on a mission and probably won't make it back in time. I've already signed all of your test paperwork for you." Jiang Yu smiled gratefully. "Yes, thank you for going through the trouble, Uncle Lu." The man then advised, "Don't push yourself too hard. Just let things take their natural course." Jiang Yu grinned and waved his hand. "Don't you worry, Uncle Lu." Zhao Zhao also replied obediently, "I understand." After leaving the office of Uncle Lu, they found Xiao Di already waiting for them. "You're back." At that moment, she was the only one on the entire floor. Zhao Zhao sat down and glanced around. "Where is everyone else?" Xiao Di pointed toward the elevator. "They went to handle the paperwork with their families," she asked curiously. "Hasn't your family arrived yet?" Xiao Di waved her hand dismissively. "My parents are business people. They just left Yunhai City not long ago, so they couldn't make it. I just called them a moment ago so they could sign the forms remotely." Right at that moment, someone else returned. "So, everyone's here already," Bao Qiang said with a grin from his wheelchair. "This stuff is a freaking miracle. The moment they sprayed the medicine on my leg, guess what? The pain vanished instantly." Jiang Yu asked worriedly, "You're still injured, and you still have to participate in the test. Are you sure you'll be all right like this?" Bao Qiang gave a carefree laugh. "Relax," they said. "It won't affect the test results at all." Xiao Xiao teased him. Don't let his relieved expression fool you. He was hiding in a corner and crying just a little while ago. He jolted, "I was not crying." Just as they were bantering, the door to the room swung open. A new group of people entered, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. No one dared to utter another word. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "Why does everyone look so down?" Zhao Zhao sighed. "You wouldn't understand. They just wanted to live normal, peaceful lives. After today, the rest of their lives will probably never be peaceful again." Li Ai's voice cut through the silence. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. This test is divided into two parts, an ability assessment and a willpower assessment. The ability assessment will be a comprehensive evaluation based on several factors such as development potential, destructive power, and the cost of using one's ability. The results are divided into 4 tiers: low rank, mid rank, high rank, and pinnacle rank. As for the willpower assessment, that will be based on your ability to resist mental corruption, divided into 6 levels from level 1 to level 6. These levels correspond to the colors white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, anyone with a level 1 talent was forbidden from taking the combat exam. This year, however, is different. As long as you achieve a level 1 white rating, participation is now mandatory. This is a big change for this type of awakening manhwa. The final judgment of a person's transcendent power requires a combined analysis of both their ability and willpower. If you have sufficient willpower, you can turn the tables even with a seemingly weak ability. Conversely, no matter how powerful your ability is, if your willpower doesn't meet the standard, you'll be relegated to a non-combat administrative role. That's the gist of it. If there are no further questions, then follow me to the waiting area. Jiang Yu, ever curious, leaned against the glass door, peering inside. Beyond it lay a large chamber, and in its center was an object, draped with a cloth. This whole scene feels like something straight out of a great manhwa recap. The official in charge called out a name, his voice echoing clearly. "Xiao Xiao." Startled, she replied, "Present Xiao." Xiao took a shaky breath as a reassuring voice told her, "You may enter. There's no need to be nervous." She gave her friends a small nod, then took another deep breath. "All right, I'm going in first." Xiao Xiao was now standing inside the chamber with an examiner named Sun Ming. Outside the glass, a crowd had gathered watching in silent anticipation. The cloth was then dramatically whipped away, revealing a strange stone that was continuously pulsating with a mysterious power. Holding the cloth, Sun Ming announced, "Very well, let us begin." The indicator light on the chamber door remained in its The light, which was green just a moment ago, suddenly and unexpectedly flashes to red. The crowd outside, completely baffled, starts murmuring amongst themselves. What's going on in there? Do they have to turn off the lights for this test? It looks like some kind of willpower assessment. Seeing this, Jiang Yu thinks to himself with a bit of concern, this level of darkness. I've already gotten used to it. Back in the shadow dimension, he frowns, peering at the scene inside. The guy's leg appears to be tied to a stone slab, and it even seems to be glowing. From the looks of it, he is struggling against some immense invisible force. Could it be coming from that black crystal? A brilliant flash of light erupts from the stone, momentarily blinding the onlookers outside. A moment later, Xiao Xiao emerges from the room. Xiao Xiao immediately rushes over, asking how did it go. Bao Qiang, who's in a wheelchair, also rolls closer and asks, what's the verdict? She just shakes her head and replies, unfortunately, no talent for willpower. All that training I did beforehand was a complete waste of time. Hearing this, he exclaims in disbelief. What, so you were planning to apply for the Transcendent Department this whole time? You even did special training for it? Xiao Xiao replies without missing a beat. That's right, and I got a face full of failure for it. Happy now. The announcement system chimes in again. Next up, Bao Qiang. As he wheels himself forward, he starts muttering, please don't be a transcendent, thank the heavens. Please don't be a transcendent. Amitabha Buddha. Feng Xiao Xiao watches him and says helplessly, you don't need to pray, you're definitely not going to be one. The light above the doorway is still glowing red. A moment later, Bao Qiang wheels himself out, his expression completely grim, and then he just says, in a daze, I passed. Hearing this, Feng Xiao is completely thunderstruck, exclaiming, what? Afterwards, the two of them sit there moping and complaining. They grumble about how the one who wanted to pass failed, while the one who didn't want to passed. Zhao Zhao tries to console them. I guess that's just fate for you. The loudspeaker chimes in again. Next up, Zhao Zhao. Hearing her name, she lets out a heavy sigh. Jiang Yu standing behind her sees this and just smirks a little. Zhao Zhao then turns around and says cheerfully, well, I'm off. See you in a bit. Inside, Zhao Zhao's focus is absolute, as waves of deep crimson energy begin to radiate from her body. The source of this brilliant light seems to be the stone attached to her leg. Jiang Yu, observing the situation closely, quickly notes that Zhao Zhao's stone is glowing with a red light. This whole scenario feels like something straight out of an awakening manhwa. The big guy's stone was green earlier. I remember that willpower levels from 1 to 6 correspond to different colors. Red means. He racks his brain for a moment, and then his eyes widen in shock. He realizes, that's level 5. When the test concludes, a wave of noise washes over the area. Xiao Xiao curiously prods, so, did you pass Zhao? Zhao looks a little flustered. Yeah. Jiang Yu finds her state highly amusing. Are you that exhausted? You can barely even breathe. Zhao Zhao immediately snaps back. Just wait until it's your turn, you'll see. Jiang Yu puckers his lips playfully. Oh, you're making me nervous now. How about a little motivation? Just one kiss. She furiously yells back, get lost. Just then, the announcement rings out. Next up, Jiang Yu. Hearing his name, he jogs forward. That's my cue, I'm off. Leaving Zhao Zhao standing there, who lets out a quiet sigh. A slight blush creeps onto her face as she murmurs, hope you succeed. Jiang Yu, feeling a bit touched, blushes slightly himself. Thanks. Before long, he steps into the testing room. The proctor inside asks sternly, Jiang Yu. He replies, yes. The proctor Sun Ming glances at his file. Have you awakened your abilities yet? Jiang Yu nods. I have. The man immediately instructs him, take the medicine. But then, Sun Ming does a double take. Wait, what? You've already awakened. Jiang Yu just nods blankly. Yes, it happened naturally. The proctor now sweating a little points behind him. Well, in that case, we can skip the ability part. We'll proceed directly to the willpower test. Go ahead and put on that equipment. Jiang Yu follows the proctor's instructions, putting on the gear. Almost immediately, he feels a sinister energy swirling around him, accompanied by unsettling sounds. Sun Ming comes closer and places a reassuring hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Don't be nervous. Just follow your instincts and move forward. Since your ability has already awakened in the next part, you'll feel your consciousness start to drift away from your body. Ignore it. All you need to do is keep moving forward, no matter what. Instantly, the proctor gives him a hard shove, yelling go, and just like that, Jiang Yu is sent hurtling forward as if he's weightless. He can't help but mutter in bewilderment. What is this? As his body rockets through the void. This entire test feels like the opening scene of a crazy system manhwa. Jiang Yu felt as if he were in freefall through a warped dimension. His soul plummeted into a pitch-black void, only to land gently on the water's surface, just outside the city. He couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. This is incredible. I can't feel my physical body at all, yet the connection to it is perfectly clear. It was the experience of being a pure soul. Jiang Yu leaped into the air as if gravity was just a suggestion, while his physical body back home swayed with glee. This is fun, way too much fun. Song Bao had to cut in. All right, stop fooling around and get on with the test. Jiang Yu quickly shot back. Yeah, I got it. He then sprinted towards the experimental rock, thinking, isn't this just a simple walk? This is going to be a piece of cake. But just as he thought that, he felt his body sinking, as if submerged in water that was already rising past his nose. What in the world is going on? A sudden crushing weight pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. He realized something was messing with his mind. Jiang Yu's very soul felt like it was drowning in a torrent of despair, grief, and unbridled rage. No way, he thought, I can't let these feelings overwhelm me. Suddenly, Jun Guang materialized behind him. Little Yu, the illusion said. Jiang Yu was stunned. Uncle Li, what are you doing here? The man's voice was ice cold. Little Yu, your temperament is fundamentally unsuited for the transcendent path. You will only bring harm to others, and eventually to yourself. Hearing this harsh judgment, Jiang Yu tried to turn away. This isn't real, it's an illusion, you're not my Uncle Li. But then another voice echoed from a different direction. It was Jun Guang again, this time radiating a menacing, bloody aura. You should know, you have no talent for this. The land of Daijiao is shattered, aberrations run rampant, and danger lurks around every corner. You know all of this perfectly well. Deep down in your heart, you know it's true. You could have lived a quiet, peaceful life. Why insist on this path of the transcendent? The one thing that elevates a transcendent above the ordinary has never been raw power, but an unbreakable will. All the illusions of Jun Guang pointed in unison. And you, Jiang Yu, can you truly be like them, where if one falls, another immediately rises to take their place? In the illusion, a monstrous aberration, straight out of a horror manhwa recap, smashed through everything. It towered over skyscrapers, a grotesque nightmare, made real. And Jiang Yu was forced to watch as every single person he loved died before his eyes. He saw them fall like raindrops, dissolving into the dark waters below. The illusion of Jun Guang then mimicked a familiar motion, flicking open a lighter. His voice dripped with cold certainty. This is the ultimate fate of a transcendent. Is this truly the life you want? The blood-soaked apparition reappeared. Stop lying to yourself, its words were hypnotic. The truth is, you just want to show off. The original Jun Guang continued to press Jiang Yu. That's right. You're just like countless other ordinary kids fantasizing about becoming some kind of superhero. You love sleeping and hate waking up early, despise studying, live for games, and have a weakness for pretty girls. You can't stand your parents nagging you, try to be different, thinking you have some unique perspective. You act eccentric, always feeling like you're not like everyone else. You crave the spotlight, desperate for recognition with no real skills to back it up, yet you still believe you're destined for greatness. But deep down, you know you're nothing special. You're just like the vast majority of kids your age. Suddenly, a crimson flame ignited in the gloomy void, and a strange man appeared, clad in the uniform of a night watcher. You know the darkness of this world goes far beyond the shadow plane. You also know that no matter how brightly the sun shines, there are always shadows it cannot touch. Their collective voices were cold enough to make one shiver. The hidden world of the undercurrent is no fairy tale. The figure vanished, and the solitary torch plummeted into the water. From the rising smoke, images of thousands of aberrations materialized. This is the calamity. To become a transcendent is to face this calamity head-on. The voice interrogated him once more. So, back to the original question. Can you truly become a transcendent? On Jiang Yu's face, an overwhelming tension was visible. Back in reality, his physical body was deeply immersed in the same illusion. Right at that moment, Shui Shui from the examination team walked in. She waved a greeting and curiously asked about his progress. How's he doing? Song Bao just shook his head. Not good. He's trapped in a loop. Shui Shui wasn't surprised. That's to be expected. We are using the Mo Yuan stone after all. It's from the abyss. This is a real mental trial, not like some simple system manhwa where you just grind stats. Song Bao agreed. Exactly. Only those with exceptional talent can resist this kind of pressure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was still floundering helplessly within the illusion. Song Bao sighed with a hint of disappointment. Looks like this kid, Jiang Yu, is a lost cause for now. But just as he said that, Shui Shui spotted something unusual. She gasped, pointing at the illusion's display totem. Look, it's turning red. Hearing her cry, he whipped his head back in excitement. What? And there it was. A soft red glow was gently enveloping Jiang Yu's form. The crimson light emanating from the stone was intensifying with every second. Song Bao was floored. No way, he's still so far from the Mo Yuan stone to reach a level 5 potential in this kind of awakening manhwa trial. Doesn't that mean he could be? Shui's interest was piqued. Think he can hit level 6? She asked. Song Bao sounded almost helpless. I have no idea. In the last few decades, in all of Daizhou, only 15 people have ever managed to achieve that, to level 6. But then the pressure from the stone tied to Jiangdu's leg began to decrease. Song Bao was completely baffled. What in the world was happening? The light is fading. Quick, check his watch. Check his wrist device. See if there's anything unusual. She moved closer to inspect it. There's nothing, all the readings are normal? He grew even more puzzled. It made no sense. The closer you get to the crystal, the stronger your willpower needs to be. For it to be weakening, what on earth is going on? Yet despite this, Jiangdu continued to press forward. He was even about to touch the surface of the Mo Yuan stone. Song Bao couldn't believe his eyes. Is this a joke? He's actually trying to touch it. Even someone with level 6 willpower couldn't manage that, let alone him, and yet the boy actually made contact. A brilliant golden light erupted as if the Mo Yuan stone itself was welcoming him. Inside the illusion, Jiangdu's consciousness was being twisted. Go on, a voice said. Don't even think about becoming a transcendent. Think about your friends and your family. An illusion of Zhao Zhao appeared before him. Think of the person you cherish most. She was smiling sweetly, holding her hand out to him. Jiangdu couldn't stop himself from reaching for it. Jun Guang's voice echoed around him. That is where you belong, my boy. But then suddenly his eyes flared with light. That's enough. The illusion of Zhao Zhao shattered into a million pieces before him. Jiangdu looked disgusted, just nagging and whining in my ear. Is this paltry temptation all you have? At the very least, you could have offered a whole harem. Jiangdu approached the illusion of Jun Guang and shrugged nonchalantly. To be honest, you really had me scared for a moment there, uncle. I even felt like I'd hit a dead end, he admitted. It's true, at first, I wanted to be a great hero. The kind who just puts on a show for no reason. But this world has never had heroes just fall from the sky. There are only brave mortals who dare to stand up. It's because of their silent sacrifices that we have the peace and stability of today. Jiangdu extended his hand toward the illusion. I've already had the chance to enjoy that peace once. His hand firmly grasped the hilt of the man's weapon, as if a torch was being passed. He declared with conviction, this time, I don't want to hide behind the protection of others anymore. I want to become that undying flame myself. A light of understanding seemed to dawn in the old man's eyes. Jiangdu's face was a mask of determination, ready to illuminate the darkest corners of the world. Just like that, the water in the illusion grew perfectly still and calm. Meanwhile, in a briefing room, Captain Liu listened to a report about reality collapsing into the shadow dimension. The incident is related to the 234th floor of the shopping center. The 5th floor hasn't fully collapsed into the shadow dimension, but it has been affected. Approximately 850 people were affected, with 700 of them trapped inside. So far, we've rescued 650. The rescue operation is still underway. The 30 students scheduled for the martial arts exam will be divided into groups for pre-screening, followed by immediate treatment to eliminate any minor contamination. The captain frowned. What's the word from the contamination analysis department? His aide replied. They've just sent their findings, sir. The file has been forwarded to you. A classified message quickly appeared on his computer screen. It read, Variant Species Codename, Wandering Spirit Contamination Level High Tier 1. Whether analyzing morphology, bone structure, or other components, all signs indicate these 3 wandering spirits are nearly identical. Furthermore, there are heavy traces of human intervention on them. It's as if they are the result of human mutation. Another aide exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Each individual is different. The level of contamination and the direction of the mutation should vary. This is the kind of high-stakes plot you see in a gripping system manhwa. Mutating into 3 identical variant species should be a statistical impossibility. Unable to stop himself, Captain Liu lit a cigarette to calm his nerves, standing pensively by the window. It seems that subject from Beidou was the result of research and creation. Someone lurking in the shadows is finally making their move. Just at that moment, a blinding light erupted from the building opposite them. He was so startled that the cigarette fell from his lips. He couldn't believe his eyes. That's the Transcendent Examination Room. Captain Liu rushed over immediately. Excuse me, let me through, he said, his expression impossibly tense. Sorry, clear a path. He frowned, unable to process what he was seeing. The highest willpower tests only ever produce an orange glow. A golden light like this has never been seen before. He shoved open the door to the testing chamber. What in the world is going on here? Inside, a large crowd had already gathered. Seeing him arrive, Songbao rushed to report. Patrol, Captain Lu, there's someone named Jiang Duhei. The captain's brow furrowed. Jiang Duhei. Sudden whirlwind swept past him, followed by an immense burst of golden light that was almost blinding. And then Jiang Du slowly opened his eyes, returning from the illusion. He looked around, only now noticing the situation. A massive crowd had gathered to witness his test. This whole scene feels straight out of an awakening manhwa. What a climax to this manhwa recap through the glass window. Afterward, Captain Lu led Jiang Yu away to rest. He handed him a soda. Here, have something to drink. The boy, startled, replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." "Where are Lu Jiao and the others?" Captain Lu explained. "They were taken to the rest area while you were still being tested. They probably have no idea what just happened." "Oh, Jiang Yu, you've really given me a massive surprise this time." A level 5 would have been remarkable, and a level 6 would have shaken the entire Night Watch department. But you went and produced an unprecedented golden light. Jiang Yu puffed out his chest with pride. "So, doesn't that mean the legendary golden light is even more powerful than level 6? The captain grew pensive. "Perhaps, but there's no precedent for this, so it's hard to say for sure. For all we know, they might even take you away for dissection and experimentation." Jiang Yu did a spit take with his soda. "What? You can't be serious, Uncle Lu. Don't scare me." Captain Lu simply raised an eyebrow. "This is enough to scare you, Mr. Legendary Golden Light. While they won't experiment on you, someone will be here soon to create a file on you. Your file will be sent to all the major Night Watch departments for research, and you will be placed on a high-priority surveillance list." Hearing this, Jiang Yu grew concerned. "Seriously? Is it really that complicated?" The captain reassured him. "It's fine. I'll teach you how to handle it later. Just follow the protocol." However, Captain Lu had no idea that Jiang Yu was already thinking this was the perfect opportunity to make a grand impression. Shortly after, the official questioning began with his name and age. He answered truthfully. "Jiang Yu, 18 years old. What are your usual hobbies?" He kept it brief, reading and exercising. The other candidates watched this scene unfold with curiosity. "Is that the kid who emitted the golden light during the test? He looks so ordinary. I can't believe he's some rare genius." Still, just a golden light doesn't guarantee a high-tier talent. What if the equipment just malfunctioned? Meanwhile, Songbao began the interrogation. "During this willpower test, what exactly did you see?" A group of high-ranking officials were also observing Jiang Yu, watching as countless Night Watch members carried torches forward one generation after another, battling against the aberrations. Internally, Jiang Yu sighed. "This is so boring. Uncle Lu already prepped all my answers for me. I'm the legendary golden boy, yet I have to stick to this boring script." Captain Lu followed procedure. "And when you saw those images, what were you thinking?" Jiang Yu recited the lines he'd been taught. "At that moment, I was incredibly moved because I was about to step into the world of the supernatural. I could feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders." After saying this, he suddenly paused, lowering his head in silence. Captain Lu, growing worried, urged him on. "What is it? Keep going." It's unclear what came over him, but Jiang Yu suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. Instead of answering, he posed a question of his own. "Uncle Lu, there's a map hanging on your office wall, isn't there?" A baffled Captain Lu replied. "Yes." That was all Jiang Yu needed. He dramatically stood up, planting a foot on his chair like a conqueror. "The 10 survival zones we were lucky enough to have left are now down to just 5. Perhaps our situation isn't as stable as we're told. Things aren't as rosy as we imagine. Sometimes, knowing the truth is its own form of pain." Captain Lu was utterly speechless, thinking, what is this little rascal improvising now? What in the world is he trying to pull? But Jiang Yu continued his grand speech. "I hope that the youth of Dazhou can shake off their apathy to always press forward, and to dedicate their very beings to the cause. Even if I only possess a faint glimmer, like a firefly in the dark, I will do everything in my power to make it shine." He then struck another, even more prideful pose. "The light of truth shines upon us. If one day the torches go out, then I shall become the one and only light." His words plunged the interrogation room into a deeply awkward silence. Captain Lu, mortified, tried to play it off. "My apologies, this kid Jiang Yu. He likes to joke around like that sometimes." But to his shock, Songbao was incredibly moved. "I never imagined this young man's ideological enlightenment was so profound." Shuetu was even wiping away a tear. "He will surely become the most elite talent in our Night Watch department." This reaction absolutely stunned Captain Lu. He couldn't believe they were actually buying it. The candidates outside were also buzzing with excitement. No wonder he produced that golden light. This is the kind of epic moment you'd see in the best awakening manhwa. Is this what the consciousness of a true genius sounds like? There's no doubt about it now, his talent is absolutely unprecedented. That's right, all of us combined probably don't even measure up to him. The high-ranking officers hearing this exchanged satisfied glances. This whole scene feels straight out of a top-tier system manhwa. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu pouted, thinking to himself, "Alright, I'm done with the performance. Can they let me go home now? I've still got plans to hit up Club Massa." Seeing how things had turned out, Captain Lu decided there was no need to continue the charade. "Alright, that'll be all for today. Go home and wait for the official notification." Jiang Yu asked, a bit confused. Notification? The captain stood up and closed his laptop. You don't even need a notification to know how this is going to turn out. And so his brows furrowed as he recalled the stern warning. That's right, it was all about the special training camp. Jiang Du, in his assassin persona, sat atop a high wall, lost in thought. His brows were knitted in concentration, mulling over something serious. Replaying the recent events in his head like some kind of personal manhwa recap, he remembered Captain Lu's earlier words. "Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? Well, great job with that. Now, at the night patrol department, you've basically become a celebrity." Jiang Du had replied sheepishly, "Sorry, I caused you more trouble." The captain sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to old Lee. He never wanted you to get involved with the Awakened. He's probably going to have a fit this time. Oh well, what's done is done, you can go home for now. Just remember, on the 25th of this month, you need to attend the special training camp." A bewildered Zhang Du had asked. A special training camp? Captain Lu explained it was a program designed to gather individuals who met the aptitude standard. They would be brought together for several months of intensive training, after which they'd be evaluated through a martial arts examination. And about what happened today, he added, "When you get home, it's best that you don't breathe a single word of it to anyone, and that includes Lu Jiao. Don't forget the 25th. Snapping back to the present, Jiang Du checked his system. His remaining lifespan was a mere 20 days. Jiang Du sighed. The training started at the end of next month and would last for several months. His current lifespan simply wasn't enough. He had no choice but to continue hunting, but he just hoped he could farm enough lifespan in time. Just then, something caught his eye, making him jolt in surprise. It was a classic system manhwa moment. An aberration, with only 27% of its health bar remaining, scurried past below. Overjoyed, Jiang Du activated his shadow walk skill and gave chase. He had hit the jackpot. The aberration seemed to sense the danger and looked back, but it was immediately caught by him. He got a lock on it, applied a marking skill, and then finished it off in just 2 swift moves. A notification for Massacre Hunt popped up as the system narrated this was a severely wounded aberration. How pitiful it was, fleeing in a panic for its life, wanting only to survive. But clearly, its time had run out. It would never again be able to see the morning sunrise, nor would it ever again hear the soft whisper of the wind. Pursuing a heavily wounded prey that was not yours. This is hardly a glorious hunt, the system concluded. His remaining lifespan increased. He now had 22 days, and his combat skills had slightly improved. He also gained 4 shadow points. He felt his luck was turning. Sure, it was a bit shameful to pick off a weakened target, but it would have been a waste to let it go. As he was in the middle of harvesting the aberration's corpse, a voice suddenly yelled, "Hey, where did you pop out from?" Only then did Jiang Du notice someone had been chasing it from behind. The newcomer was covered in dust, their face completely hidden. "Where's my aberration?" It dawned on him that he might have just stolen someone else's kill. A little flustered, he glanced back at the corpse, which was already nearly absorbed. "My aberration," the mysterious figure shouted. "You thief, give me back my prey." A confused Jiang Du repeated, "Thief." The person angrily raised a staff. "Still playing dumb with me? You'd even steal from a scavenger. Have you no shame?" Jiang Du was startled by the sudden attack and quickly backed away on his guard. To his surprise, however, the attacker froze mid-stride as they got closer. The foot that had been dashing forward screeched to a halt right in front of Jiang Du. Then the person calmly strode over to his side, leaving Jiang Du utterly bewildered. He suddenly pulled off the hood that concealed his face, and it was unclear what he intended to do next. Jiang Du watched awkwardly as the person got uncomfortably close. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked. Suddenly, the stranger grabbed his hand excitedly. "No way. Your brother Do right. I can't believe I'm actually meeting the famous blogger Doer in person. I'm a huge fan. I've seen every single one of your videos. Come on, give me a smile. Cheese. Perfect. Now about that prey from earlier. We'll just split it 30-70, you know, the usual rule." But Jiang Du was completely lost. "What are you talking about, scavenger? What usual rule?" Seeing his confused expression, the fan completely misunderstood. "Oh, playing dumb are we?" he muttered, then excitedly began typing on his phone. "Famous blogger. Assassin Do bullies. A poor scavenger. steals his kill, and then denies it. Enraged, Jiang Du yelled, "Hold on. What scavenger? Admit what? You better start making sense right now." He then used a skill to yank the guy in closer. The fan stumbled and fell, dropping his phone before he could even post. Jiang Du grabbed him by the head in frustration, demanding he explain himself. Defeated, the fan scratched his head and replied, all right, brother Du, scavenger is just our slang for it. Officially, we're called non-commissioned personnel of the Night Patrol Department. It's a common role in this awakening manhwa world we live in. You just have to reach the first rank, mid-tier level to register." Jiang Du was a little surprised. "And what's the pay like for these non-commissioned personnel?" The fan quickly replied, "It's not that great. For one aberration, you get around 6 to 7,000 yuan. Hearing that figure, Jiang Du's jaw dropped. 6 to 7,000 yuan is not that great. The shock of this news sent a wave of resentment through his entire being. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the karma. He just vaporized 7,000 yuan in an instant. That was almost his entire monthly author's fee. But the fan Deng Ke didn't seem to think so. It's really not a lot, especially when you consider it's a dangerous gig, with no housing funds or benefits. You're basically risking your life for cash. To be honest, it's a bit like being a scrap scavenger in the shadow plane. It was then that he finally noticed the leftover remains of the corpse. Jiang Yu asked curiously, "So, who do you sell the slain aberrations to?" Deng Ke explained, "To the Night Watch Department, universities, or some resource acquisition companies. They'll post missions to collect aberrations and even send you their exact locations." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face lit up. "They give you the aberration's location. That's incredibly convenient." He then pulled out his phone and said, "All right, let me get your WeChat, we'll be friends. And then I'll send you 7,000 yuan for the aberration." Deng Ke was stunned by the offer. 7,000 yuan. Let's do a 70-30 split. Just give me 4,900 yuan. Jiang Yu slung an arm around his shoulder, acting generously. "No way. I've never been one to take advantage of people. Besides, I want to discuss a partnership with you." This proposal left Deng Ke a bit shocked, breaking into a sweat. A partnership? After that, Jiang Yu took Deng Ke on a non-stop monster-killing spree. He effortlessly subdued a cat-like aberration, and just like in a classic **** system manhwa****, a notification immediately popped up. It read, "Blood Shadow Aberration." A glint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he softly commanded Shadow Guard. Instantly, the monster was defeated, collapsing in a weak heap. He even controlled the absorption carefully, draining only the essence from its body to keep the corpse intact. Otherwise, they couldn't exchange it for money. Once finished, he announced, "All right, pack this one up, and let's go." Deng Ke ran over, overjoyed. "Yes, sir, you're a really stand-up guy. You clearly did all the work, but you're still willing to split it 50-50 with me." Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "You're not exactly slacking off. You have to screen the aberrations, pinpoint their locations, and then haul their bodies back to the Night Watch Department." But Deng Ke didn't see it that way. "Honestly, you could do all this by yourself. All you'd need to do is register as a contract worker, right?" Jiang Yu quickly came up with an excuse. "Well, about that, I'd rather maintain a certain air of mystery. Besides, can you imagine if the people at the Night Watch Department found out my identity?" Deng Ke was full of praise for his foresight. "You're just on another level. You killed 4 aberrations in a single day, and don't even look tired." Jiang Yu smirked with satisfaction. "Forget 4. If I had enough time, even 100 wouldn't be a problem." However, he was also a bit frustrated. He had just absorbed several creatures, but hadn't gotten much stronger. Continuing to hunt these Tier 1 mid-rank aberrations was becoming rather pointless. So he made a suggestion. "Deng Ke, tomorrow help me find some Tier 1 high-rank ones." Deng Ke was startled by the request. "High rank? Tier 1? High rank? Are you serious? You must not understand the stakes. Although they're both Tier 1, a high-rank strength can completely crush a mid-ranks. They are extremely dangerous. For this *** manhwa recap, ***, it's a critical difference." Hearing this, Jiang Yu just gave a small, confident smile. I know times he thought, his eyes burning with ambition. Experience and money. I want it all. It was already late at night when Jiang Yu returned to the dormitory building. Exhausted, he flicked on the living room lights and trudged inside. "Finally home. I'm dead tired." Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's voice cut in. "Decided to finally show up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I made some cookies, they're on the table. Help yourself." Feeling famished, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to grab one, then awkwardly sat down next to her. "Where's Uncle Lu?" he asked. She replied calmly, "He's out on a mission." A little surprised, he followed up, "Is he coming back tonight?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. "No. Why not?" A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. "Well, in that case you can stay here tonight." She immediately landed a punch on him before crossing her arms in frustration. "I didn't get a chance to ask you during the day. Did you pass the evaluation test?" Jiang Yu said, painfully nursing the lump on his head. "I passed. Okay, what's the big deal?" Zhao Zhao was taken aback. "You passed what rank?" He hesitated. Probably rank 3. Inwardly, he thought, times. It's actually the legendary gold rank. But Uncle Lu told me not to tell anyone. Asterisk. She leaned in closer, pressing him. "So what about your ability? What did you get in this asterisk awakening? Manhwa asterisk moment." Jiang Yu stammered, making something up on the spot. "My ability. It's Shadow Pupil." "You've probably heard of it, right?" Zhao Zhao let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's fine. It's a branch ability of the Shadow user class. Its power and potential are average. It's more of a support type, so you won't have to face the dangers of the front lines." Her words touched him. She had been waiting up all this time just because she was worried about him. He then asked her in return, "So, what about you? What's your ability?" Hearing this, a confident smile graced her lips as she calmly explained, "Divine Soul. It's a branch ability of the Soul user class. Its potential is rated at the highest possible level. Although my combat power is a little weaker than yours at first, I'll definitely be much stronger than you later on." Jiang Yu was left speechless. "So you waited all day just to show off in front of me?" He flicked Zhao Zhao on the forehead. "Well then, you'd better be careful. Don't go getting yourself wiped out in the early stages." She didn't hesitate to retaliate by covering his mouth with her hand. "Hey, bite your tongue." The sudden contact made Jiang Yu blush, and the atmosphere. The air between them suddenly grew thick with tension. Jiang Du quickly broke away and changed the subject. "Anyway, what exactly are these Shadowmancers and Soulmancers?" Zhao Zhao frowned, replying, "I'm not entirely sure myself. All I know is that these titles correspond to specific types of aberrations. For instance, your Shadowmancer ability is linked to the Shadow-type aberrations, while my Soulmancer ability corresponds to the Spirit type. Killing aberrations and absorbing their contamination is one of the main ways for superhumans to get stronger. It's a core mechanic in this kind of system manhwa. If you kill the corresponding type of aberration, the efficiency is way higher. Killing other types is just a lot of work for very little reward." Jiang Du's interest was definitely piqued. "How fascinating. Your soul suppression ability sounds pretty insane. Why don't you try it on me?" She looked a little bewildered. "How? There aren't any aberrations around here for me to activate my power." He just winked and pointed at himself. "You can use it on me. Don't worry, with a body like this, you won't be able to finish me off." Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red as she yelled, "It's soul times, suppression times, as in, to calm, not to kill." After her outburst, Zhao Zhao began to demonstrate her skill, gathering a stream of light in her palm. Then shyly, she reached her hand out towards Jiang Du. A gentle blue light pulsed from her palm. With a soft snap of her fingers, Jiang Du's eyes immediately went vacant, his face turning into a blank, dazed mask. Seeing him slump over startled her. "Jiang Du, are you okay?" He let out a low groan. "Pain. Quick, rub my head before it explodes." Zhao Zhao, flustered, had no choice but to do as he asked. "Okay." She gently placed her hands on his head and began to massage, asking shyly, "Like this?" He relaxed into it, giving instructions. "Not quite. Press from the forehead towards the back, and from the crown outwards to the sides. Rub gently." The innocent Zhao Zhao did as he said. "How about this?" Jiang Du was in pure bliss. "Yes, that's it. Curve your fingers. Softer. Man, you were incredible just now. I was totally prepared to defend myself, but your attack still landed perfectly, without a single trace." Flattered by the praise, she couldn't help but smile. "Well, our powers do originate from the aberrations. It's only natural for them to be a bit strange, and besides, true spirit is fundamentally a mental attack." Jiang Du was amazed. "That's crazy strong. You're definitely going to be a star at the special training camp. Aren't you, Zhao?" Zhao retorted playfully. "I don't like to show off like you do. Besides, I heard that top-tier students from the other bases are coming too." Jiang Du felt a wave of pressure hearing that. "So, the competition is going to be fierce, huh?" she reassured him. "Relax, everyone. Attending the special training camp is from the Martial Arts Academy. You seem to enjoy massages so much. Just how much money have you blown at that Moonlight Club at the end of the block?" Without thinking, Jiang Du replied, "Not that much. Only a few thousand." Zhao Zhao's expression twisted into a devilish grin. She activated her skill again. "Oh, you like massages, do you? How about a few more soul suppressions for you then?" He scrambled away in a panic. "Hey, stop, I won't go again, help me." The following evening, Jiang Du returned to the hunting grounds from the other day. He was a bit taken aback. Is this the high-grade Type 1 aberration they were talking about? Deng Ke confirmed it. I specifically picked one you've fought before. Just take it easy. Need any help? Jiang Du shot him down and charged in alone. Don't need it. By the time Deng Ke turned around, Jiang Du was gone. He could only watch as a streak of light shot down from the sky, slamming right into the aberration's head. Jiang Du descended from above easily, overwhelming the monster. He plunged his sharp claws into the creature's now lifeless body. A system notification popped up. Targeted hunt successfully confirmed. Shadow tendrils have been enhanced. New ability acquired shadow cluster. Control over darkness has been elevated. Compress shadows to unleash a shadow cluster. Upon detonation, this manhwa recap is getting intense. It will fire numerous shadow tendrils with powerful piercing capabilities in all directions. From a floor above, Deng Ke's eyes went wide as he yelled, "Brother Du is on another level." On a nearby screen, a video played, showing a superhuman demonstrating his power. Below him, a massive horde of aberrations swarmed, but with a single flash of lightning, he completely obliterated every last one of them. It was a recorded battle distributed for all the other candidates to witness. Zhao Zhao, who was also watching, was stunned. This is the war general with the highest combat power in all of Dazhou. Captain Liu explained to her, among all superhumans, the percentage who awaken as a soulmancer is incredibly low. Your soul suppression ability can be considered top tier, even among them. This unique power is the hallmark of a great awakening manhwa. There was once a war general who awakened an ability just like yours. This USB drive contains a record of their training experience. Study it carefully during this time and do not let anyone know about it. She was a little confused. Dad, with your current rank, you shouldn't have been able to get this right. He simply nodded. That's right. Your Uncle Li gave it to me. He's quite close with those war generals. Hearing this only made Zhao Zhao more suspicious. That's weird. Why not just give this directly to Jiang Du? Why give it to me? Meanwhile, in Chen Guang's office, the man stood by the window, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared out with a thoughtful expression. Behind Chen Guang stood a report lay on the desk. Its cover stamped with two stark words on a red background. Top secret. The entire file was dedicated to the variant species, designated B14256, which had descended upon a location 200 kilometers west of Beidou. During the 90th year of the Great Cataclysm, the entity was enveloped in a white aura levitating in mid-air with an indeterminate form, and it appeared to be on the verge of death. Prolonged observation was impossible. It would corrupt the viewer, turning them into a fanatical follower. It possessed immense power, a potent self-healing ability, and had no blood. It was unlike any creature known to mankind, immune to most prohibited substances, and completely impervious to all mental-type supernatural abilities. In the battle to contain it, 2 masters fell and 3 war generals were gravely wounded. 300 Night's Watch members were either injured or killed before it was finally captured and imprisoned. The file was sealed under the highest secrecy. Through extensive research, it has now been determined that the following characteristics apply. It cannot be viewed directly. Its specific form is indescribable, and it is indestructible. After a comprehensive evaluation, the decision was made to classify it as a deity. Now, let's get back to the main action of our manhwa recap. Jiang Yu was silently concealed, then he erupted from beneath the ground, launching a bolt of lightning straight at the monster. To his shock, the attack landed squarely but inflicted 0 damage. The creature even retaliated a single punch, sending Jiang Yu flying. Meanwhile, Deng Ke was on the sidelines recording the whole thing. He cheered, "You got this." Brother Yu. Jiang Yu's health bar dropped to 66%. He calmly got to his feet, wiping his mouth. At that exact moment, he saw the aggressive variant charging at him again. He pulled out an item, popped it into his mouth, and said confidently, "Get ready." As the snack stick in his mouth snapped, Jiang Yu whispered a single word, "Detonate." The confused variant had no idea what was happening but felt a sudden sense of dread. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted right where it stood. It's a classic system manhwa moment. As the system explained, the shadow clone releases a tiny projectile that can explode in mid-air or attach to an enemy. Before detonating, the external damage is limited, but if it gets a chance to enter the opponent's body, the resulting internal explosion is absolutely devastating. Deng Ke excitedly showed him the video. "This final shot of you is so cool. Brother Yuzi, you're awesome. I'm telling you, when this episode gets released, it's going to be a massive hit." Jiang Yu was pleased. "That's a great shot." He then got busy harvesting the remains of the variant. Checking his stats, he saw his shadow points were full at 78 out of 78, and his remaining lifespan was 47 days. Jiang Yu thought to himself with satisfaction, excellent. At this rate, lasting until the special training camp begins will be no problem at all. Then he laughed enthusiastically. Denka, give me the location of the next target. His companion immediately replied, got it. But just then, a new variant with a single colossal eye appeared out of nowhere, immediately firing a powerful energy beam straight at the two of them. Jiang Yu's instincts screamed danger. He reacted in a flash, yanking Denka behind him for cover. He raised his guard, shielding his friend. Who's there? As the smoke and dust settled, a crimson pupil became visible, followed by the full reveal of its monstrous form. It was a giant eye, surrounded by dozens of writhing tentacles. Deng Ke screamed in terror. An eye devil, that's a level 2 spirit type variant. Jiang Yu froze. A spirit type. This was straight out of an awakening manhwa. He remembered Zhao Zhao's words, my soul spiritualist class corresponds to the spirit type variants. He snapped back to reality and charged forward to attack. I can't let it. I absolutely can't let it activate its ability. However, just as Jiang Yu launched his attack, a streak of golden light shot past him, striking directly into the center of the variant's pupil. The creature shrieked in pain and collapsed, completely immobilized. A boot then casually came down upon the monster's head. A large figure materialized, his hand gripping the spear still embedded in the beast's head. Jiang Yu stared in astonishment at his mysterious savior. Who are you? But the stranger didn't hesitate. He simply turned and began to leave, giving no one a chance to react. A moment later, a yellow flyer fluttered on the breeze and landed right in Jiang Yu's hand. He blankly took it and read the words written on it. It read, are you worried about your untapped potential? Do you want to become the person everyone else's parents compare their kids to, whether studying arts or martial arts? How should you choose your future path? The Xu Yang Group, Yunhai's most recognized and trusted corporation. Jiang Yu was bewildered. The Xu Yang Group. The very next morning, Jiang Yu went straight to the Xu Yang Group's headquarters. He stood in the bustling plaza, gazing up at the massive statue at the entrance. He had come here just as the flyer had implicitly guided him. Backtracking to the previous day, Deng Ke had explained. The Xu Yang Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. If you can even become a temp for them, you'll be set for life. Jiang Yu was still puzzled. So, that guy just now, was he a pioneer hired by Xu Yang? Deng Ke nodded. Judging by his combat suit, it seems likely. Jiang Yu frowned, a seed of doubt planted in his mind. Pioneers are only supposed to be level 1, but that man just killed a level 2 eye devil in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Deng Ke grinned and said, this is probably something you didn't know, right? The medicine developed by Chu Yang specifically enhances the combat power of superhumans. They even cooperate with the Night Patrol. It's with their help that their network was expanded. In a world like an awakening manhwa, if you want to get strong quickly, Chu Yang is considered a pretty good shortcut. Jiang Yu probed, so you want to give Chu Yang a try? He calmly replied, I'll pass. Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Back on stage, Shui Yuan was introducing this drug product, number 1928, called Sweet Dew. It was developed by the esteemed Dr. Bei Du and his team over a decade of research and development. It was said to effectively enhance brain development, thereby strengthening one's psychic sensory abilities. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, thinking it all sounded like a massive IQ tax. Could there really be a drug that enhances abilities here? The female host then said, now, let's invite a member of the audience up on stage to experience this medicine firsthand. The moment she finished speaking, Deng Ke leaped up from the back of the crowd shouting, me, pick me. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief at the guy on stage, who was now chugging the drug with extreme enthusiasm. Utterly exasperated, Jiang Yu muttered, didn't you just say you'd rely on yourself? After downing the potion, Deng Ke's eyes lit up, feeling his mind become incredibly clear in an instant. The female host immediately seized the opportunity. The original price is 888, but today we have a special offer at 1,888. First come, first served. The excited crowd swarmed forward like ants. Sell me a bottle, I want one too. Jiang Yu felt secondhand embarrassment for them. This bunch was a lost cause. Later, Jiang Yu toured the corporation's exhibit, seeing everything from a Thon Dome blade that was broken in half to a set of tattered armor. There were also ancient scrolls, now just half-remembered relics. And then he saw a large, glorious photograph of a 4-person team with a dedication written on it. This picture is dedicated to our founder, Mr. Zhao Chuyang. He muttered in surprise. Zhao Chuyang. You founded the Chuyang Corporation, yet you were a night patroller. A voice beside him answered, that's right. He was one of the very first patrollers. It's a pity so few people remember him these days. Jiang Yu was startled to realize the speaker was the patrol captain who had been investigating his identity. Cheng An explained, 50 years ago, during the Calamity-era, variant species were rampant in Dazhou. Mr. Zhao Chuyang went deep into the heart of danger alone, leading the masses out from enemy territory. To protect everyone, he didn't hesitate to burn his own life force fighting the variant species to the death. The scene from that time was so magnificent, it was seared into the captain's memory. Cheng An continued. In the end, he burned away the very last spark of his life, not even leaving behind his bones. Fortunately, the next generation developed the Chuyang Corporation that he founded, continuing his contributions. To be honest, you and Mr. Zhao Chuyang are very much alike. Stunned, Jiang Yu pointed at himself and asked me. The captain smiled and nodded. That's right. That day at the night patrol, you said you wanted to become the only light in the darkness. Remember? Jiang Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I did say that. Inwardly, he groaned. I was just saying whatever came to mind. Did you actually take it seriously? But Cheng An looked at him with admiration. As expected of a descendant of General Li, your ideological awareness is very high. This statement only confused Jiang Yu even more. General Li, who's that? The captain couldn't believe it, turning back to look at him. General Li, of course. Li Zhenguang. Jiang Yu's jaw nearly hit the floor. He recalled all of the old man's clueless antics. What times? He's times a general, the strongest combatant in all of Dazhou. This plot twist is something straight out of a system. Manhwa. Cheng An scratched his head in confusion. He didn't tell you, Jiang Yu immediately replied. No, I always thought he was just some ordinary civil servant. The captain explained. Well, he is also a civil servant, but one with immense real power. He's anything but ordinary. Jiang Yu pressed a hand to his aching head. No wonder the old man said he could pull some strings and even arrange a school for him. He had assumed the old man just knew some influential figures. It turns out he was the influential figure. Cheng An didn't find it strange. It seems General Li has been hiding this from you, probably for your own good. Oh, right. My name is Song Cheng An, and I'll be the training officer for this special training camp. Jiang Yu was confused. Training. But the captain just leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, keep it up. I have high expectations for you. I'll be training you rigorously when the time comes. Then he quickly walked away, leaving Jiang Yu standing there completely bewildered. He felt a shiver of unease. Rigorous training. What a terrible premonition. This manhwa recap is getting intense. Just then, a strange dark aura emanated from the painting, and Jiang Yu's keen senses picked it up instantly. He whipped around shouting, who's there? But when he looked, there was only the painting. Suddenly, a massive, roaring variant creature leaped out from within it. Screamed. The moment Jiang Yu saw that strange creature, he hastily gave chase, silently horrified. A phantom appearing here of all places. Jiang Yu quickly followed it toward the emergency exit. He frowned, pondering how on earth it could have gotten inside with so much security. However, the creature moved with incredible speed, and Jiang Yu had to struggle not to lose its trail. Just then, as is common in any great system manhwa, the system chimed in. System description. An alien species that dwells in the abyss, belonging to the shadow type, a creature that can unleash superpowers within the darkness. If detected, exercise extreme caution. This kind of entity is by no means easy to deal with. He furrowed his brow on high alert. Not easy, huh? The very first phantom I killed triggered this same warning. It seems the guidebook detected something was wrong a long time ago. Still, Jiang Yu refused to give up and pressed the chase. He speculated this must be connected to the recent appearances of these strange creatures. Suddenly, he reached a corner that made him stop dead in his tracks, because the dark corridor ahead was completely empty. The creature had vanished. He frowned suspiciously. This was the basement of the Chuyang group after all. Strange, why was there nothing here? All at once a voice spoke. Number 9 has returned. Come in. Jiang Yu was startled. Someone was there. But, when he looked around, he couldn't see who was speaking. Did they go further down? Jiang Yu wondered. What kind of demonic scheme is the Chuyang group up to? And so, he immediately activated his shadow form skill. Jiang Yu moved stealthily, phasing through the ground and walls. A sudden clattering sound instantly put him on high alert. Before Jiang Yu stood a series of glass tanks, each containing something. His eyes widened in absolute horror. This is... Jiang Yu got a clear look at the things in the tanks. They were strange creatures. What in the world is the Chuyang group doing? He wondered silently, moving closer to a hidden corner to eavesdrop. 2 men walked out from an inner room. CEO Jin, the cultivation of the phantoms is proceeding as planned. The program to raise the predators is also underway. Director Zhao came to see me this morning, saying that we must first get the blood parasites under control. The younger man asked hesitantly, Dr. Wu, do you have a method for that? The doctor smirked. After all, these creatures were a difficult species to tame. The 3 phantoms that roamed the shopping center last time had already caused a lot of negative repercussions. If they insisted on using the blood parasites for experiments, he feared it would only lead to even greater losses. Tianming looked confused. But isn't using our own flesh and blood with the parasites effective, doctor? Wu shook his head. No, relying solely on the flesh of the creatures is fundamentally insufficient for complete domestication. Our ultimate goal is still to research a way to control these entities to aid the Night Watchers. And to achieve that, we must first deal with the 4 main species. It can be said that this spirit creature originally evolved from the soul species itself. From his hiding spot, Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat watching the monster in the solution tank. Dr. Wu whispered gently to the creature, Hello there, number 9. Inside the tank, the entity reacted slightly, its maw full of teeth parting a bit. Tianming said in alarm, Be careful, doctor. But the doctor was calm, reassuring him, Don't worry, just be sure to record everything. How is your body feeling? Are the eyes I gave you working well? Number 9 responded, slowly raising its massive claw, tapping 3 times against the glass tank, as if reporting. Dr. Wu was pleased. Excellent, your emotions are becoming more and more stable. The next step is to clone number 9 so we can have creatures fight other creatures. A shocking twist in this manhwa recap. Quickly bring a few soul-calming stones for number 9. Tianming quickly replied, Understood. From behind, Jiang Yu felt a growing sense of unease. Did it see me? It's not like the phantoms I've encountered before. It lacks aggression, and even knows how to communicate in a simple way. He pondered. It feels as if it has its own individual consciousness. Just then, Tianming asked again, Doctor, if we continue like this, couldn't it escape our control and become difficult to handle? The doctor agreed, but seemed unbothered. You have a point, but I'm confident we'll find a solution. He took off his glasses and softly muttered, Or perhaps we could try a more foolproof method. Dr. Wu frowned confused. A more foolproof method? Tianming's eyes suddenly turned icy. For example, by replacing human souls with those of the strange creatures. The doctor flew into a rage, grabbing his collar and shouting, Nonsense, that's tantamount to abandoning all conscience. Sha Tianming, I advise you to drop that idea, or else. The younger man feigned an apology, patting the doctor's back. My apologies, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it seriously. The doctor was unconvinced. Even speaking of it, casually is forbidden. That is a taboo. At that very moment, Dr. Wu's eyes shot wide open as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. On his chest was a sharp blade is plunged in by his very own assistant. Dr. O gasps in agony, struggling to look at the betrayer. Tianming adjusts his glasses, muttering, Aberrations, humans, night watchman. I'm sorry, doctor, but the research ends here. He finally reveals his truly sinister face. I come from the fire seed. A stream of energy begins to gather in Tianming's hand. It's an incredibly powerful energy. His eyes glow with a vibrant purple hue as an utterly wicked smile spreads across his face. Suddenly, Tianming clenches his fist, unleashing his power, and instantly, countless objects around the room are sent flying chaotically. Simultaneously, numerous cracks spiderweb across the containment tanks, allowing the creature known as Number 9 to break free from its stasis pod. The security system alarm blares to life. Warning, aberration from room 35 has escaped. Threat level red. All research personnel must evacuate immediately. And just like that, it wasn't just Number 9. Other aberrations began breaking out of their containment. Those in the lower levels of the lab also received the alert. Room 35. That's where dozens of aberrations are held. Someone screams, Security! Get security over here! What are you all gawking at? Run for your lives! From his vantage point, Tianming watches the researchers struggle and panic. It's too late, help me. His human facade seems to shatter as he grins with sheer delight. Then a powerful aura erupts from Tianming's body, his eyes turning completely white. In a scene straight out of a system, manhwa, he collapses onto the chaotic floor, his health bar mysteriously draining until it hits absolute 0%. It's at that moment, Jiang Yu emerges from the ground, frowning at the corpse. He's baffled. A student murders his teacher and then just self-destructs. What was that all about? And Yu Ling used the chaos to slip away. Just then, from within the wreckage, a hand reaches out. You, come here. It was none other than Dr. O, still clinging to life, though his breaths were shallow. Jiang Yu cries out, Sir, first of all, don't move. I'll call a doctor right away. The The doctor struggles to speak. Fire. Seed. With his last breath, he tries to warn him that Tianming was from the fire seed. Jiang Yu is stunned. Fire seed. But then Dr. O's eyes go vacant, his life extinguished. Seeing this, Jiang Yu can only cry out in frustration. Wait, what about the fire seed? Explain it properly. Why does everyone pull this stunt on me at the most critical moment? But then sensing a sinister presence, he whips his head around to check. Jiang Yu stands up to face number 9, forced to table the mystery for now. Lightning crackles around his claws. His mantra, kill first, ask questions later. And so Jiang Yu charges forward to attack number 9, felling it with ease in the blink of an eye. Just then, 2 more aberrations appear. Without a moment's hesitation, he dispatches them as well. As he lands, Jiang Yu realizes he's standing in a pool of blood. He frowns, taking in the chaotic scene on the floor, a sea of red covering everything. He sees that all around him lie countless scattered bodies. Jiang Yu tenses up. This is bad. Those aberrations have made it into the outside world. This whole awakening manhwa scenario is getting out of hand. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a presentation is still going on about some new medicines. Suddenly, sharp claws and a monstrous head drop from the ceiling as 3 aberrations lunge toward the female host, sending the entire audience into a panicked frenzy. Aberrations run. Everybody run for your lives. Help Dunkei tries to control the situation, shouting, "They're bloodkin. Don't run aimlessly." They specialize in picking off isolated targets. Everyone try to group up, but in that moment of chaos, one of the creatures has already set its sights on him. Don't run around, come over here. It lunges at Dengke, ready to savor its delicious meal, but a powerful fist suddenly slams into it, sending the aberration flying. Jiang Yu makes a dramatic entrance from within the cloud of dust. Dengke is stunned. Yuzi, how did you get here? Jiang Yu quickly replies, never mind how I got here. We need to figure out how to save these people first. Dengke gestures to the chaotic scene. It's useless, they're all just running for their lives. Nobody is listening to me at all. Just then, Jiang Yu spots someone about to be attacked. Help me. Without hesitation, he leaps forward and sends the aberration flying with a single kick. This heroic act, straight from a manhwa recap, captures everyone's attention. Jiang Yu bellows, stop running around. If you don't want to die, get over here. Watch the shadows around us, and don't give these things an opening to get in. A few people in the crowd recognize him. You're Yuzi. That famous amnesiac assassin from TikTok, right? It's really him. We're saved. Listen to Yuzi. Everyone, huddle up. Watch the shadows. Report anything you see immediately. Stay calm. Women and children first. Seeing the situation finally under control, Jiang Yu lets out a sigh of relief. Just then, he hears someone shouting, help, we're trapped in here. Is anyone out there? He assesses the group situation. They should be okay for now. Next up is the second floor. With that, Jiang Yu says, Dengke, you get them out of here first. I'm going upstairs to see what's happening. Dengke immediately responds, yes sir. Meanwhile, in the room, the building was engulfed in flames as a woman pleaded, is anyone there? Help us. Her little girl cried out, Mommy, it's so hot. I want to get out. Suddenly, a dark figure kicked the locked door clean off its hinges. Thinking she was saved, the woman shouted, over here, I'm over here. But her relief turned to shock, and then creeping terror, as a colossal monster appeared with a deafening roar, lunging right for them. The terrified woman clutched her daughter, crying, no! The little girl screamed, Mommy. But before its attack could land, the monster found itself completely immobilized. A cord of pure energy whipped out, snagging the creature and flinging it into the air. Jiang Yu had arrived just in the nick of time, yanking the monster back towards him. He delivered a single, decisive punch that spelled its doom, blasting straight through its torso. With a final twist, he ripped his arm free, causing the monster to lose its momentum and plummet into the inferno, where it was completely consumed by the flames. The woman hadn't even had a chance to express her gratitude before Jiang Yu started frantically patting himself down. So hot. My body is supposed to be fire-resistant. Why am I still on fire? He then quickly tried to regain his composure. Don't be afraid, I'm here to rescue you both. The little girl, still sobbing, pointed at him. That's even scarier than the monster from before. Her mother tried to comfort her. Don't be scared, sweetheart. He's a super-powered person here to save us. He's just a little unconventional looking. With that, Jiang Yu scooped them up. Hold on tight. He then smashed directly through the building's glass window, leaping out into the open air. Fortunately, fire trucks were already waiting below, prepared for the rescue. Jiang Yu landed gently on the ground, with perfect stability, as the fire hoses began to douse the raging inferno within the building. The mother and daughter, lucky to have escaped unharmed, were still trembling with fear. The mother was overcome with emotion. Thank you so much. The little girl, still dazed, mimicked her mother. Thank you, Mr. Monster. In the crowd, people started to recognize him. Look, it's Brother Yuzi. He saved that mother and daughter. He's like a hero straight out of an awakening manhwa. The crowd erupted in cheers. As he turned to leave, the shouts followed him. You're amazing, Brother Yuzi. Brother Yuzi is saving people again. You can do it. Brother Yuzi Zhang Yu thought to himself. I need to hurry. My shadow points in this world are depleting fast. And who knows where the other night watchmen have disappeared to. Reinforcements should have been here a long time ago. But just then, a blast of golden light detonated inside the building. As he re-entered, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The inside was pure chaos. The night watchman had been taken over. Could it be that this entire chaotic attack was premeditated? A powerful hand rose, gathering energy. It was Chang'an, currently surrounded by 3 separate monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his attack, firing 3 distinct beams of energy that completely obliterated the abominations. The other superhumans were also locked in combat. Although countless monsters lay defeated on the ground, their numbers were still overwhelmingly vast, causing a ceaseless series of explosions. The entire building was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in horror. Over there is the Chu Yang Industrial District. So that must be the real target of this monster horde. This is far worse than I imagined, especially with the night watchman out of commission. He pulled up his system interface. Looks like I can only rely on myself. This is where the real system manhwa adventure begins. He then dove back into the fray to save more people amidst the roaring cheers. He's back. He's appeared again. Everyone watched in awe. This time, he's carrying 3 people at once. Jiang Yu even emerged carrying an innocent little cat. He's so handsome. Go get him, Brother Yuzi. On the other side of the battle, Chang'an had also noticed the lone rescuer. He didn't know it was Jiang Yu, only recognizing him as it's him again, that mysterious assassin. Just then, Jiang Yu set down an unconscious young man he was carrying on his back. Seeing the man's state, the crowd buzzed with concern. Is that the last one? Are you okay? He doesn't look good. He's injured. Someone call an ambulance. Jiang Yu leaned over, panting heavily. So exhausting. I never realized being a hero was this much work. I was trying to play it cool, but now I don't even have the strength left to stand up. Shaking off the fatigue, he managed to smile. But looking at the cheering safe civilians, he couldn't help but think, still, it's worth it. Suddenly, an old woman rushed forward, crying, my granddaughter. Have you seen my granddaughter? She's about this tall with her hair in braids. Another person asked, my son is missing too. Did you see him? My daughter is gone, and my grandson, he's only 7 years old. Jiang Yu froze, his brow furrowing. The only ones missing are children. He lifted his head, his gaze drawn to the highest floor, where the fire raged most intensely. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed as he spotted something dangling precariously, a little girl, held captive by a monster screaming, Daddy, I want to go home. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! What in the world are these monsters up to? Why are they kidnapping children? At that exact moment, he received a call from Zhao Zhao. Jiang Yu answered. What's up? She cut right to the chase. Are you at the Chu Yang Enterprise Complex right now? He was taken aback as he continued to run. How did you know? Don't worry about how I know, she said urgently. Just get over here now. Jiang Yu let out a small chuckle. No need to rush. Just wait. I've finished making rice beef soup and eggs with tomato sauce. That should be enough. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao was about to scold him. You wait for me. But he had already hung up, sprinting directly toward the building. That kidnapper. She frowned in frustration, listening to the cold, dead dial tone. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was pushing his limits. His health and shadow points were dangerously low. Trying to be a hero and save everyone could easily get him killed. Just then, a figure appeared holding a megaphone. It was Captain Liu, making an announcement to all the survivors. All superpowered individuals ahead, listen up. According to Article 113 of the Superpowered Beings Act, individuals without professional certification are forbidden from using their abilities in public without authorization. Cease all use of your powers immediately and submit to an investigation. This is your final warning. Stand down now. We will take immediate action in accordance with the law. The soldier beside him raised a specially made rifle as a clear threat. Jiang Yu reluctantly raised his hands. All right, I get it. He considered backing off, figuring he should leave it to the night watch. After all, they were the professionals. They could get those kids down safely. But behind him, the old woman began to cry. Lan, my granddaughter, she sobbed desperately. That sight was all it took. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and made his decision. He turned back to the captain. Come with me. His words left the captain utterly baffled. Without another word, Jiang Yu bolted toward the building. 2 soldiers immediately raised their rifles to take him down, but Captain Liu stopped them. Captain, one of the soldiers asked, confused. The captain just watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure. Let's go with him and see what's happening. Up on the rooftop, a horrifying scene unfolded. Countless aberrant creatures swarmed the area, each one carrying a kidnapped child. Jiang Yu frowned, tailing them from the shadows. Where in the world are they taking them? Then, Jiang Yu watched in shock as they herded the children through a shimmering portal. He realized they were entering the shadow plane. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu stealthily followed the creatures through. This is the kind of high-stakes plot you see in a top-tier awakening manhwa. The shadow plane. He frowned deep in thought. It was bizarre. Blood fiends were known for their mindless slaughter. Yet, here they were carrying out organized kidnappings with clear roles, almost like an organization. Shuyang Corporation, the Fire Seed, those experimental subjects. He was starting to realize he'd stumbled into something truly terrifying. And now, it was far too late to turn back. He had no choice but to see this through to the end. Nearby, a group of children huddled together, crying while an aberrant creature stood guard. Suddenly, the creature noticed a small stone land right in front of it. It whipped its head around, but saw absolutely nothing. The unnerving silence made the creature suspicious. It turned back to look at the crying children only for another stone to clatter nearby. The creature spun around again but found nothing. The constant misdirection was starting to make it question its senses. Then suddenly the aberrant noticed something was off. It thought to itself, "Wait a minute, aren't there fewer children than before?" The creature leaped around, frantically scanning the area, but it couldn't find a single missing child. And then it sensed movement behind it and spun around. There was Jiang Yu, holding 3 children, making a break for it. He even had the nerve to give it a calm smile. "Looks like I've been spotted." Instantly, several more creatures leaped from the shadows, lunging at him. But in the blink of an eye, a net shot out and ensnared the entire group, causing the trapped aberrants to howl with pure rage. Jiang Yu guided the children towards a staircase. "Slowly now. Everyone stay right behind me." He quickly dialed his phone. "Night Watch. Is that you? I've got more than a dozen children with me." Just then, a blast of energy shot forward, blowing the phone to smithereens right in his hand. He instinctively shielded his face from the resulting shrapnel. The heat was intense. A figure emerged from the shadows. The man had a twisted, grotesque face and a sinister smile. "I'm surprised you managed to follow us all the way here. For a moment, I thought you were one of the Night Watch. But it turns out to be our little internet celebrity Yuzi." Jiang Yu stared cautiously at the man before him. "Who are you?" The man's forked tongue flickered out. "This is a classic villain intro you'd find in any good manhwa recap. Why don't you take a guess?" Shushan said, casually flicking his wrist. The wall beside Jiang Yu instantly exploded into rubble. Fortunately, Jiang Yu managed to dodge just in time, his heart pounding in his chest. Telekinesis. This guy was a transcendent too. Jiang Yu quickly fired a grappling line to the ceiling, zipping away to draw the fight away from the children. The introduction of such a powerful foe is a major turning point, often seen in a thrilling system manhwa. But the moment he landed, a volley of rebar lances shot down from above. He narrowly leaped out of the way just as his opponent appeared again. Not bad, just like in the videos. You're quick on your feet, I'll give you that. But your overall power level is only tier 1. Frankly, you're not even worth mentioning. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. "You're from the Shuyang Corporation." Shushan raised an eyebrow, a smug grin on his face. "Do I look like one of their lackeys?" Jiang Yu was now almost certain. "Then you must be with the Fire Seed." Without another word, his enemy launched an attack. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Jiang Yu quickly dodged the incoming projectile, but to his shock it seemed to have a mind of its own, curving back around to strike him again. Caught off guard, and blasted away by the explosion. He was sent flying amidst the spreading dust and smoke, just as 2 more energy orbs shot toward Jiang Du. The sheer force of the blast was the kind of intense action you'd expect from a top-tier awakening manhwa. The sight didn't seem to faze Shushan in the slightest. He thought with a sense of boredom. How dull. I was hoping I could play around a little longer. On the building above, the terrified children watched the situation unfold. They couldn't hold back their choke sobs. Big brother isn't going to die, is he? Down below, as the smoke cleared, it revealed a shocking scene that made even Shushan furrow his brow in disbelief. Before him was nothing but an empty patch of rubble. Where did he go? Shushan scowled, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Jiang Du erupted from the ground behind him, swiftly leaping up for a sneak attack. The dark figure swept through the air like a storm. Shushan sensed it and tilted his head to dodge, but the attack still left a nasty scar. Jiang Du didn't give up, appearing right behind him again with a confident smirk on his lips. He raised his hand, lashing out with a strike that the villain barely managed to avoid. Jiang Du quickly concealed himself the moment he saw Shushan preparing to counter. The enraged villain lunged at his fading form. "You filthy rat." Just before vanishing, Jiangdu hastily tossed out a black orb. Sushan watched it detonate in midair with caution. Just as he thought the orb had done nothing, his eyes widened in shock. From that explosion, countless thread-thin tentacles erupted, lashing out at Sushan. He was forced to use his own body to block the whip-like blows. Licking a smear of blood from his face, Sushan thought to himself that an enemy who ambushes from the shadows is indeed a bit tricky to handle. "But I have the perfect way to deal with you." He swung his arm, throwing a bizarre energy orb. It unexpectedly flew in the opposite direction, heading straight for the building where the children were. The little girl at the front had no way to dodge the attack. She screamed in pure terror and despair. At that moment, the Shadow Brother instantly materialized right in front of her. Jiangdu appeared to block the massive energy orb, gritting his teeth as he endured the toxins invading his body. Sushan appeared right behind him. "Got you." Jiangdu had fallen for the bait. He turned in horror, but his enemy had already gathered his powers in his palm. He struck Jiangdu directly in the back, inflicting devastating internal injuries and knocking him to the ground with a single overwhelming blow. He crashed into the heap of rubble at the base of the wall. Sushan laughed maliciously. "Still want to hide in the dark? You've lost your chance." He began to pummel Jiangdu, relentlessly laughing like a maniac. Each punch was terrifyingly heavy, raining down on Jiangdu without pause. He was stunned, reeling from the pain. "What's happening? My dark form is shattering," he thought. This is a critical moment in our manhwa recap where the hero is on the ropes. The shadows within his body descended into chaos, rendering him unable to use his skills. Sushan violently grabbed Jiangdu's head as if he were a mere toy and slammed it into the ground. The earth itself cracked under the impact. A part of his shadow form crumbled away, revealing his face. The villain licked his lips and clenched his fist. "Let's see now. Let me find out who you really are." Just as Sushan raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow, rocks suddenly rained down from above, smacking him on the head. The children were yelling furiously, "Let him go, you bad guy. We'll smash you." Sushan was enraged. "You little brats, do you really think I won't kill you?" But the moment his attention was diverted to the kids, Jiangdu had already started to sit up. The shattered shadow form began to regenerate. Jiangdu grabbed Sushan tightly. "Your opponent is me." He silently thanked the children for their help. He crouched and then sprang into the air, activating Pupil of the Shadow, instantly dragging his foe into the illusion of 1,000 eyes. Sushan ground his teeth in fury. His eyes turned stark white as he focused his power, and he directly erupted with energy. The blast sent Jiangdu flying. "Get lost," Sushan sneered as Jiangdu staggered to regain his footing. Thankfully, his shadow form managed to recover in time. He wouldn't let up, taunting relentlessly. "You think dragging me into the darkness can stop me? After I kill you, I'll take care of those little kids who helped you too." Jiangdu's brow furrowed. "So it was you controlling those blood breeds all along. But why are you capturing children?" The villain flashed a wicked grin. "That's obvious. A child's soul is far purer. Surely you've heard of it." Sushan's eyes glinted with greed as he spoke of the soul seed technique. Jiangdu's mind flashed back to the laboratory. He recalled the lab in Chuyang. "Hello. Number 9, the soul seed technique." This felt like a plot point straight out of a complex system manhwa. His attention then shifted to the other aberrations he had encountered on his way here. Sushan summoned them forth. "Has your curiosity been satisfied? Well then, if you'll excuse me, it's time for you to die." With a snap of his fingers, he commanded them to attack. The controlled abominations roared and howled incessantly. They all lunged towards Jiangdu, but he simply gave a strange faint smile, a look of absolute confidence on his face. "I was waiting for you," he said, unable to suppress a grin, as if his true objective had been achieved. In an instant, the countless aberrations were completely absorbed by him. "Thanks for the generous gift of his." Gazing at the monsters, which were nothing more than target practice for him, Jiangdu casually gestured, "Come to me." He activated his chasing mark, ensuring not a single one of them could escape, completely subjugating them into orbs of energy in his hand. Jiangdu then consumed them all. Shadow Devour shadow points, +6, bringing the total to 81 out of 90. Seeing this, Sushan was horrified. Holy crap, he can absorb aberrations. Just then, Jiangdu's body began to levitate, merging into a massive vortex of power, a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. Every aberration in the vicinity was being devoured by his Shadow Devour. The villain realized his catastrophic mistake with dawning horror. "This is bad." Sushan immediately lunged forward, trying to interrupt the process. This kid couldn't possibly be. However, his punch couldn't even phase the swirling vortex. In fact, Sushan was violently thrown back, writhing in agony. His eyes burned with rage, blood vessels bulging. Shushan grit his teeth. Damn it, to think he'd hijack the very bloodline I cultivated for myself. By now, Jiangdu was completely encased in an energy cocoon. The villain couldn't stop trembling as he stammered, That's. Watching the aberrant energy converge into a web that resembled nerve fibers. Jushan roared in pure frustration. He's leveling up. Without a second's hesitation, he turned to bolt. Damn it, you win this time. But his mind was racing with suspicion. This is so bizarre. Superhumans level up through cultivation. Leveling up by devouring aberrations like he is? This is something I've never seen before. This is a classic trope in a system manhwa. Suddenly, Shushan froze mid-stride. Hold on. Isn't that exactly how aberrations grow stronger? A look of sheer terror washed over his face, his escape coming to an abrupt halt because standing before Shushan was a massive spatial gate. As the dust and smoke cleared, a familiar dark figure was revealed. Jiangdu's entire being seemed to have ascended to another plane, the smirk on his lips now dripping with arrogance. Well, then I believe it's my turn to be the hunter. Jiangdu, wielding his twin swords, slowly advanced on Shushan. He took a deep, savoring breath, as if enjoying the moment. Jiangdu could feel it. This was the second realm. His entire body felt as if it had been liberated from a layer of heavy shackles, completely casting off its former constraints. A mere twitch of his sword hand caused his aura to explode outwards. The world transformed before his eyes, and he could now clearly perceive the vibrant life force of every aura. He could even sense the raw fear emanating from mortals. Jiangdu couldn't help but grin with relish. Let me have some fun with you. And with that, his figure vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. Shushan's eyes widened in shock. He's hidden in the shadows. No, wait, this time, he's completely gone. He frantically summoned his underlings. Damn you, trying to ambush me, stop him. But in a series of brilliant flashes of light, Shushan watched as his aberrations were cut down right before his eyes. He hastily threw up an energy shield, but still suffered a deep gash across his chest. Shushan clutched the wound in agony, completely unable to track his opponent's lightning-fast attack. He's too fast. What kind of monster is he? A normal, second-realm user shouldn't be this powerful. Meanwhile, Jiangdu was having the time of his life. Interesting, I'm right in front of his face, and he still can't perceive me. It seems I can now hide much deeper, within the shadows, like a completely different form of existence. He then landed a rapid-fire combo of slashes, which Shushan was utterly unable to dodge. Looking at the fresh wound on his face, he seethed with hatred. You bastard! How dare you toy with me as if I'm some animal? Shushan couldn't help but scream. Damn it all. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Stop dragging this out, as if trying to salvage his last shred of dignity. Here I come. Jiangdu materialized directly behind him. All right then, I'll grant your wish. But just as the Azure Shadow Sword was about to deliver the final blow, he sensed an object hurtling towards him, forcing Jiangdu to leap backward and parry it. He stared bewildered at the object caught on his sword. A brick. From the shadows, another figure emerged. What in the world are you doing? Shushan, I've been waiting for you for half a day. The boss is about to lose his mind. Shushan's face lit up with relief. Young Cheng, did the boss send you? The newcomer smirked. The plan's about to kick off. Get out of here and take the children with you. I'll handle this. He didn't hesitate to obey. All right, that psycho is all yours. But Jiangdu lunged to block his path. Don't you dare lay a finger on those children. At that moment, another brick flew through the air, deflecting his sword. Yongcheng then charged forward, attacking Jiangdu with pure brute force. Seeing this, Jiangdu wasn't about to stand there and take it. He nimbly leaped into the air, dodging the powerful blow in a move you'd expect to see in a great manhwa recap. He then activated his phantom body to sink into the ground. Instantly, the ring on Shushan's finger flared brightly. A tendril of aberrant energy shot out, forming a rope that bound Jiangdu tightly. The villain gloated. Trying to pull that disappearing act again? Not so easy this time. Yongcheng perfectly coordinated his follow-up, rushing in and sending the ensnared Jiangdu flying with a single punch. Shushan cheered wildly for his teammate. Friend, good job, now finish him. But just then, a flash of light sliced the man into 4 pieces. The life slowly drained from Shushan's eyes, never imagining that this would be his end. He collapsed to the cold ground, his leg completely severed. The one who struck was Jiang Yu, who moved to eliminate the threat before the man could lay a hand on the children. Yang Cheng offered a mock compliment. Quite the move. You're no ordinary night watchman, are you, kid? Why stick your nose in our business? Jiang Yu's rage flared. He roared. Cut the crap. You people are kidnapping children for your twisted variant experiments, and you expect me to just look the other way. The man seemed slightly taken aback, saying, so, you're acting on your own. Think you're some embodiment of justice, trying to be a hero. Leaning on his shadow sword, Jiang Yu pushed himself up, suppressing his exhaustion. I'm no hero, and I've never had any intention of becoming one. I simply act on what I believe is right. That's all there is to it. Hearing this, Yang Cheng suddenly burst out laughing. What's right? If saving these children leads to the end of all humanity, would you still think this is the right thing to do? Jiang Yu stammered, completely baffled. What are you talking about? Are you saying kidnapping kids is your way of saving the world? What kind of sick joke is this? Yang Cheng spoke with a cold voice. You know as well as I do, the war between humans and variants has raged for 100 years. Humanity has clung to a mere sliver of hope just to survive until today. But the human body has its limits. The variants do not. The strength of humanity is like the light of a firefly, utterly incapable of resisting the darkness of the abyss. Instead of dying a painful death, chasing a false hope, it's better to find another way. If the darkness cannot be defeated, then we must actively embrace it and adapt. This tale of struggle is a core theme in many an awakening manhwa. We will bury our hope in the abyss and wait in the shadows until we become the final embers ready to extinguish all of humanity's hope. Jiang Yu scoffed coldly. You're clearly traitors, yet you speak with such self-righteousness. If you call yourselves embers, Jiang Yu's power erupted around him. Then allow me to be the one to snuff you out. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. As I thought, talking to your kind is pointless. A terrifying pressure radiated from his body. Let me open your eyes a little. Jiang Yu charged his sword, raised to strike. However, the descending blow was caught by Yang Cheng's bare hand, who even redirected the force, sending Jiang Yu staggering backward. Bracing himself against a wall, Jiang Yu regained his footing and launched another attack. Despite his incredible speed, every strike was parried. Suddenly, Yang Cheng clenched his fist, spun, and with a single hand unleashed an orb of energy, a classic power-up you'd see in a system manhwa. The blast forced Jiang Yu to hastily raise his sword to defend. But the orb detonated like a bomb, illuminating the entire sky. Despite unleashing such a powerful attack, the man showed no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Jiang Yu was sent flying into a corner by the aftershock. He clutched his wounds and coughed up blood. This guy, he's on another level. Jiang Yu looked down in anger. The wound wasn't healing. What was that just now? Yang Cheng slowly approached him, a dark expression on his face, as he explained, an ultimate skill. Inferno, Hell Slash, my signature move. Jiang Yu became even more wary of his opponent. An ultimate skill. Yang Cheng sneered. You can't even stand against me. So what makes you think you can face the abyss? Before absolute power, resistance is meaningless. This is where it ends for you. Go meet your maker. And then, Jiang Yu suddenly broke into a smirk. Yeah, I guess it is time to end this. He activated a skill on Yang Cheng mark, hitting him before he could even react. Yang Cheng found himself completely ensnared, plunged into a dimension of pure darkness. Panic immediately gripped him. How is this possible? Where am I? No, save me. I don't want to die. Jiang Yu's voice whispered in his ear. See it now, the fear hidden deep within your heart. Saving humanity was just an excuse. Your terror of the abyss was the real reason for your betrayal. You people aren't embers at all. Brilliant sparks of lightning erupted from his shadow sword. Jiang Yu clenched his fist, laying the truth bare. You're just a bunch of cowards running from the fight. This time, Yang Cheng was completely enraged, grinding his teeth in fury. He charged forward, screaming, "Shut up, shut your mouth." Jiang Yu swung his sword, activating pursuit, and the shadow blade pierced straight through Yang Cheng's body. In utter disbelief, Yang Cheng coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. What? Only then did he get a clear look at Jiang Yu's face. He's just a kid. As he fell helplessly to the ground, his mind raced. No wonder he was so fearless. This whole manhwa recap could be about him. I was once just like him, full of righteous fire. Yang Cheng's eyes. A look of sad nostalgia washed over Than's face. He was terrified. That fearless, defiant spirit he once had was utterly shattered in the abyss long ago. And the same will happen to you. Sooner or later, the abyss will consume you too. I just won't be around to see that day. Jiang Yu frowned and muttered. You people. What in the world are you? Than's physical form slowly dissolved, transforming into a small, weak flame seed. Elsewhere, a reporter was broadcasting live. Hello viewers, I'm your host Shui Shui. As you can see, the skyscraper behind me belongs to the So Duong Group. Just 1 hour ago, a massive fire suddenly erupted at the So Duong Group's headquarters. And at the same time, numerous variants swarmed out. The lower levels of the building are now completely ablaze. Over there, you can see clear signs of a battle between a superhuman and these variants. One of the rescued victims said in an interview UZJ, "It was UZJ who saved me." The reporter elaborated. According to our information, many people trapped in the Inferno were rescued by an internet celebrity known as UZG, a hero straight out of an awakening manhwa. After learning that several children were missing at the scene, this very same UZG immediately charged back in to rescue them. Currently, there is no official update on his condition. Let's all pray for his and the children's safe return. Just then, a citizen shouted with joy, "UZG, he's back." It was truly him. "Look, it's UZG. This is fantastic." Jiang Yu had returned, bringing the missing children with him. He was taken aback by the crowd's passionate welcome, crouching down to pat the children on the head. "Go on now, this is as far as I can take you." The rescued kids, now full of adoration for Jiang Yu, chirped, "Thank you, big brother." The night watchers quickly stepped forward to help reunite the children with their families. The gentle sunlight bathed the scene, seemingly celebrating their reunion. Afterwards, covered in soot and utterly exhausted, he finally returned, thinking, "At last I'm home." To his surprise, despite the late hour, Zhao Zhao was still sitting up waiting for him. Her face was a mask of anxiety, and upon seeing him, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. The dinner she had prepared sat on the table completely untouched. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a pang of both affection and guilt. He pulled a carton of broken eggs from his bag. "Sorry, I'm so sorry for being late. I even made a special trip to the supermarket to buy some eggs. But something happened on the way." However, Zhao Zhao was in no mood for his lighthearted jest. She burst into tears of frustration. "You're lying to me again. Do you think I'm a child?" Jiang Yu sighed, placing his hands on his hips. "What's the matter? Did you really think I was dead?" Zhao Zhao angrily snapped. It would have been for the best. But as she swung her small fist, he gently caught it in his hand. Startled, her embarrassment quickly turned to anger. "Let go of my hand," but Jiang Yu pulled her closer. "I won't." Under the warm glow of the chandelier, the atmosphere became charged with tension. He gently lifted Zhao Zhao's chin. "You've never tried this before, have you?" she stammered. "Tried what?" Jiang Yu reassured her. "Don't be afraid. After we try it, we won't be children anymore." Zhao Zhao's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "What haven't I tried before?" Jiang Yu backed her against the wall, his voice turning husky. "I haven't tried it either," as a roguish grin spread across his face. "So, shall we give it a go?" Zhao Zhao was completely caught up in the moment, her body going weak. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Yu snapped out of it. But he gave her no chance to resist, leaning in, until their lips gently touched, an expression of pure shock, impossible for Zhao Zhao to hide. Panicked, she shoved him away. "What do you think you're doing?" Jiang Yu, equally startled and embarrassed, quickly made an excuse. "Nothing, I was just a bit thirsty, and was looking for something to drink." Zhao Zhao, face flushed and hand covering her lips, repeated, "Thirsty." He quickly changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I'll go heat up the food," before practically fleeing into the kitchen. Jiang Yu hastily placed the dishes in the microwave, trying to calm his racing heart. "Man, that was intense, but I actually did it. I got so swept up, I just kissed her. I honestly thought Zhao Zhao was going to kill me. But wow, a girl's lips, they're really soft." He threw a few excited punches at the air. "Let's call it my well-deserved reward after a huge battle. Absolutely worth it." He had no idea she was secretly watching him, a silly, blissful, and embarrassed smile gracing her own face. Once the food was hot, the two finally sat down for their late supper. Zhao Zhao kept sneaking glances at him, her face still flushed as she replayed the moment in her mind. He meanwhile feigned ignorance and quickly began to eat. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. This whole ordeal felt like the climax of a manhwa recap. After a battle like this, I wonder how much my abilities have improved. A status window promptly materialized before him. It read Jiang Yu attribute Shadow. Shadow points 105 out of 150. Skills Stalker, Hunter, Shadow Devour, Shadow Clone, Shadow Dive, Morph, Shadow Blade, Hunter's Mark, Kill Streak. Remaining lifespan 80 days. Evaluation. You now possess a shred of real power. Among the flock of weaklings, you could be considered relatively strong. Shadow Dive, you can freely slip into. Shadow Form, Swift Movement, and the Shadow Blade transformation, which morphs your arms into razor-sharp swords. The destructive power is incredibly dangerous, but be warned, in this state, your flexibility will be compromised. It's all about relentless kills and continuous attacks, generating an overwhelming storm-like pressure. Your strikes will become focused on killing intent, and their power will amplify with simultaneous attacks. However, should your attacks fail or be interrupted, your killing intent will instantly plummet to 0. This killing intent can enhance your slaughter path, strengthen your ability to meld with the shadows, and allow for seamless movement in and out of the shadow layers. This is a classic power-up in any Great Awakening manhwa. It also enhances your hunter abilities with the power to identify health bars now upgraded and perfected. Jiang-du mused that potential shadow must be the skill for freely entering and exiting the shadow dimension incredibly useful. The continuous kills ability is also extremely powerful, but it requires you to land consecutive hits for it to take effect, making the condition a bit demanding. He closed his eyes to recall the color coding system. Red must signify an enemy. From the previous battle, Jiang-du remembered green represented an ally, and once the conflict ended, white denoted a neutral bystander. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open and stared intently at Zhao Zhao. Being observed so suddenly startled her. Flustered and annoyed, she snapped, "What are you looking at? I'm warning you. Don't you get any strange ideas?" But Jiang-du was simply baffled. Why was there also a pink color? A smile crept across his face. "I get it now. Pink means she likes me." Zhao Zhao frowned, muttering to herself. What kind of wicked thought is he having now? Just then, a flash of light outside caught his attention, and she also turned her head in surprise. The two of them went out to the balcony together, gazing up at the sky in slight astonishment as countless fireworks bloomed in the night. They silently shared the moment, enjoying the rare and beautiful display. Abruptly, Jiang-du asked, "By the way, do you know anything about this organization called Fire Seed?" Zhao Zhao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Fire Seed? Where did you hear about them?" He was startled. She actually knew. Zhao Zhao nodded. "My father's documents contain some basic information, and Fire Seed was mentioned. Unlike the war faction or the mainstream research faction, they're a bunch of bizarre, contradictory lunatics. Their bodies have been grotesquely mutated, classifying them as a deviant species, a heretical organization that betrayed humanity. Oh, by the way, if you capture a member of Fire Seed, you have to hand them over to the Night Watch for a reward of 500,000 in cash." Jiang-du's jaw dropped when he heard that. 500,000. She looked at him confused. What's wrong? But how could he possibly tell her the truth? Nothing. In his heart, he was bleeding. 1 million had just slipped through his fingers. After a moment, Jiang-du probed. "So, besides Fire Seed, are there any other strange organizations? The kind with rewards?" Zhao Zhao answered bluntly. "Nope, that's it." "Why? Are you hoping for more?" He scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, I was just thinking maybe I could make a fortune this way." Hearing this, her expression grew thoughtful as she tried to recall something. Then she explained, "There are indeed other strange organizations, but they don't have bounties. For example, there's Dawn." The name struck Jiang-du as odd. Uncovering these hidden factions is a key part of any good system manhwa recap. A strange energy flickered on Zhao Zhao's hand. They're a contradictory group. One part of them is a war faction, but they're different from our mainstream war faction. Another faction within them firmly believes humanity is doomed to fail and is always looking for a way to escape this land. For example, by leaving this planet to find a new dawn. Jiang-du was shocked. That's way too far-fetched. This isn't some sci-fi movie. It's not like they can just build a spaceship or something. She shook her head. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on technology. The deviant species in the abyss don't possess any technology at all, yet they can still travel through the abyss fissures into our reality. If someone could master that method, the Dawn faction's ambition might actually be achievable. The days passed by quietly, and the joyful spring festival eventually came to an end. People returned to their jobs, and students began preparing for the new semester. Ever since reaching the second rank, the lifespan and shadow points gained from hunting first-rank aliens were like a drop in the ocean. Sometimes, a full day of grinding would only add a mere 3 days to his lifespan. The final year school holiday was over, and students began reporting in batches to the special training camp. Bao Qiang had already gone ahead. Jiang-du was in the last group for this batch scheduled to leave the next day. But on the night before his departure, Jun Guang returned from Beidou. The moment he got back, he asked, "I heard you manifested the golden light during the will test, and that you're the new rising star in the night patrol. You've gotten pretty tough, you little brat." Jiang-du spun around in surprise. "Uncle Li, aren't you supposed to be in Beidou? Is your work there finished already?" Jun Guang wearily rubbed his neck. "Not a chance. The night patrol. This year has been incredibly hectic, with one complicated mess popping up after another. For example, during the aptitude test, besides you achieving a gold level result, there was also a misty cloud phenomenon." Jiang-du asked, his curiosity piqued. "A misty cloud phenomenon? What kind of rank is that? Is it even more impressive than mine?" The man shrugged. "Who knows? Everyone around here is completely in the dark about it." However, Jun Guang thought to himself, "Still, something about this is incredibly strange. I observed this kid closely before. His body showed clear signs of contamination. I was certain he'd fail the aptitude test, yet somehow he managed to pass with a level 6 aptitude. But how? He doesn't give off the vibe of a protagonist from an awakening manhwa at all. Could the test have been faulty? Just then, Jung-do remembered something and spoke up. Oh, that's right, sir. I met someone earlier named Song Ching-an. He mentioned something about war generals. Is that a real thing? The man's expression immediately darkened. He hadn't expected to be found out so easily. Jun Guang, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, reluctantly nodded. It's true. The boy couldn't suppress his excitement. What? You're actually a war general? According to the legends, you're one of the 5 strongest generals in all of Great Zhou. The man sighed, a nostalgic look in his eyes. To be precise, I used to be. In any case, I'm over 40 years old now and have long since retired from the front lines. Back then, I was a lot like you, filled with a burning passion to become a war general for Great Zhou. I fought against countless formidable foes. My mindset at the time was simple: if I could just eliminate all the aberrations, Great Zhou would be safe. But the aberrations were endless, and just like that, more than 20 years flew by. In the end, my wife died from an aberration's corruption. Now I'm old, I've lost an arm. The once invincible war general is now nothing but a half-crippled invalid. What's more, an even stronger aberration has appeared in Beidou this time. That's why you. Jiang-du cut him off abruptly. Stop, hold on. You're about to tell me not to become one of the awakened, aren't you? Well, I absolutely refuse to give up. In fact, I want a story just like in a classic system manhwa, to become a war general of Great Zhou, just like you were. Jun Guang heard this and decided not to argue further. He stood up. Fine. The higher-ups are taking an interest in you now. If they have their intentions, there's nothing I can do to stop them. He then produced a pendant. Here, take this and wear it. Jiang-du accepted it, looking puzzled. What is this? It's a pendant. Jun Guang explained, a forbidden artifact called the Whisper of the Night. If you wear it behind your ear, it will transmit the whispers of those who were dragged into the abyss. Wearing this for extended periods can temper your willpower and help hone your fundamentals. However, it can also amplify a person's negative emotions. That's why after wearing it for a long stretch, you must wait at least 3 days before putting it on again. It has another function. It can be used to activate your awakened energy, unleashing the energy of contamination. This provides a massive short-term boost to the user's combat abilities, but it can only be used one time. Jiang-du caught on to the key point. The energy of contamination. Does this artifact come from the abyss? The man smiled, pleased. You're sharp. Yes, it was indeed brought out from the abyss. These forbidden artifacts, the kind you often see in a dark manhwa recap, are essentially concentrated forms of contamination, and using them always comes at a steep price. This pendant, however, is a bit special. The price for using it is directly related to your aptitude and your willpower. As long as your willpower is above level 5, you can wear it. But what makes this pendant truly unique is that it chooses its master. Jiang-du couldn't hide his excitement. How fascinating. He put it on to try it out. Zhang Guang watched with curiosity. So, do you feel anything? The boy paused for a moment. It's strange. I don't seem to hear any sound at all. The man nodded approvingly. It appears your willpower is strong enough to completely resist its effects. That's a relief. When you go home, I'll get you the files on this pendant's previous wearers. You should look them over when you have some free time. Jiang-du replied obediently. Okay, sir. Goodbye. As night descended, the boy fell into a deep and profound sleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, slowly illuminating the pendant. Suddenly, it began to react. A strange energy emanated from it, its aura expanding rapidly, and gradually enveloped Jiang-du's body. In his dream, he rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. Where am I? Did I get lost? His hazy eyes scanned the dark, empty space around him. This place is. Suddenly, a series of bubbles drifted towards him. Inside them were people. A young girl who had once worn the pendant was screaming in terror. Please no. Stop whispering in my ear. Jiang-du realized that others were also crying out in agony, but some seemed to have become crazed by the very power it granted them. Their suffering was endless. It hurts. It hurts so much. Just end me. Somebody help me, I'll never wear it again. This is a curse. A curse, I don't want it. I don't need to be your master. Don't. He broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing, could this be a memory from the pendant? A soft voice then whispered in his ear. Master, something seems to be emerging from the darkness. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying the final batch of ability users headed toward the barracks. Zhao Zhao couldn't hold back a huge yawn. Jiang Yu asked with concern. Didn't you sleep well? She rubbed her nose, admitting that on her first day at the special training camp, she was too excited to sleep a wink all night. What about you? He chuckled. Oh, I slept like a log, of course. But honestly, it's a bit fuzzy. I feel like I dreamed about something last night, but I just can't remember what. She wondered aloud. Is it the necklace's influence? I feel like I even heard it speaking. Jiang Yu gently touched Zhao Zhao's shoulder. If you're tired, you can lean on me and get some sleep. She snapped, flustered. No way, don't even think about taking advantage of me. He tried to soothe her. Relax. I swear I won't lay a finger on you. But to her surprise, she turned to see Jiang Yu puckering his lips at her. Captain Lu sighed as he watched their playful banter. Zhao Zhao, the camp is crowded. You need to stay away from those with ulterior motives. You understand? She obediently replied. I know, Dad. Jiang Yu jumped at that. Wait. When you say ulterior motives, are you talking about me? Her father continued to instruct. And another thing, once you're at the camp, you must obey the instructors. If anything happens, find an instructor immediately. If you can't, call me. Zhao Zhao blushed. Her father had been repeating this the entire trip. Jiang Yu proudly puffed out his chest. Don't you worry, uncle. As long as I'm around, nobody will dare to bully her. Captain Lu fumed internally. Times. It's precisely because you're here that I'm worried. Times. Just then, the vehicle pulled up to the station. We've arrived. Zhao Zhao waved. Dad, we're off now. Goodbye. He nodded. Don't forget to call. He then watched the two walk in, holding hands affectionately. The sight made Captain Lu let out a cold, irritated huff. He gritted his teeth, muttering, You little punk, just wait until you're in the camp. I'll teach you a lesson. At that moment, Zhao Zhao quickly pulled her hand away. Are you trying to get me killed? If my dad saw that, he would have your hide. Jiang Yu just shrugged it off. What's there to be scared of? We won't see him again for another 6 months. Besides, by then we'll be in the same university. Captain Lu won't be able to see us then. She turned away blushing. Who said I want to go to the same university as you? Just then, the crowd of new recruits gathered together. The train's here. Let's get on. He followed the throng of people, beginning the journey to the camp. He was surrounded by other young, aspiring awakeners. Jiang Yu scanned the area. So, this was the train to the special training facility. An announcement crackled over the intercom. Attention all trainees. The train to the Yunhai Special Training Camp will depart at 10:30 Beijing time, with no stops. The entire journey is expected to last approximately 20 minutes. Jiang Yu remarked. Wow, it's packed in here. Zhao Zhao wasn't surprised. Of course it is. Everyone from the various districts is gathered here. This very train car is filled with the top-tier candidates from the latest round of tests. You've got people with high-tier willpower, others with unique special abilities. Basically, everyone here just needs a bit of training to be ready to face a rank 1 aberrant. He feigned astonishment. That impressive? I guess we won't have to be scared of aberrants anymore. Inwardly, however, he scoffed. With my current strength, it's like I'm in my own personal time system. Manhwa asterisk. Even a rank 2 aberrant wouldn't be a problem. She was oblivious to his thoughts, of course. Don't be so naive. Even with great potential, if you don't pass the training, it's all useless. You should get some rest. Just wait until we get to the camp, then you'll understand what it's really like. Jiang Yu replied casually. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. The train sped along its tracks toward the camp, before plunging into a pitch-black tunnel. Zhao Zhao shook him. Hey, wake up. Don't fall asleep. He groggily opened his eyes, confused. What's going on? She pointed at the clock on the wall. Didn't they say the trip would take less than 20 minutes? It's already been almost 40 minutes, and we're still moving. Jiang Yu frowned. It was broad daylight when they boarded, so why the sudden darkness? He whipped his head towards the window. It's fog. The other passengers noticed the oddity too. Something's not right with this fog, someone murmured. One of them dared to reach a hand out, only to snatch it back in terror. Don't touch it. It's like it could feel me. This bizarre turn of events straight out of In Time's Awakening Manhwa Times sent a wave of panic through the car. Suddenly, the speeding train screeched to a halt. The sudden stop sent everyone stumbling forward unprepared. Then the intercom crackled to life again. We have arrived at Yunhai Training Camp. All passengers please disembark from the doors on the left. Everyone stood at the open doors, completely bewildered. What's going on? Weren't instructors supposed to meet us here? One asked. I have no idea. And with that, this time's Manhwa Recap Times took an even stranger turn. Pushing through the crowd, Jiang Du becomes the first to set foot off the train. Jiao Jiao, watching from behind, is absolutely horrified by this scene. She quickly rushes forward, calling out, What do you think you're doing? Get back here. But Jiang Du's gaze remains firm and searching. I'm not. His pupils, tinged with darkness, tremble slightly. What? It's because his feet are planted right on a set of bizarre bloodstains. Terrified, Zhao Zhao covers her face and stumbles back. This is. Jiang-du crouches down to inspect it closely. He confirms his suspicions. He's certain the blood is fresh. The others panic. Blood? Are you kidding? Does that mean the people at the special training camp were killed? No way, the camp has instructors. Who could possibly harm them? Jiang-du ignores their chatter and provides the answer. Variant species. This kind of reveal is straight out of an awakening manhwa, and it terrifies the young trainees. He turns to face them. Everyone notify the night watch immediately. If anyone here knows how to operate the train, we need to head back as soon as possible. Zhao Zhao asks with concern. What about you, Jiang? Du's eyes show a hint of conflict as he looks at her, then he forces a smile and lies, I'm just going to the restroom. Jiao Jiao is powerless to stop him. Jiang Due, dark panicked expression flashes across her face. Jiao Jiao fights down her own fearful instincts, then resolves to follow him out. The others are like a rudderless ship. What are we supposed to do now? Should we really try to drive the train back? Our phones have no signal, so we can't call for help. Just waiting here isn't an option. Let's go. We should head out too. And just like that, the new recruits all follow their direction, completely oblivious to a camera high above observing their every move. After that, Jiang-du genuinely walks over to the restroom. He pulls up his pants and lets out a deep sigh of relief, his face visibly relaxed. Ah, much better. I was holding it that entire ride. But unexpectedly, as he turns around, a bizarre aura fills the air. A wolf-like variant species snarls and lunges, ready to make a meal out of Jiang-du. But just before it makes contact, a powerful blow sends it flying. Jiang-du turns in astonishment and asks, Are you here to use the restroom too? Jiao Jiao furiously shouts back, Restroom my foot. Don't you have any idea how dangerous it is to wander off alone? What if you got eaten by a variant? How would I ever be able to face Teacher Li? He just offers a reassuring smile. All right, calm down and listen to what I have to say. She plants her hands on her hips and scoffs. Fine, let's hear what kind of ridiculous story you've cooked up this time. In fact, Jiang-du begins to explain with total confidence. The special training has already started. Jiao Jiao is completely baffled. The training has started. Since when? Jiang-du clarifies. It began the very moment we stepped onto that subway train. She is utterly unconvinced. That's ridiculous. Where's your proof? He points to the corpse on the ground. Right there. That variant you just took down. What did you think of its combat strength? Jiao Jiao reflects for a moment. It was very weak. Only slightly stronger than a common type. By all logic, a variant species that weak would never have the nerve to attack a training camp. Jiang-du chuckles and pats her on the shoulder. Exactly. See, you're not as dense as you look, are you? But Jiao remains skeptical. Maybe we just haven't run into the more powerful variants yet. He raises an eyebrow and says, All right, let's just pretend the training camp was attacked by variants. Even so, there's no way the Night Watch wouldn't have noticed, right? If something that serious actually happened, don't you think they would have alerted us by now? Intentionally delaying our arrival to create anxiety, using fog to generate panic, and splashing blood around to instill fear. The main purpose is to apply psychological pressure, a classic trope in any good system manhwa. And under that kind of pressure, a person's true colors, good or bad, are directly exposed. Then, his voice suddenly booms. And as for me, Jiang-du, I am the strongest, Jiao Jiao replies helplessly. You went on for that long just to brag. At that exact moment, another variant appears, followed by a whole pack of them leaping toward the pair. Jiang-du yelps and jumps back. Go, Jiao. Jiao, use your soul suppression bow. She gives him a disgusted look. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? What's the big idea hiding behind me? He grins confidently. If I made a move, you wouldn't even get a chance to shine. What a classic protagonist line for this manhwa recap. Jiao Jiao is on the verge of exploding with rage. In that case, you might as well just do it. Jiang-du shoves the girl forward. Stop wasting time with pointless chatter. You've been given an opportunity, so take it. On the monitoring screen, he can be heard yelling, You can do it, Jiao Jiao, go. The camp's officers are keeping a close watch. By now, she has successfully taken down all the recent variants. He doesn't hold back his praise. That was awesome, Jiao Jiao. You took on 3 of them at once. She furiously turns on her so-called partner. Jiang-du, you are absolutely shameless. How could you just stand on the sidelines and watch? He quickly makes an excuse. Hey, don't be angry. I was just showing that I trust you. But Jiao Jiao is still seething. Trust my foot. Go jump off a cliff. Suddenly, Jiang-du grabs her hand swiftly, calming her down with a look of absolute undeniable confidence. Hey, this is no time to mess around. Look, it's a map. We have to pick an exit. Jiao Yao sought his opinion. Which way do you think we should go? Jiang-du observed for a moment before making his choice. Door C, the shadow field. She shot him a stunned look. The shadow field. Are you serious? That sounds like we're buying a one-way ticket to a shadowy crypt. But isn't a place like that incredibly dangerous? He simply stated. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's go. If it gets dicey, I'll protect you. Just then, other freshmen came running in terror, screaming, "Help us! Help us!" Jiangdu was startled and tried to intervene, but it was no use. What's wrong with you guys? What could possibly spook a group of elites like them? There's no way a mere variant could do that. Suddenly, Zhao Yao pointed in horror. Jiangdu behind you. She recognized the colossal variant that had just appeared as a bronze serpent. He swiftly leaped up, dodging its strike and thought with a hint of surprise. What is going on? This variant's power has already reached mid-tier rank 1. Using this thing for a training exercise is a straight-up attempt on our lives. Zhao Yao immediately stepped forward to confront the bronze serpent, her hands already gathering a concentration of variant energy. The terrifying variant locked onto its new prey, opening a maw as wide as a black hole as it lunged to devour Zhao Yao. Instantly, Jiangdu leaped out, sending it flying with a single kick. Watch out. Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand and made a break for it, taking advantage of the variant's brief stun. The bronze serpent gave chase hot on their heels, refusing to let up. The other freshmen watched this scene unfold, their jaws hanging in disbelief. Jiangdu pointed at a doorway. Door C is just ahead, let's go. But the moment he dove through the doorway, he realized the hand he was holding was empty. The color drained from his face in an instant. Jiangdu was standing completely alone in the room. Zhao Yao. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the observation room. What's going on with that bronze serpent? It's not using a blood essence to suppress its combat power, is it? The officers were bewildered. I don't know, but it's clearly showing signs of losing control. If we can't manage it, just put it down. The priority is to guarantee the safety of the students. But Qing'an suddenly spoke up. No, wait a moment. He watched Jiangdu with a stern expression. There's no need to worry just yet. This is the perfect opportunity to see his true strength. At that moment, Jiangdu also realized something was wrong with the door. The glass was made of an abyssal material likely possessing a function similar to instant teleportation. Even though they entered the same door, their destinations were different. Without hesitating, Jiangdu was determined to open the door again. He muttered thoughtfully, I just need to open it a few more times, and I might be able to find Zhao Yao. But unexpectedly, the bronze serpent reappeared with a surprise attack. Its 3 heads struck in unison, catching Jiangdu off guard. Seeing the serpent's maw about to devour him, he panicked and gripped its massive jaw with all his might. Jiangdu let out a roar using a barrage of kicks to completely overpower the bronze serpent, then landed safely on the ground. He clutched his injured arm, panting for breath. That was too close, he thought. I hope those last few moves didn't reveal too much. Suddenly, a surge of darkness rushed up and enveloped Jiangdu, his body inexplicably transforming into his phantom state. Jiangdu was baffled. What's happening? I didn't activate my dark form. Why did it just appear on its own? At that very moment, something crashed down right beside him. Jiangdu was startled, turning in a daze to see a new variant with an entirely different aura that had appeared out of nowhere. He eyed it warily. This was a high-tier rank 1. This whole situation was turning into a deadly awakening manhwa plot. Things were getting worse by the second. Inside the observation room, the officers' faces had turned pale. Qing'an muttered in disbelief. What in the world is going on? Eyes began to split from the body of the faceless eye golem, until its entire form was covered in eyeballs. Suddenly, the faceless golem raised its hand and pointed at Jiangdu, immediately unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward him. Jiangdu hastily leaped up to evade the attack, only to realize he had fallen into a trap as a giant pupil enveloped the spot where he stood. Jiangdu coughed up blood in agony. Damn it, it's a psychic attack. The moment it saw his weakness, the faceless golem lunged to attack, but to its surprise, Jiangdu flashed a triumphant smirk. He caught the variant with just one hand, his face radiating victory. You idiot. I was baiting you to come closer. Then, with a decisive snap, he broke its arm, taking the pained faceless golem down. Jiangdu tossed the variant's corpse to the ground and calmly absorbed it into his body. Shadow Guard. He commanded, opening his information panel to check the details. This is the kind of power-up you only see in a system manhwa. The 2 variants killed were first, the bronze serpent, a co-species, mid-tier rank 1. Abyssal variant, described as a lowly serpentine variant. It typically has multiple pupils or heads and enjoys strangling and tearing apart its prey. Note, a low-class pupil species. It was rumored to have once been of the same low-level family as the shadow species, with the elimination cost waived. Harvest Shadow Devour. Shadow points increased and the variant has been recorded. And that's where we'll end this part of the manhwa recap. Species. Same level, stage 1. High tier. Description. A lesser abyssal variant, whose primary power source lies within its pupils. Much like you'd see in a classic system manhwa, the number of pupils does not indicate its true power. It specializes in psychic attacks, using its pupils to perceive the smallest details and exploit any weakness for an assault. Caution: a lesser pupil-type species, rumored to be a lower-class relative of the Shadow Kin. The cost to temporarily blind both its eyes has been waived. You have harvested Shadow Devour and your shadow points have increased. Your shadow pupil stat has slightly increased, and the variant has been logged. Jiang-du stroked his chin, musing. So the pupil kin are related to the shadow kin. Since I'm a stealth walker, I'm their natural enemy, which must be why they're targeting me. I figured this assessment would just involve a few weak variants for show, but instead, they sent creatures that can actually take a person's life. He sighed wearily. The real killer is that the instructors from the special training camp have probably seen me in this form now, haven't they? There's no point in hiding it anymore. Deactivate form. Yet, Jiang-du found himself completely unable to revert. He stared stunned as his body remained stuck in this state. He tried over and over again. Deactivate. Deactivate shadow form. What was going on? There was no response. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from above. Countless watching eyes materialized above Jiang-du. He gritted his teeth in realization. It seemed he had just kicked a pupil-kin hornet's nest. As we continue this manhwa recap, things in the observation room have erupted into chaos. What's going on? All the monitors just went black. Contact the equipment room now. Amid the panic, only Ching An stood silently, lost in thought. Suddenly, a panicked officer burst in to report. All communication systems are experiencing a bizarre malfunction. What's more, we've lost contact with Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo. Upon hearing this, a cane struck the floor with a resounding crack. Elder Chen bellowed, I must say I'm so impressed with your Yunhai special training camp. The moment a small problem arises, you all fall into complete disarray. A bunch of incompetents like you dare call yourselves instructors? Unfazed Cheng and stepped forward. My apologies, you have our sincerest regrets for this display, Elder Chen. What should our next move be? The elder slammed his cane down again, this time leaving a crater in the floor. Elder Chen began issuing commands. Xiao Qin, compile a list of the names and abilities of every student who entered that awakening manhwa nightmare. Retrieve the white bone, suspend the assessment immediately, and dispatch instructors to maintain order. Finally, assemble all remaining Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors and have them advance on the shadow field. The officers immediately complied, rushing out. Yes, sir, but then the elder called one back. Instructor Song, a moment. You've been quietly contemplating this entire time. Spit it out. What exactly is your Yunhai shadow field hiding? Instructor Song knew there was no point in lying. It seems you've known for a while, hence why you dispatched the Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors. Elder Chen nodded grimly. One of the students who just entered the shadow field is showing an anomaly. Anyone with a keen eye could spot the problem instantly. Ching An conceded. You are correct. I won't conceal it any longer. The shadow field originates from an abyssal forbidden object known as the deceitful pupil. Anyone who makes direct contact with this object will have an eyeball sprout on their body, a process that continues until they fully mutate into a pupil kin. After this forbidden object appeared, it began to continuously alter the surrounding environment, creating what we call a semi-shadow layer state. Under normal circumstances, the deceitful pupil only spawns Tier 1 low-rank variants, perfect for student training. On rare occasions, it might generate a mid-rank variant, which we would then have to use bloodstones to suppress. If a high-rank one appeared, it would be eliminated immediately. The elder's brow furrowed. What is the rank of this forbidden object? Instructor Song recalled. If we classify it by the celestial ranks star month sun, it would be a mid-rank moon tier. Elder Chen grew pensive. A mid-rank moon tier. Its power is sufficient to contend with a stage 4 transcendent. Ching An confirmed. That's right. As long as one doesn't actively provoke it, everything remains stable. A transcendent of stage 3 or below entering the shadow field won't agitate it. However, if a transcendent of stage 4 or higher intrudes upon its domain, the prohibition is triggered. It will begin to endlessly spawn powerful variants, mobilizing its entire strength to annihilate the intruder. The elder asked, startled, Are you suggesting one of the students is a stage 4 transcendent or higher? Song answered frankly, I believe that possibility is extremely low, but we cannot rule it out. Whether they're stage 4 or not, the person currently inside the shadow field, the one we're all thinking about, Jiang-du, is likely facing a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Right then, Jiang-du was battling another variant. He swiftly crushed the creature, absorbing its essence, and couldn't help but complain, I've really had it. Can you brainless freaks ever stop chasing me? With a running start, Jiang-du launched himself gracefully into the air. smirking down at the horde of variants below, trailing behind him. "Keep chasing me, you freaks. I'll lead you right to your doom," he taunted. But it seemed they had already figured out his strategy as they unleashed another wave-like attack on Jiang Yu. The blast struck him from behind, sending him flying and tumbling across the ground. Jiang Yu clutched his arm as he staggered up, cursing, "Damn it, in this kind of awakening manhwa, it's always the main character getting targeted. I can't shake them." Running was proving useless, especially since their psychic attacks operated on a completely different wavelength than his. The grotesque creatures flew in, moving to encircle him completely. Jiang Yu glared at the horde, gritting his teeth. Tier 1 is one thing, but there are several Tier 2 monsters in there. "Fine, you're forcing my hand. Let me show you that this old master is also a Tier 2 Shadow Ninja." Activate. However, in that critical moment, he felt a chilling sensation that something was wrong. He stared at his hand in disbelief. The Shadow Ninja transformation wouldn't activate. No, it felt like his power had been sealed by something. Suddenly, Jiang Yu overheard the creatures communicating amongst themselves, which left him utterly confused. "That's weird. They've all stopped moving. Did my little power display actually intimidate them?" But to his surprise, they suddenly parted, creating a path as a massive blade pulsating, with a crimson glow slowly emerged. A monstrously huge and terrifying creature appeared standing head and shoulders above the others. Jiang Yu looked up in sheer horror. This was a Tier 3 Ijong. The moment it arrived, the Tier 3 creature unleashed a devastating slash. Jiang Yu hastily threw up his arms to block the blow, but the overwhelming pressure was so immense that it launched him backward like a cannonball, sending him crashing through the wall of a nearby building. He struggled to sit up, coughing up dust. "Damn it, my sword is useless, and even my ability to shift into the shadow plane has gone dead." In a classic system manhwa plot, being nerfed this badly is a guaranteed death sentence against a Tier 3. Jiang Yu immediately shot out shadow threads, hoping to bind his foe. He thought to himself, "There's no way I can win a direct fight. I'll just restrain it for a moment and run." Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was definitely the best option now. But the shadow threads had absolutely no effect on the creature. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in panic as it resumed its pursuit. Holy cow, it's so fast. The Tier 3 beast leaped into the air to bring its massive blade down on him. Jiang Yu deftly jumped back narrowly, dodging the slash. Seeing this opening, a flicker of hope ignited within him. A perfect chance, he immediately launched a relentless flurry of attacks on the beast, landing hit after hit, stacking his combo. Frowning at its health bar, he realized there was a sliver of hope. Even though each attack was barely scratching it, continuous hits could build his slaying aura. With enough stacks, he might be able to one-shot it. But before he could even celebrate this small victory, the creature countered with a devastating punch. The single blow sent Jiang Yu soaring backward once again, this time crashing into a high-rise building. Immediately, the Tier 3 creature raised its blade and charged forward. But then, as if receiving some invisible signal, it abruptly froze its feet, screeching to a halt just inches from the bewildered Jiang Yu. Why? Why did it suddenly stop? He wondered, his body tense with anticipation. What's going on? Why isn't it attacking me? Suddenly, a ripple in the space around them caught his attention. It was only then that Jiang Yu realized his surroundings had completely changed. He looked around, utterly baffled. What is happening? This place. It looks exactly like the shadow plane. This simulation of the shadow field is almost too perfect. In fact, it feels even more sinister than the real thing, as if something is actively pulling me in. But before he could investigate further, the Tier 3 creature resumed its attack. Jiang Yu scrambled to his feet and fled. Screw it. I'll escape with my life first, and ask questions later. By now, his stamina was nearing its absolute limit. He frowned, looking at the path ahead. That's weird. Why is this alley so long? I can't even see the end. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's body convulsed as he began to fall through the ground. His vision was suddenly filled with an endless void, like a universe dotted with 1,000 stars. He looked around in a daze. What's going on? Where the heck am I? I can't see anything. I can't feel anything at all. All at once, a burst of his own unique energy erupted from his hand, violently pulling him forward through the void. The force was so strong it felt like his very form was being twisted. Heck, he thought, why have I suddenly lost control of my own body? Who or what is controlling me? Stop this right now. I'm the master of this body. The moment that defiant thought crossed his mind, the pulling sensation ceased. This is turning into one crazy manhwa recap because a strange sphere of light then suddenly rushed straight for him, slamming into his chest, with enough force to nearly make him cough up blood. The impact knocked Jiang Yu unconscious. As he drifted in the void, the sphere began to emit a powerful shadow energy, enveloping him completely. it slowly, as if cradling something precious. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes snapped open to a voice declaring, "At long last, I've been waiting for you, heir of the shadow species." Jiang Yu found himself in a fractured dimension. What in the world is this place, he wondered, just as a voice echoed around him. This is the boundary between the mundane world and the abyss. He was startled by the revelation. Whipping his head around, he shouted, "Who's there?" The entity calmly responded, "Can you truly not feel it? This presence. It's the familiar sensation of shadows, secrecy, and darkness, malice, and cunning." A sudden premonition made Jiang Yu spin around just as a hand made of pure shadows slammed against an invisible barrier. The shadow species manifested, declaring, "You and I are one and the same. We're from the same source, you and I." Without a moment's hesitation, he shatters the glass wall with a single punch. The creature jolts back, startled. "That's not it! What are you doing? You scared the life out of me." Jiang Yu scoffs in disgust. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm here to eliminate an aberration like you, obviously." The shadow parasite snaps back angrily. "Acting like that, you're bound to miss crucial details like some hidden martial arts scroll or a reclusive master in the mountains." Jiang Yu cuts in, impatient. "Spit it out or shut it up. I don't have time for this. I still need to go find Zhao Zhao." Annoyed, the creature waves its hand. "Fine, see for yourself. Look up." Instantly, an image materializes in front of him, revealing a massive, giant eye staring directly at Jiang Yu. He glances up in astonishment and recognizes it immediately. That's a frost fiend. So this is what sealed away my powers before. The shadow parasite confirms his suspicion. Correct. To be precise, it's the frost fiend progenitor, a forbidden being from the abyss. This is the kind of lore depth you'd find in a top-tier awakening manhwa. The frost fiends and my kind, the shadow parasites, are mortal enemies. Even though you're a transcendent human, you share our origin. And now, the frost fiend progenitor has marked you as its enemy. A moment ago, if I hadn't projected my aura to block that level 3 frost fiend for you, you'd be a corpse right now. Jiang Yu looks slightly taken aback. "So you were the one who saved me." "Why?" The creature answers with a cryptic smile. "Because I've always been waiting for you." Confused, Jiang Yu asks, "Waiting for me?" The shadow parasite elaborates. "That's right. I've been waiting for an individual who shares my constitution and power source. I was once a high-ranking entity of the abyss, noble, powerful, and even in the endless void, I was considered an overlord of my domain. But due to an unforeseen accident, my main body was shattered into countless fragments, which then scattered across the mortal realm. My own guardian, the frost fiend progenitor, found one of my fragments. I took it in, protected it. But that wretched creature took advantage of my weakened state, turned against me, and imprisoned me. It's been relentlessly siphoning my power to strengthen itself ever since. That's why I've been waiting for another of my kind to appear, to come here, inherit my immense power, help me enact my revenge, and then become my host, completely under my control." Without a second thought, Jiang Yu slaps the shadow parasite right across its face. The blow sends it tumbling to the ground, completely caught off guard. It stammers in shock. "What are you doing? Weren't you going to help me deal with the frost fiend progenitor?" Jiang Yu sneers. "Who agreed to that? You think this is some system manhwa, where I blindly accept a parasitic power-up? A being who got played by their own subordinate has no right to negotiate with me. And on top of that, you want to leech off me and control my life." The shadow parasite lets out a cold huff. "So what? It's not like you can escape." Jiang Yu watches, startled, as the creature's form begins to expand rapidly. The shadow parasite boasts, "Just submit to me. Becoming my host is the greatest honor you could ever receive." But to its shock, Jiang Yu reaches right through the barrier and grabs it. He yanks the shadow parasite's true form straight out of the mirror. Jiang Yu's voice is ice cold. "You might have been powerful once, but you said it yourself. Right now, you're just a weakened fragment. And more than half of your remaining power has already been siphoned away by the frost fiend progenitor. So between the two of us, who submits to whom is still up for debate." The creature cries out, unwilling to accept its fate. "I am a level 6 shadow parasite. I carry the direct bloodline of the abyss. There's no way I can be dominated by you." "What is this? This is impossible. You're merely a level 2 being trying to control me. What on earth are you?" But Jiang Yu is already calmly absorbing the shadow parasite. In its final moments, it can't help but let out a final desperate roar before dissolving into a mindless shadow in his grasp. It's completely absorbed into Jiang Yu's body, utterly powerless to resist. This is truly an epic manhwa recap. Merging with his own power, Jiang Yu's brow furrows. He slowly opens his eyes and places a hand over his chest. The shadow parasite fragment. "This is the authority that was taken from me. Back in the real world, the officers have made their way into the shadow dimension. They shout orders to the students. Everyone gather together. Instructors will form a perimeter. Students stay on the inside. All students use your anti-corruption vials now. Do not leave the protective circle under any circumstances. Jiao Jiao stands anxiously among the crowd, murmuring Jiang Yu. Where in the world did you end up? She's completely oblivious to the frost fiend progenitor nearby, which has now locked its sights on her. It slowly begins to reveal its form, a clear predatory intent in its eyes. Just then, 3 aberrations suddenly lunge toward Jiao Jiao. Without hesitation, she unleashes her powers in a swift counterattack, instantly restraining all 3 monsters and allowing an officer to rush in and finish them off. An instructor hurries over. Thank you, that would have been a lot messier without your help. Are you still able to fight? Jiao Jiao catches her breath. I'm fine. Hearing this, the officer turns to the group and announces, all right, everyone with me, we're getting out of here. But at that exact moment, a Tong species hive creature appeared before him. A single touch to the face sent the officer reeling in terror. Jiao Jiao watched in bewilderment as the man collapsed right in front of her. The creature lunged right at her, intending to snatch Jiao Jiao away. She was too slow to react and could only watch helplessly, thinking it was all over. Fortunately, Kanhan appeared just in time to strike down the monster. He frowned, a Tier 3 variant. The situation was far worse than he had imagined, like a scene straight out of a brutal awakening manhwa. Khan An admonished his subordinates, didn't I tell you all to remain on high alert at all times? You were nearly taken by a surprise attack. The 2 officers bowed their heads in shame. Our apologies, sir. It was our negligence. He then turned his gaze back to her, pondering. But among all these students, only they were targeted by a Tier 3 variant's attack. Could it be that one of them is a Tier 4 or higher superhuman? With that thought, Kanan took charge. Is everyone accounted for? All of you follow me. Jiao Jiao quickly called out, wait, I came here with Jiang Du, but he's not here. Hearing this, he was startled. Kanhan's mind raced. Wait a minute. Could the hive mind creature's real target be him? This girl came with Jiang Du. They seem to have a close relationship. And right at this moment, a Tier 3 variant launched a sneak attack. But Kanan was already a formidable force. He spun around nimbly and unleashed a direct counterattack, effortlessly sending the Tier 3 variant flying. This confirmed his suspicion. Just as I thought, she's also being targeted by the Tong species hive. Kan Hen then issued an order to his men. You 2 evacuate the students. I'll handle things here. He then charged straight toward the roaring variants, gathering a potent, otherworldly energy in his hands, preparing for a head-on clash with that same Tier 3 creature. He unleashed a skill, a whirlwind enveloping the variant's superhuman art Eye of the Wind. The creature was trapped in the cyclone, unable to move, but it immediately spotted an opening and hastily dashed out of the technique's range. Khan and gritted his teeth. I don't think so. Trying to run, he assumed a wind stance, and then, suddenly, a gigantic eye materialized beneath his feet. He looked down in horror. What is this? I can't use my abilities. Elsewhere, the new students were also being surrounded by variants. It was a Tong species hive creature, even more powerful than the last one. A single massive pupil made up its entire body, radiating an immeasurable crushing pressure, relentlessly enveloping the new students in a dark power. Even Kanan's consciousness began to falter under its influence. Damn it, he cursed, before finally collapsing powerlessly to the cold ground. The others also fell into a similar paralytic state. Jiao Jiao struggled to resist, thinking, it's over. My body won't move, and my consciousness is fading. Even though she had tried to mentally prepare herself when truly faced with these variants, she still felt utterly helpless and hopeless. She felt her body being dragged away and could only manage one last thought. Goodbye. You have to survive. In the moment, just before she completely blacked out, Jiao Jiao whispered his name. Suddenly, Jiangdu appeared. A powerful hand gripped the shadowy tendril, holding her, while another gently supported her body. He appeared with a calm smile, right on time. I'm here, he said. Jiangdu carefully laid Jiao Jiao on the ground, and only then did he turn with a furious expression to face the enemy. The Tong species hive turned its attention to Jiangdu, and its underling variants immediately charged him. Jiangdu simply smirked, looking every bit the protagonist from a classic system manhwa. This may be the Tong species territory, he said, but have you all forgotten what this place is? This is the Shadow Domain. And in here I am the absolute ruler. He brought 2 fingers together and pointed them to the sky. A brilliant beam of light erupted, annihilating countless enemies, while tendrils of darkness swirled in the air above, easily binding the remaining variants. They looked up stunned. Everyone welcome to my domain. Instantly a layer of pure shadow materialized like a barrier, swallowing every last one of them. As this manhwa recap continues, Jiangdu began to walk slowly past the trapped creatures. Wherever he stepped, a variant would simply explode, one after another. The monsters were completely obliterated. Finally, Jiangdu stopped beside the Tier 3 variant. "Hey," he said casually, "we meet again. You really gave me a run for my money earlier." He then took a stance, holding his twin swords. "Now it's my turn." In the blink of an eye, he flashed past the creature. Before the variant could even react, its entire body detonated into 100 shadowy fragments. Even the main Tong species hive began to focus on Jiangdu, but before it could react, he had already plunged his sword directly into its massive central pupil. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangdu activated his skill, Chain Assassination. Just like that, hundreds of ethereal swords manifested, piercing every single one of its eyes. Finally, as its health bar dropped to 0, he swung his sword for the final slash. This was execution. The entire body of the Tong species hive shattered completely. A gruesome rain of blood, its last remains, poured down from the sky. Jiangdu thought to himself, "So powerful. This is the power of the shadow species." Jiangdu placed his foot on a nearby carcass. So, this Tong species really was killed by a shadow species, taken out right at the start of the event, huh? Though it was just even at level 2. I could easily take down a level 3 of the same species. Well, no wonder those brood spawn were so terrified. But I should probably thank them. They gave me so much experience. I've eaten my fill this time. Just then, a few instructors came running over. "Quick over here." The signal came from this direction. From below, Jiang Yu quickly spotted them. He scoffed, annoyed at having his meal interrupted. What terrible timing. The moment they arrived, Jiang Yu vanished like a shadow. The instructors didn't notice anything unusual, shouting, "Get the injured out of here." Has the anti-contamination medicine arrived? These people are on their last legs. A few of you hold back the brood spawn swarm. Move it. Later in the hospital, Jiang Yu concocted a story. A giant-eyed monster charged right at me. I smacked it twice, and then just bolted. His story was so wild it was like a crow flew over a jet, and just exploded mid-air. He continued. Just then, another one tried to ambush me, so I gave it a Jiao Jiao special, right to the face. Injured like this, and you're still spouting nonsense? She fumed, hands on her hips, demanding, "Hurry up and take your medicine." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu pushed his luck. "Why don't you apply it for me?" Jiao Jiao didn't even hesitate. She agreed, but only to pour the medicine directly onto his hand, making him yelp in pain. Jiang Yu could smell the potent fumes as he screamed in agony, a victim of her sweet revenge. Jiang Yu rubbed his hand, exclaiming, "This is supposed to be taken orally. Are you trying to finish me off by pouring it on my hand?" Jiao Jiao simply replied, "You told me to apply it." He then asked her hesitantly, "You're not actually mad, are you?" Jiao Jiao huffed. "What do you think? You just disappeared, and I had to search everywhere for you." Seeing her distress, Jiang Yu quickly tried to soothe her. "Apologize to me." But unexpectedly, she cupped his face. "You don't need to apologize." Her fingers gently touched Jiang Yu's lips, as Jiao Jiao said softly, "Next time, you don't have to be so reckless." "Okay," treated so gently. Jiang Yu blushed and agreed. Only then did a smile finally appear on her face. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao added, "Oh right. Something strange happened. I fainted after the variant attacked, and when I woke up, I'd already been saved." He played dumb. "What's so strange? An instructor must have saved you." It's a classic awakening manhwa trope. But she immediately countered, "No, it was Brother Yuzi who saved me." Jiang Yu tried to cover his tracks. "You must have been mistaken. How could Brother Yuzi possibly be at the special training camp?" Jiao Jiao was absolutely certain. "No, I'm sure that in the moment I lost consciousness, Brother Yuzi was holding me. But the strange thing is, I clearly remember softly calling out another name. But Brother Yuzi answered, and that feeling, it seemed so familiar to me. Could it be?" He averted his gaze. "Hey, you're not suspecting me, are you, Jiao?" Jiao considered it for a moment, then dismissed the idea. "Probably not. There's no way. Brother Yuzi could be a total noob like you." Jiang Yu sulked in response. "Who are you calling a noob?" Suddenly, she began swinging her legs and whispered, "Do you think Brother Yuzi could be one of our fellow trainees?" He immediately shot down the idea. "From what I've seen, there's absolutely no way." Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Yu then proceeded to praise his alter ego. "Look, Brother Yuzi's strength is immense. He has a superhuman intellect, and he's both brave and righteous. The key point is he's incredibly handsome. How could a perfect character from a system manhwa be some punk who couldn't even get into college?" Jiao Jiao nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. But how would you know he's handsome?" He wagged his finger knowingly. "Whether he's handsome or not is beside the point. The important thing is Brother Yuzi might be one of the instructors here at the special training camp." She agreed with this theory. An instructor is a very strong possibility. Just then, Qing'an appeared. Jiang Yu quickly stood up to greet him. Instructor Song, we meet again. Instructor Song, how's your injury? He clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder. It's just a minor wound. Sit down. Zhao Zhao expressed her gratitude. This time it's thanks to you and the other instructors that we made it through safely. But Qing An blamed himself. Ultimately, this happened because of our carelessness. Luckily, there were no student casualties. By the way, when the other trainees were rescued, you weren't with them. Did you get out on your own? Jiang Yu grinned. Of course. I fought my way out of there. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Well, I'm very much looking forward to your performance, he thought to himself. To escape alone in that situation, this Jiang Yu is no simple kid. This whole incident is going to make for a great manhwa recap. Qing An took out a scanner. Oh right, the examination room is swamped, so they asked me to check your contamination levels. Very good, your levels are stable. Just go back and take some medicine and you'll be fine. Well, I'm off to check on the others. Remember to be safe on your way back. Zhao Zhao waved goodbye. Yes, sir. Take care, Instructor Song. Jiang Yu also gave a polite farewell. See you later. In reality, however, Qing An's purpose was not that simple. He stared in shock at the information on the scanner. It was the contamination index. No, a transcendent rank 2. Con, and thought to himself, rank 2. So he's been hiding his true power since the test began, but that rank shouldn't be high enough to trigger a reaction from the aberrant nest. Could it be that the nest wasn't after him? And the most bizarre part is his contamination level is at 0. He claimed he fought his way out by killing enemies, but killing an aberrant inevitably leaves you contaminated. As we continue this manhwa recap over here, Jiang Yu was still prying. Oh right, whose name were you calling out while you were unconscious? Whose? Me. Zhao Zhao immediately denied it. I was calling for my dad. Are you joking? Well, wasn't that still me? Con. And shot a sideways glance with a smirk. How interesting. The number of secrets this kid is holding is definitely not small. Now, at Yunhai University, the venue for this special training session is none other than the first and second year student area of Yunhai University, which also serves as the training grounds for the third years. The moment Jiang Yu spotted the beautiful girls, his eyes lit up. This university is awesome. An annoyed Zhao Zhao turned away and walked off. You lecher. I'm heading to the dorms to check in first. Jiang Yu rubbed his head, saying, you don't know your way around here, it's better if I take you. But Zhao Zhao grew suspicious. Are you just trying to get into the girls' dorms to scope out the senior girls without even trying to hide it? He replied. Exactly, how'd you guess? And for that, she gave Jiang Yu a solid knock on the head before storming off. Just don't talk to me. Bao Chang appeared out of thin air. Teasing made Zhao Zhao mad enough to leave. Huh, you haven't changed a bit. Jiang Yu's jaw dropped. Holy smokes. Bao Chang, how did you get so big? Watching him chow down relentlessly, Jiang Yu said with a sigh. I think I understand now. Bao Chang remained perfectly calm. I awakened the gluttony ability. The more I eat, the stronger I become. Plus, I can even digest things that have gone bad. This ability is a classic in many a system manhwa. Originally, my willpower talent wasn't good enough to qualify for this Yunhai special training camp, but because this ability of mine has such high growth potential, they made an exception and let me in. Let me show you around. Which dorm are you staying in? Jiang Yu replied. Building number 1. Bao Qiang then led him to a towering building. Here we are. This is dorm building 1. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Jiang Yu nodded. Impressed. Incredible. It looks just like a luxury hotel. Bao Qiang explained. This dormitory is reserved exclusively for the top students of the special training camp. The facilities are all state-of-the-art, and the environment is top-notch. In addition to the dorms, there's also a sky garden, a fully equipped gym, and a study hall. He then assured him that he would have a very comfortable stay. And indeed, the room looked absolutely magnificent. Then Bao Chang pointed ahead. Here it is. Hey, why is the door to your room open? Isn't this supposed to be a single room? Puzzled, the two of them pushed the door open and stepped inside only to find 3 other students casually chatting. This is great, the bed's so huge. The lighting is perfect, and the ventilation is great. It's way too comfortable. Brother Mew, do you think this new student is actually strong? We can't let ourselves get upstaged, you know? Look at yourself, Sheng. We're about to be sophomores, and you're scared of a freshman. Well, speak of the devil. The guy sitting in the middle slowly got to his feet. Hey buddy, you'd better go find another dorm room. This one belongs to me now. That's just the rule here at the Yunhai training camp. Bao Qiang furiously shot back. That's a load of crap. Since when does the special training camp have a rule like that? Yang Chao put on a menacing expression. So what? You don't like it? Bao Qiang roared in indignation. Of course not. This is a dormitory. For new students, all of you get out. The senior just smirked arrogantly before shouting to the hallway, "Hey everyone, we've got a freshman over here claiming this dorm is his." The moment he said that, doors along the corridor flew open, one by one. Then, in a flood, other male students started pouring out into the hall. Every single one of them looked tall and menacing. So the freshman's got some guts, eh? Do you even know the rules around here? If you want this room, fine. Let your fists do the talking. But let me give you a little heads up. We're the top-ranking students from last year's freshman class. You can just imagine what our power levels are like. A cold sweat dripped down Bao Qiang's face. Oh crap, this whole floor has been completely taken over by them. Jiang-du clapped him on the shoulder. Let it go. There are seniors after all. Let's show them some respect. Bao Qiang readily agreed. You're right. We won't lower ourselves to their level today. Let's go. But then Jiang Yu's eyes glinted with provocation. Besides, it wouldn't look too good if word got out that a bunch of seniors made a freshman lose his nerve. Very good for their reputation. Bao Qiang was stunned, and the seniors were completely taken aback. They surged forward. This freshman is way too arrogant. The one who's about to lose his nerve is you. This is the kind of showdown you'd expect in an awakening manhwa. Jiang-du braced himself for a fight, but suddenly, the one they called Mu unleashed an intimidating aura first. Seeing their leader make a move, the other sophomores froze in their tracks. A powerful pressure radiated from him, one that no one dared to challenge, especially with his eyes burning crimson like flames. Jiang-du raised an eyebrow, surmising that this Shimu's ability must be related to bronze. Shimu stepped closer and asked, "What's your name?" He replied curtly, "Jiang-du." Shimu sneered, "I can tell you're just a nobody. You want this room? Fine. According to the rules of Yunhai, we settle this with a fight in the gym." Jiang-du shot back without hesitation. "That's fine, but one fight isn't going to be enough." He pointed at the crowd of second years. "You guys, not a single one of you is getting away." Rumors began to fly around the school. Did you hear some fearless kid from the special training camp actually dared to challenge Shimu and his whole crew? Yeah, I heard Shimu's group is notorious for bullying everyone. Is it true a new student wants to help us get our dorms back? For real? Can he really do it by himself? Let's go, we have to cheer him on. Where's it happening? I heard it's at the gym. Just follow the crowd and you can't miss it. In just a few moments, the entire spectator stand was completely filled. Instructor Chang Wen was busy taking notes. All right, your information is all registered. You can now proceed to choose your weapons and protective gear. The principles are clear to everyone. Try to hold back a little. The arrogant second years boasted, "Don't worry, we'll be sure to show the freshmen some tender, loving care." Bao Qiang was worried sick. "Jiang-du, you should really stop while you're ahead. There are just too many of them." He calmly reassured his friend. "Don't worry, I have my own calculations. First, I need to pick a weapon that feels right." A regular saber felt a bit lackluster for this kind of system manhwa showdown, as he nodded to himself. Indeed, perhaps I should choose something a bit bigger. Jiang-du was still pondering. Which one should I pick? When a second year leaped onto the stage. "Hey newbie, what are you dawdling for? Get up here now. If you're scared, just kneel and admit defeat, and I'll let you off." He concealed his shadow power and taunted. "That's a laugh. I was just taking a moment to decide which weapon would be best to discipline you all." Brother Chang ground his teeth in frustration. "You're not wearing any protective gear, and you chose that piece of junk. Are you looking down on us?" Jiang-du simply shrugged. "That's right." The guy filled with fury charged forward. "You're far too arrogant. Taste my special move." Jiang-du smirked slightly, thinking how interesting, he's also a bronze type. The audience erupted in excitement. "Here it comes, here it comes. It's the fastest guy in our year, known as Brother Snake Shadow Chang. Go on, Brother Chang, teach this little punk a lesson." Only Bao Qiang was panicking. "Get out of the way. Why are you just standing there like a statue?" In a flash, his opponent vanished from before Jiang-du, only to reappear right behind him for a sneak attack. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light filled the entire arena, obscuring everything from view. It wasn't until the dust completely settled that Bao Qiang, wide-eyed and stammering, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even Shimu was shocked into a cold sweat, and the other second years were left completely dumbfounded. Jiang-du stood victoriously on the stage and announced next. At that moment, Jiang-du had thrust his mace directly into his opponent's vulnerable area, sending a spray of red into the air. Seeing this, the teacher rushed to carry the student away. "We need a medic. The student has a severe rear-end injury." Meanwhile, Jiang-du twirled his mace with arrogance. "What's the matter? Is no one else brave enough to step up?" He then let out a soft chuckle. He remarked, "A bunch of cowards. Just come at me all at once." But the other students were feeling indignant. "This is absurd. He's way too arrogant. That damn bastard to think we were duped by a high schooler." With that declaration, the entire group rushed forward to attack him simultaneously. Each one fell into a fighting stance, their faces grim and filled with serious intent. At the same time, some of the first-year students made a decision. This is getting interesting. We should get in on this too. Seeing this, Jiangdu's anticipation only grew. I've been waiting for this moment. Facing this overwhelming situation, he decided it was time to use a skill. The system immediately displayed a series of hidden persona attributes. The hidden hunter lurking in the shadows. No one knows you exist. A classic trope for any good manhwa recap. You can effortlessly conceal yourself in the darkness, making it nearly impossible for others to detect you. All shadows are your home turf. Secondly, take note, revealing your identity will diminish this persona's abilities. Remaining in the shadows is your most lethal state. Hearing this, Jiangdu paused for a moment, lost in thought. After absorbing the Shadow Seed's persona fragment last time his abilities had successfully leveled up, he had already tested the power of the Hidden One when he was forced to kill his own kind. This was turning into a top-tier awakening manhwa. That power wasn't immediately necessary in this world. The blazing energy within him was swelling, growing larger by the second. Hunter Mark of 100 Battles. A true 100-battle hunter is exceptionally skilled at internalizing experience gained from combat. Through high-intensity battles, you can achieve rapid growth, and there's a definite probability that you will comprehend an entirely new ability or reinforce an existing one. It was then that Jiangdu realized 100 battles was a trait specifically meant for confrontation, to handle head-on confrontations. This is the kind of rapid growth you love to see in a system manhwa. The more intense the battle, the faster he grew as the enemy team relentlessly tried to corner Jiangyu into a dead end. However, in the blink of an eye, he resolved the situation with a series of precise slashes. Seeing this, Bao Qiang stammered in fear. This has to be against the rules, right? It's so many of them against just one guy. You have to make them stop. Yet Chang Wen shot back without hesitation. This doesn't count as breaking the rules. After all, your own friend was the one who challenged everyone here. Witnessing this one-of-a-kind duel, she gave a wry smile. Besides, you don't need to worry. That friend of yours is absurdly powerful. In no time at all, Jiang Yu single-handedly wiped the floor with everyone. When the dust settled, he let out a bored sigh. Is that all there is? I'm not even warmed up yet. At that very moment, Shimu casually appeared munching on an apple. He offered some pointed praise, remarking that he never expected a high schooler to possess physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Tossing the apple from hand to hand, Shimu began to lecture. But combat isn't just about raw power. The most crucial element is. At that moment, he drew his sword and made innumerable slashes on the apple, his gaze suddenly turning razor-sharp as the tip of his blade carved it with masterful skill. Finally, Shimu presented the finished product of his efforts, summing it up with a single impactful word: technique. Awed by his display of skill, his followers began to chant, "Go get him, Shimu. Don't let this third year get away with being so arrogant. When it comes to real combat technique, you're still the one from Nianqi Quan-san, who can teach this punk a lesson." Despite the surrounding clamor, Jiang Yu's focus remained locked on the carved apple as he thought to himself, "This guy's swordsmanship is on another level. He's like a supreme master straight out of a martial arts novel. This is a truly epic moment in our manhwa recap." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight at Shimu, declaring, "In that case, let me test my skills against yours." Seeing this, Shimu's brow furrowed in annoyance. And regardless of the power Jiang Yu was unleashing, Shimu remained perfectly still. The moment they came into range, a contemptuous smirk spread across his face. "You clearly don't know your place. My ocular ability is the highest branch of the ancient mages. Once my power activates, your movements might as well be frozen in time." Hearing this, Jiang Yu was utterly stunned. Shimu continued with absolute certainty, "Not only can I effortlessly dodge your attacks, but I can also observe your every opening and launch a devastating counterattack. Before me, you are nothing more than a lamb waiting for the slaughter." At that very instant, the tip of his blade was poised. It adjusted its attack towards Jiang Yu, whose eyes grew increasingly wary. However, by some miraculous force, Jiang Yu managed to slip away immediately, taking up a defensive stance once more. Shimu clicked his tongue and laughed. "Impressive reflexes. I'll give you that. But that was just me testing the waters. Now, the real fight begins." As he spoke, a cross-shaped gleam flashed in his eyes. Shimu decisively raised his sword high. Jiang Yu, tense and dripping with sweat, activated his 100 Battles ability, instantly analyzing his opponent's movements. He observed every single detail: the upward diagonal angle of the blade, the force exerted by both his hands, the slight turn of the wrist to the right, a method that maximized fluidity. His stance wasn't too wide, making it harder to generate force, but his waist was rotating to unleash his body's full power. I can't block this strike head-on. I need to feint to the right, evade the attack, and then launch my counter. My opponent's opening is at his shoulder. The very instant Shimu brought his sword down, Jiang Yu deftly evaded, seizing the opportunity for a stunning counterattack. In that moment, the head of Jiang Yu's sturdy mace smashed deep into his opponent's back, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Shimu clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in frustration. How is this possible? Did he just use my own technique against me, and my special ability? It failed at the crucial moment. He somehow turned it back on me. Even Jiang Yu himself didn't understand how he possessed such a power, a classic trope in any good awakening manhwa. Suddenly, Shimu froze his mouth agape in utter astonishment, his voice trembling as he uncovered the shocking truth. Wait a second. Could he be an imitator? Faced with the overwhelming power radiating from Jiang Yu, Long Shimu felt a surge of unease. This is bad. The effectiveness of my ocular power is drastically reduced against an imitator. He gripped his sword tighter, thinking, if he uses his own special ability, I'll be at a massive disadvantage. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu looked absolutely thrilled, letting out a provocative laugh. What's the matter? Are we going to continue, or have you gotten scared? Seeing his opponent's dismissive attitude, Shimu ground his teeth. Scared of you? In an instant, raging flames erupted and swirled around him. Ridiculous. At this point, Jiang Yu knew he couldn't afford to be careless any longer, and so he activated the feature on your own eyes. The change in the sword swing angle is mostly a feint. Don't be fooled by the wrist's movement. Pay close attention to the shoulder. Power transfers from the waist and abdomen to the shoulder. The moment the shoulder drops and unleashes its force is the moment of the real attack. It is recommended to strike preemptively just before the opponent's shoulder is about to generate force. Instantly, he lunged forward, attacking with lightning speed. Shimu almost took the full brunt of the azure mace. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu unleashed a relentless and unending barrage of blows. Seeing this, Shimu was a bit bewildered. It took him 5 years to master this technique, yet this kid learned it in a flash. And what's more, he understood the principles behind it, converting swordsmanship into a mace style. Although the outcome was clear, Shimu refused to give up. His eyes grew increasingly anxious as he gasped for breath. A moment later, a faint, disdainful smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Without another word, he turned to leave, tossing one final comment over his shoulder. If you have any other tricks, you'd better bring them all out now. As soon as he finished, the man played the victim, shouting, "You rotten brat. I only wanted to teach you a little lesson, but you're the one forcing my hand to the bitter end." One after another, his technique struck the ground with immense power. Despite this, Jiang Yu calmly and carefully observed his opponent, now facing the transcendent skill afterimage / a classic move you'd see in a top-tier awakening manhwa. Faced with this situation, Jiang Yu could still effortlessly evade every strike. A moment later, his opponent landed a precise blow, yet it had absolutely no effect. This left Shimu more terrified than ever before. And then Jiang Yu swiftly teleported behind his back. Once again, he used the tip of his mace and aimed it straight for his opponent's posterior. The immense pain in that region was comically symbolized by a bountiful bunch of bananas. This haunting agony made his eyes shoot out 2 large beams of light, his nose run uncontrollably, and even his mouth foam. Feeling he might have gone a little overboard, Jiang Yu awkwardly bowed and said, "Thank you for the lesson." In the end, through hundreds of battles, he acquired a new ability, the sharp intuition of a natural-born hunter. With this keen sixth sense, he could now detect hidden dangers and make far more accurate judgments. Jiang Yu was incredibly pleased with this desirable outcome. Excellent. This harvest was truly bountiful. Perhaps I should take advantage of this momentum. Following that, he continued to challenge new opponents. Is this all you first years have to offer? Go ahead and call out all those praised fighters you've been bragging about. Not only that, but Jiang Yu also added a particularly weighty declaration. Let them know that I, Jiang Yu, intend to defeat this entire Yunhai University. As our manhwa recap continues, we find Jiang Yu not on a victory podium, but in a hospital bed, completely covered in casts, smiling wryly at his own over-the-top antics. Zhao Jiao sat beside him, peeling an apple while scolding. And you challenged all the first years. Do you even have a brain? In contrast, Yu Chang was excitedly recounting the events. Zhao Jiao, you have no idea how majestic Jiang Yu was. He defeated all those upperclassmen, leaving all the new students completely stunned. The girls were screaming his name like their lives depended on it. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction and added, in the end, more than 100 people joined the brawl. I only fell because my stamina finally gave out. This whole arc feels like a classic system, manhwa power leveling montage. It's a shame I couldn't activate my shadow form back then, or I would have defeated all of Yunhai. As he said this, she immediately covered his mouth. Tone it down, will you? If the instructor hadn't shown up to get you at the end, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. As she finished speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something. That's right, how are things at your dorm? Did it also get taken over by the first years? Zhao Zhao immediately retorted, no, it didn't. Why? A second later, he let out a long, weary sigh. What a shame. This made her face fall in confusion. A shame. At that moment, Jiang Yu was fantasizing about the two of them living intimately together, drool trickling down his chin. I was thinking that if you had nowhere to stay, I would take you in. We could start our happy life together. Seeing his delusion, Zhao Zhao unleashed a flurry of smacks right across Jiang Yu's face. In your dreams, I would rather sleep on the streets than at your place. He cried out in agony. Ouch, don't keep hitting me on my wounds like that. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qiang felt helpless. Could you two stop showing off your relationship in front of me? Just then, a sudden voice cut through the air, making everyone freeze. It seems your mind is still quite sharp. Qing An waved with a smile. Seeing your current spirit, I'm sure you'll recover in no time. They were startled to realize it was Instructor Song. A second later, Jiang Yu abruptly sat up, trying to look strong. I'm all recovered, sir. When can we begin training? To prevent the situation from getting worse, Zhao Zhao sternly ordered, lie back down for me. Are your injuries not serious enough for you? The man sat down and began to analyze. Don't. Hold on, your training regimen is different from the others, so your schedule will be arranged a bit later. Hearing this, a bewildered Zhang Du asked directly. Different? Why is that? Khan unfrowned, explaining in a low voice. Because you've already reached the second transcendent level. The moment his secret was exposed, Jiang Du froze, his mind racing. How did he know I didn't give away any clues during that match? As soon as he learned the truth, Na Kuang turned to him in amazement. Well, look at you. No wonder you're such a beast. You hit level 2, and didn't even tell me. Even Jiao Jiao couldn't hide her astonishment. No way. You're already at the second level. Since when? Faced with their questions, Jiang Du could only manage an awkward reply. I just found out myself after that last fight. He then turned back to the instructor. Please continue explaining the schedule. For subjects like transcendent history and basic knowledge, you'll attend the same classes as everyone else. But when it comes to practical combat skills, we'll likely have you train with the second-year students. Hearing this, his excitement was palpable. I get to fight against the second years. Kanan's expression remained deadpan. He replied coolly, it's a possibility, but remember, it's just combat training. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Jiang Du couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. This is perfect. Now I can use 100 battles to absorb more combat experience. This unique skill is a key feature of his power. Set the kind of cheat ability that makes a *** system manhwa *** so addictive. Noticing his contemplative silence, Kan An remarked, it seems you enjoy challenging powerful opponents. I like that about you. Before leaving, he locked eyes with Jiang Du, his gaze sharp and his tone firm. When the time is right, I will personally train with you. A few days later, the Yunhai Academic Building was bustling with activity. Inside the opening ceremony, bell chimed, and everyone was seated in their spots. Well, almost everyone. Ngok, Kwong, and Jiang Du were busy munching away on snacks, much to Jiao Jiao's annoyance. I'm telling you, on the very first day of class, could you try to be a little more serious? But our protagonist remained completely unfazed. What's the big deal? I've already gone through all the transcendent history material at home. She leaned in, her voice a low threat. Suit yourself. But when you fail the exam, don't even dream of getting into the transcendent department. Only then did it dawn on Jiang Du. There's an exam for this. In the middle of their chatter, both of them suddenly froze, their eyes wide with alarm. A strange map was now projected onto the large screen in front of them. Beside it, a magnificent, mysterious glowing sphere materialized. Suddenly, Jiang Du sat up straight, his eyes glued to the sight. This orb and that map, they look just like what I saw in Uncle Lu's room. Are they about to reveal the whole truth? This is the exact moment in our *** manhwa, recap ***, where the world building really kicks into high gear. A moment later, a professor named Qian Duong began to speak. Greetings, everyone. My surname is Tu, and you can call me Qian Duong. As he gazed at the orb, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Transcendent history is a course that chronicles the major events since the Great Deluge. For all of you, this is a completely new subject. It's a journey where your preconceived notions might be challenged, but I urge you not to fall into despair. With that, Qian Duong activated a switch. Instantly, the orb began to emit intricate beams of light, which projected onto the ceiling, forming a massive ethereal compass. He then began to lay down the foundational lore you'd expect from a top-tier *** awakening manhwa ***. A millennium ago, the variants descended and our world's invasion began. At first, no one knew their origin. They were simply thought to be some unknown species of animal that had suddenly appeared. The unique physiological structure of these variants combined with the polluting fluids they secreted seemed to tear open a doorway to another dimension, throwing our world into utter chaos. Just over half a month later, 36 abyssal rifts tore open across the globe. Vast numbers of second-level variants poured out from these depths, beginning a merciless slaughter of our people. Individually, the variants weren't what you'd call powerful. Heavy artillery could easily rip them to shreds. But their most terrifying aspect wasn't their raw power, but the price of their destruction. This cost came in the form of a unique contamination hidden within the variants' bodies. Every time a variant was slain, it was equivalent to sacrificing one of our own people. Fortunately, the price for killing the lower-level variants was contained within a limited area. This forced us to resort to long-range attacks. This seemingly desperate maneuver bought the human world a period of temporary stability. However, as the number of rifts grew, the contamination slowly intensified, and the world began to undergo a profound, imperceptible change. Compared to humanity, the planet's flora and fauna were far more susceptible to this contamination, leading to widespread mutations. The wild became treacherous, no longer safe, on the Lunar New Year of the year. In the second year of the new era, the cities of Beidou and Nandu declared the formation of massive consolidation zones, laying out plans to gather the populations from surrounding towns. They were brought into these zones in waves. In the fifth year of the new era, the aberrants began to launch attacks on the consolidation points. To find a way to fight back against the aberrants, humanity attempted to venture into the abyss, but the mortality rate was a staggering 97%. From that moment, humanity learned to use the abyss to fight the abyss, and everyone officially stepped into the era of the transcendent. Jian Yang continued in a grave tone. Although we made progress in researching transcendent powers, we were ultimately only able to grasp first-level transcendence, which left us with no way to truly combat the abyss. That same year, 15 nations declared their collapse, and the crisis crept ever closer. Shortly after that, forbidden objects from the abyss were discovered, and a wave of their use exploded during the Great Zhou era. By relying on these forbidden objects, a few individuals pioneered a way to reach the second level of transcendence through extreme methods. We established the Dawn Organization, which made significant contributions in the initial confrontations with the aberrant species. At these words, Jiang Yu silently recognized the familiar name Dawn, the very organization Lu Jiao had mentioned before. Not only that, but in the new era's 10th year, we finally discovered how to advance to the second level using conventional methods. It was almost like a real-life system manhwa, as our transcendent combat strength took a qualitative leap forward. We could finally face the aberrants head-on on the battlefield. It was also during this year that the two main consolidation points, the Beidou Guard and the Nandu Dawn, were first established and completed. Afterwards, 8 primary-level consolidation points, including Qingyang Mayi, Yizai Xinghuo, and Lin An, along with Lin Dong Changjiang and Tianfu, were also completed. Sensing the serious atmosphere, a student turned to another and whispered, "Where are we? That there are so many of these primary-level consolidation points." The student next to them replied, "This is nothing like the official propaganda." Noticing the murmurs, Jian Yang quickly assured them, "I know this might be difficult for you to accept at once, but everything I am teaching you now are events that have already happened. In the 20th year of the new era, a level 3 aberrant suddenly appeared, something that even heavy artillery struggled to counter. The Nandu consolidation point had to pay a tragic price just to finally eliminate it. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special type aberrant emerged, its power far exceeding others of the same tier. It led an army of aberrants and besieged the Mayi consolidation point. Because the proximity was too close, nuclear weapons were unusable. Upon hearing this, the student broke out in a cold sweat with curiosity. And then what happened? Suddenly his expression darkened, and he fell silent. A moment later, Jian Yang looked up to deliver the news. Mayi was annihilated. There were no survivors. The city at that time was shrouded in smoke. The entire hall fell deathly silent as he stood there motionless. Zhao lowered her head with a sorrowful expression. Even Zhang Yu and Yu Chang froze for a few seconds. The grim manhwa recap wasn't over. In the 40th year of the new era, an aberrant of level 4 appeared. It mutated within a nuclear explosion and walked right out of the blast. Afterwards, the Yizai consolidation point was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tian Fu and its surrounding consolidation zones were facing ever-widening abyssal fissures and threats from the aberrants. With danger imminent, the first great migration in history occurred. In the 60th year of the new era, the entire southwest and northwest regions of Great Zhou became occupied territory, a veritable sanctuary for the aberrants' revelry. In the 70th year of the new era, the aberrants began advancing north. If the Lin and consolidation point were to fall, they would directly threaten, and then to the north. As he spoke, Jian Yang clenched his fist with grim determination, and that led to the second great migration in history. But this time, the Transcendent did not retreat. 1 million young people marched willingly to their deaths to save the vast lands of Great Zhou, pushing the aberrants back 1,000 miles. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Afterward, in that very same year, the north and south were completely severed by the abyss. In the end, Nandu became an isolated city. The scene shifts to a stadium on the school grounds, where the once clear sky is suddenly swarmed by dark clouds. The history lesson has now come to a pause. Jiang Yu walks and chats cheerfully, but Zhao Zhao sighs softly. It all feels so unreal. Everything around us looks exactly the same. I never thought that reality was so much more brutal than I ever imagined. Honestly, you're stronger than I am. I was still foolishly thinking that the abyss, they're about to be defeated by us. Suddenly, her expression grew grim with worry. Nandu has already fallen. How much longer can we in Yunhai possibly hold out? Despite this, Jiang Yu remained unusually calm, remarking, "Who knows? If we can last for 1 year, then we last for 1 year." Having said that, he slowly peeked open his eyes to gauge Zhao Zhao's reaction. A moment later, Jiang Yu slowly walked over to her side, and without the slightest hesitation pulled Zhao Zhao into a sudden warm embrace. In response to his action, she blushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yu gently made a promise. "If a day like that ever truly comes, I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life." Hearing his words, Jiao Jiao was moved to the brink of tears. Zhao Zhao teased Jiang Yu, "You really know how to seize the moment," puckering her lips expectantly. "Come on, let's steal a kiss before the aberrations get here." But Jiang Yu unintentionally shattered the romantic mood. Zhao Zhao cursed in anger. "You shameless deadbeat." Abruptly, Jian Yang appeared laughing heartily as he started to tease them. Well, it seems you two are keeping your spirits up just fine," he quipped. Then he tilted his head. "You must be student Jiang Yu, right? I can tell with just one glance. I've taught countless generations of students, but you're the only one with such a strong mentality." Utterly bewildered, Jiang Yu asked back, You know who I am, sir?" Jian Yang smiled knowingly. "Of course I do. After you single-handedly took down all the first years at Yunhai, your name spread like wildfire across the entire campus. However, that news alone wasn't all that impressive, but Teacher Su, there's something I don't quite understand." The teacher gestured invitingly. "Go on, speak your mind." And so Jiang Yu got straight to the point. The question of why he was teaching such heavy and grim material on the very first day of class. As he posed the question, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Jian Yang to fall into a moment of deep thought. Jiang Yu wondered, wouldn't it be better for everyone to learn the truth sooner rather than later? The teacher calmly explained, "It's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just that if I tell them everything at once, their will to fight will be completely shattered. Despair can be a powerful motivator. Spring is about to begin, and the only flower that can survive the harsh, cold winter is the plum blossom. People are no different. Only in their most desperate moments can they truly mature." A moment later, Jian Yang shot a sharp glance at Jiang Yu, his expression turning cold. "But even though your strength is already at level 2, don't be offended by my bluntness right now. You still can't be called a true superhuman." Jiang Yu was utterly baffled. "I don't understand, sir. You said I've reached level 2 superhuman, but then you say I'm not a superhuman. What do you mean by that?" Jian Yang's voice turned icy as he cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Does possessing the power of a superhuman automatically mean U times R times 1? Those words hit Jiang Yu like a bolt of lightning. This kind of deep lore is why I love a good awakening manhwa. Suddenly, the teacher's voice became stern. Level 1 is spirit ignition, the first glimpse of your path. Level 2, the aberrant stage, is the most dangerous. At this point, the narration describes Jiang Yu's internal state as if he's using a transcendent skill. Contamination envelops the body. Your very being is no longer your own. You fall into a deep well, a cliff face 100 jang high. You're standing on a precipice, clinging desperately to the rock face, the path ahead. A narrow ledge like walking on thin ice. Following this, Jian Yang gently placed a hand over Jiang Yu's heart and spoke in a low voice. I only want to ask you this, you've reached level 2. But have you ever seen that deep well within your own heart? Have you ever witnessed that treacherous cliffside path before your very eyes? Before turning to leave, he emphasized each word. It is painfully obvious that you are not yet prepared to become a true superhuman. With that, Jian Yang gave a dismissive wave. And let me ask you one final question. I still have a class to teach in the lecture hall. As he spoke, the ceaselessly falling leaves seemed to push Jiang Yu deeper into a state of pensive thought. Asterisk. Is that really the truth of it all times? He then decided to place a hand over his own heart, as if to feel for an answer. Seeing Jiang Yu lost in thought, Zhao Zhao came over and poked him gently. Hey, what are you thinking so hard about? He asked. Jiang Yu quickly deflected. Oh, it's nothing. We should get ready for the next lecture. Meanwhile, the entire hall was completely absorbed in the lecture on the fundamentals of being a superhuman. The professor was teaching with great enthusiasm, explaining that superhuman power originates from the aberrations, which come in various types, such as core types, bone types, frost types, blood types, and feather types. The lecture continued explaining that hunting aberrations that share a compatible lineage with humans comes at a relatively low cost. This allows one to absorb the contamination left behind after an aberration's death. This whole process feels like a classic system manhwa mechanic, where one uses it for their own purposes. It's considered a fairly common way to become more powerful. But the more he listened, the drowsier Jiang Yu became, until he finally nodded off. And to continue this manhwa, recap, the scene shifts to an ability training session where an instructor suddenly shouts, "Channel the power within your bodies." In this part of our manhwa recap, everyone is focusing their minds. With that, each student began manifesting their own unique power. Noon arrived, and Jiang Du headed to the cafeteria to order where the chef with trembling hands served the food and announced, "Students, we have braised pork today." The school grounds were now quiet and deserted with leaves falling endlessly. A short while later, everyone assembled in neat formations for the special combat training. Noticing he had been separated, Jiang Du wondered why Lu Jiao was assigned to Class 3. Her rank assessment should have placed her in Class 1 with me, right? From this, Jiang Du deduced that Uncle Lu must have used his connections to intentionally keep him and Zhao Zhao apart. A moment later, the lead instructor's voice echoed, "Greetings, students. Starting from today, we officially begin our combat training course, which will be led by the instructors and their assistants for each class. Your performance in this combat training will be factored into your university entrance exam scores. Now, let's waste no more time." Below the stage, the instructors received their orders. They responded in unison with a sharp "Sir." The order continued. Proceed to your respective class ranks and begin the training. Once again, they shouted together. Understood. Once the assignments were clear, the instructors began moving toward their classes. The moment Jiang Du saw his instructor, he froze, thinking, the instructor for Class 1 is him. He seems a bit too skinny for the job, doesn't he? Xing Yu then roared with a stern voice. Attention! Instantly, everyone snapped to a rigid ramrod straight posture. Hearing that powerful voice, Jiang Du immediately reconsidered. That voice carried some serious weight. A second later, the instructor lowered his voice and suggested, "Just hold that position." Jiang Du screamed internally. What the hell, isn't this supposed to be combat training? Why are we being forced to stand in a military attention pose? A short while later, his face became grim. Sweat poured down Jiang Du's face as he gritted his teeth, sensing something was off. A killing intent. His body was completely paralyzed. He couldn't move a muscle. This is where our story gets into some classic awakening manhwa territory. As Jiang Du realized it wasn't just him. Everyone was frozen by this oppressive, murderous aura. Was it a forbidden artifact or a special ability? No, neither was correct. A moment later, he identified the source of the energy. It was the instructor. The killing intent was emanating from him. After some time, a student couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing through Xing Yu's profound teaching tactic, Jiang Du was both surprised and impressed. So that's it, he thought. This military stance is actually one of the trials for our superhuman aptitude. To put it simply, whoever can endure and remain standing until the end is the most powerful. 15 minutes later, everyone else was sprawled out on the floor. Only Jiang Du remained standing tall, seemingly unfazed. But in reality, Jiang Du was straining so hot that steam was visibly rising from his body. The instructor suddenly flashed a friendly smile and said simply, "You can rest now." Upon receiving permission, he immediately collapsed to the ground, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow. At that same moment, Qing'an approached him and remarked, "The same as always, trying to be the center of attention." He then extended a hand and invited him, "Come on, you're with me." Jiang Du quickly stood up, his curiosity piqued. Where are we going? To train with the second years, Ching An flatly refuted. No, the dean has arranged special training just for you. It wasn't long before the two arrived at their destination. This is the place. Jiang Du scratched his head, bewildered. There's nothing here. Is there? The instructor replied smoothly. Well, you still have me, don't you? And then the pieces started to click into place for Jiang Du. Huh, wait a second, are you saying? Ching An gave a triumphant thumbs up and said enthusiastically, that's right, it's one-on-one training for us. The other students looked on green with envy at the special treatment. Look, Jiang Du is getting private lessons from instructor Song. He's incredible, no wonder he's the genius who wiped the floor with all the first years. Plus, he was the last one standing in that military posture test. It's like we're watching a real-life system manhwa. However, the murmurs of admiration ringing in his ears were making Jiang Du lose focus. He cautiously spoke up. This private training, could we maybe move it somewhere else? It's not great having so many people watching. Ching An put his hands on his hips and got straight to the point. What's the matter? Afraid of losing face in front of a crowd? Jiang Du gave a forced smile and admitted, a little bit. At that moment, the instructor recalled Sun Guang's instructions. That's right, arrange private training for him. We need to suppress that kid's ego and put him in his place. But Ching An remained firm. The details of this special training were decided by Li Shun. If you have a problem with it, you can take it up with him. Hearing that name, Jiang Du clenched his fists in anger. Uncle Li, that shameless bastard, his reach is getting a little too long. Wasting no more time, the instructor began to unleash his power techniques. On top of that, Kanan was the one who actively cut the conversation short. All right, time is valuable, let's get started. Seeing this, Jiang Du let out a weary sigh. Hey, with my meager strength, I'm barely a warm-up, but the instructor still tried to encourage him. Don't lose faith. This is a classic test in any awakening manhwa. Use your full power to attack first. I won't fight back. Hearing this, Jiang Du smirked and asked back with a provocative tone. Is that so? With that said, he leaped into an attack without a moment's hesitation. You're the one who said it. The speed at which Jiang Du attacked was like a blur, a classic opening move we often see in any good manhwa recap, forcing Kanan to quickly use his power to block. The surrounding students couldn't stop cheering. So cool, he's pressuring the instructor with just one move. He's too strong. We're both final year high school students, but the power gap between us is so vast. Go for it. If he's not careful, Jiang Du might actually win. However, one among them thought the current fight was not impressive enough. Not at all. This is a flawed demonstration, Tin Vu remarked with his arms crossed. The first move, using his leg to nearly jump into the air, leaves him completely open. It's an opening that makes it incredibly easy for an opponent to seize a chance to counterattack. A terrible example, none of you should ever learn from it. Facing Jiang Du, Kanan was particularly intrigued. So, you're attacking me and you're really not holding anything back, are you? Your strength isn't bad. But in a flash, he had easily grasped his opponent's ankle. Your technique is too simple, making it easy for people to counter. With that said, Kanan immediately channeled his strength and threw him 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Jiang Du was soaring through the air. However, that couldn't truly hinder him. Jiang Du landed lightly, and without another word, he charged at his opponent again, unleashing a continuous barrage of kicks and punches. However, Kanan thought to himself that this kid was much stronger in their previous fight. After all, he had to be somewhat wary. Although the boy's skills couldn't be called masterful, they were considered a newly revealed talent. From these recent experiences, Kanan began to doubt himself. Is my perception wrong? Every time the kid throws a punch, it gets stronger and more precise. This kid, is his growth rate calculated in seconds or something? Losing focus for a split second, Jiang Du's fist unexpectedly grazed his cheek, causing him to stare in stunned silence. Immediately after, that punch landed squarely in the middle of Kanan's face with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Du cracked a satisfied smile. I hit him. Suddenly, the instructor appeared with his face completely unharmed. He then grabbed the boy's hand tightly, smirking as he asked, Did you really, Kanan? An's grip on Jiang Du's wrist tightened with each passing moment. This caused the boy to grit his teeth in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. Once again, he used his strength to fling Jiang Du far away. While preparing to slam him onto the floor, Kanan and simultaneously unleashed a source of surrounding energy. In the end, Jiang Du lay motionless on the ground. The friends around them all had their jaws dropped in astonishment. An instant takedown. Jiang Du's entire body was now completely stiff, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung open, as if he were dead. This whole scene feels like it's straight out of a system manhwa. Beside him, a classmate voiced some disappointment. I thought Jiang Du was actually winning, but he got countered so quickly. The instructor, standing outside, observing with his arms crossed, sighed. Too reckless. Instructor Tong deliberately left that opening, and he actually fell for it. At the same time, he grumbled his instruction. Fighting isn't just about your body and skills. You also have to use your brain. Has everyone got that? A moment later, Jiangdu slowly sat up, clutching his back. A second later, he carefully stood up and asked Uncle Tong, "Did you use your powers just now?" Khan quickly replied with a smug look, "Forget about powers. I even had to suppress my physical attributes to the range of a level 2 person. I defeated you purely based on my extensive combat experience. Your movement speed is also incredibly fast." Khan An continued his boastful lecture. An overwhelmingly strong body, masterful techniques, and intelligent tactics, all these elements become the basic qualities required in a fight. They are also the key factors that influence victory or defeat. Moreover, just studying is not enough. The battlefield is ever-changing, and there's simply no time for you to think. Seeing him engrossed in his lecture, Jiangdu seized the opportunity to launch a flawed attack. However, it was all within Khan An's control. He raised his hand and blocked it effortlessly, which is why you still need to spend a lot of time practicing. Turn what you've been taught into pure combat instinct. Khan An revealed his face and asked with a teasing tone, "You don't have a very good long-term memory, do you?" Not wanting to let history repeat itself, Jiangdu used his other hand to grab the instructor's. This sudden action caused Khan An was utterly astonished. In just a single moment, the kid had managed to learn his technique using his own move against him. As he landed, he quickly used his hands to brace against the powerful force. As the match concluded, everyone erupted in cheers. However, the instructor's voice cut through the wave of excitement. "Break time is over. The entire squad is to assemble." After they had lined up neatly, the instructor made a special announcement. The first 2 days were just for everyone to adapt. Starting from this third day, the official class assignments begin. Before they started, he stated the rule: clearly maintain a military posture for 1 full hour without fail. Those who collapse from exhaustion will have to leave their original advanced class. The eliminated individuals will be reorganized into new combat classes in chronological order of their failure, with no distinction between male and female. This time, after hearing the rules, everyone's face was grim, showing their dissatisfaction. Chen Jiao gritted her teeth and told herself, "I have to persevere. No matter what, I can't fall." She imagined the scene of Jiangdu teasing her. "Chen Jiao, why are you still in class 3? This provided an even greater source of motivation for herself. Otherwise, that Jiangdu would definitely laugh at her. "I absolutely must get into class 1. Suddenly, Chen Jiao turned her head, a hint of unease in her heart. But will Jiangdu be okay over there? Although it was special training, she hoped Instructor Song would show some mercy. Sure enough, it was just as she had feared. He had been beaten to a pulp and was sprawled out on the ground. His body was covered in injuries, yet he was still determined to get up from where he had fallen. The moment Chen Jiao saw him, she immediately panicked, thinking, "Are they training him to death, Khan?" and rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to offer praise. "You're a resilient one, kid." At this point, he was feeling restless, thinking to himself, "I thought I could easily abuse him, but after trading blows, he's actually forcing me to use my real skills. This terrifying combat aptitude. This is the kind of development you'd see in a Great Times Awakening manhwa *, is exactly like his uncle's back in the day." Despite being completely exhausted, Jiangdu was determined to fight to the end. "It's not over yet. Let's go again." However, Kanhan took the initiative to stop him. "That's enough. That's it for today. The speed of your punches has slowed down significantly. It seems you've reached your limit." But regardless of his advice, Jiangdu continued to launch another attack. From that final blow, Khan An was truly astounded. The kid decisively channeled his power into a forward assault, aiming to push his opponent back. Although he stood firm, he had undoubtedly taken a very powerful hit. Khan An froze, staring intently at the wounded area. Jiangdu smiled with satisfaction. "I hit the mark." After everything was over, he let himself go and lay spread-eagled on the ground, savoring the moment. "Oh my god, I finally succeeded. I was about to die holding that in." At that moment, Kanan stared at Jiangdu without taking his eyes off him, secretly admiring him for being on the verge of complete exhaustion, yet mobilizing all the remaining power in his body. This whole scene makes for a fantastic Times Manhwa recap *. He unleashed his most powerful attack. There was no doubt about it. The basic move of the superhuman skill he used was entry 6. Jiangdu closed his eyes and softly called out Uncle Song. He asked bluntly, "Is someone going to make me pay for turning the training ground into this? If you want money, go find my Uncle Lee." He replied calmly, "Rest assured we can just use a forbidden item to restore it in a bit." After the match, Jiangdu was taken to the infirmary. Yang Si asked him a few words. How did you end up in here again? He curiously perked up about her identity. What a coincidence, and all 3 times I've been here it was you. What's your name, big sis? She placed her hand on the hospital bed. Yang Si got closer and closer to Jiangdu. First, I am your senior here for an internship. Second, you already asked for my name the first time you came in. You asked again the second time, and you're still asking on the third. However, Jiangdu gulped audibly, as what caught his eye at that moment was her ample chest, not her words of criticism. He suddenly remembered the information he had seen. Yang C 2336D 175 centimeters. So she really is a 36D. With that, she hastily turned away. Get some proper rest. Jiangdu tried to reach out and hold her back. Big sis, don't go. I get really scared when I'm alone. Kanhan was a little surprised kid. What's gotten into you? Jiangdu was shocked back to reality and called out with a start, Uncle Song. A second later, he tossed a small vial into Jiangdu's hand, making him a bit curious. Uncle Song, aren't you going to continue the training, Khan? And replied nonchalantly. I'm Instructor Song for this program. It's fine if I'm absent for a while. Hurry up and drink this. It will replenish your stamina. As soon as he received it, he opened the cap and chugged it down. Thanks, Uncle Song. Right after he drank it, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Jiangdu's eyes, a classic power-up you'd see in any time system manhwa asterisk. His energy was quickly replenished. He stood up full of spirit and eager to show off. Your boy is back. I can still fight for another whole day. Seeing this, Kanan was utterly astonished, left him speechless. All right, get some rest. Once you've recovered, we'll have another solo match. Suddenly, Jiang Yu recalled something unusual. About their solo duel, Uncle Song, that last move when we fought. Something felt off about my state. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it wasn't unpleasant either, it was just bizarre. Qing An crossed his arms with a serious expression. I came here specifically to explain this to you. Your private training will continue, but from now on, your regimen will have a new adjustment. Jiang Yu, completely baffled, asked directly. What kind of adjustment? Qing An answered frankly. You'll be training with the second-year students. Expanding my training. The more he heard, the more confused he felt. Go into the factory, but I haven't even graduated yet. Besides, I came to the training camp specifically to learn supernatural knowledge. Not to get shipped off to tighten some screws, did I? However, Qing An wasn't in the mood to elaborate. These are orders from the higher-ups. Just follow the arrangements. With that said, Qing An slowly walked towards the door. I still have things to attend to, so I'm leaving. As for that micro-level control technique you used, I'll email you the relevant documents. Read them yourself and don't let anyone else know about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu immediately checked his email and agreed. He quickly opened his supernatural skills inbox. This must be it. A massive screen suddenly materialized before him. A man named Fang Xiangyang was the presenter for this session. Hello everyone, I'm Fang Xiangyang. Today, we'll primarily discuss the fundamentals of supernatural skills. I will be covering supernatural skills from various angles and explaining their composition. Please take a look at the content on the board first. What are supernatural skills? They are a progression. Level 1 is Spirit Initiation. Level 2 is Aberration. And only at Level 3 do you reach the true supernatural tier. This is a tier completely different from the first two. The corruption within the body reaches a point of qualitative transformation, enabling you to inflict immense damage. Simply using raw energy would be a waste of power. If you can amplify the effect of 100% of your corruption to 200%, that is the essence of a supernatural skill. This is a key concept in many a system manhwa. The principle behind supernatural skills isn't complex. It revolves around 3 factors: physical constitution, the amount and concentration of energy used, and willpower. The combination of these 3 elements can unleash terrifying supernatural skill power. A second later, he snapped his fingers, preparing to elaborate further. Fang Xiangyang firmly gripped the sword in his hand, ready to provide a practical example for everyone. Then, he decisively swung down, striking the training target directly. Alongside the demonstration, Fang Xiangyang explained, this is a number 7 target forged from a durable alloy. It can normally withstand the physical damage of a level 2 supernatural individual, just like the slash I just delivered. Not stopping there, he then manifested a brilliant golden energy source in his palm. Now, pay close attention everyone. This kind of power progression is a staple of the awakening manhwa genre. I'm now using approximately 500 units of energy, which is also the boundary to reach level 3. With that, Fang Xiangyang launched that tremendous power accurately at the target. However, it only toppled over without sustaining any other damage. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu, on the other hand, felt it was rather unimpressive. That seems pretty normal. Although half the targets fell, there was no actual damage. Next, Fang Xiangyang continued his demonstration. Now I will use 500 units of energy again, but this time it will be in the form of a supernatural skill attack. It was at this moment that Jiang Yu was truly astonished. Fang Xiangyang's expression turned serious, his entire body radiating an intense aura. This was a supernatural skill, a combination of the three elements: physical strength, supernatural ability, and willpower, condensing scattered power into one and unleashing it with finesse. Without a moment's hesitation, that power was shot straight forward, its attack force overwhelmingly powerful. This is the kind of epic moment we love to see in a manhwa recap. This time, the targets remained standing firm, completely undamaged. The atmosphere in the space was incredibly overwhelming. Fang Xiangyang's will felt like it could shatter mountains. At that moment, rocks and soil began to crumble as streams of blue energy whistled past. The sky above turned dark and gloomy, and the very space around them became tainted with corruption. Fang Xiangyang proudly declared, "A supernatural skill is a power without equal." Witnessing it firsthand, Jiang Yu marveled to himself. Is this the power of a supernatural skill? It's too strong. Finishing his performance, Fang Xiangyang straightened his posture and spoke. The move I just used is a common supernatural skill, 100 rending. Even someone who has just entered level 3 can wield it to great effect. Most supernatural individuals can learn and use it. Train hard, because supernatural skills are the true assets that can inflict heavy damage when confronting aberrations. Immediately after finishing the video, Jiang Yu was still in shock. Why did he have this feeling that he was so great before? It turns out after just 2 days at the training camp, he discovered he was just a little brother in this world. You've got to be kidding me. This is the supernatural world after all. As expected of the Night Watch organization, they are absolute masters at setting people up. A superhuman skill is something typically only a level 3 superhuman can fully master. However, each use of such a skill drains a massive amount of stamina, energy, and mental fortitude. The first technique is meticulous microcontrol, granting complete command over one's body for precise maneuvers. This allows for operations at a micro level that defy comprehension. The second is superfrequency mobilization, which marshals the body's muscle power and superhuman abilities, forcibly unleashing strength that surpasses one's physical limits. This skill seems to be tied to willpower. A powerful will can shatter the body's restraints to achieve this superfrequency state. The third is mind tide, where the heart remains as calm as still water while a surge governed by absolute willpower rises like a tidal wave. Furthermore, special attention must be paid to one's physical constitution and energy. The superhuman energy within the body and one's willpower represent quantity, while these three skills represent quality. In the initial stages, one must focus on cultivating quantity and not rush to attain quality. He was warned to remember not to be hasty, or mastery would become even more difficult. Musing on this, he rested his chin in his hand, realizing these skills were a double-edged sword before proceeding to set up his profile. As is common in any good system, Manhwa, a status screen popped up. Name Jiang Yu. Attribute Shadow. Remaining lifespan 5 months. Evaluation. Congratulations on making it to the end of the year. But that wasn't all. There was an additional line of text that made Jiang Yu cringe. Not yet. 18 years old. I've already grasped a superhuman skill. Please, my country, allow me to skip straight to university. It just sounded so bizarre. The whole thing felt off. The next day he met with Kanan again. Jiang Yu was still skeptical. Uncle Song, is it even legal for someone my age to enter this workshop? Can you tell me a little more about what's going on? The man replied curtly, running drills with the second-year students. This only confused Jiang Yu further. Running it wasn't long. Before the two of them arrived at the Jiaolong area, Kanan gave him detailed instructions. Once you're inside, all you have to do is run as hard as you can. The watch on your wrist will monitor your physical condition, and the training will only end when you meet the required standards. During that time, unless you suffer a life-threatening injury, the instructor will not intervene to help you. What a bizarre training method. Seeing the vast space before him, Jiang Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. This place is epic. A moment later, Kanan turned and asked, "Well, do you dare to enter?" Jiang Yu flashed a confident, toothy grin. "Are you kidding me? My uncle is a retired war general. My father-in-law is the current emissary of Yunhai. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm destined to become the king of all warriors. Who in their right mind would dare let anything happen to me?" Without much more fanfare, Khan, and cut to the chase. "Then let's go." The worst that can happen is you end up bedridden for 2 months. And if that happens, I'll request a forbidden healing artifact to get you discharged sooner. Despite not knowing what grueling challenges lay ahead, he still shouted defiantly, I don't believe you for a second. A short while later, the two of them had ventured deep inside the facility. Feeling a sudden chill, Jiang Yu started to get suspicious. Why does this place feel like a prison? Something's not right. With that thought, he voiced his concern. Uncle Song, what's this place called? Last night I almost thought you were taking me to some electronics factory. Khan, and immediately shot back. An electronics factory. This is the Jiaolong area. But in a classic twist you'd see in an awakening manhwa, the students prefer to call it the fugitive run. Hearing this, Jiang Yu began to panic. He turned to leave. On second thought, maybe I'll reconsider. Sorry to bother you. Seeing Jiang Yu's attempt to bolt Khan, and decisively kicked him, sending him tumbling forward. Enough talk, get in there. Just like that, Kanan stood calmly outside, leaving Jiang Yu all alone. Hey Uncle Song, his task complete, he made a quiet call. Hello Captain Lee, I've locked the kid inside. Everything is proceeding as planned. Yes, I understand. I know how to handle this. But then a few more words from the other end of the line gave Kanan pause. Well, that doesn't sound too good, does it? Meanwhile, inside the confined space, Jiang Yu was screaming his head off. Uncle Song. Oh my god. Why are there monsters in here? This is terrifying. Regardless of the boy's screams, Kanan was engrossed in his conversation with Tuan Kwang. You're asking what he's doing. He's screaming his lungs out. You're asking if he's scared. Kanan pressed his ear to the door, trying to listen in. You disgusting thing, don't you dare touch me. Trying to bite the great master Jiang go die. As the incessant noise dragged on endlessly, in a hilarious moment for this manhwa recap, he nonchalantly cleaned his ear and reported back to Captain Lee. I think Jiang Yu is actually quite excited. The truth was, Khan couldn't actually hear his pleas for help. Everything he reported was based purely on his own assumptions. Inside, Jiang Yu clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. What in the world is the point of this place? Please, I'm begging you. No more frogs. I'm going to be sick. Chapter 135. Just as his desperate screaming reached a fever pitch, the door suddenly creaked open. Jiang Yu wondered in utter confusion. The door? It just opened by itself out. He grimaced, weighing his options carefully. Although he had no idea what dangers lay behind the door, it was a far better choice than being trapped here wasting time with these endless frog-like abominations. It was better to just go through and see what happened. Perhaps it would be the very chance he needed to turn the tables. With that, Jiang Yu made a break for it, but a horde of monsters still stood in his way, determined to stop him. At this point, his resolve only hardened. Not a chance. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu had managed to break free from the area. He paused, his dazed eyes scanning the surroundings. This new location was just as strange as the last. The entire passageway felt incredibly eerie. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Gross, get off of me. Seeing Jiang Yu standing there stunned, Ming Hui shouted a warning. Hey buddy, what are you doing just standing there? Run. Hearing that, Jiang Yu scrambled into motion. This way. From that moment on, the two of them escaped together. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Hui asked, brother, what class are you in? I don't recognize you. Jiang Yu answered bluntly. Class 1 of the special training camp. Ming Hui's brows furrowed in recognition. Class 1. He thought it over, finding it hard to believe, and then yelled, wait a minute, class 1 of the special training camp. You just joined the camp. So why are you in a hellish place like this? Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile. I guess I must have ticked someone off. Ming Hui shot him a skeptical look and muttered. Judging by my own playbook, he probably got involved with the instructor's daughter. There's no other reason he'd be locked in a place like this. Not wanting to delve into the matter, Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Senior, what's the deal with this place anyway? Ming Hui began to explain. This is the escape zone. You have to run non-stop with everything you've got, constantly using your energy and willpower to fight off the surrounding malevolence just to have a chance of getting out. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked it into high gear and ran for his life. Keep up, little bro, I'm pulling ahead. Jiang Yu pushed himself to catch up and shouted. So where is the actual exit? Before Ming Hui could fully process the question, Jiang Yu was already running right beside him, which made him jump in surprise. How can a rookie be this fast? This is some serious awakening manhwa level speed. Talking while running will just wind you. Ming Hui grunted. They say the exit appears automatically once you meet the required standard, but that usually takes about 2 months of non-stop running to achieve. After running for a while, they stumbled upon other students. One girl wasn't running but was frozen in place, flailing her arms. I absolutely despise frogs. Get away, get away, get away. And just like that, the frog launched itself directly at Jiang Yu. Left with no other choice, he decisively grabbed the creature and crushed it, a finishing blow that left everyone else bewildered. Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog? At this, Jiang Yu was stunned. Wait, you're not supposed to kill these things. Ming Hui proceeded to explain everything in detail. We're here for training. The whole point is to face the increasingly powerful malevolence and just keep running forward. The price for killing them is that your thought process becomes sluggish. Do you really want to get eliminated this early? Not wanting to waste any more time, another student urged them on. What's done is done. Talking about it is pointless now. Everyone just run. Suddenly, a girl stumbled and fell into a pit, screaming in panic. Somebody help me! But the further she fell, the faster her descent became. Just then, Jiang Yu instinctively shot out a hand and caught her arm. Careful, and just like that, he had unknowingly become the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Jiang Yu gently asked, "Are you all right?" The girl K.I. shyly asked, "Why did you save me?" He answered casually, "It was just a reflex." A moment later, they pulled apart, and she began to explain a few things. In this escape trial, every unnecessary movement comes with a price. By saving me, you've only harmed your own chances. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression soured. This godforsaken place has so many ridiculous rules. Just as he complained, sharp projectiles shot out from behind, aiming right for him. Jiang Yu immediately activated his keen instincts. This is the kind of challenge you'd expect in a system manhwa. These bone spikes are incredibly sharp. They can even pierce through the walls this easily. And then, one by one, white bone aberrations emerged menacingly. Witnessing the scene before them, Ki gasped in shock. Oh my gosh, those are two Tier 2 aberrations. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu launched a direct counterattack. You can have these bone spikes back. Instantly, the spikes reversed course and embedded themselves painfully into the creatures. With the threat dealt with, he quickly grabbed Ki's hand, and they ran for it. At that moment, she couldn't help but admire him silently. He not only managed to successfully dodge those bone spikes, but he even turned them around to use those same spikes to create an opportunity for us to escape. This is the first time I've ever met a male student with such courage and cunning. However, their ordeal was far from over. The white bone aberrations once again charged to attack them. Seeing this, Jiang Yu decisively pushed Ki away, yelling, "You go on ahead." She was still in a daze, not quite processing the situation. As this manhwa recap gets more intense, he focused intently on the simulated battle. Jiang Yu swiftly slipped behind his opponent to launch a surprise attack, delivering a decisive and merciless blow. Take this kick. At the same time, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, activating his keen intuition. The instant he spun around, a homing weapon was already locked onto him. Jiang Yu immediately dodged while looking for an opening to counterattack. However, the deadly projectile stuck to him like a leech, refusing to be shaken off. His gaze sharpened as he quickly formulated a new plan. Does this steel pipe have some kind of tracking system? Why can't I lose it? Looks like I'll have to use that skill. He finally decided to switch tactics, activating his shadow concealment technique. A moment later, he unleashed a massive weapon that directly pinned the barrage of projectiles to the ground. Jiang Yu propped his chin on his hand and thought to himself, is this training camp insane? Weren't they supposed to intervene if an attack was life-threatening? If I hadn't dodged that, thanks to my sharp intuition, I'm pretty sure I would have been stabbed straight through the heart. You're telling me that still doesn't count as a dangerous attack? Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from another direction. Help me. One look was all it took for Jiang Yu to realize the situation was dire. It was the girl from earlier. Facing this threat, Ki could only struggle helplessly. A moment later, her entire body was covered in severe injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and just like that, Ki was officially eliminated from the trial. A pang of regret struck Jiang Yu's heart. Damn it. The deeper they went into the trial, the more ruthless the challenges became. Not even 10 minutes had passed and someone was already out. This whole scenario felt less like a test and more like a high-stakes manhwa recap of a death game. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. He had to get serious. Suddenly, a bizarre object began to materialize, taking its true form in an instant. Jiang Yu flinched as he realized wasn't that a man-eating flower. Immediately upon evolving, it used its tendrils to clamp down on a wooden stake. Watching the man-eating flower prepare to strike, Jiang Yu thought to himself that this creature's rank was likely no lower than the white-boned variant he'd faced before. Still, he breathed a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only had 20% of its health remaining. Otherwise, this would have been a real problem. As if on cue, a toxic substance began to seep from the plant, trying to latch onto him. At the same time, its form began to blur, much to Jiang Yu's surprise. It could turn invisible. Where in the world did the training camp find such bizarre creatures? It felt like something straight out of an awakening manhwa. In any case, he was still able to nimbly dodge all of its attacks. But that wasn't a sustainable strategy. He couldn't just keep evading forever. If this kept up, its health wouldn't run out, but his own stamina would be completely drained. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he observed it intently. The crucial thing now was to clearly see the trajectory of its movements. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and activated a new skill. Shadow pupils activate. Now, Jiang Yu was feeling confident. Finally, I can see you clearly. Let's see how arrogant you are now. He charged forward with renewed vigor. You think you're hot stuff just because you know a little invisibility trick? Seizing the opening, Jiang Yu added a taunt. But you made the mistake of messing with me. And you're not walking away from this. He used the creature's own wooden stake to impale it, causing it to shriek in agony as its vital fluids splattered everywhere. At that moment, the man-eating flower's health plummeted to just 10%. After that devastating blow, it lay motionless on the ground. But the more Jiang Yu stared at it, the more annoyed he became. He decided to kick it, sending it flying into the distance. Get lost, don't block my path. With the threat neutralized, Jiang Yu turned to leave. He figured the special training camp staff would come to clean up the defeated creatures. I can't waste any more time, I have to keep moving forward. By then, Jiang Yu was feeling a bit sluggish. The pressure from the mental pollution was so potent it seemed to ride on the wind. Is this difficulty level really meant for trainees? Abruptly, his mind felt completely drained. I'm so dizzy. It feels like I'm drunk. Seizing the moment of Jiang Yu's distraction, the man-eating flower launched a final desperate attack at his shoulder. The wooden stake shot forward with incredible force and embedded itself deep into Jiang Yu's shoulder. The pain was excruciating. At that moment, a brilliant green aura of power began to radiate from his entire body. Seeing what had just appeared before him, Jiang Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was a level 2 variant with 70% of its health, and it was casually strolling towards him. But it wasn't alone. Jiang Yu cried out in alarm when he realized it was a whole pack of them. Faced with such an overwhelming scene, Jiang Yu could only let out a cynical smirk, releasing an entire pack of level 2 variants each with 70% health, just to deal with a single trainee. This training camp is just messed up. It was the classic trope of an overpowered system manhwa. But then he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. There's a glowing door over there. Based on this, Jiang Yu began to analyze the situation. This door was different from the others, on the right side of the corridor. It stood alone on the left. Could this be the exit? An exit. Even so, he still had to face countless different monsters all by himself. Jiang Yu was extremely determined. Although he couldn't be sure if it was the exit, he had to try. He absolutely had to get through that door before his stamina was completely depleted. A wave of power radiated from his entire body, and then Jiang Yu came up with a crazy idea. If he could just grit his teeth and run through this, would all be over. With that thought, he shot forward like a flash of lightning. But things were never that simple. Unbelievably, the creature managed to dodge. On the contrary, the monster even found a way to counterattack, creating a shocking explosion from the impact. This sent Jiang Yu flying backward, his body covered in injuries. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this was to be expected from a monster with a nearly full health bar. Just one hit was enough to draw blood. At this rate, he was afraid that before he even reached that door, they would have already crippled him and taken him out. A second later, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and recomposed himself. At this moment, the monster was right behind him, but he remained calm, calculating his next move. It seemed he had no choice but to use his ultimate skill while he still had the stamina, just like a classic system manhwa protagonist. Despite the imminent danger, Jiang Yu calmly assessed the situation. Since the monster was coming to him, he decided to lunge forward and grab its arm, refusing to let go. The resolve within him grew stronger with each passing moment. This time, he was certain he wouldn't let it dodge again. Not long after, the monster's energy plummeted to 27%. But it didn't end there. The other monsters charged forward relentlessly. A gaze locked on from the front right, so he pulled his left shoulder back, dodging the attack. The sound of wind whistled from behind as an attack descended, but he could evade it by taking a half step forward. Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Within a 6-yard radius, everything became crystal clear in his mind. His spirits were greatly lifted. This feeling of practiced mastery was the zenith state of power-up, straight out of an awakening manhwa. He tightened his grip on his sword and attacked with newfound confidence. Seeing the enemy lower its guard, Jiang Yu quickly made his escape. At that exact moment, he broke into a sudden sprint, but the two monsters he thought he had dealt with appeared right in front of him. This caused his jaw to drop in disbelief. Hey, what is going on? Didn't I already defeat that white bone monster and the man-eating flower? Why are they back with full health? The area surrounding Jiang Yu was now fraught with peril. A moment later, he was suddenly flipped upside down, his heart filled with unwillingness to accept this reality. This special training camp clearly didn't play by the rules of martial honor. No matter what, Jiang Yu still desperately tried to find a way to escape. If this is how you're going to play, then you can play by yourselves. I'm done with this game. Jiang Yu poured all his strength into his legs to accelerate. However, the monsters had already surrounded him. This wasn't good. These two were not easy to deal with, and what's more, his current stamina would only allow him to use the zenith state one more time. Jiang Yu's face turned grim as he told himself that this time victory was the only option. Defeat was unacceptable. Before making a move, he calculated every step. A bone spike from the back left was aiming for his abdomen. He could block it, but the price would be a torn palm, and then he could use the momentum to pull the opponent forward. From the upper right, a vine was attacking. While grabbing the bone spike from behind, he would lean his back 40 degrees and the vine would strike the bone spike monster instead. A second later, Jiang Yu closed his eyes, focusing with extreme intensity. Zenith state, zenith state. It was all about detailed observation and perfect control over one's body. Why is it that not only my observation and control abilities have increased, but the solution to the entire fight also appeared in my head? Does this even make sense? As he asked, Jiang Yu answered himself. Not really, but this is a classic manhwa recap plot point, so I'll just roll with it. All I have to do is follow the plan. With that, he executed the move with pinpoint accuracy, causing the monster to roar in agony. At the same time, the man-eating flower also suffered the consequences. You two idiots, Jiang Yu panted heavily, his anxiety rising. His stamina was on the verge of collapsing, but luckily he was almost there. He completely ignored the monsters as they tried to stretch out and attack him. He didn't even bother to care. By this point, he had already scrambled out of the danger zone. The man-eating flower watched in utter astonishment. He laughed triumphantly. I didn't think you'd be so helpful. Bye-bye now. As soon as he passed through the gateway, vanished. He calmed down and thought carefully. This wasn't an exit at all. There wasn't even a real door. He clawed at the walls, screaming in despair. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out of here. Once again, a monster appeared, out of the frying pan, and into the fire. Jiang Yu felt a helpless urge to curse. A level 2 again. Are you people at this special training camp actively trying to kill me? He stumbled back a few steps. He pleaded, hey, for goodness sake, can't you at least let a guy catch his breath? Even so, the monster showed no mercy, whipping its attack straight at Jiang Yu's face. The blow was so powerful, it sent him flying 1,000 meters, and just like that, Jiang Yu was knocked unconscious. Even as his strength failed him, he managed to pry his eyes open just long enough to curse. This goddamn special training camp, I'm not done with you people. The moment he opened his eyes again, Jiang Yu was bewildered, wondering, where is this? He blinked, trying to recall what happened. He remembered being knocked out by that bizarre creature that looked like that thing. Suddenly, Jiang Yu glanced down and froze for a few seconds. Yang Qi was calmly pulling down his pants. Then she spoke. You're awake. Jiang Yu shrieked in alarm. It's broad daylight. What are you doing pulling down my pants? A second later, Yang Qi paused her actions and ordered. If you're awake, then take them off yourself. Hearing this, he immediately recoiled, whining. Oh my god, my heart already belongs to someone else. Seeing his reaction, she pulled out a bottle of medicine and explained. Your rear end was badly injured. It needs medicine. Only then did Jiang Yu grit his teeth and comply. That's right. Before he could finish his thought, Yang Xi took the initiative to explain. My name is Yang Xi. Don't ask any more questions. Win. Already added you as a friend. I don't have any white socks, and I can't wear them on duty. If you're not afraid of your little girlfriend finding out, you can come to my room and get a pair. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Jiang Yu was beet red, thinking to himself, geez, I've teased girls so many times, but this is the first time I've been teased back, and I have to admit she's a total pro at it. With that thought, he spoke up softly. You just said my behind was badly injured. Is it serious? Will it affect its future use? I mean, a man's dignity is on the line here. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xi smacked him right on the cheek of his butt. Jiang Yu howled in agony. That hurts. She turned away coolly, giving him strict instructions. The fact that you can still feel pain proves your senses are functioning normally. Apply the medicine for a few days and you'll be fine. It won't affect your manly dignity. Afterwards, Yang Xi glanced over and added same old rules after this IV bag is empty. Press the button at the head of the bed to call me. But after getting a good look at her firm backside, Jiang Yu felt somewhat satisfied. Although that slap really stung thinking back on it now, it was also quite thrilling. He suddenly grew quiet, re-evaluating what had happened. The final attack from that thing must have pushed him to what they call the limit point, which is likely how he managed to leave the escape zone. This whole ordeal felt like the beginning of a difficult awakening manhwa Otherwise, given the difficulty of the training camp, there's no way anyone could pass so easily. But this is all too strange. Why would they design a trial that no one can possibly clear? Could there be some secret to passing that I haven't figured out? Jiang Yu closed his eyes, running a mental manhwa recap, in his head. He was replaying everything, trying to properly digest all the combat experience he had gained in the escape zone. By now, it was already 7 o'clock. He opened his eyes and rubbed them, feeling like he'd processed a decent amount. It was already almost dark. You're finally awake. At that moment, Bao Chang, who was standing nearby, sipping a drink, began to recount. I saw the news that you were carried out of there on the forums and rushed right over. You didn't actually do what everyone was guessing and pick a fight with the second years, did you, just having woken up? Jiang Yu immediately asked. I was called away for special training. Where are Instructor Song and Jiao Jiao? His friend popped a candy in his mouth and replied, Instructor Song is still at the main training ground. Jiao Jiao came by with me this afternoon. When she saw you were still unconscious, she went back to train first. Hearing that, he was quite pleased. Good, she's still training. Bao Qiang continued frankly. Of course. You pushed yourself so hard, you got injured. How could Jiao Jiao just sit around? I really admire you elite students. It's like you're living in a real-life system, manhwa. The instructors don't even have to push you to train, and your futures are so bright. Suddenly, he quickly got out of the hospital bed, startling his friend. What are you doing? You're still injured. Jiang Yu immediately reassured him. It's nothing. There's no need for me to lie around here. I'll feel more comfortable resting back in my room. He checked his reflection in a mirror and noted that his health bar looked relatively stable, but his body felt completely drained. It was clear he needed some proper rest. Seeing him casually walk out, Yang Si was a bit surprised. Then she frowned and demanded in a sharp tone, Why are you out here? Jiang Yu gave a sheepish smile and replied, The injury isn't that serious, so I'm heading back to the dormitory to rest. Yang Si scowled and warned him, Hey, if something happens to you, we're the ones who will be held responsible. He bravely puffed out his chest and declared, I'll take responsibility for you. She blushed furiously, retorting, Who wants a stinky brat like you to take responsibility for me? At that moment, a concerned Bao Qiang asked a few questions. Jiang Yu, you just said you'd take responsibility for that nurse. Then what about Jiao? Jiao. Hearing this, he quickly cut him off. Don't be ridiculous. Why does that sound so strange coming from you? The guy realized he'd misspoken and lowered his voice. Okay, my bad. I got the calendar mixed up. Then Bao Kuang gave a slight wave, reminding him, You should go check on Jiao Jiao. She's been extremely worried about you. I am not a student from Area 1, so I can't go in. I'll just wait for you out here. Jiang Du quickly agreed. Sounds good. I'll just pop in to say a word or two and come right back. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted Khan, and sitting comfortably on the steps. Seeing that Jiang Du was up and about, he greeted him cheerfully. Look who's awake. Shouldn't you be resting for another 2 days? Those injuries haven't fully healed yet. Jiang Du replied with a wide grin. It's just a scratch, no big deal. Besides, this makes it easier to chat. Khan. And gestured, Come on over and have a seat. He then stated seriously, his voice firm. Reaching level 2 microstate, under such dangerous conditions, even with your incredible talent, makes it very easy to completely drain your essence, spirit, and energy. You really should get more rest, to avoid damaging your foundations. Hearing this, Jiang Du seemed unfazed and shifted to another topic out of curiosity. So that's a thing, huh? In that case, when can I go to the Jiaolong zone again? Kan Han answered decisively. For the next few days, starting next week, you'll be training with them for the time being. Hearing that timeline, he was a little displeased. That's too long. This only puzzled Khan. And more, what's the big rush? It's not like in a short period of time you'd be able to clear the stage anyway. Jiang Du stretched and explained nonchalantly. Well, isn't that just because the difficulty is set way too high? Kan An furrowed his brow, affirming, too high. But this is the final exam for the second-year students. At that point, Jiang Du rested his chin on his hand, thinking it over. Even though it's a final exam with a grading system, those students don't have the ability to actually take down the anomalies. It's like a puzzle in a manhwa recap. Could the score really be based on just running for their lives? That makes no sense. Suddenly, Jiangdu froze, as if he just remembered something. Hold on. He began to feel suspicious. The passage, the traps, the students. Could it be? Jiangdu hazarded a guess. Teamwork. Abruptly, Kanan's expression darkened, and he explained in a cold tone. What the escape zone is truly designed to test is the student's ability to cooperate. Once again, Jiangdu thought to himself, the difficulty of the escape zone is ridiculously high, yet they throw a ton of students in there together. The most viable way to clear it has to be teamwork, which probably even involves making tough choices, assigning roles, and even making sacrifices. Is this really what a university for the superpowered is like? It feels like another huge reality check. A moment later, he looked for a way to change the subject. By the way, Uncle Song, what's your take on teacher Su Jianyang? During our very first class at the training camp, everyone nearly had a complete breakdown. I even went up to ask him a few questions at the time. At the mention of this name, An gave a faint smile. Teacher Jianyang, you ask? He recalled the details from back then. It's understandable. It's like a classic awakening manhwa plot point. Your first real exposure to the truth of the world is always a shock. Feeling shocked, terrified, hopeless, or enraged is completely normal. Our very first lesson involved watching some rather graphic documentary footage with no censorship whatsoever. It's an understatement to say we were profoundly shaken. Even as Kanan recounted the story, a sense of unease stirred within him. Back then, after that class at night, he had nightmares for 3 nights straight. Why do you ask about him? Jiangdu answered. Honestly, I just feel that Teacher Su seems gentle on the outside, but his teaching methods are absolutely suffocating. Kan praised him emphatically, almost like giving a motivational speech. Teacher Su's classes are incredibly useful. They're the foundation you need to break through to level 2. You're already there, far ahead of your peers, but you can't be reckless. You must solidify every single step. Otherwise, it's just forced progression. It might not seem like a problem in the short term, but over time, it will cause major issues. It was then that Jingdu realized, Uncle Song, are you level 3 Kan? And didn't hesitate to share his personal experience. It's because I didn't properly solidify my foundation at level 2 that I was injured. That's why I've run into so many difficulties after reaching level 3. Hearing this, Jiangdu let out a weary sigh. The path of a superpowered individual is far more arduous than I ever imagined. At first, I thought getting stronger was like what you see in a typical system manhwa, just sit in meditation, absorb some spirit energy, and then poof, you break through. Kan shot him a look, reiterating, that's why they call it fiction. If there really was a path to get that strong that quickly, our dojo wouldn't be in its current predicament. Always the optimist, Jiangdu tried to console him. Don't be so pessimistic, Uncle Song. Things will get better eventually. Kan immediately shot back. Who's being pessimistic? I'm just stating facts. The first rule of being superpowered is you must never give in to pessimism or despair. This made Jiangdu even more curious. So what's the second rule? Kanan replied curtly, I forgot. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, in the distance, Zhao Zhao was waving and calling out cheerfully. Jiangdu's voice rang out both resolute and tinged with tenderness. Are you coming with me? Seeing her filled his heart with immense joy. Just a moment, I'll be right there. At that moment, the flag hoisted high above fluttered in the evening breeze. Jiangdu quickly looked up, lost in thought. He recalled reading that the 5 stars on the national flag each held a special meaning. The central star represented the Great Zhou, while the 4 surrounding stars symbolized 4 major events, and the great figures associated with them from the time of the cataclysm until now. Those 5 stars embodied the dedication of countless people. Reality was certainly not as straightforward as it is in a typical system manhwa. As long as the countless superhumans of the Great Zhou were here, there was hope. His gaze and his faith were incredibly resolute, even though the road ahead was fraught with hardship, but he was certain they could overcome anything. As he was lost in his train of thought, Ching An suddenly came up, clapped him on the shoulder, and asked, why are you staring so intently at the national flag? I'll let you be the flag bearer next week. Jiangdu immediately refused. No thank you. I was just thinking about the origin of these stars. And so, Ching An also looked up and began to explain. It's written in the books. The 4th star represents the Night's Watch organization. It didn't always have that name, It was the Superhuman Bureau, the Superhuman Organization, the General Administration of Superhuman Affairs, all sorts of names, until it was later renamed the Night's Watch. Can you guess why it's called the Night's Watch? He answered without a second thought. Is it because there are more ghouls at night, or because the variant species appear more often then? Faced with Jiangdu's curiosity, Ching An just shrugged it off. Forget it. It's better that you don't know. Being a sensible guy, Jiangdu dropped the subject. All right, I understand. Knowing too much would destabilize my Tao heart and give rise to inner demons, right? Seeing Jiangdu press the issue, Ching On grew visibly irritated. If you have this much free time, how about we spar for a few rounds? Hearing that Jiangdu practically tripped over his own feet as he bolted looking for an excuse to escape. Bullying an injured person goes against the martial code. I'm out of here. A moment later, Jiangdu finally reached Jiao Jiao and asked, "Where's Fatty? Wasn't he just here a second ago?" She pointed as she spoke. "He went ahead to the cafeteria to save us some seats." Abruptly, Jiao Jiao gave his sleeve a sharp pinch. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" It was a small gesture, but it made Jiangdu wince in pain. "My lady, have mercy. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I?" She snapped, her voice laced with irritation. "You still have the nerve to say that." But a second later, her anger melted into tears that streamed down her face. "Do you have any idea? When I heard they had to carry you out, I was scared to death." Seeing her like this, Jiangdu was at a complete loss. He moved closer to comfort her. "Jiao Jiao, don't cry," and even cupped his hand to catch one of her precious tears. But he didn't stop there. Jiangdu shamelessly brought the finger to his lips and tasted it, then gave his honest assessment. "It's a little bitter with a hint of astringency." The emotional roller coaster sent Jiao Jiao's mood swinging wildly. "What is wrong with you? Why did you just taste my tear?" He blushed, but answered frankly, "Because I want to remember the taste of you, of course." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangdu pulled her into a tight embrace and made a solemn promise. "Jiao Jiao, rest assured from now on, no matter what I face, I just need to remember the bitter taste of your tears from today, and I will do everything to protect myself for you." Feeling his heart pound against her, Jiao Jiao grew incredibly shy and issued a threat. "You'd better keep your word. If you don't, I'll have my dad and Uncle Lee beat you to a pulp." After observing for a moment, Jiangdu then noticed the scrape on her leg. "What happened to your knee? Have you been to the nurse's office to get it checked?" The mention of her injury brought back the memory of when she overheard others gossiping about him. "Did you hear? That guy Jiangdu got jumped by a bunch of second years and was beaten so badly, he's crippled." This is the kind of drama you only find in a good manhwa recap. They had to carry him out. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao couldn't contain her rage and charged forward, intending to give them a piece of her mind. However, things didn't exactly go as planned. In her haste, she ended up tripping and falling. Recalling the moment, she looked a little embarrassed. "You get banged up during training, right? It's just a small scrape. I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria." Even as she pushed him along, Jiangdu kept trying to reason with her. "You still need to be careful. What if you dislocated something?" Not wanting to talk about it anymore, Jiao Jiao took the initiative and grabbed his hand to pull him along. "Why are you being such a worrywart? Hurry up, or we'll be stuck on dish duty." The two of them ran hand in hand, discussing their plans. "In a bit, I want to get chicken breast, some snacks, fries, and a Coke. It's your treat to make it up to me." Jiangdu immediately agreed. Deal, whatever you want." Half a month later, in the escape zone, Jiangdu was relentlessly pursuing a strange creature, a classic scenario in any awakening manhwa. "Why are you running? Weren't you so smug when you were cornering me earlier? I warned you not to get cocky. Now, face me. It's a tough world out there." Then, a calculating smirk spread across his face. "You think you can run?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu activated his tracking mark, then crouched, ready to leap, soaring high into the air, before striking the variant from behind. His power clamped down on its head, and Zhang Yu descended upon it like a god of war. At that moment, in the monitoring room of the safe zone, Qing'an yelled in a panic. "This is bad. That kid is actually trying to kill the variant. Get it out of there now." The training session ends here. After the training simulation ended, the instructor specifically praised him. "You little rascal, you've improved again. Your progress is like something from a system manhwa." After just half a month, almost none of the level 2 variants in the safe zone are a match for you. Now I'm starting to suspect if this is a classic awakening manhwa, where you awakened a shadow eye ability, or just some skill that makes you stronger the more you fight. Jiang Yu offered a faint wry smile and tactfully remarked, "Instructor Song, after all, the physical differences between people can't be understated." His slick response made Qing'an a bit dissatisfied. "Don't get cocky just because you've got a little power. Are you interested in joining a real mission? Besides teaching, we instructors also have to carry out missions for the organization. Some are in the mundane world, others in the shadow plane. Want to get some real-world experience?" Upon hearing the offer, Zhang Yu closed his eyes, his mind racing. He couldn't reveal his shadow devour ability. If he went with them, he could only kill the variants, not consume them. He had no interest in being a glorified, underfed sidekick, and so, he flatly refused. "A waste of my time. I'm not going." At this, the instructor scratched his neck, trying to find the right bait. Well, I was going to say if you perform well on the mission, I could pull some strings and get you an official clearance, so you wouldn't have to be cooped up in this special training camp forever. At those words, Jiang Yu decisively slammed his water bottle down on the table and stood up. He stood at attention and declared, "You've got a deal." The next moment they were both on a bus. Faced with a crowd of people, Jiang Yu was a bit bewildered. Instructor Song, what is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Ching An made the introductions. These are the other students joining the mission. As Jiang Yu's eyes scanned the group, he spotted a familiar face. Hey, this senior looks really familiar. Seeing him, she dropped the act. My name is Yang Zi. This is the 5th time you've asked. Is my name really that hard to remember? Called out so bluntly, Jiang Yu sheepishly scratched his head. Ah, my bad. You're wearing different clothes, so I almost didn't recognize you. I meant when you're not in your nurse's uniform. Your casual clothes look great too. Listening to his shameless flattery, Ching An felt his skin crawl. All right, that's enough of that. Find a seat, both of you. I have something important to discuss. Once everyone was settled, he got straight to the main point, a briefing crucial to our manhwa recap. In the shadow plane near West Yunhai's Sector 2, there are traces of blood species activity. They've already caused a number of casualties. Our primary target is an early-stage Level 2, accompanied by a few Level 1 underlings. The objective of this mission is to eliminate this completely mutated, fallen being who possesses blood-based abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the team responded with a unified, "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, the convoy rumbled on. By now, Jiang Yu was exhausted and had leaned against Yang Zi's shoulder, fast asleep. Yang Zi's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. What on earth did this kid do last night to be this exhausted? But it got worse. He was sleeping so soundly that he actually started drooling on her shirt. Suddenly, Ching An's voice boomed through the bus. "We're here. Everyone prepare to disembark." Jiang Yu instantly jolted awake, as if he hadn't been asleep at all. Then his eyes fell on Yang Zi's outfit, and he cringed internally. How could I have drooled on someone, he thought. And so, he grabbed a tissue and started dabbing at her shirt. "I am so sorry. Yesterday's training was brutal, and I haven't fully recovered, so I conked out as soon as I sat down. Let me get that clean for you." Yang Zi, mortified, kept her head down and then demanded loudly, "Just don't touch it. If you don't stop, I swear, I'm texting Lu Jiao Jiao right now," being threatened. Hitting a sore spot, Jiang Yu exclaimed to himself, "Oh man, why does she have Jiao Jiao's scent?" Handing her a towel, he averted his eyes and said, "I've already cleaned the top part for you. As for the bottom part, you'll have to wipe it yourself." Yang Zi was so furious, she was speechless. "Just shut your mouth." Seeing them bickering endlessly, Ching An had enough. He yelled, "Jiang Yu Yang Shi, get out of the car now." As soon as they were out, he gave them a thorough briefing. "All right, everyone. The detector has picked up a blood progenitor in this neighborhood. Don't fall behind. Wild aberrations are extremely savage. What if I don't get a chance to act?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yu cut in. "Then the blood progenitor will just grab us and suck us dry." However, Yang Shi had a different take. That's not how it works. The competition among these aberrations is fierce nowadays. When they catch their prey, they don't drain them immediately. They play with their food, draining them slowly. That's right, so now is the perfect time to test what we've learned. It's like something straight out of an awakening manhwa, where the real test finally begins. I'll be wearing a camera to record everyone's performance. Let's do our best. A moment later, Jiang Yu walked on, lost in thought. This residential area isn't exactly massive, but it's not small either. So, which floor and which room could the bloodkin be hiding in? Seeing his focused demeanor, Ching An smiled to himself. It seems this kid Jiang Yu is quite excited. His hands have definitely been bloodied before. I'd never mistake that kind of aura. A moment later, he frowned and pursed his lips. Leveling up from 1 to 2 usually takes a year. That means General Li must have arranged for him to hunt aberrations in the shadow plane when he was only 16. That's just cruel. Wasn't he worried the boy's body couldn't withstand the corruption? While reaching level 2 by 17 is rare, it's not impossible. General Fang's level 2 combat power was peerless, far stronger than many of the seniors who came before him. I wonder if Jiang Yu can reach that same level. Just as he was thinking, he spotted an aberration up ahead. Seeing the creature, he immediately deduced that if a level 1 bloodkin was here, the level 2 must be lurking nearby. Without a shred of hesitation, he rushed forward to take it down, yelling, "Got you." At that same instant, another aberration suddenly appeared from behind, immediately launching an attack that sent Jiang Yu flying. He struggled with all his might to block the waves of incoming power. Seeing this, Ching An couldn't just stand by. He jumped in to lend a hand. "The level 2 is for me and Jiang Yu. The other 3 of you handle the level 1s. Hearing this, the trio immediately responded. Understood, before charging in Ching, and glanced back with a final instruction. Yang Zi, you're a medical student and not suited for combat. Find a place and hide for now. Just as he finished speaking, an aberration appeared out of thin air, aiming straight for her. Faced with this situation, Yang Zi showed no fear, even reaching out to grab its head. An unbelievably terrifying power erupted from her entire body, far more frightening than anyone could have imagined, as Yang Zi herself began to devour the aberration. This is the kind of shocking twist you only see in a top-tier manhwa recap. Despite this, her expression remained utterly calm as she finished the job. A moment later, Yang Zi slowly retracted the aberration until it rested neatly in her palm, after which she carefully placed it into a secret container. At that very moment, Jiang Yu returned and witnessed the entire spectacle. What? What in the world? Where did my gentle nurse go? Seeing his stunned face, Yang Zi softly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu forced a smile and asked, "Are you full yet?" She didn't hesitate to request. Then, how about one more? To her surprise, he immediately agreed. Following that, a wave of curiosity washed over Jiang Yu. "Miss Yang, what exactly is your ability?" She answered him directly. "A branch of the Devourer of the False." Hearing the name, Jiang Yu's interest was immediately piqued. "Does that mean any part of you can turn into a tentacle?" His face suddenly lit up with excitement. An eagle catching a rabbit, an octopus wrapped around a pole. Oh my god, her ability isn't exactly conventional, but it's incredibly thrilling. "So, can I touch it?" But Yang Zi crossed her arms and coldly refused. "Absolutely not." Jiang Yu, however, remained persistent. "Then just let me look." This only annoyed her more. "You're such a scoundrel. Do you want me to report you for harassment to the special training camp?" Seeing Yang Zi's feisty attitude, Jiang Yu decided to flash his connections. "Report me, my uncle is." Before he could finish, she cut him off, revealing she knew everything. "Your uncle is a retired general, and your father-in-law is the current patrol envoy. So what? Still planning to use your influence to push me around?" The way Yang Zi stood her ground actually made Jiang Yu nervous. "Just kidding, don't take it so seriously." "Man, how did my villainous catchphrase get so well known?" He said this while staring intently at her hand, which held that latent magical power. In the end, Yang Zi relented. "Fine, whatever. If you want to look, then look. After you're done, I bet you'll finally remember my name right." A moment later, she asked softly. "It's an ugly mutation, isn't it? Really scary, right?" But to her surprise, he was completely fascinated. "It's great, absolutely great, so flexible and agile. A tentacle girl is actually really cute." Getting a response like this, in an awakening manhwa, is almost unheard of. Blindsided by his unexpected answer, Yang Zi couldn't help but be startled. "Cute. Ever since I started mutating, everyone else has been too scared to even get near me. He's the first person to ever call it cute." Jiang Yu was so thrilled he was practically drooling. "That's right, I genuinely think it's cute. Besides, your tentacles are reacting to me." The instant he moved to touch one, she swiftly retracted them all. "I'm warning you, don't cross the line." Yang Zi's heart began to race with suspicion. She had originally thought this kid was a decent guy, but now it was clear he was a total deviant. Undeterred, Jiang Yu continued to tease her. "Get your mind out of the gutter. The reaction I was talking about wasn't down there. It was up here." A moment later, he fell silent, his expression turning serious as he contemplated the persona of the Yinwo people. "I'm not sure what came over me, but an indescribable impulse surged through me, a desire to enter my shadow state and utterly destroy the mutated Yang Zi. As I pondered this, my eyes were fixed on her form. Could it be that shadow types and real types are like shadows and their physical counterparts? The conflicts and tangled relationships between the species of the abyss are complex. I fear I'll need to absorb a few more aspect fragments to truly grasp the inner workings." Before long, Khan and single-handedly dealt with the other two abominations. "Tidy up a bit, little Yang. We've made significant progress on this mission." Spotting Zhang Du, he immediately inquired, "Why did you leave one of them? Or did you have a more specialized approach in mind? Weren't you going to leave one alive to turn in? It only has 4% of its health left, so it should hold out for half an hour. After all, a live specimen is better than a dead one." Hearing this, Conan just shook his head in exasperation. "Have you been playing too many games, kid? Or maybe you've been binging too much system manhwa. 4% health. You talk as if you can actually see a health bar. Just get rid of it, so we can head back." Still, the story of these blood types is quite something. It makes you sigh. They opened a restaurant, ran into trouble with some scavengers. Their shop was destroyed, and they were threatened. The owner couldn't handle it, and chose the path of fallen vengeance, mutating into an abomination. In the end, their hearts found no peace. They got their revenge, but they dragged countless innocent people into their mess. Suddenly, Jiang froze as if he'd detected something unusual. From a rooftop over 100 meters away, he sensed a shadow flit by. Was it another abomination? Or a scavenger? Was their gaze in this direction a coincidence? Or had they been observing us all along? Khan continued talking, oblivious. After all, when ordinary people confront the supernatural, most of them will cower. It's a classic trope you see in almost every awakening manhwa. At that moment, if a great power is placed before them, most people would find it impossible to refuse. Sometimes, taking just one step forward is to step into the abyss. The figure was a purple thought abomination. It stood defiantly before the unconscious blue abomination. It drew closer, weeping with great sorrow, before letting a single drop of its blood fall into the blue one's mouth. It awoke instantly, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. In that split second, Jiang appeared and dispatched them one by one. He seized the purple abomination firmly. He then declared, "There's still one fish that slipped through the net." Jiang eyes were filled with steely resolve as he watched his enemy begin to dissipate. Just then, the purple abomination shrieked in agony. Seeing how they treated each other, Jiang realized she had actually given her own blood a significant amount, perhaps even half of her total supply. It was clear, these two were a couple who had both lost control. They had both become abominations. Despite being in his grip, the purple abomination still struggled to rise and fight back. Her tenacity truly surprised him. As he fought it, he glanced at the blue one, and thought to himself that no matter what suffering they had endured in their current state, they couldn't be released to continue harming ordinary people. With his mind made up, he began to channel power, which radiated from his swift and powerful legs. Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang unleashed a dazzling burst of energy. At this point, the purple abomination was nearly exhausted, but it wasn't quite done for. Its health bar was still at 10%. It looked like it would take one more punch. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he delivered a thunderous blow that sent it flying 1,000 meters away. Witnessing its demise, Jiang offered a few final words, "Go in peace." In that moment, an excruciating pain finally tore through the purple abomination. His own eyes remained firm. He had never doubted his beliefs or his purpose. But in the instant she reached out her hand, she seemed human. Alongside that, a sliver of remorse pricked Jiang heart. By ruthlessly ending her, he felt that he in turn was the one acting less than human. He stared at his own hands and began to waver. What in the end is the right thing to do? Seeing his relentless hesitation, Kanan spoke up gently. "Jiang, it's an abomination now. It doesn't matter if it was born that way or was a human who fell from grace. The mutation is irreversible." Hearing this, Jiang mulled over every word. That's right, the mutation is irreversible. And with that, Khan and personally cleaned up the remains. That's why you can't be merciful to them. If you are, humans will be the ones in danger. Jiang grew worried about the future. But what if one day the one who mutates is Uncle Li or Jiao, or even himself? He continued to lose himself in a spiral of unanswered questions. What should he do then? It's a heavy moment, the kind that makes you pause this manhwa recap and just think. The next day, Kan An and Jiang calmly walked up a flight of stairs to get him certified as an off-the-books agent. From now on, he could use his scavenger identity to log into the Nightwatch organization's internal network. This would allow him to accept missions and officially become an external member. At this point, a question occurred to him. Does my uncle know about this? Kan An answered truthfully. This was Li Qian's idea all along. The general made his decision completely ignoring everyone else's opinions. He had seen Jiang combat footage and wanted to line up a few jobs for him. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but smirk to himself. The job was basically to travel around and eliminate aberrations. He mused, Uncle Li, aren't you worried that one day I might crash and burn spectacularly? This whole setup felt like something straight out of a ***. System manhwa ***, but he knew he had to stay positive. Besides, it was a golden opportunity to train himself in a legitimate path to becoming stronger out in the open. A moment later, the two of them officially stepped inside the office. Qing An then began to guide Jiang with great care. All right, log in with your information. Oh, and General Li mentioned that if you want unrestricted access to the special training camp, you'll need to complete at least 3 missions per week. Hearing that number, Jiang felt a little apprehensive. 3 missions seemed like far too many, but Qing An told him that no amount of complaining would change it. He'd have to take it up with General Li himself if he wanted to bargain. Realizing it was a tough negotiation, he'd likely lose. Jiang just sighed and let it go. Qing An then looked off into the distance and offered some advice, explaining that from now on, he'd be splitting his time between training at the camp and accepting missions here in Yunhai. He added, Sometimes you might encounter stragglers from the shadow dimension that aren't on the official list. Taking them down will also count as a completed mission. A classic trope in any good *** awakening manhwa ***. Keep up the good work. I have high expectations for you. With that, he hastily departed. I've still got things to do, so I'm heading back to the camp. You're on your own now, kid. Jiangdu politely saw him off, saying, "Goodbye, Uncle Song." Even though Ching An's explanation had been elaborate, the whole process felt incredibly simple to Jiangdu. He couldn't shake the feeling that this certification was just way too easy to get. Is Uncle Lee just finding an excuse to trick me into running missions for free? He wondered. Suddenly, the loud voice of Deng Ke snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hello, doctor. Has Hua's condition gotten worse? I see. I just left the Night's Watch organization and used my points to redeem the medicine. I'm on my way immediately." The moment Jiangdu laid eyes on him, he recognized the man. Isn't that Deng Ke? But it had been over a month since they last met. Why did he look so completely worn out? Seeing him in this state, Jiangdu felt a surge of concern. Plus, from the panicked tone of his voice, it was clear he was in some kind of serious trouble. This isn't right, he thought. For better or worse, he's a brother who once stood by my side. I have to follow him and see what's going on. Meanwhile, Deng Ke had already rushed to the hospital. Inside the emergency room, Deng Hua was in a life-or-death situation. A doctor was desperately trying to administer medicine into the little girl's body, but Deng Hua's eyes were growing vacant, and her breathing was becoming faint. Just then, Deng Ke burst in, carrying a small case. He snapped it open to reveal a mysterious vial of medicine nestled inside. "Where did you get this?" the doctor asked. Deng Ke pleaded urgently. "Doctor, please just tell me if it's usable." The doctor focused on the vial, confirming, "This is indeed the newest blood source serum. But there is something I must warn you about. Let's step outside to talk." As soon as they were in the hallway, the doctor laid out the grim truth. "Your daughter's condition took a sudden turn for the worse, because the supernatural contamination in her body has become malignant. If we had obtained this vial of blood source serum 3 days ago, a miracle might have been possible. But now it's very difficult to say." Hearing this, Deng Ke desperately sought any solution. "Doctor, just tell me. How much longer can Hua hang on?" The doctor's expression turned somber as he delivered the prognosis, "About 1 month." To the doctor's surprise, however, Deng Ke let out a sigh of relief. "There's still time. Please, doctor, prepare for the operation." By this point, Jiangdu had managed to slip inside and was gathering information from a chart. He learned the details: Deng Hua, 5 years old, hemodissolution syndrome. As he read the diagnosis, Jiangdu furrowed his brow in confusion. What kind of illness is this? And what is this blood source serum they were talking about? As this part of our *** manhwa recap *** gets pretty dark, he quickly searched online, where an article immediately popped up with a detailed explanation. Hemodissolution syndrome is a severe illness caused by contamination of the blood system. While the probability of contracting it is extremely low, once contaminated by a blood fiend, if purification isn't administered in time, the infection will take root. The victim's own blood then begins to corrode their body like acid until they dissolve into a pool of sludge. If caught early, treatment with the blood source serum can still purify the system. However, most people who are diagnosed with this disease are already in its terminal stage. The more Jiangdu understood, the more suspicious he became. Hua is only 5 years old, and she's always lived in the real world. How could she possibly have contracted this kind of illness? Could it be connected to those blood fiends that have been secretly infiltrating the human world? The ones that have been all over the news lately. Just then, down in the courtyard garden, Deng Ke was on the phone, his voice strained and harsh, with the person on the other end of the line. He was demanding how many more vials of the blood source serum they had, but they were just trying to brush him off. "Please, 1 vial costs $1 million. The ingredients are incredibly rare. You'll have to find another method." He could produce high-quality blood source vials, so why was he wasting his time at work? As soon as the words were spoken, Deng Ke's veins bulged with fury as he roared, "I'm asking you how many vials are left." Seeing his aggressive tone, they were clearly displeased. "Deng Ke, you'd better remember your place. You want the blood source vials, don't you? Fine, come and get them yourself." After the call ended, Deng Ke clenched his fists with grim determination. Hua, your father will save you no matter what. Don't be afraid, even if it means sacrificing myself." Zhang Yu had overheard the entire conversation, which only amplified his worries. Is he really going to retrieve those blood source vials himself? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? This is more intense than your average manhwa recap. Finally, Zhang Yu decided to make a call for advice. Uncle Lee, a friend's daughter, is suffering from hemogenesis syndrome. Can the blood source vials actually cure it? Uncle Lee exhaled a puff of smoke and replied casually, "It's not a sure thing. How old is the patient?" He answered honestly, 5 years old. Uncle Lee's response was a crushing blow. In that case, the probability is practically zero. A child's resistance to contamination is incredibly low. If it's caught early, the blood source vials might work, but in the final stages, it's nearly impossible to save them. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao appeared, softly calling his name. Jiang Yu turned with a smile. "Xiao, Xiao." She eagerly started a conversation. "Long time no see. Aren't you supposed to be at the special training camp? So why are you back here?" Pushing his worries aside, Jiang Yu decided to chat for a bit. "I was released early for good performance. What about you?" "No school today," she explained with excitement. "A few days ago I was captured by a variant, but a night watchman saved me. Now he's seriously injured, so I came to visit him. We haven't seen each other in just 1 month, but you've changed so much. Your entire aura is completely different now." Receiving the compliment, he shyly scratched his head. "It's nothing really. I think you've changed a lot too. How have you been lately?" Xiao's face fell as she looked down. "I'm still the same, but seeing you all get to go to the training camp, while I couldn't. When danger appears, I'm completely at the mercy of others. It was pure luck that the night watchman saved me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you guys. If only I could become a superhuman too, that would be amazing." Jiang Yu replied modestly. "Honestly, this awakening manhwa lifestyle isn't as great as you think. You might have to face life-threatening danger and challenges at any given moment. Most ordinary people can live their lives in peace, but in exchange for becoming a superhuman, how many of us can escape without getting injured or crippled?" She immediately voiced her true feelings. "No, Jiang Yu, you're different, you're gifted. You can't possibly understand the helplessness a normal person feels when facing a variant. That day, if it wasn't for the night watchman, I would have been swallowed whole in a single bite." Abruptly, Jiang Yu sensed danger and moved to protect her. They both stared in disbelief and confusion. "What is that? Why is a variant here?" The creatures began to run rampant. "Run, help somebody save me." Just then, the variant targeted them directly. From that point on, Jiang Yu became her hero in shining armor. "Get behind me and don't move." The variant opened its massive maw, revealing sharp blood-stained fangs. Even so, he could handle them with ease. Jiang Yu smirked triumphantly. "A pathetic first-level ant dares to posture before me." In an instant, Jiang Yu had resolved the situation. A moment later, he glanced back and instructed Xiao Xiao, "Stay right here. I'll be back in a moment." In other areas, many more variants were still attacking innocent people. "Help!" Desperate pleas echoed through the chaos. No, somebody save me." Fortunately, Jiang Yu arrived just in time. "Die." And with that, the variant collapsed before the civilians' eyes. Not stopping there, Jiang Yu moved on to the next one, clinging to a car roof. "And you're next. Get down here." A moment later, the area was safe once more. Not ready to leave, he paused as a deduction formed in his mind. These 3 blood fiends. They were probably transformed from humans. This whole incident has progressed abnormally. In a classic system manhwa, 1 or 2 people becoming corrupted is normal, but for so many to appear at once, it's definitely not a coincidence. Afterwards, he met up with Xiao Xiao again, who asked timidly, "Do you see now that's how weak a normal person is when facing a variant?" Just like that, the peace didn't last long before another terrified scream echoed out. A civilian was on the ground, clearly in agony. "I'm so dizzy. Why are my hands so red? My blood feels like it's boiling." Hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately took charge. "Everyone else, stay away. Disperse now." It seemed these people had been contaminated by the blood fiend. "I'm great at slaying aberrant beings, but I don't know the first thing about curing contamination. All I can do is notify the Night Watch organization for backup." After witnessing this encounter, Xiao Xiao was truly in awe. "Jiang Yu, you're incredibly strong now. Thank you for saving me," he replied humbly. "We're old classmates. No need for such formalities. You should hurry home, stock up on supplies, and avoid wandering around outside. I have other business to attend to, so we'll see each other later." She immediately agreed. The moment they said their goodbyes, he took off like a shot. However, Xiao Xiao couldn't shake her admiration for him. "Jiang Yu, thank you for showing me the strength of a superhuman once again. Even though I'm just an ordinary person now, I will still look up to you all, and do my part to help more people." At that very moment, the phone in Jiang Yu's pocket suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Uncle Lee asking, "Still alive?" He immediately replied, "Afraid I won't be able to provide for your retirement after all." His uncle remained nonchalant. "No worries, the Night Watch will take care of me. You can't even imagine how cushy this position of mine is." Seeing this, Jiang Yu decided to threaten him right back. I'm going to report you this instant. Immediately, Uncle Lee retracted a message and typed, the blood fiend uprising near your location has been handled. We've already sent people. If you're unharmed, head on back to the barracks. Jiang Yu suddenly flashed a wide, joyful grin. If that's the case, then I have to seize this opportunity to head to the Shadow Realm and poach some kills. He had just taken down 3 blood fiends, which meant he'd completed 3 of his weekly missions. Now it was time for some real hunting. But the action in this manhwa recap wasn't over. Another aberrant creature was at 20% energy, desperately trying to recover its strength. In a flash, its power surged dramatically to 40%. To prevent any future trouble, Jiang Yu decisively cleaved it in 2. Faced with such terrifying power, the aberrant being stood absolutely no chance. With energy still crackling in his hands, he was shocked that he could kill a level 2 blood fiend in an instant. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. But suddenly, he sensed that something was off. Wait a minute, this absorption doesn't feel right. Gazing at the object before him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask in shock, what is this thing? Confronted by the bizarre substance, Jiang Yu tried to struggle free, but to no avail. The sensation made him incredibly uncomfortable. What in the world is this? I can't even shake it off. Anxious Jiang Yu quickly checked his system. A classic feature in any great system. Manhwa worried that he might have absorbed something dangerous. The system immediately displayed a stream of detailed information. Shadow form. 1. Using this ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the real world. While in the Shadow Realm, it constantly drains shadow to replenish shadow points and enhance your self-healing speed. 2. In this state, your aura of intimidation will be stronger, causing your prey to feel fear, making it easier for them to expose their weaknesses. 3. This ability is currently evolving. It may become more powerful. Jiang Yu clutched his head as beads of sweat began to form. What is all this? The system is giving me an open-ended description. Could it be because this is the first time I've absorbed a wild level 2 aberrant? Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly decided to find another one and test it out. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu was sneaking through a pitch-black, desolate area. An aberrant creature appeared, cloaked in roaring flames. At that moment, he was stealthily observing it from behind a wall. This chicken looks mighty plump, and I was just craving some chicken soup. But once again, he suddenly froze, as if he had been spotted. And just like that, the aberrant chicken looked directly at Jiang Yu, who was utterly bewildered. An earthquake. Impossible. We're in the Shadow Realm. Without a shred of hesitation, it charged at Jiang Yu with all its might. He desperately leaped up to dodge the attack, practically yelling, "Hey, don't run." At that point, Jiang Yu tried to speed up, but the prolonged exertion left him drained, and he had to stop sweat pouring down his face. And so Jiang Yu decided to stand his ground and bravely confront the aberrant chicken. By himself, he dared to stand firm against its dazzling display of power. Jiang Yu struggled to hold on, trying to survive the perilous encounter. Immediately after, brilliant arches of blue light began to flash blindingly. Despite this, the creature stubbornly refused to give up. A second later, the power within it erupted even more fiercely. Jiang Yu trembled, completely speechless. He finally realized what was happening. This was the shadow tide of the Shadow Realm, a key event in this awakening manhwa. Jiang Yu hastily blocked the Purple Skull Hellfire attack, but he was still sent flying, utterly unable to defend himself. Jiang Yu crashed into a car on the side of the road, which finally brought him to a stop. The aberrant being raised its blade again, preparing to strike. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with intensity, his brow furrowing in concentration. Just as the massive blade swung down, he leaped up to evade it. He then used Shadow Assault to strike the skeleton from behind, causing the creature. The fiery creature roared in absolute fury. Jiang Yu frowned. He'd only dealt 7% damage despite clearly striking its weak point. It seemed this particular bone aberration was a Tier 3 threat with incredibly high defense. If that was the case, then so be it. The system announced the activation of Continuous Kill. +1 slaying aura, +1 slaying aura, +1 slaying aura. He didn't stop his assault, shouting, "Let's see if I can't scrape you down to the bone." As his energy gathered, his slaying aura reached its peak, activating the slaughter skill. Jiang Yu watched it warily. "You little toy, you think you can ambush the great Jiang Yu?" But unexpectedly, a flash of golden light pierced through his right shoulder, causing Jiang Yu to cry out. In agony, he hastily erected a protective barrier, ducking behind a brick wall. Outside, a colossal eyeball aberration materialized, making him gasp in shock. And right behind it, another crimson creature flew out. A whole swarm of high-level aberrations had suddenly appeared. This situation was getting more and more like a classic awakening manhwa. He frowned as he stayed hidden. "Damn it, so many of them at once. This is extremely disadvantageous for me." To make matters worse, the shadow plane was now incredibly unstable due to the encroaching tide. Trying to force an escape would be extremely dangerous. What was he supposed to do? Was he really going to have to solo every aberration in the entire district? Just then, a brilliant flame ignited from behind. It was the eternal torch which once used could emit a gentle light to repel the shadows, a true beacon of hope. A warning popped up. This light holds a powerful attraction for aberrations, and the user's supernatural energy and stamina are consumed to maintain it. Still, Jiangdu couldn't help but grin. Reinforcements have arrived. He understood instantly. The post-tide campaign had officially begun. The summoned superhumans appeared looking immensely powerful. The monsters roared in fury at this sight, letting out a series of threatening growls. Jiangdu clenched his fists, realizing the sound of drums seemed to be amplifying his allies' combat power, and it was weakening the aberrations. He immediately vaulted into the air, charging toward the monsters. Now's the time, let's go. The aberrations fearlessly lunged at him. But at the same moment, 2 tactical shells flew in and hit their marks, causing the entire area to erupt in a massive explosion. The aberrations caught in the blast were sent flying by the flames. Jiangdu immediately seized the opportunity to unleash an attack, quickly using Shadow Devour to absorb them. The whole scene was a testament to why people love a good system manhwa. A notification appeared. Name Armored Bone Species. Rank Tier 2 High Rank. Introduction. Price for killing malignant bone substance. The price has been waived. Shadow Devour Harvest obtained. Increased shadow points, increased bone density, and strength. This aberration had used 195 shadow points. Jiangdu was pleased. Excellent. Looks like today is an all-you-can-eat buffet. But looking at the allied army, he felt a bit helpless. Hold on, did they really need to send this many people? Then countless more artillery shells rained down on the aberrations. It was the superhumans in the rear, providing support. Holy cow, that long-range firepower is insane. Dazzling skills continuously bombarded the monsters, leaving them no way to escape the explosive barrage. Powerful superhumans appeared right after, their muscles bulging as they charged forward, managing to block the aberrations with their bare hands. The giant aberration was physically restrained by several superhumans, one of whom let out a roar and sent it flying. Arg! On another front, Donglai prepared another artillery shell, directly launching a fiery assault toward the aberrations. Oblivious, they continued their forward charge. A moment later, they were completely engulfed by the exploding shell. He then ordered the Night Watch team to pursue. They rushed in, and an incredibly fierce battle unfolded, perfect for a manhwa recap. Jiangdu looked around stunned. Whoa, these things are almost dead before I even get a chance to move. He grew excited. It'd be a crime against myself not to take advantage of this. And so Jiangdu began to continuously harvest the heads of the aberrations, as if he were picking fruit from a tree. The Night Watch members were startled and began to whisper, "Whose subordinate is that? He's so strong. Isn't he afraid of paying the price? We can't lose to him. Let's keep going. I'll pay the price to kill the next aberration." A moment later, Jiangdu used the darkness to devour the aberration corpses. Wiping sweat from his brow, he noted that in just a short half hour, he'd handled quite a few. The combat power of the Night Watch was truly terrifying. Suddenly, he saw a system notification named Blood Species Rank Tier 2 Mid-Rank. Introduction. Price for death. Blood source contamination price has been waived. Shadow Devour Harvest obtained. This aberration had been used. Jiangdu stared blankly at the blood vessel now connected to his own body. Blood source contamination. Just then, he heard a medic shout in alarm. "Hey, away, snap out of it. It's blood system contamination. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." Donglai replied instantly. "Understood. All squad personnel retreat immediately. Back away." The 2 night guards casually pulled Jiangdu back. "What are you spacing out for?" The boss gave the order. "Let's move." He looked back regretfully at his walking pile of experience points. "But there are still so many aberrations I haven't absorbed yet. There are hundreds of them, all pure experience. Let me go." Meanwhile, the veteran superhuman was suffering from blood contamination, his entire body racked with agonizing pain. The medic struggled to hold him down, shouting, "Get the respirator now. Prep the intravenous anti-contamination shot, and bring the contamination therapy machine over here." During the commotion, Zhang Yu silently used a skill to slip into the medical room. He frowned, observing the chaotic treatment scene. Then, moving like a shadow, and completely unnoticed, Zhang Yu slipped out of the room. "This blood source contamination is far more potent than I imagined," he thought. "Even a battle-hardened night guard couldn't resist it. It seems that this power I have is connected to this blood source contamination. Could it be a side effect of absorbing the blood fiends?" Unable to figure it out, he sighed in frustration. Zhang Yu glanced down at the red thread on his hand. but my powerful system manhwa interface already said I was exempt from paying any price. So what exactly is this blood thread? Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket, unleashing a flood of aberration notifications. They flashed on his screen one after another. Traces of aberration activity on Tang Liu Nan Street in East District 2. Proceed immediately. 20th Street East District 2. Blood fiends on 20th Street, East District 2. Blood fiends inside the building. 20th Street East District 2. Several blood fiends have suddenly started attacking pedestrians. Jiang Yu was completely shocked. What in the world is going on? Why are there so many blood fiends all of a sudden? Then, a government alert blared. Attention, all superhumans. East District 2 is currently experiencing a massive outbreak of blood fiends and a related blood system contamination phenomenon. The situation is extremely critical. This kind of citywide threat is something you'd expect to see in an epic manhwa recap. Following an emergency meeting, East District 2 is now under complete lockdown. Those words made Jiang Yu's eyes widen in disbelief as an uneasy feeling crept over him. A full lockdown. For a typical incident, they'd just dispatch the night guards and scavengers. Why would they need a total quarantine? In the distance, the sky was filled with constant shockwaves. Jiang Yu grew worried. What on earth is happening in East District 2? Across the city, loudspeakers blared. Attention residents of the Yunhai metropolitan area. We have currently detected traces of aberration activity in East District 2. All citizens are advised to remain indoors and not stay outside for prolonged periods. All entertainment venues are to cease operations immediately. Meanwhile, in the heart of East District, Denka was locked in a desperate struggle, staring at two phoenix-like aberrations. He thought grimly, "This time, I'm afraid there's no escaping this." Just as he braced for the end, Jiang Yu materialized out of nowhere, blocking the fatal blow. He turned to Deng Ke and asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his savior, Deng Ke exclaimed with relief, "Brother Yuzi, are you hurt?" Jiang Yu hadn't even noticed until Deng Ke pointed it out. He'd run into some trouble on the way here. "It's nothing serious." Jiang Yu brushed it off. "But what are you doing here?" Deng Ke gave a wry smile. "What else? Trying to earn some cash. I was hoping to make a big score this time." But Jiang Yu saw right through him. "This is for your daughter, isn't it?" Hearing this, the color drained from Deng Ke's face. Jiang Yu pressed on. She was afflicted by the blood source contamination. Wasn't she? Deng Ke stared at Jiang Yu in shock. How? How did you know?" Jiang Yu's tone softened. "How is she doing now?" Deng Ke explained. "She's all right now. She had the contamination removal procedure. But to afford the blood source serum, I basically had to sell everything I own." Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. "And that's why you're risking your life out here?" "For money." Deng Ke shrugged helplessly. "I had no other choice. A man's gotta provide for his family, and my regular pay just doesn't cut it." Jiang Yu placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Go home." Deng Ke was confused. "Huh?" Jiang Yu smiled. "Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a cut of everything I hunt today." Deng Ke was stunned. "Brother Yuzai, I can't." He struggled to hold back tears of gratitude, then turned to leave. "All right then. I'll head back first. You be careful out here," Deng Ke added. Jiang Yu puffed out his chest confidently. "Relax. You of all people should know how strong I am, right?" He kept up the bravado until the man was completely out of sight. Then he clutched his side, wincing. "Ow, ow, ow. My wounds split open again. Guess I can't return to the shadow dimension for a while. This is a real pain." And after absorbing so many blood fiends, the system still hadn't given him any feedback. A single word echoed in his mind. Sustenance. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. What sustenance? What does that mean? He turned back to look at the aberration he'd just taken down, a thought dawning on him. No way, it can't be. Jiang Yu actually leaned down and took a bite, only to immediately spit out a broken tooth. Good grief, why are the feathers of this blood rooster as hard as iron? How is anyone supposed to chew this? He shot up in frustration. Damn it, I'll just smash you to bits. He plunged his weapon deep into the aberration's body, and in a classic awakening manhwa moment, a new power began to surge. The energy from its body was easily absorbed by Jiang Yu, rapidly restoring his health bar to 100%. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Simply delicious. Jiang Yu stretched contentedly. So this is what rations meant. Absorbing the blood of the progenitors to recover. That means I now have a way to heal in the real world, compensating for the weakness of my shadow form. If I find a few more of these blood progenitors, I might even awaken a stronger ability, just like in a classic awakening manhwa. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, he answered. Uncle Lee, what's up? Jun Guang's furious voice roared from the other end. If you didn't answer your phone, I was about to send a team to collect your remains. Are you in East District 2 right now? Get back here immediately. Jiang Yu immediately lied. No, I'm out grabbing a bite, not in East District 2. His uncle wasn't buying it. Who are you kidding? This bloodline contamination is highly unusual. And it's not something you can handle. Listen to me, even a level 3, transcendent, can't withstand the contamination brought by these progenitors this time. Those in critical condition will develop blood-colored veins on their bodies, and could lose control and mutate into an aberration at any moment. Jiang Yu quickly replied, yes, I know. This entire area has already fallen. This blood source contamination will probably spread among the general populace very quickly. Won't it? Based on the number of infected, it must have been present for over half a month for it to exist that long and only erupt in East District 2 and all at the same time. Uncle Lee, don't you find this extremely strange? Hearing his analysis, Jun Guang paused for a moment, then said firmly, don't you dare try to pry information from me. This matter is not for you to worry about. Jiang Yu quickly pressed, wait, one last question. Among the patients being treated for the blood source contamination, is there someone named Deng Qi? His uncle frowned as he checked. No Deng Qi, but his daughter is on the list, and she's one of the 3 most critical cases. What's wrong? Why are you asking about this? But as soon as he asked, he received no reply because Jiang Yu's phone had already fallen to the ground. Jiang Yu, hello Jiang Yu. He was being forcibly shifted into his shadow form. Jiang Yu immediately sensed danger as another horde of aberrations appeared before him. Startled, he quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance, his brow furrowed in thought. This feeling was just like being targeted back at the bronze progenitor's nest. This time, I'm being targeted by the blood progenitors. Could it be that the shadow and blood clans are mortal enemies? Suddenly, Jiang Yu heard faint whispers. Blood contamination. Blood veins. Status fragments. Rations. Jiang Yu scowled at them. Status blood veins rations. Does this mean the blood progenitors are the food for shadows in the abyss? Just then, all 3 creatures lunged forward to attack. He leaped up to dodge. Hey, is the food trying to rebel? The leader among the 3 swung its tentacles out. Jiang Yu's sharp senses immediately picked up the danger. He luckily managed to shift into his shadow form and sink into the ground. A wise man knows when to retreat. I'll lure you guys away first and take you down one by one. With that thought, he reappeared before the aberrations, then took a nimble running leap, flipping gracefully over the horde of creatures and landing smoothly a short distance away. But as he straightened up, he found several guns pointed right at him. I'm on your side, don't shoot. Even so, they still fired continuously towards Jiang Yu. But it turned out they were shooting at the aberrations, chasing him from behind. Only then did Jiang Yu dare to look up at them. A man approached to check on him. Are you all right? An entire squad had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Yu stared at them in amazement. Those are level 4 night watchers. The whole situation is escalating like a system manhwa plot. I can't believe the regular army showed up. Well, time to pack it in and go home. This isn't my fight anymore. Tanks brought in by the military were now clearing out the aberrations, causing them to scatter in a panic like headless ants. A series of controlled explosions rocked the entire area. As the long night finally passed and the sun began to rise, an announcement blared from loudspeakers. Attention residents, please remain calm. The aberrations have been neutralized. East District 2 of Yunhai is now secure. Please maintain order and do not panic. Jiang Yu returned to the Yunhai University Library. He dropped a book titled An Overview of the Abyss Races onto a table. Finally found it. This time, I'm going to get to the bottom of the relationships between the aberrations and the abyss, and find out exactly how many mortal enemies the Shadow Clan has. The book read, The Abyss is a different plane of existence from our Blue Star. Its social structure and races are exceptionally unique. The author of this text has studied numerous documents and combined that research with first-hand experience. The level of detail here is perfect for a deep-dive manhwa recap. He ventured into the abyss and authored this very book. It's a simple description of the creatures within the abyss, signed by Sun Guang. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. This book was written by Uncle Lee. He described the abyss as a place not devoid of a sun. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The sky held 3 suns. The abyss was also permeated with a thick, contaminating miasma. It was everywhere. Any transcendent being below level 3, or anyone with willpower below level 4 who dared to enter, was essentially courting death. The aberrations that dwell there gradually form intricate hierarchies based on their bloodline, rank, and attributes. Each species constitutes a massive clan, and among them exist complex relationships, such as dependency, alliances, and mortal enmity. He mused, so even aberrations have allies. Does that mean the shadow species might have them too? Jiang Yu continued reading. The high-ranking species of the abyss have colossal physical forms. They typically lack special abilities, as their sheer size is enough to wreak havoc upon the world. Their young can often grow to be as tall as a 3 to 5-story building, though they are exceedingly rare. Due to their immense size, it's nearly impossible for them to slip through the dimensional rifts to Blue Star. He frowned, muttering, if one of these things actually made it to our world, I fear only heavy artillery could possibly deal with it. As he flipped through the book, he suddenly froze. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He leaned in closer, his shock mounting as he examined the illustration. Did Uncle Lee make a mistake here? Why are there illustrations of gorgeous women in a bestiary of aberrations? What gives? It turned out to be the succubus species, a mid-ranking race of the abyss. They survive by relying on their innate powers of seduction, possessing relatively weak combat strength. In fact, when it comes to pure fighting ability, they might not even match up to some of the low-ranking species. Succubi are nearly identical to humans in appearance, possess superior intelligence, and can employ various schemes to infiltrate human society, getting close to high-level officials. He was horrified. So these times are aberrations too, disguising themselves to get into the upper echelons. This species is incredibly dangerous. If I ever run into one of these succubi, I have to take them down, no matter what it takes. Jiang Yu then summarized the next entry: the bone species, a mid-ranking race from the abyss that uses bone as the source of their power. Next was the wraith species, a low-ranking race that feeds on resentment and has very little combat power. Interesting, he thought, a wraith species. I wonder if that means there's a sword species or a slaughter species too. Just then, he stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. It was about the shadow species, also known as the shadow demon species, one of the supreme races in the abyss, with the potential to become one of the 3 most powerful races in the abyss, alongside the ancient demon and soul demon species. This particular *** system, Manhwa ***, seemed to be getting intense. Compared to other races, the shadow species develops numerous other species into their subordinates, implementing a class-based system of rule, much like our own human society. Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Heavens, so the shadow species is basically the equivalent of a demon king in the abyss, and here I thought they were just a bunch of sneaky assassins. However, the book continued, but for reasons unknown, the entire shadow species collapsed overnight. According to the author's knowledge, the shadow species treated its subordinates as nothing more than disposable pawns, slaughtering them indiscriminately, even if it hadn't disintegrated on its own. Under such tyrannical rule, it was only a matter of time before the other aberration species would have united to overthrow their oppressive regime. Reading this, he shuddered and tossed the book onto the table, his face pale with a dawning horror. You've got to be kidding me. If this is true, it means the shadow species has absolutely no allies in the abyss. This was turning into a very grim *** manhwa recap ***. None at all. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Only mortal enemies. He slumped back into his chair, exhausted. The shadow species of old created this mess, and now I'm the one who has to pay for it. This is just my luck. But the fact they're targeting me proves they're still wary of me. They're afraid of the day I reach my full potential. He muttered with a touch of narcissism. Maybe one day, I'll be like the shadow species of old, a king's triumphant return the moment I appear. I'll sweep through the abyss and have a whole legion of succubi as my personal maids. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Just then, someone in the library reminded him to keep his voice down. Jiang Yu jumped and spun around. My apologies, Professor Su. Jian Yang teased him. You're just like your Uncle Lee, you know. Sometimes you just start laughing foolishly to yourself. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. You know my Uncle Lee, the professor, reminded him. Keep it down. Sun Guang was a former student of mine. Jiang Yu immediately seized the opportunity. Is that so? Well then, Professor Su, that practically makes us acquaintances. If that's the case, then about that true history you mentioned last time. Jian Yang cut him off. Not so fast. Wait until you reach level 3. You'll understand on your own. Jiang Yu pressed eagerly. Then how do I reach level 3? Is there some kind of trick to it? This is a key part of any good *** awakening. Manhwa ***. The professor explained. As I've told you before, fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the more of it, the better. That's because it's the very process through which transcendent power is condensed, and it is the essential prerequisite for reaching level 3. Now, if after level 3, if you feel fear and your will crumbles, the power within your chest will also vanish, making any further progress incredibly difficult. He was stunned, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. In that case, he was finished. Someone like him, born fearless and unafraid of anything, who also held unconventional views towards the alien species, would surely never be able to reach level 3, right? Jiang Yang shook his head and walked away. All right, don't dwell on it. If you have any issues later, you can come find me anytime. Jiang Du could only reply, yes, thank you, Teacher Su. But just then, the teacher suddenly paused. Oh, right, a small reminder for you. At the end of the month, the special training camp is holding an exam. You should prepare for it carefully. Jiang Du froze suddenly, realizing isn't the end of the month exam the day after tomorrow. And just like that, he was forced to face the upcoming test. Jiang Du tried to reassure himself. No fear. Even though he was terrible at subjects like math, literature, and foreign languages, his knowledge about the supernatural world was second to none. This wasn't some generic awakening manhwa plot. He had real experience. Just as the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, he calmly flipped over the paper on his desk, only for his eyes to widen in shock at what he saw. The first question simply asked for the full names of the teachers for the basic supernatural class. The options were Zhang San Li Si Wang Wu and Zhao Lu. Jiang Du was dumbfounded. What kind of ridiculous question was this? He clutched his head. Even though this was supposed to be a freebie question, he genuinely couldn't remember any of those teachers' names. Forget it, he thought. I'll just leave it blank for now. He moved on to the next question, but to his dismay, he didn't know the answer to that one either. The following questions were all theoretical. Question 3. What laws and regulations must superhumans adhere to? Question 4. What are the emergency treatments for the backlash from killing a soul-type alien? Question 5. List the commonly used weapons and equipment for superhumans. Finally, Jiang Du threw in the towel. That's it. I'll just leave it to fate. Amen. Just then, he noticed the next section was full of essay questions. The first one described a scenario. You are inside your house when suddenly there is a loud pounding at the door. You peer outside and see a level 1, mid-tier bone worm. You are unsure if it has detected your presence. Based on your personal experience, what do you believe is the best course of action? The second question read, upon first entering the supernatural world, level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, and each person's abilities are unique. Furthermore, many individuals possess no powers at all. Relating this to yourself, how do you believe is the most suitable way to train your own abilities? Question 3 stated, an unavoidable aspect of becoming a superhuman is exposure to alien species and the corruption they spread. In your opinion, how can one avoid being corrupted, or at least minimize the physical damage caused by it? Jiang Du's eyes lit up. These questions were all based on practical, real-world experience. This was his strong suit. He scribbled down his answers, and there was even a final composition question. My goodness, he thought, was this test designed specifically for me? By the time the exam concluded, it was already noon. Zhao Zhao saw his excited expression and asked, judging by your face, it seems the test wasn't too bad. Jiang Du stated confidently, of course, I'm not saying I'll get a top score, but I'm positive I'll at least pass this time. She reminded him, keep dreaming. You feel great after every single test, but when the results come out, it's always a disaster. He turned his head unconvinced. What are you talking about? When it comes to slaying alien species, I have more than a little expertise. There's absolutely no problem this time. Zhao Zhao sighed helplessly. All right, I suppose I really have underestimated you. By the way, did you get to see Xiao Xiao when you went back to Yunhai? Jiang Du nodded. She told you. A slight blush appeared on her face. She mentioned that recently, you've changed so much she almost didn't recognize you. Zhao Zhao even scanned him up and down, adding, a big change, or should I say, the current Jiang Du looks quite appetizing. He smirked smugly. A little change is normal, but that best friend of yours has changed even more than I have. Zhao Zhao was taken aback. Changed? What kind of change? Jiang Du replied evasively. Let's just say it's a bit too unusual. She hurried after him, flustered. What do you mean unusual? Explain yourself. He just teased her. You should go and ask her yourself. Which only made Zhao Zhao pout in frustration. As we continue this manhwa recap, the scene shifts to the grading room, where an examiner was becoming extremely irritated. Jiang Du's answers were as follows. For question 1. You are inside your house, when suddenly, there is a loud pounding at the door. You see a level 1 mid-tier bone worm outside. You are unsure if it has detected you. Based on your personal experience, what is the best course of action? His answer, open the door and rip its head right off. For question 2, upon first entering the supernatural world, level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, which differ for everyone, with many having no powers at all. Relating this to yourself, how do you believe you should train your own abilities? In the most suitable manner, his answer read, kill alien species. Gradually grow stronger through the hunt. It was a classic system manhwa approach. As for question 3, about the unavoidable thing. In this part of our manhwa recap, the story poses a classic question for superhumans. What is the greatest danger of becoming one? The answer is contact with alien species and the corruption they spread. So how can one possibly avoid this contamination, or at least mitigate the damage to their body? The provided answer was simply, don't become a superhuman. The examiner was furious, yelling that not only were the multiple choice answers all C's, but the essay question was also answered with utter nonsense. In fact, the boy's entire essay was just a series of arrogant boasts. The proctor Kan An ground his teeth in frustration as Jiang-du walked into the room. He found Kan, and glaring at him with pure rage. The instructor sternly demanded, "Do you have any idea why I called you in here?" The boy looked back, genuinely confused. "Why?" he asked innocently. Kan An slammed the notebook onto the table and roared in frustration. "You have the gall to ask, what is all this garbage you've written? What would happen if someone else saw this?" He continued his scathing critique, pointing out that Jiang-du knew nothing about theory, and his essay writing was a complete disaster. Jiang-du just scratched his head, trying to justify his actions. "But I was just telling the truth," he argued. "I'm already a level 2. He then confidently brought up practical combat, stating that when you see an alien species, you obviously just charge straight at it. Hearing this, Kan An flew into a rage, his voice booming with disbelief. "So you think just because you're a level 2, you can completely ignore all this theoretical knowledge? Is that it? You think all you need is brute force to deal with alien species, right?" Jiang-du, completely unfazed, shot back with the logic you'd expect from the protagonist of an awakening manhwa. Theoretical knowledge ultimately has to be applied in the real world, so practical combat experience is what truly matters. Kan An was so choked with anger that he actually climbed right onto the table. A mysterious, challenging smirk spread across Kan An's face. "Is that so? Well, if you value practical combat so much, then let's have a practical combat test." Jiang-du's expression instantly soured as he stammered in disbelief. "Wait, you're not actually planning to beat me up yourself, are you?" The instructor just waved a dismissive hand and turned away. "Relax, it won't be me." A confused and curious Jiang-du asked. "Then who is it, Kan?" and just gave him a secretive wink. "You'll find out when we get there." With that, the two of them headed over to the training room. Standing before the unfamiliar room, Jiang-du asked in a daze, "Where are we? My body feels so heavy all of a sudden." His instructor just smiled cheerfully and explained, "It's supposed to feel heavy. This is a restricted zone, a place for high-level students to conduct their superhuman physical training. There's a special restricted object here that constantly emits a high-intensity pressure field. A lot of second-year students fail at this stage. The rate of students having to repeat the year is twice as high." The boy was astonished and skeptical of that answer. Only twice as high. From the sound of it, the failure rate should be much higher than that. The two of them walked calmly into the training area. There, on the platform, they saw the muscular back of a formidable figure. Kan An grinned, baring his teeth. He pointed decisively and announced, "Go on up. That's your opponent for today." Hearing this, Jiang-du didn't hesitate and immediately stepped onto the fighting stage. He stood respectfully at attention and gave a proper greeting. "Hello, instructor." Huang Duang remained silent, a faint smile on his lips as he turned his head. The moment their eyes met, Jiang-du's mind suddenly went completely blank. "What is this? Just from a single glance, my mind is a total void." He gritted his teeth as an indescribable sensation washed over him and the power in his entire body spiraled out of control. Could he be under the influence of his opponent's power? A bewildered Jiang-du frantically searched his memory. "Wait a second, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." He was stunned as he recalled a specific moment from his past. In that memory, this man had shattered the entire training ground with a single palm strike. The shocking truth hit Jiang-du like a ton of bricks. That's right. The video I saw also said that this young man had broken Uncle Lee's record. Looking at his powerful physique, coupled with his heroic aura, he finally recognized the legendary Alias, the youngest battle general in history, at only 29 years old. He was also the current 5th battle general. Jiang-du was absolutely dumbfounded by the earth-shattering news. His opponent was none other than a reigning battle general of the Great Zhou. He was instantly gripped by absolute terror. Just a single glance, and the power within his body raged like a wild horse that had broken its reins. A level of pressure you'd only see from a top-tier character in a system manhwa, completely uncontrollable. If they were to actually fight. Jiang-du frowned, as his sharp intuition screamed that something was terribly wrong. His opponent wasted no words, launching a ferocious kick directly at him. The blow connected, and Jiangdu's face contorted in pain as he coughed up blood. In a split second, he was sent flying high into the air. Before he could even get his bearings, Huang Duong was already following up with a punch. In that hair-raising life-or-death moment, Jiangdu's instincts took over, and he nimbly dodged the attack. He quickly leaped backward to create some distance between them. Jiangdu wiped the blood from his nose, indignant at the sheer disrespect. The guy hadn't even bothered with a greeting before launching an all-out attack. If I hadn't dodged that last hit, I'd definitely be laid up in a hospital bed for a solid month. Yet, despite the imminent danger, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of excitement. His fighting spirit ignited, burning hotter than ever before. A battle-hardened warrior, but he actually enjoyed that. The chance to fight a war general from Dazhou is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without any further hesitation, he closes the distance and throws a powerful punch. Jiangdu effortlessly dodges it with incredible skill. He anticipates the move, leaping high into the air. Predicting this exact counter, Xiangyang spins around, ready to deliver a vicious hook. In that tense moment, Jiangdu continues to evade while analyzing his opponent. I can handle this. His speed and power are off the charts, but his techniques are surprisingly simple. Feeling underestimated, Xiangyang narrows his eyes, and they glow a menacing red. Instantly, Jiangdu finds himself frozen in place, his body completely immobilized. Xiangyang brings a devastating blow straight down on his head. Seeing him take the hit, a panicked Qing'an cries out Jiangdu. But our hero quickly raises his hands to block, confidently reassuring her. Don't worry, it won't be fatal. I've already found a way to win. Just then, Xiangyang speaks in a low, indifferent tone. It seems that power at level 1 isn't enough to handle you. In this kind of awakening, manhwa levels mean everything. Hearing this, Jiangdu is completely stunned and repeats what level 1. Xiangyang's aura surges as he decisively powers up. Well then, let's try level 2. The moment the words leave his lips, he unleashes his restraining power on Jiangdu. Feeling the crushing pressure on his shoulders, Jiangdu is visibly startled. While enduring the immense weight, he thinks to himself, this is insanely heavy. He's so lean, yet his strength is absolutely astonishing. Panting heavily, Jiangdu continues his analysis. What's more, it doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat. It seems he wasn't bluffing. He really was only using level 1 power. Without another moment's delay, Xiangyang sends him flying with a single kick. Across the room, Jiangdu crashes hard against the far wall, slumping to the floor in a miserable heap. Immediately, a disgruntled Qing'an turns to scold Xiangyang. You really don't pull your punches, do you? What would you have done if you'd killed him? Xiangyang casually rubs his wrist and retorts coldly, I was holding back. He's just too weak. Xiangyang glances over, his voice dripping with disappointment. I heard a young prodigy had appeared in Yunhai 1, who grasped true insight at only 18 years old, so I came to take a look. It seems my expectations were far too high. Qing'an shrugs, explaining calmly. You can't hold him to your standards. This kid's potential is quite good. He just needs time to be honed. But Xiangyang couldn't care less, brushing off the comment. Then you can take your sweet time honing him. I'm leaving. A surprised Qing'an questions him. You're heading back already? Xiangyang calmly lays out his schedule. After I visit an old acquaintance, I'll be returning to Beidou the day after tomorrow, at the latest. He waves a dismissive hand, offering a final piece of advice. And as for that so-called prodigy, I wouldn't get your hopes up. At that moment, Jiangdu furious shouts out a challenge. You think you can just show off and then run away? A powerful aura erupts from his resentful form. Qing'an turns back in surprise, calling out Jiangdu. But the boy is stubborn, refusing to back down. You want to leave? Fine. Jiangdu clenches his fist, his eyes blazing as he declares his condition. But first you have to take one of my punches. This is a classic moment in any great manhwa recap, and in the instant he swings his fist, Xiangyang effortlessly blocks the attack. Jiangdu pushes, trying to pour even more power into the blow, but Xiangyang, recognizing the boy's sheer tenacity, just furrows his brow. Not wanting to prolong the struggle, he simply overpowers Jiangdu, pinning him to the ground. Pinned beneath him, Jiangdu thrashes about like a petulant child, yelling, "Damn it, let's go again. I refuse to believe I can't land a single hit on you." Witnessing this commendable persistence, Xiangyang's expression changes, and he makes a surprising offer. Not bad. How would you like to come to Beidou with me? He then gently and deliberately helps the boy to his feet. Jiangdu asks with suspicion, "Go to Beidou?" Xiangyang leans in and says in a caring low voice, "You're about to start university, right? Beidou, Lindong, and Qiangyang are all excellent options. As it happens, I've just taken up a post in Beidou, so it would be convenient for me to look after you." Jiang furrows his brow, thinking to himself. But we've only just met for the first time. We're practically strangers. Offering me this kind of special treatment seems way too casual. A look of nostalgic gratitude crosses Yang's stern face. I was once a student of War General Li. 7 years ago, I nearly fell into the abyss. Back then, I was afflicted by a strange infection and lost all of my abilities, a common trope in the system manhwa genre. Fortunately, it was War General Li who pulled me back from the brink. Jiang smiles, a wave of admiration washing over him as he thinks, Uncle Li. Oh, Uncle Li. In my past life, I couldn't carry on your legacy, but in this one, you've pretty much given me a chance to experience this feeling. Jiang then recalls the events of the past, but 7 years ago was also when the riot at the Changming containment zone happened. Uncle Li was dispatched on a mission, and he returned having lost an arm. He remembered Master Song also mentioned. Back then, Uncle Li made a grave error. That incident must be connected to this. Xiang Yang advises him in a gentle, warm tone. You don't need to give me an answer right away. In any case, the training camp's curriculum, special training, and you still haven't fully adapted. Showing up in the northern capital suddenly would just make you an easy target. Battle General Li's old enemies are still waiting for a chance to catch him making a mistake. Hearing this, the realization hit Jiang. He blamed himself for his short-sightedness and reluctantly agreed. Man, how could I forget about Uncle Li's talent for making enemies? If I go to the northern capital, am I gonna get myself captured? Xiang Yang burst out laughing and clapped him on the shoulder, reassuringly. Relax. You won't die. You have a real gift for this, so you absolutely have to train hard. I'll come back in 2 months to check on your progress. Jiang felt a weight lift off his shoulders, nodding in agreement. All right, Brother Fang. Internally, Xiang Yang was filled with admiration. Just 1 month ago, the kid had his first breakthrough, and now he's already formed a domain unique to himself. If polished properly, his future might not be any less brilliant than my own. After Jiang left, he quickly pulled up his information file. The moment it opened, Xiang Yang was stunned by the contents. Name Jiang, age 17, willpower level gold, rank unknown, suspected to be level 8, ability suspected shadow pupil, bio adopted from a battlefield by Li Shunguang, biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he displayed level 2 abilities, grasped entry-level mastery within half a month, and formed his own domain. His potential is that of a battle general candidate, something straight out of an awakening. Manhwa. He muttered to himself in excitement. This kid's bio needs an update. We need to add a line about his fight with Yang Yi. The first time ever to acquire 3 lock-on skills. With an overclock scroll, his progress is insane. Being rated as a battle general candidate is already unprecedented in history. This kind of cheat level progression is classic system manhwa stuff. It basically means this guy is destined to be invincible. I can't even imagine what level Jiang will reach in a few years. At the same time, Jiang was grinning, amazed by the man's kindness. Brother Fang is such a great guy, so gentle and polite. Except when he's beating people to a pulp. With a young rising battle general on his side, he could avoid so many detours. Now if only he could get a powerful big sister battle general to back him up, that would be perfect. Just then, Jiang opened his phone and saw an unexpected message. Apparently, from Yang Shi. She was posing in a nurse's outfit, expressing concern and making an offer. The materials from that bloodkin creature had been made into a potion. It's a blood-boiling serum. After consumption, it will ignite the blood in your body, guiding your domain and helping you master it more effectively. Want to give it a try? After reading it, his eyes lit up as if he'd fallen in love, and he shouted with joy. Oh my God, I can try this out without paying a single cent. The scene then cuts to a hospital. At the Ministry of Health, an enthusiastic Jiang burst through the door. What potion? I want to try it. Seeing Yang Xi lock the door behind him, he asked suspiciously, Why are you locking the door? Yang Xi turned around with a thermometer in hand, glaring at him. Just behave yourself for me. Jiang immediately became as docile as a kitten, then awkwardly covered his crotch. Yes, ma'am. Afterwards, she briskly and calmly performed a checkup. All vital signs were normal, and his bodily functions were fine too. Jiang was stunned, then disappointed, as he realized the truth. It was all just for a physical exam. I got all excited for nothing. After the examination, Yang Xi pulled out a pair of iron leg shackles. She gave him a serious direct order that left Jiang dumbfounded. Come on, put these on. The boy's face flushed red with sheer excitement as he eagerly agreed. Oh man, she truly is my one and only big sister. Even her method of testing medicine is this, stimulating. Okay, I'll put them all on. Once they were on, Jiang Yu curiously asked, "So what's next? What do we do now?" Yang Shi casually pointed a finger towards the chair in the middle of the room. "Go sit over there and stay put." Sitting on the chair, he asked in amazement, "Are we going for the full package? You're even locking up my hands." She replied bluntly and indifferently, "I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it halfway through and might try to run away." With a look of pure willingness, Jiang Yu resolutely declared, "That won't happen. It is my honor to contribute to the field of medicine." Yang Si patted his cheek and praised him with a smile. Such a high level of awareness. Then she gave him the potion and cheerfully explained, "This is a revised version my teacher created. We've already tested it on many level 1 students. Right now, we just need one level 2 subject for the trial. The side effects aren't major, just a few days of sleepless excitement, that's all." Yang Si stood beside him, reminding him caringly, "If you feel any discomfort in a bit, tell me immediately." Seeing her twisted smile, Jiang Yu felt a bit of a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, "Why does this sister's smile look so terrifying? Don't tell me this is." Without another word, she immediately pushed the activation button. In the next second, a powerful electric current shot through his entire body, sending him into violent convulsions. Throbbed with each beat. Jiang Yu was completely stunned, feeling as if his soul had left his body. This was certainly a jolt, just not the kind he had been anticipating. Seeing him in a daze, Yang Si wondered to herself, "He looks like he's been fried to a crisp. Could it be that the potion's effects haven't kicked in yet?" Feeling a surge of excitement, she decided to give it another go. Jiang Yu's head was spinning as he mumbled incoherently, "Stop. Don't. Please don't." Hearing this, Yang Si teased him playfully. "You don't want me to stop? Well, you've got some grit. I'll give you that. In that case, I'll grant your wish." Instantly, his entire body felt as if it were surging with newfound power. Observing this dramatic shift, she delightedly confirmed the results. It seems the potion is finally starting to take effect. Deep within his body, Jiang Yu felt a new power awakening. He was utterly astounded by this newfound strength. "Is this my own power? Ever since I first awakened, this is the first time I've felt its presence so distinctly. It's like a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa." Furthermore, this power was materializing into a gaseous form that I could both see and control. In future battles, I'll be able to wield it as I please. Yang Si curiously asked him how he felt. Jiang Yu, relishing the surging energy, replied that it felt incredibly invigorating. He could clearly sense both his power and his physical functions, strengthening rapidly. She looked on satisfied, and happily assessed him. "Excellent. It seems this vial is perfectly suited for a level 2 awakened being." A bold and greedy idea popped into his head. "Then, if I drink this every day, won't I be able to accumulate enough power in no time?" Yang Si scoffed, immediately shooting down his idea. "In your dreams, the power gained this way isn't the same as power honed through actual combat. It's a completely different class of energy. Besides, if you take too much, your body won't be able to metabolize it, which will lead to your demise." Jiang Yu, stunned, tried to clarify. "Is that so? So it doesn't actually affect my lifespan?" He seemed to have found a loophole and cleverly countered, "Wait a minute. What if I'm not afraid of an early grave? What then? You just said it yourself. If I can fully metabolize it, the power I gain will be just like the kind honed through normal combat, but the price is a shortened lifespan." She gave him a stern warning. "That look on your face is dangerous. Don't even think about getting another one of these life force potions from me ever again." Jiang Yu just smirked, quietly scheming to himself, "If she won't give it to me, I'll just find other ways to get it." The scene shifts to a diner where customers are buzzing with conversation. "Did you all hear that loud noise? From the outskirts of the city last night," another patron replied. "I heard it. I thought it was an earthquake." A third chimed in. "Seriously, it was so loud I thought some high-level master was having an epic battle." Just then, Old Wu brought a plate of food to a quiet corner table, asking with concern, "Old Li, you haven't been here in a long time. What happened to the wound on your face?" The man Xun Guang hesitated for a moment before calmly replying, "The stray cats have been particularly aggressive lately. It's only natural to get a scratch or two. It's nothing out of the ordinary." Old Wu advised him earnestly, "Well, try not to provoke them from now on. You two enjoy your meal. Just call me if you need anything." Xun Guang, smiling, teased the person across from him. "Looks like after you became a battle general, you've really grown some wings. To harbor such resentment and still dare to let your master pour you a drink." The man tilted his head and chuckled. "We've already fought, and we're already drinking. Isn't this fine?" Xiang Yang raised an eyebrow, stating firmly, "You went easy on me, master." Xun Guang took a sip of his drink and explained slowly, "That's just your imagination. You always think I'm holding back when we fight, but the truth is I've simply gotten old. Xiangyang immediately countered, I'm not an idiot. I can clearly distinguish between getting weaker with age and holding back your true power. The older man just shrugged, ending the argument. Perhaps so, but it doesn't matter. Sun Guang's expression then turned serious as he changed the subject. But you've been to the training camp, haven't you? How is that kid, Jiang Yu? Are you interested in taking him on as a disciple? Xiang Yang gave a frank and precise assessment. His potential is phenomenal. He's only been at the camp for a little over a month and has already mastered 4 transcendent skills. If you're a fan of a good system manhwa, he's the protagonist. Why don't you teach him yourself, master? The old man sighed, self-deprecatingly, I'm old now. I can't keep up with you young people. After giving it some thought, you're the most suitable person. I can rest easy in trusting him to you. Xiang Yang, however, seemed to see right through him and called him out. The truth is that nobody else wants anything to do with you, isn't it? And stop talking like you're on your deathbed. He's your responsibility, so you should be the one to teach him. At this, Sun Guang decisively shifted to a more serious topic. Fine, let's drop it. That person in Beidou has been making some moves recently. You haven't been affected, have you? Xiangyang replied cautiously. I'm fine for the time being, but it seems he's searching for something. He added, setting the stage for the next part of this manhwa recap. To predict the future, I just have this nagging feeling that a storm is brewing. The path to level 6 has just shown a glimmer of hope, but for it to become common, who knows how many years that will take. I'm afraid we won't be around to see it. Just then, Jiang Yu appeared before them, complaining in a mock-offended tone. You jerks, you started eating without me. The old man smiled and explained gently, we waited for you for half a day. Were we supposed to just starve? Stop talking nonsense and sit down to eat. The young man picked up his chopsticks and sat at the table, then asked suspiciously, hey, don't tell me you two were just fighting, were you? Your faces are all dirty, bruised, black and blue. At this, Zhou Guang fell silent, saying nothing. Sheng Yang also took a drink, avoiding the question. At that moment, the old man waved his hand to create a diversion. Old Wu, come over here. Could you please take a picture for us? Old Wu enthusiastically agreed, sure. He held up an iPhone and took a quick snapshot. Inside the frame was the image of a warm family and a gluttonous boy. Zhou Guang looked at the picture on the phone and praised it. This is a great shot. I'll send the original to you too. Jiang Yu frowned suspiciously at him. What's up with this old uncle today? He normally hates having his picture taken, but today he actually asked for one and he's even smiling so brightly. After finishing his meal, the young man stood up and politely excused himself. Uncle Zhou, brother Xiang, please continue eating. Since I'm out of the barracks today, I need to go do my weekly mission. The old man nodded casually. Go ahead. Xiang Yang smiled and carefully advised, be safe. Jiang Yu, in high spirits, stretched his shoulders getting ready. Time to get to work. The two men felt a sense of happiness in their hearts as they watched his retreating figure. The scene then shifts to a hall, where the young man looked around at the crowd with confusion. He never expected that a simple mission to capture a level 2 bloodkin would attract so many scavengers and members of the Night Watch organization, a classic setup in any good awakening manhwa. That bloodkin was discovered last night. Logically, with this many people hunting it, it should have been captured long ago, right? Confused, Jiang Yu discreetly scanned his surroundings. Could the Night Watch's locator be malfunctioning? He pondered for a moment before making a bold decision. Maybe I should just check the shadow plane, you never know if I'll find a new clue there. Jiang Yu felt the power surging within him and then teleported to the shadow plane. Ever since he advanced to level 2, a classic upgrade in any system manhwa, although his ability to see health bars hadn't increased, his field of vision had expanded significantly. At that moment, he looked up and was startled by a peculiar sight. Jiang Yu's gaze suddenly locked onto the window of the building opposite it. He quickly figured out the problem. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. It turns out it was hiding in the adjacent residential complex, pretty good at hiding. Huh? Jiang Yu grew excited as he saw his prey within sight. A level 2 bloodkin, with its health bar still at 70%. Definitely manageable. He instantly teleported right to it. The astonished bloodkin turned its head to look, but before it could even process what was happening, Jiang Yu launched a direct attack. Seeing the bloodkin scream in agony, he smiled in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, it had collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around it. Jiang Yu satisfyingly picked up the syringe in his hand, plunged it into the creature's body, and began to draw a sample. This'll be a nice little blood source for Yang Zi and the others, he thought. Now I can use the blood-draining potion again. At that, the bloodkin let out a wretched, agonizing scream. Simultaneously, back outside, the other participants were startled and turned their attention toward the source of the sound. It was coming from the neighboring complex. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was cleaning out his ear, pouting as he complained. That thing's scream almost deafened me. The very next second, an aggressive group of people rushed over and shouted a warning. Don't move, Night Watch. Put your hands up. The young man calmly and amicably announced the outcome. Hello, I'm a scavenger for the Night Watch organization. I just happened to be passing by and discovered this bloodkin. It's been dealt with cleanly. You can take the body back now. And just like that, another successful hunt in this manhwa recap. Afterward, Jiang Yu and the group started carrying its corpse outside when they heard a strange scream. The young man froze, wondering to himself, what's going on? Could there be another variant? They quickly rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Xiao Xiao was caught by a bloodkin pleading in terror. Help me! Jiang Yu was stunned and cried out her name. Xiao Xiao A. Night Watchman raised his gun and shouted a warning. Stop right there. You're not getting away, so release the hostage now. Upon hearing this, the creature angrily slashed a line across her chest. Xiao Xiao's eyes welled with tears as she looked towards them. The young man was flustered, deeply contemplating the situation. Damn it, if we make a move now, the probability of Xiao Xiao becoming collateral damage is extremely high. Jiang Yu anxiously decided to activate a skill. There's no other way. I just have to give it a shot. He began to form a circular magic array. And as they witnessed this sight, the Night Watch members. What? He exclaimed, stunned. Sensing the oppressive aura closing in, the blood fiend let out a furious roar. Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, Jiang Yu leaped forward to sever its head clean off. With the threat eliminated, he landed gracefully on the ground. He then turned with a reassuring smile, asking Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Noticing she and the others were frozen solid, Jiang Yu waved a hand in front of their faces. Hey, what's up, scared silly? Xiao Xiao finally snapped out of it, stammering a response. At that exact moment, Long Feng stepped in, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you, young man. That was an incredibly dangerous situation. We're lucky you were here. We will take this young lady to the hospital. Xiao Xiao quickly shook her head, politely declining the offer. That's not necessary. I have anti-contamination medicine at my house. The man pressed cautiously. But what if you run into more danger on the way? She suddenly threw her arms around Jiang Yu and explained playfully, it's all right. He's a classmate of mine. He'll see me home safely. Xiao Xiao then flashed a charming smile and asked, isn't that right, Jiang Yu? He stood there completely baffled and flustered, his mind racing. What in the world is Xiao Xiao planning? Don't tell me she's actually developed feelings for me. Long Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Very well. With a friend like him by your side, I suppose there won't be any issues. But you two still need to be cautious. There's been a surge of bloodfiend activity in this area lately. She gave a bright wave and called out, we'll be fine, Mr. Nightwatcher, goodbye. The man offered one final kind reminder, travel safely. After the team finished their sweep of the area, a member rushed to report, Chief, we've got a positive ID. This is the same bloodfiend that killed the 3 restaurant owners from before. Long Feng was absolutely stunned by this revelation. What? A moment later, the team member clarified the shocking details of the case. The 3 victims were all in the same industry. It's a good thing we stopped it tonight. Otherwise, the body count would have kept climbing. He stared grimly at the identified victim files. The scene shifts to Xiao Xiao's home, where she welcomed him warmly. Please come in. As Jiang Yu glanced around the house, he asked curiously, where are your folks? Are they not home? Xiao Xiao explained casually. They're away on business. They're rarely ever here, to be honest. Just then, his attention shifted to a much smaller resident. Hey, Xiao, when did you get a rabbit? I don't remember you ever mentioning it. Jiang Yu was instantly captivated, playing with the adorable creature. So plump. A moment later, his eyes lit up with a glint of hunger that made the poor rabbit tremble. This would taste amazing in a spicy stew. She approached him with a look of genuine concern, warning him not to get too close. Xiao Xiao added sweetly, but timidly, be careful, he might bite. Jiang Yu just laughed it off, pretending to agree. While on the inside, he was screaming, oh really, I guess I should be careful. His eyes then drifted to her. Good grief, dressed so alluringly. Is she trying to test me? Feeling flustered, Jiang Yu decided it was time to leave. Well, since you're home safe now, my work here is done. I should get going. But she slyly invited him to stay, not even for a cup of tea with your old classmate. Xiao Xiao's challenge was punctuated by a suggestive smirk. Unless you're afraid. It was a classic taunt you'd find in any good awakening manhwa, and it worked. They sat together, watching television. Blushing Jiang Yu couldn't help but sneak a few glances at her. It's strange, he thought. I knew something was different last time, but Xiao Xiao's transformation is huge. He was completely captivated by her. It wasn't just her face. Her entire figure had become more stunning. Is this that legendary glow-up people talk about after they mature? Breaking the silence, she took the initiative to thank him. You know, this is the second time you've saved me. Jang Yu smiled and then offered a hesitant suggestion. Yeah, it is. What a coincidence. Maybe you should get something for self-defense to keep on you. After all, you can't just count on me coincidentally showing up every time. But Xiao Xiao simply shook her head and refused outright. I don't need to. If something happens, I'll just have to face it. What else can a normal person like me do? It sounded like a line from a system manhwa, where a side character resigns to their fate. She then thoughtfully changed the subject. Oh right, how has Zhao Zhao been doing at the training camp lately? He gave her an honest rundown of the daily schedule, same old routine. Every day she rests after training. When she's free, we chat a bit. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's curiosity was piqued, and she asked probingly, just chatting. Zhang Yu nonchalantly replied, what else would we be doing? Lu Peng is always there with us. A hint of wistful admiration entered her voice. That must be nice. If only my aptitude tests had come back positive, then I could have been there with all of you. This whole scenario feels like the opening of a manhwa recap I once saw. Zhang Yu offered a comforting smile. Don't get lost in those thoughts. Once you're done with your exams, we'll be out of the training camp. We can go for a walk, get something to eat, and catch up properly then. But without any warning, she suddenly embraced him. Jiang Du was caught completely off guard as she pulled him in breathlessly, calling her name Xiao Xiao. Their hearts pounded in their chests as they were pressed together. She skillfully wrapped her legs around him, holding on tight. He stood there stiff as a board before quickly pushing her away. Xiao Xiao, you know about me and Zhao Zhao, he stammered, bewildered. So why are you doing this? She remained silent. The silence stretched on for a long moment. Finally, Xiao Xiao looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and confessed, I just can't accept it. All her pent-up jealousy and chaotic emotions came pouring out. Zhao Zhao is my best friend, she began. She's beautiful, smart, incredibly talented. Everyone loves her. I've always admired her, but at the same time, I've been so jealous. I know it's not right, but I just can't control these feelings. Xiao Xiao started to recall a memory, saying, then one day Zhao Zhao told me something. She told me she wanted to study music, that she didn't want to become an awakened being. At that moment, I was overjoyed. I thought I could finally prove my own worth, so I poured everything I had into training. A bitter smile touched her lips as she choked back her sorrow. But it was like life was playing a cruel joke on me, and all my hard work amounted to nothing. Xiao Xiao's voice was filled with regret as she laid out the harsh reality. She and I were living in two completely different worlds now. Just then, the door swung open, and her parents walked in deep in conversation. Who would have guessed those three would end up being taken out by monsters? I guess it's a case of reaping what you sow. Still, even after being rivals for so many years, for them to be gone, just like that, it really makes you feel something. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone froze, completely speechless. Her parents awkwardly called out Jiang Du's name. Jiang Du forced a wave greeting them. Xiao's father looked at them suspiciously and started to ask, are you too? Jiang Du immediately waved his hands, trying to clear things up. No sir, ma'am, it's not what you think. It's really not what it looks like. Thinking fast, he came up with an excuse. Oh, that's right, I have something I need to take care of, so I'd better get going. Her mother kindly insisted. At least stay for dinner before you leave. Jiang Du politely declined the offer. That's very kind of you, but they've already made dinner at my place and are waiting for me. Suddenly, her father remembered something important and announced it. Oh right, I almost forgot. I just got a call. They said our entire residential complex has been placed on lockdown. Hearing this, Jiang Du whipped his head around in alarm. Lockdown. Outside, grim-faced warriors were already standing guard at every corner. Captain Lu surveyed the area, giving out clear and concise orders as Jiang Du took cover. Hiding behind a wall, he began to analyze the situation. Captain Lu is leading the team personally. This is more than just a simple lockdown of the complex. He smartly put two and two together. It was more like they were hunting for something. After a sweep of the perimeter, a supervisor reported in. Patrol Envoy Lu. The contamination readings here are significantly higher than in the other complexes. We can confirm the target is located within these grounds. Captain Lu didn't hesitate for a second and issued a firm command. Understood. All squads move out immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Du mentally confirmed it. The target was right here in this complex. The wielder of the Blood Crest stigma was actually here. This is the kind of situation you'd find in a top-tier awakening manhwa. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he sensed a disturbance and snapped his gaze towards it. Seeing the silhouette of a blood beast, Jiangdu gasped in shock. It's really here. But wait, isn't that the building where Xiao Xiao lives? He transformed, a troubling thought racing through his mind. The last 2 times the blood fiend went straight for Xiao Xiao. It can't be. Is she the target? Just then, the creature suddenly split into multiple clones. Hiding in the shadows, Jiangdu groaned in frustration. Oh, come on, it's pulling a shadow clone jutsu on me. With so many of them, which one am I supposed to follow? As he was trying to decide, one of the blood beasts suddenly phased through a spatial gate. The soldiers moved in, instantly grabbing it. Don't move, surrender quietly. But at that exact moment, more and more blood beasts began to appear out of nowhere, leaving Jiangdu stunned as he silently observed. However, he quickly spotted the inconsistency. Wait a minute, these are all fakes. The real one isn't here. He suddenly flinched as he caught sight of the creature's true form. Gritting his teeth, he shot forward without a second's hesitation. You're not getting away. With that, Jiangdu followed it through the spatial rift, landing softly on the other side. The blood beast didn't waste a moment, striking directly at Jiangdu and triggering a massive explosion. It then cocked its head, asking curiously, "Were you looking for me?" Jiangdu was completely baffled by the uncanny resemblance. This has to be the wielder of the blood-type stigma. But why does it look exactly like my own shadow form? This really felt like a classic system manhwa twist. He was puzzled, thinking to himself, this is weird. Why can't I see its health bar? With no time for words, the creature charged straight at him. The two of them clashed in a flurry of attacks. But as Jiangdu's fist passed right through its body, he froze in astonishment. Before he could even process it, the creature unleashed its own unique ability to attack. He countered instantly. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. He quickly assessed that his opponent was far weaker than anticipated, posing virtually no threat to him at all. However, it seemed his last attack had absolutely no effect on her. Realizing this, Jiang Yu gathered his unique energy and clenched his fist, preparing for an unexpected move. He unleashed a powerful spiral punch directly at Xiao Xiao. Yet, after the impact, she reformed completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened. At this point, Jiang Yu's composure finally broke. He roared, charging straight at Xiao Xiao. Are you the one who possesses the bloodline divinity? Is the contamination of Yunhai's blood supply your handiwork? She nonchalantly phased right through him, reappearing at his back with a mocking tone. Why don't you take a guess? Jiang Yu froze on the spot, staring in utter disbelief at Xiao Xiao, who is now behind him. A derisive smirk played on her lips. Too slow. In a classic manhwa recap, the hero is always decisive, but you weren't when hunting that aberration. Is it because you feel guilty about that bloodkin couple from before? Hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger flared as he demanded, why them? They were just small business owners. Why would you target them? Xiao Xiao immediately retorted sharply. Harm them, I clearly saved them. Enraged, Jiang Yu lunged at her again, but his attack was futile. Nonsense. Turning them into bloodkin is what you call saving them. You only know how to turn that poor couple into aberrations. But do you have any idea what their business was like? The owner's younger sister was being harassed by a gang of thugs. A conflict broke out between them. The thugs called in their boss, a so-called superhuman. Just like that, their business built over many years was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xiao, her face, completely expressionless, reminded him. The aberrations never harmed them, but it was a superhuman who drove them into utter despair. It was a classic moral dilemma, often seen in an awakening manhwa, but this only made Jiang Yu even more frenzied. Shut your mouth. You're just exploiting their hatred. You want to turn them all into your underlings, and you're the mastermind behind this whole mess. I will never, ever forgive you for this. With that, he charged at her once more. Xiao Xiao just smirked, her form slowly beginning to shift. Is that so? Well, then tell me, who's the aberration, and who's the superhuman? She suddenly morphed, taking on the face of Jiao Jiao. Can you truly tell the difference? The moment Jiang Yu saw that face, he instantly halted. His attack froze in midair. Xiao Xiao, wearing Jiao Jiao's appearance, raised an eyebrow quizzically. What's the matter? Now that you know who I am, you've lost the nerve to attack. She placed a hand on his chest, her voice a soft whisper. Whether I'm an aberration or a superhuman, it doesn't matter at all. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao leaned in, even closer to Jiang Yu. The only thing that matters is me, isn't that right? He was frozen for a split second, unable to react as she took the opportunity to press her advantage, rising onto her toes to close the distance. But her advance was abruptly stopped by Jiang Yu's hand. He frowned, warning her, that's far enough. Xiao Xiao. She immediately put on a pitiful expression. What are you saying? Who's Xiao Xiao? I'm Jiao Jiao. But Jiang Yu bluntly laid out the truth. Jiao Jiao has no idea about my true identity in the shadow form. Only you know. Back when I rescued you, you were completely stunned when you saw me. You definitely saw my true power. Besides, the only person I can think of who could create a perfect replica of Jiao Jiao is you, Xiao Xiao. There's no one else. Hearing this, her facade dropped and she lunged forward to attack. However, Xiao Xiao only managed a few steps before Jiang Yu intercepted her. She clutched her arm, her face filled with pure resentment. It was unbelievable that between two beings with the same core nature, the power gap was this immense. Xiao Xiao finally reverted to her true form. So it's me. I'm the culprit. You're looking for the one who brought chaos to Yunhai. So what are you waiting for? Kill me. When Jiang Yu remained silent, she slowly stepped forward. Xiao Xiao's hand grabbed his wrist tightly. I've made so many mistakes, ended so many lives, so just end mine. She lifted Jiang Yu's hand, pressing it against her own neck, not forgetting to put on a pathetic act. Go on, use a little force. It's quite fragile, it'll snap right off. The moment she finished speaking, he granted her wish. Jiang Yu sent a fist flying straight into her face, and with his other hand, he swiftly grabbed her by the ankle. Jiang Yu then used every ounce of his strength to brutally slam her around in every direction. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Xiao Xiao had no time to react. He continued the onslaught, swinging her with immense force and smashing her into a nearby wall. Some strange fluid oozed from her body and dripped to the ground. She trembled as she complained resentfully, Jiang Yu, you're a monster, being so rough with a fellow classmate. Hearing this, Jiang Yu retorted nonchalantly, you're nothing more than a clone made of flesh and blood. It's a classic trick in a system manhwa. Even if I eliminate you, it would be completely meaningless. Those words left Xiao Xiao utterly stunned. How? How did you know this was just a clone? Your body. Is this another one of your abilities? Jiang Du gestured toward her, his voice laced with reproach. Never mind that. The person you are now and the Xiao Xiao, I remember, are two completely different people. Jiang Du interrogated her sternly. What happened to you? Why have you become like this? Her expression immediately turned grim. It seems you still don't get it. I haven't changed. Not one bit. Xiao Xiao began to recount her story in a low voice. My father is in the restaurant business, and for years, he's been systematically crushed by 3 of his main competitors. Memories of the past seemed to wash over her. They got involved with the local gangs relentlessly tormenting my father. They didn't even spare my mother and me. The pieces clicked into place for Jiang Du. So you were the one who sent the blood kin to eliminate those 3 men. And to throw off suspicion, you deliberately had that creature attack you. She admitted it without a hint of shame. That's right. And when I watched those 3 scumbags perish right in front of me, I didn't feel a single ounce of fear. On the contrary, she continued, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction, like a character in an *** awakening manhwa. ***, because I could finally wield the power I had always dreamed of. Jiang Du was finding this all hard to swallow. He immediately challenged her. So where exactly did you get this power? Xiao Xiao, however, remained unfazed, a teasing lilt in her voice. Where did I get it? What if I told you? I just found it lying on the street. Would you believe me? Hearing that Jiang Du's tone grew serious, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now, Xiao Xiao. She let out a weary sigh. It seems you've lost all faith in me. Fine, believe whatever you want. With that, Xiao Xiao offered a faint smile as her entire body began to glow with an otherworldly energy. Until we meet again, old friend. Jiang Du, startled, lunged forward to stop her. Wait, Xiao Xiao. But before he could even take a step, she had vanished into thin air. Jiang Du stood there, bewildered, his hand reaching out to touch the space where she'd just been. He couldn't help but gaze down at his empty palm, deep in thought. A wave of sadness washed over his face. He looked to the sky, his voice filled with a bitter sorrow. Xiao Xiao? Jiang Du bit his lip, staring intently at his own hand. Xiao Xiao on. Idea began to form in his mind. Throughout that entire fight, no health bar ever appeared above her head. A classic tell in any *** system, manhwa ***, which meant she was most likely a mere clone of some higher bloodkin entity, and not her actual self. The realization made Jiang Du's expression harden. Their elaborate plan to sow chaos in Yunhai City must be a precursor to a much grander, more sinister plot. It's clear now. I have to get much stronger through intensive training. Otherwise, I'll be nothing but a lamb for the slaughter. Just then, the ringing of his phone shattered the tense silence. The moment Jiang Du answered, he was blasted by Xun Guang's frantic shouting, Kid, where the hell have you been? Why haven't you answered any of my messages? Jiang Du calmly replied, I was on a mission. Have you folks managed to trace the source of the bloodline contamination? Hearing this, the man on the other end stopped, yelling. It's connected to your classmate, Xiao Xiao. We've issued an all-hands-on-deck warrant for her arrest. Over the next few days, Yunhai is going into lockdown for a massive contamination sweep. So don't you go wandering off, you hear me? Jiang Du acknowledged the order. Got it. I'll head back to the barracks right after I grab a bite to eat. This information only served to confirm his earlier suspicions. If even the Night's Watch organization couldn't apprehend Xiao Xiao, then his guess was spot on. She and the forces backing her were buried deeper than anyone could imagine. Let's continue this manhwa recap as the scene shifts to a local diner where Jiang Du is stuffing his face, knowing full well that for the next few days he'll be stuck in the barracks without access to a danhua. Decent meal. Better load up now, he thinks. Suddenly, a waitress approaches his table with a kind offer. Hello, we noticed you were eating alone, so we brought you a teddy bear for company. Jiang Du was taken aback when he saw her. She looks just like Jiao Jiao, he mused. Without a second thought, he snapped a picture and texted it to her. Is this your long-lost twin? Jiao Jiao's reply was instant and fiery. Twin my foot. Jiang Du couldn't help but tease back. My, is that any way for a young lady to speak? In response, she sent him a screenshot, accompanied by a damning accusation. Explain this, her text read. Xiao Xiao sent me this picture of you too, and then immediately blocked me. What's going on? Jiang Du froze, his eyes glued to the screen in disbelief. A helpless, bitter smile crept onto Jiang Du's face. Well played, Xiao Xiao, you master manipulator. I gave you a chance to walk away, and this is how you repay me by stirring up trouble behind my back. He quickly typed out a frantic explanation. That photo isn't what it looks like. Just wait until I get back, and I'll explain everything in person. Suddenly, a familiar child's voice broke through his thoughts. Daddy, that doll over there is so pretty. Jiang Du paused, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. I'm sure I've heard that voice before. Just behind him, a woman was gently trying to console her daughter. But the doll you have is also very lovely, sweetie. The little girl pouted petulantly. But I like that other girl doll. More. Jiang Du's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the family. It was none other than Deng Ke. Wasn't his daughter supposed to be severely infected? How could she have been discharged from the hospital so quickly? The question once again surfaced in his mind. Could it be that he actually managed to get the blood source serum from that mysterious figure? He then gently soothed Deng Hoa. Just be a good girl and eat your food for now. And after you finish eating, Daddy will take you to win some teddy bears. You can get as many as you want then. Hearing this, the little girl obediently agreed. Okay? Just then, Jiang Du unexpectedly walked over with a doll in his hand, offering it to her. Here, little one, this is for you. Deng Hoa's face lit up with joy. For real, you're so kind. Deng Hoa also chimed in gratefully. Thank you, my friend. Jiang Du cheerfully patted the little girl's head and replied, don't mention it. He then thought to himself, ever since the incident at the Shuoyang group, there haven't been any of those serums sold on the open market. The secret circulation of this blood source serum with an unknown origin, it feels like a plot straight out of a system manhwa, and he can't shake the feeling that it's connected to Xiao Xiao. Dang, Hua suddenly spoke up a bit hesitant. My friend, have we met somewhere before? Jiang Du gave a serious look, affirming that it might have just been a passing encounter. Jiang Du secretly made a decision. He needed to find the right time to probe Dang Hua about the origin of that blood source serum. But today wasn't the day. He wouldn't interrupt their family reunion. Seeing her husband staring intently at the young man's departing figure, she asked, puzzled, Honey, what are you looking at? Dang Hua quickly turned his head and replied, It's nothing. I must have been mistaken. Later, at the Night Watch organization's point verification center, Ning Ning approached him with an update. We've kept you waiting a while. We've completed the verification. Your current point total is 40. He couldn't help but reflect. He remembered seeing the Transcendent Skill Handbook in the Night Watch organization's shop, which required 100 points to redeem. It looked like he still had a long way to go. She then continued, with a thoughtful warning. I should also remind you that if you continue hunting aberrations at such a high frequency, you're at a very high risk of severe contamination. As soon as she finished speaking, he simply replied, Thank you. As Jiang Du walked away, he decided that since this matter was settled, it was time to head back. But then his expression froze as he stared ahead in shock. Seeing the two young women right in front of him, Jiang Du asked, What's going on with you two? You're even sitting next to each other. At the sound of his voice, both of them shot to their feet in unison. Jiang Du, the two of them exchanged looks that could kill before one finally spoke. Jiao Jiao, the one beside her, immediately shot back. Yang Zi, what's with that look? Are you here to pick up Jiang Du? Yang Zi retorted. Of course I am. Meanwhile, Jiang Du was planning to use every ounce of his strength to bolt. Man, this is the kind of drama you see in a manhwa recap, and I want no part of it. I'd better just sneak away. but his escape plan failed miserably. He was instantly grabbed and she complained. I knew you were trying to run away. Zhao Zhao, furious, started to interrogate him, explaining why she came to the station early to block him off. Out with it. What is really going on between you and Xiao? Xiao Jiangdu played dumb. Hey, it's broad daylight. Give your man a little respect, will you? Hearing that, she immediately pulled her hand back and stammered, don't talk nonsense. You are not my man. Just then, Yang Zi stepped forward to stir the pot. Tauntingly, so sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man for a bit. Then her tone shifted to one of pride. You're really something else, kid. In just 3 days, you've killed 12 level 2 aberrations, but refused any contamination treatment. The Night Watch has been blowing up our phones, ordering us to bring you in for therapy immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiangdu was inwardly stunned. Damn, the point verification center works surprisingly fast. He then put on an innocent act. Zhao Zhao, you see. She cut him off with a look of disinterest. Just go get your contamination treated already. The sight of you is just irritating. Later, while lying on a medical bed, Jiangdu spoke up. Hey miss, next time, can you please not dress like that? It sends the wrong message. Hearing this, Yang Si replied coolly. It's fine, I don't dress for others to see, as a faint blush appeared on her face, as she proposed. From now on, I'll only dress like this in front of Jiao Jiao. And for you. How does that sound? Hearing her offer, Jiangdu desperately refused. Please don't, people's lives are at stake. Her objective achieved. Yang Zi laughed and teased him. So you're scared now? Huh. All those dirty thoughts, but none of the guts to act on them. Alright, get up. The checkup is finished. The results will be out shortly, but from the looks of it, your contamination curve is extremely low. Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and stated his own conclusion. It's not extremely low. It's non-existent. That left her completely baffled. Non-existent, she questioned. Suddenly, Jiangdu sat bolt upright and hopped off the bed. Waving his hand dismissively as he walked, he said, That's right. You can now go ahead and file your report. My talent level is simply too high. Mere level 2 aberrations are incapable of contaminating me. A reality you might only see in an awakening manhwa. This bold claim only deepened Yang Zi's suspicion. Or perhaps his talent was just off the charts. She mused, remembering the rumor about a new student this year with an unknown god-tier status, a classic trope in any good *** awakening manhwa, ***. Could it be him? Seeing the person before him, Jiang Yu was baffled. Isn't this the ophthalmologist who examined my eyes a while back? Why is he here? Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Instructor Zhao Qi asked Yang Zi, Are you busy? Hearing him, Yang Zi immediately replied, Yes sir, but I just finished. Did you just come? From the laboratory, Jiang Yu's face filled with shock. He couldn't believe it, this man was actually an instructor from the Special Training Camp's medical division. The man offered a gentle smile, stating he had a new idea he was preparing to implement. Not long after, Zhao Qi quickly departed. Instructor, I have another matter to attend to, I'll be leaving first. Seeing him leave, she quickly offered a respectful farewell. Yes, goodbye, instructor. A look of immense pride crossed Yang Zi's face as she spoke. That's my instructor Zhao Qi. The blood-boiling potion from before was his masterpiece. This revelation left Jiang Yu thoroughly impressed. The man was a genius. Still, he thought, I'm sure I saw him working at the hospital's eye clinic before. Why would a superhuman like him be working as a regular doctor? She slowly turned to face Jiang Yu, explaining gently, I only know that he was there to observe the mutation and contamination status of patients, so he went to the hospital for field research. But as for the specific reason, I'm not entirely sure myself. Then remembering something, Yang Zi quickly announced, Oh, right. The report is back, and it's confirmed you have absolutely no contamination. Hearing this, he replied, Good. Go ahead and file the report. In any case, I have someone waiting for me. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Since I'm already here, why don't you give me another dose of that blood-boiling potion? Hearing this, she snapped. You just used one 4 days ago? But her words went completely ignored. People's bodies are all different. My talent is top tier. 4 or 5 days is more than enough time to recover. Yang Zi's face soured with annoyance. If something goes wrong, I'm not taking responsibility. Just this one vial and no more. At that moment, as Jiang Yu drank the dark viscous liquid, he suddenly realized something felt terribly wrong. Before he could react, his body instantly began to erupt with smoke. Seeing this, she became frantic, screaming, This is bad. As if he'd reached his absolute limit, Jiang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Yang Zi rushed to catch him, calling out his name with worry. Jiang Yu? An unknown amount of time passed before he finally awoke. Seeing him conscious, she exclaimed with relief. Thank heavens, if you hadn't woken up soon, I would have had to report this to the camp. Jiang Yu shot up in a panic. Don't report it. I've already absorbed all the potion's effects. Right, I'm fine. Yang Zi quickly reminded him. You may have absorbed the effects, but you're also completely drained. You can barely even stand. Jiang Yu's voice was full of pride as he retorted, Who says I'm perfectly fine? A real man must always be tough. Any man in the Night Watch organization spends his whole life striving to be stronger. As night descended, casting its shadow over the faintly lit houses, he opened his door. He thought to himself, Zhao Zhao still hasn't answered my messages. I hope she's not angry that I took too long. At that moment, she was still drowsy and spoke, You're back. Jiang Yu walked over and gently ruffled her hair. Did I wake you up? Hearing this, Jiao Jiao quickly denied it. No, I was actually waiting for you. So, how did your contamination treatment go? Jiang Yu smiled and said, It went very smoothly. But then, noticing something was wrong, his voice grew concerned. Your leg. It's been contaminated by a variant. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Hearing his question, her face remained calm as she replied, It's not a big deal. Besides, it has already been taken care of. I just need to apply the medicine on schedule. Jiang Yu immediately prepared to use his healing ability, reminding her, Don't move. Let me try something. Honestly, this whole situation is what makes for a great manhwa recap ***. Jiao Jiao cried out in alarm. What are you trying to do? As he channeled his pure energy, he thought to himself, My Shadow Devour ability can absorb and consume those other variants, but I'm not sure if it will work on the contamination itself. After attempting the technique, Jiang Yu gently set her foot down and spoke with a guilty tone. Sorry, I can't draw it out. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao replied shyly, Here, I've been using this for the past few days. As he poured the medicine into his hand, he said, Since I can't pull it out, I guess we'll have to use this medicinal wine. While massaging her leg, Jiang Yu gently reminded her, Let me know if this hurts. Suddenly, he heard a suppressed gasp of pain. He quickly reassured her, Just hang in there a little longer, I'm almost finished. Zhao Zhao's face flushed bright red, and she could only hum in response. Jiang Yu then asked suddenly, Your injury isn't minor at all. So why did you still come all the way to the train station to pick me up? She quickly explained her reason. I wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiao, and I wanted to see you, she added silently in her thoughts. A bit earlier, his expression turned grim as he said, Zhao Zhao, just as I suspected, we won't be able to see Xiao Xiao again. Hearing this, she became panicked, shouting, What do you mean? What on earth happened to Xiao Xiao? After a lengthy explanation, Jiang Du tried to comfort her. That's the long and short of it. She had such a deep-seated obsession that she went down the wrong path. Now, even if she wanted to turn back, it's impossible. Zhao Zhao's face drained of all life as she whispered, It's all my fault. After joining the camp, I barely contacted her. If I had just paid more attention and talked to her, maybe she wouldn't have felt so out of place. He quickly tucked the blanket around her, reassuring her, It's no use. She was that stubborn. She chose this path for herself. She wouldn't listen to anyone. We can only hope that deep in her heart there's still a sliver of kindness left. Just lie down and rest your wounds. I'm going to read for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao grabbed Jiang Du's arm, pleading, Don't go. At that moment, she posed another question. Jiang Du, you'll always be by my side, won't you? A gentle expression washed over Jiang Du's face. I will. Several days later, the focus of our manhwa recap shifts to a local diner, where Haozi inquired old Zhou, How's your son Zhao Feng doing? Didn't you say he had that hemostasis syndrome? The man replied, The Night Watch organization gave us 1 vial of the blood source medicine. We had to sell our house just to have someone buy a second vial for us. At least his life was saved. Hearing this, our protagonist silently speculated that it was once again the blood source medicine of mysterious origin. The man's demeanor suddenly grew serious. Hey, I heard that after the Su Yang group collapsed, an underground company in the East District started secretly selling vials of the blood source medicine for a fraction of the official price. Old Zhou looked skeptical. Is that for real? Haozi just laughed in response. I've heard the rumors too, but who knows if you can trust them. At this point, the old man spoke while eating. Well, it's better than nothing. If it's true, it's another way to save a life. He then urged, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just eat. After the meal, old Zhou waved as he walked away. Haozi, I'm heading to the hospital first. Thanks for everything today, my friend. Hearing this, the other man chuckled teasingly. Do we two brothers even need to say things like that? Just then Jiang Du stood behind Haozi, who was frantically answering a phone call. Brother, who? Isn't our operation getting a little too loud? The Night Watch is keeping a very close eye on things now. I understand. I'll be there immediately. Before long, the call finally came to an end. All of a sudden, a cloud of black smoke materialized in front of Hao Zi. He was startled, completely baffled by what was happening. At that moment, Jiang Du stepped out from the smoke and made a proposition. Going somewhere, take me with you. The scene then shifts to towering skyscrapers under a crescent moon, where in some hidden location, a terrifying group of aberrant species had gathered. Huge, radiating a sinister magical energy, roared in anger. Damn it all. Who picked out this batch of food? Why would you bring someone trained in a special military camp? Are you trying to get us all terminated? Another one suddenly spoke up. Huge, it was me. He clasped his hands and quickly explained. At the time, I was gathering the meal, but who could have known she'd suddenly break free, trying to play hero and save people? We caught her scent. It was quite appetizing, and we were afraid of alerting anyone else, so we just brought her along. Hearing this, the leader furiously threw a punch and cursed, "You imbecile Huge," then suddenly yanked a red cloth to the side, revealing a group of bound people underneath every one of their faces, etched with terror. He approached an iron cage, a demonic smile spreading across his face. So, you must be Xiao Di, the student, from the special training camp. Her face contorted with rage as she screamed. This whole situation is like something straight out of an awakening manhwa, with these people who willingly became bloodkin, betraying humanity. A female aberrant appeared from nowhere and asked for his opinion. Huge, what's the plan now? We can't eliminate her, but we can't just release her either. He commanded, make a call, and asked the boss. Huge then moved to a corner, his voice filled with reverence. Boss, it's me. There's a situation that requires your directive. Very well, I understand your intentions. Sir. He turned back to the group, his face alight with excitement. The boss says he will personally turn her into one of our own. As for the night watch, he will also handle them. The feast will proceed as scheduled. The aberrants below heard this, and immediately erupted in cheers. Excellent. All hail Huge. All hail the boss. He then pulled out a bottle of wine, and cheerfully popped the cork. As the wine sprayed on her, the female aberrant cooed playfully. Oh, you're so naughty. The other aberrants slowly approached and opened the cage door. The people being dragged out were all showing clear signs of panic, pleading incessantly. No, please, I don't want to go out. Help, somebody help me. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. I'll be your workhorse. I'll do anything. The female aberrant zeroed in on one man, her voice a commanding purr. Hey there, handsome. Come and play a little game with me, a classic scenario in any system manhwa. If you win, I'll grant you one request. If you lose, then I get to have a taste of your flesh. Huga then sat down beside Xiao Di and offered, how about a drink? Ah, my apologies. I forgot your hands and feet are tied. Without another word, he pried her mouth open and poured the alcohol down. Then, allow me to feed you. Suddenly, Huga broke into a grotesque grin. I absolutely love watching you people trample all over each other. This whole night patrol thing, so what? You just have slightly better talents than us, right? But in the end, you're still getting played right into our hands, aren't you? Hearing this, Xiao Di grew terrified and stammered. What are you planning to do? He flashed a disgusting smile. Truth be told, ever since I became a blood fiend, I've never once tasted the flesh of a superhuman like you. Hu Gei taunted lightly, dragging his nail across her neck. I imagine it'll be quite the delicacy. Faced with this mortal threat, Xiao Di could only pray silently. Someone please save me. Just then, a finger suddenly flicked the light switch. Hu Jie snapped in annoyed surprise. What the hell? Who turned off the lights? In an instant, all the spotlights converged on a single point. On the stage, two figures had suddenly appeared out of thin air, their appearance catching everyone off guard. Jiang Yu casually pushed the person in front of him aside and remarked sarcastically, You appetizers, good evening. Hao Zi screamed in panic. Huga, run now. Recognizing the newcomer, her face lit up with joy. Brother Du Zi. It's Brother Du Zi. He's here to save us, the villain roared in fury. Where did this damn brat come from, daring to ruin our fun? Brothers, where are you? Get him, dice him up for an appetizer? The horde of abominations acknowledged the command in unison. Streams of powerful energy erupted, all hurtling relentlessly toward Jiang Yu. Hu Gei's face twisted into a smug grin. Let's see how you handle this madness. Xiao Di prayed silently. Brother Du Zi, please be okay. But before the horde of fiends could even overwhelm him, Jiang Yu unleashed his power, suppressing them all. A terrifying aura exploded from his very being, a classic scene in any good awakening manhwa. Suddenly, she darted from out of nowhere and threw her arms around Jiang Yu. This is wonderful. I knew with Brother Du Zi's strength, we'd be perfectly fine. He quickly asked with concern. Xiao Di, what are you doing here? Did they capture you? She barely seemed to register his words, replying distractedly. I just ran into them by chance on the street. I never expected to fall for their wicked scheme. It's a good thing you showed up, or I would have been a goner." The villain's face contorted with rage as he yelled, "You damned brat, how dare you injure my brothers, and now you're trying to steal my meal." With that, Huge unleashed a wave of power and charged. "You're courting death," Jiang Yu stated calmly, completely unfazed. "We'll see who's courting death here. Activate skill non-phase." In an instant, the two torrents of power slammed into each other. Realizing something was terribly wrong, the villain screamed in agony. Hiding behind Jiang Yu, Xiao Di questioned the defeated foe. "Who's your boss?" Huge immediately complied. I'll talk. All I know is that his surname is Liu." Jiang Yu pressed further. "Is there anyone ranked higher than him?" The man replied, "I don't know about that. I only have direct contact with him. Even if there is someone above him, I wouldn't know." At this, Jiang Yu's expression turned ice cold as he growled, "If you don't know anything, then you're of no use to me." Huge's face filled with terror, his voice stuttering. "My lord, please spare me. I truly don't know anything about the higher-ups." Suddenly, sensing a disturbance, Jiang Yu grew tense. More people are here. Suddenly, the doors burst open with a deafening explosion as a group of people stormed in, shouting, "Night Patrol! Nobody move!" Huge scrambled over and clung to the leg of the lead officer, crying, "Sir, please save us. We were being threatened by some shadowy figure and almost lost our lives. Thank goodness you're here. You have to arrest him." Hearing this, the officer quickly scanned the area, but saw no one. Xiao Di stepped forward boldly to set the record straight. "Officer, don't listen to his lies. It was obviously this pack of mutated blood fiends who captured us to be their food. If Brother Duzi hadn't stepped in, we would have been devoured by now." Picking up on the key name, the officer speculated, "Duzi? Could that be the wandering scrap collector who went viral online a while ago?" Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "What's your status?" "Over there," the officer replied. "We had a minor incident, but thankfully no personnel were injured. The blood fiend leader and his subordinates are all in custody." The voice on the other end responded, "Good to hear. We've also pinpointed the location of the mastermind Liu and are moving in to apprehend him. This entire operation would make for a great manhwa recap." In the shadows, Jiang Yu observed silently. "If the patrol team has already caught the big fish, then I don't need to make an extra trip. But is this Liu guy really the final boss behind all this?" As he melted back into the ground, he thought, "Whatever. There will surely be more clues down the line. Today's haul wasn't bad. This should last me a week." He was starting to get the hang of this whole system manhwa protagonist life. "My stamina is almost completely depleted. I need to head back and recharge." Noticing something strange, she inwardly guessed that Du Ziga's aura seemed to have vanished. He must have already left. We haven't seen each other for just 1 month, yet he's become so incredibly strong. Moreover, that arrogant demeanor is just like the great demon king from the special training camp. The scene shifts and Yang Shi speaks with a skeptical tone. "You've already consumed 10 vials of the blood cost potion. Logically speaking, that should have cost you 3 years of your life. But your vital signs show no damage whatsoever. Now, I'm starting to think your body's composition is something straight out of a system manhwa." Jiang Du paid no mind to her words. "I'm right here, you can take a look for yourself." Hearing this, she extended her finger while speaking. Even the equipment couldn't detect anything unusual, so how could I possibly see anything with my naked eye? Suddenly, Yang Shi moved in closer to him. "But I believe that one day, I will find out just what secret is hidden within your body." She turned away. "From now on, you can just grab the medicine and take it yourself." Jiang Du was confused. "I don't need the instruments anymore," Yang Xi explained. "Those instruments were only for monitoring your vitals to prevent any accidents. You're very stable when taking the medicine now, so they're no longer necessary." He voiced his own thoughts. "Even so, I felt more at ease with the instruments." She replied smugly. "Is it because you were more at ease getting to see Bai Ti?" Suddenly, Yang Xi leaned in seductively. "Or maybe I should video call you every day from now on so you can see Bai Ti." Jiang Du became flustered. "Jiao Jiao will find out." "That's not it. It's that my heart has gotten stronger. I don't have time for that." You didn't record that, did you?" She smugly held out her phone. "Of course, I did. Next time, bring me 20 vials of a bloodkin's heart blood. If you don't, I'll send this recording to Jiao Jiao." Confused, he raised his finger to scroll through the news. "A certain individual surnamed Liu, the mastermind of today's bloodkin riot, has been apprehended." "Hold on, let me read the news." An article popped up. According to the confession of Boss Liu, one day they discovered an entrance to the shadow dimension. They intended to report it, but then they saw a crystal emerge from the entryway. A red crystal fell, and greed momentarily took over, compelling them to touch it. They never expected that this object was the crystallized form of a special bloodkin after its death. which was essentially a person. Under that person's influence, his life was turned upside down and began to transform. Initially, he had intended to help the patrol team, but faced with such a rapid surge in power, those thoughts were quickly cast aside. He began to expand his clan and spread the special bloodkin infection. Everyone knew the procedure: recruit underlings, maintain a fresh blood supply, contaminate the blood source, and accelerate recovery. This species of blood pattern kin is extremely skilled at disguise. Even members of the patrol team could be fooled if they weren't careful, let alone ordinary citizens. Boss Liu went directly to the food market and the shopping mall, where the contaminants spread rapidly from person to person. He also secretly opened a factory to produce various blood-derived medicines. In reality, he was leveraging the unique properties of that entity to create a counterfeit drug. Faced with the patrol team's interrogation, Liu confessed to his crimes and handed over all the incriminating evidence. Seeing this, Jiang Du mused to himself that they had previously used Yunhai to turn the world upside down, and even Zhao Xiao was implicated. And now, the mastermind is caught so easily. It's a bit anticlimactic. It seems I have to personally visit that drug factory and check it out. This whole case feels like a poorly written awakening manhwa plot. Seeing nothing else to do, he quickly left. I've got something to do. I'm heading out. At that moment, the night watch was gathered at the scene. Inside, an officer was reviewing the situation on a tablet. To the side were crates filled with evidence. Just then, Jiang Du stealthily snatched one of the items. He was astonished, holding it with curiosity. I can't believe a counterfeit blood source potion factory actually exists. If I saw this in a manhwa recap, I'd think it was just filler. Jiang Du puzzled over it, forming a logical hypothesis. But a person with a blood type affiliation can already create these potions, so is a factory really necessary? Although a factory could certainly improve packaging efficiency, it's also incredibly easy to get exposed. He stared intently at the vial in his hand. There isn't some kind of trick to this potion, is there? Without another word, Jiang Du downed it in one gulp. A moment later he grimaced, crossing his arms in thought. Noticing a strange taste, Jiang Du's eyes widened in shock. What? This thing tastes like soda, and it's tangerine flavored. While it has some minor effect at most, it can only keep you from dying. It has no healing properties. He tossed it aside and shrewdly began connecting the dots. So the mastermind behind it all is really someone from the Liu family. Was this entire elaborate scheme just a way to get rich selling a potion? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Du had a sudden epiphany. He replayed the events in his head. Wait a minute. If this blood source potion is just a fake, laced with chemicals to mimic the taste, then how on earth was Deng Kei's daughter he actually cured? Anxiously, he formulated a more complex theory. Could it be that there's more than one type of counterfeit blood source potion circulating on the market, and the person they arrested was merely a scapegoat, a pawn, sacrificed to throw everyone off the scent? Staring at her wanted poster, Jiang Du felt a nagging doubt. And then there was Xiao Xiao. What was his role in all of this? He immediately dialed his number and started moving, needing to find Deng Kei for answers. But at that moment, an automated voice came through the line. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. A mix of frustration and confusion washed over Jiang Du. What the hell? Why would his phone be off at a time like this? He cast an anxious glance towards the bus. A sinking feeling told him something had gone wrong. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Du leaped onto the bus. The moment he was on board, his eyes darted around anxiously, and that's when Jiang Du made a shocking discovery. The key figure had no blood-patterned veins. Could this be one of Xiao Xiao's clones? Just then, the bus lurched forward and began to move. At that moment, Deng Kei had transformed into a pale-faced, middle-aged man. This felt like a scene from an awakening manhwa. Jiang Du stealthily observed and confirmed it was him. The lack of a health bar was the dead giveaway. When they reached the next stop, the man stepped off the bus at an unhurried pace. Deng Ke slipped slowly into a narrow alley. Suddenly sensing he was being followed, he whipped his head around in alarm. Who's there? Deng Ke's brow furrowed as he second-guessed himself. Was it just my imagination? He then shapeshifted back into his younger form. At that very moment, Jiang Du, concealed in the shadows, watched the transformation with a scowl. No wonder the Night Watch organization could never get a lead on him. Afterwards, Deng Ke entered his home, and without a word, he immediately kicked over a piece of furniture. Deng Ke then began methodically smashing everything around him. Witnessing this bizarre, shadowy scene, Jiang Du wondered to himself, what on earth is this guy up to? The man then strode towards the bathroom and ripped back the shower curtain. Lying in the tub was Deng Ke's original student body. Seeing it, he let out a derisive smirk. He's dead. Right on time. Deng Ke opened his mouth, and his soul exited his current vessel. It then shot directly into the mouth of the body, in the tub. In the very next second, Deng Ke now, in his original body, snapped his eyes open. He sprang decisively from the tub. With a look of disgust, Deng Ke sliced his old body to bits, and from the remains it created, a horrific, aberrant creature. The thing frantically tried to escape, desperately searching for an exit. It slammed against the window, then turned and crashed into the wall. He simply raised his hand and recalled all the aberrant energy back into his own body. Once the process was complete, Deng Ke gleefully dripped the resulting product into a vial. Success, a fresh blood source potion. The next morning at a massive apartment complex, Deng Ke stood before a door and knocked gently twice. The man's wife cheerfully opened the door to welcome him. "You're here." Deng Ke nodded with a smile. He offered a greeting. Just then, a young boy ran out excitedly. Uncle, look. This is my new house. It's so pretty and so big." Deng Ke asked gently. "It looks like you really like your new home. It's just a shame your father is still away on business. He asked me to come and help you and your mother out." He then offered with a bright smile his 2 spoils. "Here, your uncle brought you lots of tasty juice." The little girl politely accepted the gift with a bright smile. "Thank you, uncle." The woman then asked seriously, "Is it all taken care of?" Yet Deng Ke nodded, confirming, "It will all be over very soon." After their business was concluded, he promptly departed. On the way, Deng Ke heaved a weary sigh. At that exact moment, Jiang Du's deep voice cut through the air. "Feeling like a weight has been lifted, now that you think you're no longer a suspect." He jumped, whipping his head around to look behind him. "Who's there?" Jiang Du's voice boomed sharply. "I just read a news report. It's about a local thug who liked to bully college students, who ended up dying from blood source contamination mutating at the hands of one of his victims. But then that same student also died because he couldn't withstand the contamination himself." Jiang Du was cryptically laying out the core of the case. But what no one would suspect is that both of those individuals have been dead for a very long time. This entire incident was just a one-man show, a drama you directed and starred in, using your unique abilities. It's a plot worthy of its own system manhwa series. Jiang Du sharply laid the truth bare, and your only goal was to obtain their blood to manufacture the blood source potion. Am I wrong? Jiang Du called out his name coldly. Deng Ke. The man's body began to shift and transform as he sarcastically decided to confess. "I can't believe it. A plan I've been setting up for so long, and you figured it all out." Deng Ke reverted to his original form, a look of grudging admiration on his face. "You truly live up to your name, Du Zivang. This feels like a classic scene in a good manhwa recap." Deng Ke remarked that he was as sharp as ever, curiously asking, "When did you start suspecting me? Was it at our meeting in the Eastern 2nd District, or even earlier?" Jiang Yu calmly replied without hiding a thing. "My suspicions began when Huo was contaminated by the blood source, and back in the Eastern 2nd District, you were the first person to arrive on the scene." Deng Ke shrugged, mocking himself. "Is that so? I even deliberately let the bloodkin surround and attack me. But in the end, I still couldn't fool you." Jiang Yu sadly expressed his profound disappointment. "No, while I had my doubts, I never truly believed it was you. Deng Ke, you shouldn't be this kind of person. What in the world happened to you?" He bitterly shifted his demeanor. "It's true, I'm not that kind of person. But it's for my family." Then Deng Ke resolutely transformed into his aberrant form, as if he had no regrets about becoming a monster. Fueled by a fierce aura, he lunged forward in a flash. The two of them collided violently, creating a sound that shook the entire area. Jiang Yu seriously offered some sincere advice. "Turn yourself in to the night watch. It's not too late to go back now." Deng Ke was surprised and doubtful. Questioning him, the night watch, he kicked Jiang Yu aside, then choked out his story. "If they could have helped, I wouldn't have ended up in this state," Deng Ke growled, his voice heavy with criticism. "My wife and daughter are suffering the torment of bloodline corruption. Besides the blood source vials, there is no other way. A classic tragic backstory for any awakening manhwa. But an ordinary person like me can't possibly afford them. That's why I could only take the fresh blood of others to make medicine, to extend the lives of my wife and child." He sobbed in despair at his own helplessness. "I thought the situation was improving, but who knew this was just the beginning? Their bodies are in a constant state of mutation, so the fresh blood can't be stopped. I have no other choice. I can't just stand by and watch my wife and children perish before my eyes." Deng Ke raised his fist and declared forcefully, "So no one can stop me, not even you." Then he threw a direct punch downward. A second later, Jiang Yu quickly blocked the attack. After listening, he frowned and questioned, "Is that so? Then what's the story with the new house?" Deng Ke was confused, frozen for a moment. "What?" Jiang Yu smirked, his lips curling as he exposed the lie. That house wasn't cheap. You made quite a lot of money selling those blood source vials, didn't you? He methodically peeled back the entire layer of deception, claiming it's for your family is just an excuse. Jiang Yu unhesitatingly struck at his greed, his lust for power and privilege. The money that power brings is what you truly desire. He emphasized a profound truth. Malice is a deep well, and greed is the noose you hang yourself with. As the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu kicked him squarely in the stomach, making him cough up blood. The surprise attack sent Deng Ke flying crashing hard into a utility pole. He furiously and contemptuously challenged, "Using your real skills now. Are you Deng Ke?" Arrogantly revealed his true nature. "That's fine. I won't hide anymore either." He leaped forward aggressively, declaring war. "Come on, let's fight to the death." Deng Ke used his aberrant ability to stab straight into the ground, but Jiang Yu wasn't there. Sensing a sneak attack, he immediately looked up. Deng Ke quickly used his power to counterattack. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Jiang Yu moved back. Deng Ke leaped high into the air triumphantly, continuing his assault. Deng Ke roared and lunged with a sharp piercing attack aimed at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu cleverly parried the blow with brilliant flashes of lightning. The exhilarated Deng Ke arrogantly taunted him. "What's wrong, Yuzi? Is this all the strength you have? I guess a high-ranking Shadowkin is nothing special after all." Not letting him gain an advantage, Deng Ke manifested tentacles that completely surrounded them. Jiang Yu grimaced, forming a barrier of lightning swords in front of him. Deng Ke casually wrapped his tentacles around the swords. Then, with a swing of his arm, flung Jiang Yu into the air. He hurled Jiang Yu, sending him crashing into the building ahead. A moment later, Deng Ke rushed in to check. Seeing no one, he roared in frustration. "Damn it, where is he?" Just then, Jiang Yu launched a surprise attack from behind Deng Ke. Before he could strike, Deng Ke used his tentacles to bind him tightly. Deng Ke cunningly crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "So naive, Yuzi. I just revealed a small opening and you fell for it. I know you all too well. Your techniques, your methods, and your fighting habits. I am crystal clear on all of them." He arrogantly made a powerful declaration. "If I wanted to end you right now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." At that moment, Jiang Yu gave a cold smile, calmly retorting, like a true system manhwa protagonist. "Is that so? I think you're the one who's been deceived." He delivered a final imposing warning. "Look at your feet." In a flash, a strange blue energy completely enveloped Deng Ke before he could even register it, bringing this part of our manhwa recap to a cliffhanger. Hinan ta jut men truk chun dong du doi. Ma dit dot not nut, ra dang qua hoot, chun roi tu du. Anta dich quien toi mot noi yukak tung an. Deng Ke looked up a contemptuous sneer on his face. "You think dragging me into the shadow plane gives you a chance to win?" He threatened, his voice laced with cold fury. "You think that you can hide from me in the shadows? I'm a user of the blood system. Even if I can't see you, I can smell the fresh blood pumping through your veins." Jiang Yu just listened, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I'll admit, you have a pretty good grasp of my old fighting style, but that was the old me. After training with Yunhai, I've been completely reborn, a classic trope in any good awakening manhwa. Against you, I won't need to rely on stealth tactics." Deng Ke refused to believe it. With a burst of rage, he lunged forward like lightning, shouting arrogantly, "Your shadow system dares to face my blood system in a direct confrontation, unfazed." Jiang Yu closed the distance in an instant, unleashing a powerful blow that completely suppressed Deng Ke. Stunned by this incredible strength, Deng Ke's mind reeled in shock. This is impossible. In terms of raw physical power, a shadow user should never be able to overpower me. What in the world is? In that moment, Deng Ke froze his eyes, widening in utter disbelief. He was staggered by the ability manifesting. Before him, it was the power of the blood system. Wasting no time, Jiang Yu pressed his advantage, closing in on Deng Ke. Decisively, he struck. A deep gash was carved across his chest. Deng Ke cried out in pain, trying to retreat, but Jiang Yu was relentless, severing his demonic arm and then taking his leg in 2 swift strikes. Before he could even register what was happening, his world became a symphony of agony. With all 4 limbs gone, Deng Ke collapsed onto his back. Lying there helpless and dying, he finally accepted his utter defeat. "As expected of you, Brother Yu. I truly thought that after gaining this power, I would finally have a chance. But this is fine. At least I'll die by your hands. Go on, finish it, Brother Yu." But Jiang Yu remained perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask. He simply watched Deng Ke struggling for breath, and when he didn't move, Deng Ke let out a scornful chuckle. "What's the matter? Don't have the stomach to finish me off." Then his tone shifted to one of sorrowful regret, as he confessed the truth. "It was me. I was the one who caused the blood contamination of Huo Huo and her mother. He let out a long, heavy sigh. With an expression of deep anguish, Deng Ke continued his story. I was the one who brought the blood system fragment into my home. From that day forward, the system's corruption slowly began to infect them. He raised a phantom limb, as if trying to grasp something lost forever. You were right. My family was just my excuse. The truth is, I just wanted power. But this newfound strength didn't bring me any peace or security. The weight of all the blood on my hands. It's given me countless sleepless nights. By the time I realized my mistake, it was far too late. There was no turning back for me. Deng Ke covered his face, his body shaking with sobs as he poured out his heart. I'm not afraid to die, but I am filled with so much regret. I regret that my own greed brought this suffering upon my family. I don't want anything for myself anymore. I just want my family to be able to live. Jiang Yu shook his head, his voice stern. But their lives came at the cost of countless others. If your family knew the truth of what you've done, do you think they would even want to go on living? Deng Ke's gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he came to a decision. I won't be the one to kill you. Your crimes will be judged by the Night Watch organization. But for the sake of our past connection, I expect you to answer one last question honestly. Jiang Yu then asked him directly. Where did you really get your system fragment? Deng Ke let out a hollow laugh. What if I told you I just found it on the street, like a random drop in a system manhwa? Would you believe that? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed at the familiar story. Xiao Xiao said the same thing. Is it possible they were really just found lying on the street? But a moment later, the pieces started to click into place. He realized the flaw in that logic. No, that can't be it. System fragments aren't just things you stumble upon. Someone is deliberately planting them, luring people into a trap. Just as he had this realization, Deng Ke suddenly began to choke as a strange energy drained the air from his lungs. Alarmed Jiang Yu yelled out, Deng Ke, what's happening to you? But in the blink of an eye, Deng Ke was completely engulfed in a vortex of flames. The attacker, who had taken on the form of a grotesque variant, was none other than Zhao Qi. Seeing his savage expression, Jiang Yu's face hardened with caution. So there was another one. Blood system user. No sooner had the words left his mouth than fiery tendrils began burrowing into Deng Ke's body. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Yu lunged forward and slashed. Instantly, the tendrils were severed, freeing Deng Ke, who collapsed to the ground. A good manhwa recap needs to highlight these tense moments, as Zhao Qi roared. Don't get in my way before unleashing a volley of blood-red firebolts straight at Jiang Yu. He evaded the barrage by a razor-thin margin, closing the gap in an instant, his arm blurring into a razor-sharp blade. Thinking fast, Zhao Qi summoned a high-level variant to intercept. Jiang Yu braced for the next phase of the fight. This is bad. He instinctively stumbled back several steps. Zhao Qi seized the opportunity, lunging toward Deng Ke. At that very moment, his opponent wretchedly coughed up blood as the man ripped the life stone right from inside his chest. Unable to stop him in time, Jiang Yu screamed in utter terror. Deng Ke Zhao Qi then raised his hand to retrieve the stone, absorbing it without a moment's hesitation. He was taking its entire power. Seeing Zhao Qi about to escape through the portal, Jiang Yu bellowed a command. Stop right there. He then unleashed his own power, blasting away the horde of deviants. These were high-level ones too. Get the hell out of my way. Jiang Yu shot out a razor-sharp thread, which instantly pierced the mask and sent it clattering to the ground. Jiang Yu looked up bewildered and asked, You are? He was completely stunned by the real face behind the mask. Dr. Zhao. Jiang Yu froze for a few seconds upon seeing him, and the man asked with a flicker of curiosity, You know me? Jiang Yu said nothing warily, assuming a combat stance. The high-level deviants began to rise aggressively in unison. Zhao Qi coldly issued his verdict. You and Deng Ke had your little reunion. I've given you two enough time. It would be best for you to just retreat now. Hearing this, Jiang Yu let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Retreat. You want me to just let the mastermind behind this entire mess walk away? The man smiled hastily, denying his crimes. You're mistaken. All the murders and poisonings were Deng Ke's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Enraged by such a blatant lie, Jiang Yu sarcastically retorted, Nothing to do with it. This whole situation is like a twisted system manhwa plot. Who do you think provided the bloodline status fragment for Xiao Xiao and Deng Ke? He furiously tightened his grip on his sword. Whether it was Deng Ke or Xiao Xiao, it made no difference. They were both just pawns in your game. You used them to cause one bloodline contamination incident after another. Jiang Yu fearlessly exposed all of his crimes. You dragged innocent people into this, mutating them into blood deviants. To get more specimens, you even conducted research on that blood-wasting serum. Am I wrong? Dr. Zhao Qi's face darkened as he spoke with displeasure. I really didn't want any more complications. Zhao Qi ground his teeth and viciously ordered the deviants, but you simply know far too much. Unfazed, Jiang Yu stood his ground, casually swatting them aside with his sword, before quickly teleporting directly behind the doctor. Before he could strike, Zhao Qi skillfully blocked the blow. The calculating man calmly assessed him. That speed was impressive. It seems you were holding back when you fought Deng Ke. Zhao Qi sneered, turning with a look of disdain. But when you're facing me, he narrowed his eyes. This kind of power-up is a staple of any good awakening manhwa, and declared with certainty, you're just digging your own grave. Instantly, Jiang Yu was assaulted by a barrage of sharp flames. Realizing a direct confrontation was a bad idea, he swiftly fell back. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu vanished into a cloud of smoke and dust. He reappeared behind Zhao Qi and fiercely declared war. You're the one with the death wish. Zhao Qi's face turned grim as he used tentacles to shield his body, trying to block any escape routes. Jiang Yu swung his sword and severed the appendages. Without another word, he immediately leaped up, but Zhao Qi nimbly dodged the attack. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed as he shouted aggressively, trying to run. He then unleashed a chaotic flurry of countless sword strikes, confidently launching his powerful technique, take a taste of my shadow strike. At that moment, an orb exploded into a web ensnaring his foe. Zhao Qi panicked, finding his body stuck fast in the web. Seeing his target was caught, Jiang Yu was immensely pleased and stated firmly, this time, not even wings will help you escape. He then frantically decided to unleash his ultimate move, activating a murderous aura. The overwhelming pressure from his skill shattered Zhao Qi's sharp blades. Terrified, Zhao Qi tried desperately to protect the lifestone. However, Jiang Yu's horrifying attack managed to wound him. The moment Zhao Qi saw him touch his only treasure, he recoiled, absolutely enraged. He blasted Jiang Yu away with a suffocating wave of killing intent, roaring, "Get lost!" The next second, Jiang Yu slammed hard into a wall. Annoyed, Zhao Qi straightened his clothes and said with a sneer, I admit I underestimated you, but it's a pity you're still no match for me. As this manhwa recap continues, Jiang Yu, completely unfazed, calmly replied, Is that so? He cleverly revealed the lifestone. What if you don't have this? The man froze, utterly speechless and choked with rage. Jiang Yu smugly tightened his grip on the item in his hand. I'll just hold on to this for you. Zhao Qi lost all composure and screamed in fury, Give that back to me. He aimed his tentacles straight for Jiang Yu. Anticipating the move, Jiang Yu dodged with precision and taunted, You want it? He parried the lightning-fast strikes in front of him and issued a direct challenge. Then, come and take it yourself. Surrounded by a blinding blur, Zhao Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Is this his true power? If I had known, I should have taken the fragment one step sooner before he appeared. Zhao Qi seethed with resentment, his heart filled with unwillingness. Every single time he was just one step away. He painfully recalled the grueling days of the past. To develop a drug that could resist the abyss, he'd poured his very soul into it, sacrificing countless sleepless nights. Yet, just when he was a single step from success, his superior suddenly ordered a halt to his research. 10 years of dedication thrown away with a single command. He couldn't accept it. He was in despair. He was consumed by hatred. He couldn't just fail like this. And at that very moment, a scream echoed from the depths of his soul. Then a mysterious ghostly voice resounded. Are you calling for me? He recalled that fateful moment. That day, the abyss materialized before him, offering him a fragment of the bloodline echelon. Zhao Qi reached out his hand, making a desperate choice. Humanity had abandoned him. He bowed his head to the dark power and surrendered himself to the abyss. From then on, Zhao Qi began to move in secret. To evade prying eyes, he divided the echelon fragment into multiple pieces, distributing them to those who needed them. Through these proxies, he collected a vast amount of bloodline samples, allowing him to continue his research. The fragments in turn grew stronger by absorbing the blood energy of their hosts. He dreamed of the glory that his grand plan would bring, when he could finally recall all the bloodline echelon fragments and stand at the very pinnacle of this world. Back in the present, Zhao Qi's voice was a determined growl, as he declared, It wasn't easy getting to this point. How could I possibly give up now? He erupted in fury and pulled out 2 mysterious vials of potion. Since you all look down on the potion I've created, Zhao Qi said madly, downing one in a single gulp, then I'll just have to show you its true power. Instantly, he was surging with overwhelming power. Zhao Qi swiftly swung his massive hand, but sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Yu calmly hid himself within the shadows. This guy doesn't even have a fragment, yet he wields such incredible strength. I should take a step back and reconsider. At the same time, a swarm of fiery droplets began to seep into the shadow dimension, And, in just an instant, Zhao Qi dragged him out. Jiang Yu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. He could actually pierce through the shadow dimension. At that moment, Zhao Qi flashed a smug, mocking grin. Surprised, aren't you? The components in my researched potion were specifically designed to deal with the abyss. He proudly explained its function. So, naturally, it also contains ingredients that counteract your shadow-type powers. As he spoke, Zhao Qi began attacking all the shadows while arrogantly proclaiming, "My potion is clearly a work of genius, yet those fools in the High Council refuse to give it any merit." He gritted his teeth in anger, his voice booming in protest. What was that about it? Causing terrifying contamination to the human body? Absolute rubbish. As if the awakening manhwa genre doesn't show that all supernatural power comes with risks. And my potion can unlock power even greater than the supernatural. And this is the proof. Zhao Qi manically hurled Jiang Yu through a spatial gate. Jiang Yu immediately crashed back into the real world. He gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. This is bad. After so many consecutive fights, my shadow points are almost completely drained. Meanwhile, this guy's combat power is constantly rising. Am I truly out of options? Just then, the man advanced step by step, menacing fireballs gathering around him. Jiang Yu was spiraling into a vortex of despair, panting as he asked himself, "Is my supernatural journey going to end here?" Zhao Qi imperiously held out his hand and commanded, "Hand it over, and I won't have to get my hands dirty." Jiang Yu grimaced, but remained silent, then slowly reached into his shirt. He pulled out the man's lifestone. A pleased Zhao Qi reached out to take it. That's more like it. But before he could grab it, Jiang Yu snatched it back. His will was like iron. He was determined not to surrender. He would rather die than hand it over. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and swallowed the object in his hand. In an instant, an abundant source of power surged through his body, just like in some legendary system manhwa. Witnessing this reckless act, the man was utterly stunned. Exclaiming, "You're insane!" Jiang Yu staggered, dropping to one knee as he coughed a few times. Zhao Qi looked on with smug contempt, thinking, what an ignorant fool. The danger of fusing with an echelon fragment is immense. Swallowing it whole is basically asking to die. The man arrogantly extended his hand. "Forget it. For better or worse, I am still a doctor." Zhao Qi sinisterly decided to bestow a mercy. "I'll be magnanimous and grant you a quick release." However, Jiang Yu suddenly dispelled the raging power and vanished in a flash. Seeing this, the man was jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhao Qi was horrified, his face drained of color as he stammered, "How can I no longer sense the fragment's existence?" It was a twist worthy of any manhwa recap. Finally, the boy gave a slight smirk and casually explained, "It was a bit hard to get down at first, but I'm feeling much better now." Jiang Yu calmly assessed the strange meal, noting that the taste was not bad. "It looks a bit like a dragon fruit." Hearing this, the man roared in fury. "Stop posturing. Do you really think a fragment of a locust is just a piece of food?" Seeing Zhao Qi preparing to strike, Jiang Yu casually retaliated. In that instant, a violent explosion erupted between them. From within the dust and smoke, he calmly revealed a world-shattering secret. "It seems you were completely unaware that blood progenitors are merely food for shadow progenitors." Jiang Yu stomped his foot on the ground and confidently declared, "And that blood-type locust fragment you've coveted for so long. Well, in this silent space, I've evolved to a new level," he said, finishing with a resolute statement. "It has been completely absorbed by me." This truly felt like a pivotal moment in a system manhwa. Hearing this, the man was stunned, sweat pouring down like rain. Zhao Qi completely broke down, screaming in anguish. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I went through all that trouble only for you to ruin everything." He threw his head back and screamed at the sky. "Are you kidding me?" In that moment, numerous vials scattered across the ground. Zhao Qi quickly upgraded into a high-level blood progenitor. He roared with bitter hatred. "Kill!" Enraged, Zhao Qi's limbs flailed wildly as he teleported from one spot to another. Jiang Yu skillfully dodged the chaotic attacks. He mused gleefully in his mind. "After absorbing the locust fragment, my speed and reflexes have increased dramatically." Jiang Yu's senses expanded astonishingly. What's more, I can even feel the blood flowing in his veins and predict his every move. He charged forward with overwhelming force. Next, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to press the attack. "Let's test this blade." Noticing the weapon attracting all nearby matter, he exclaimed with excitement, "Interesting, this blade can also drain blood." Jiang Yu became excitedly engrossed in his analysis. "And it's not just that. It can drain blood, but more importantly, it can also block the opponent's healing." Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhao Qi roared in fury and charged forward. Jiang Yu curled his lip into a contemptuous smirk as the man frowned, channeling his fiery power to its absolute maximum. Zhao Qi erupted with strength, sending him flying. Annoyed, Jiang Yu took a few steps back. He frowned, thinking carefully. He had just tried to slip into the shadow dimension, but failed. It seems this new form has limitations on his shadow-type abilities, making this whole fight more complex than a typical manhwa recap. The man didn't hesitate to summon a torrent of acidic blood. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. That's an absurd amount of blood. Did my last attack hit him so hard that it ruptured his own blood vessels? Startled, he looked closer and saw the crimson blood corroding the ground. Alarmed, Jiang Yu was horrified. He instinctively leaped back. It's corrosive too. Zhao Qi let out a cunning, triumphant laugh. Just figured that out. It's too late. Without a shred of mercy, he cursed resentfully. Melt away in hell. Zhao Qi unleashed a massive wave of blood and roared in rage. Die. Anticipating his move, Jiang Yu quickly flew up, high into the air. Seeing Jiang Yu hovering above the man, sneered contemptuously. You think jumping up there is going to save you? Zhao Qi sprayed the acidic blood everywhere, aiming for him. Faced with this chaotic situation, Jiang Yu calmly analyzed the attack. The acidic blood is incredibly powerful, but it seems to be powered by his own blood consumption. I'll just wait until his blood supply runs dangerously low, and then I'll launch my counterattack. As if reading his mind, the man asked smugly, Are you waiting for my blood to run out? Zhao Qi then recalled all the lesser blood progenitors and submerged them in his sea of blood. Witnessing this reckless act, he gasped in shock. He's actually using other blood progenitors to replenish his own blood supply. Zhao Qi, now completely unhinged, threatened menacingly. You can't escape. My hell blood will relentlessly devour all flesh, spreading without end. He continued to gloat about his insidious plan, while the Night's Watch organization was still wasting all their strength, dealing with the bait I released. By the time they realize what's happening, it will be far too late. Zhao Qi began to describe the apocalyptic scene, first the street, then the entire district, and soon all of Yunhai will be drowned in my tide of blood, he declared, cackling like a madman. And even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood will still consume everything, and all you can do is stand by and watch. At these words, Jiang Yu's expression tightened, a look of profound sorrow crossing his face. This is a classic turning point you'd see in any Time's Awakening manhwa, *. Without a second thought, he made an audacious leap, plunging himself directly into the Crimson Sea. Stunned by this incomprehensible act, Zhao Qi exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? To actually jump into the blood sea yourself. But in the next moment his jaw went slack, as he witnessed something utterly horrifying. As we see in this Time's Manhwa recap times, Zhao Qi asked in disbelief, The blood, is it boiling? Unable to believe his own eyes, he shrieked, Impossible. He's burning his own lifeblood to boil my sea of blood. Zhao Qi was completely dumbfounded. This was a power he had never encountered in any time system manhwa times before. He stammers. Is something like this even possible? You were stubborn and went straight for it, so now it's over. The man floats into the air, exclaiming in awe, To be able to unleash a fragment of my bloodline to this extent is truly surprising. This is like a scene from a system manhwa. Zhao Qi sneers, reveling in his own arrogance. Your blood can't burn forever, but my blood is limitless. In the end, I will be the one who wins. Facing the taunt, Jiang Yu retorts without flinching, Talk is cheap. How will we know who's stronger if we don't fight it out? After this, the two face off for a long moment before the man charges forward, ferociously yelling, Surrender your life. But Jiang Yu resolutely soars to meet the challenge. The two immediately collide with incredible force, a classic showdown for this kind of awakening manhwa. In the heat of battle, Jiang Yu struggles to push Zhao Qi back, gritting his teeth while he only has 27% of his health left. At this moment, the villain's power is so immense, it completely obliterates Jiang Yu's form. When the blast subsides, Zhao Qi sees that the figure before him has vanished. Standing amid the battlefield, he roars with triumphant laughter, I've won. Did you see that? This is my true power. No one can stop me. No one. Just then, a blade of lightning suddenly pierces through his left chest. Zhao Qi stumbles backward, coughing up blood as he glares behind him in utter disbelief. You actually resorted to a dirty trick. Jiang Yu, panting heavily, calmly explains, I am a shadow. How else am I supposed to fight? At that very moment, the power within the sword suddenly erupts. Zhao Qi screams in absolute despair. I refuse to accept this. I don't want to die. I still have so many things I haven't done. The resentful man is thrown back into his own tragic memories. I always tried so hard, but nobody ever paid attention to me, and no one ever acknowledged me. That's why I have to prove myself. I have to be better than anyone else. Zhao Qi boldly proclaims his burning desires. I want those who look down on me to pay the price. I want everyone to see. I want to be the very center of power. I want to become the lord of this world. With tears welling in his eyes, he chokes on all of his unfulfilled ambitions. I want. Zhao Qi lies helplessly on the ground screaming silently with the last of his strength. I want. A while later, Deng Ke groggily struggles to his feet after being unconscious. Lu Duwei stands before him and asks sternly, is he awake? He turns and gives a decisive command. Take him away. Immediately, Deng Ke is placed in iron restraints. As he is about to be escorted away, he can't help but glance back, seeing Jiang Yu's silent figure standing before him. Deng Ke hesitates, then entrusts him with his final request. My wife, my child, and he. Please look after them. Jiang Yu listens in silence, and soon after, Deng Ke is quickly led away. And for the next part of this manhwa, recap, the scene shifts to a small diner, tucked away on a city street. The fragrant aroma of steamed buns fills the air. The friendly shop owner smiles and invites him. Your buns, sir. Please enjoy. Jiang Yu takes a bite and is immediately full of praise. Delicious steamed buns fresh out of the steamer in the morning are the absolute best. The owner proudly boasts about his specialty. That's right, our buns are quite famous in this neighborhood. Jiang Yu, curious, quickly changes the subject. By the way, I heard from some locals that a few days ago some scavengers came here and caused trouble. For you. The owner, surprised and indignant, begins to vent. Yes, that's right. They thought they could use their little bit of power to harass my daughter. Hearing this, Jiang Yu asks with concern. So did you report them to the Night's Watch organization? The scavengers fall under their jurisdiction after all? The owner sighs, shaking his head wearily. What's the point? They just get locked up for a dozen days, and then be released, and they would surely come back for revenge. The perceptive Jiang Yu immediately figures it out. So you taught them a lesson yourself, didn't you? The shop owner freezes as if the words hit their mark. His eyes sadden as he stays silent for a long moment, then sits down and confesses his heart. So you found me after all. I truly thought no one knew. He sincerely holds out a lifestone. Are you here to retrieve this? From the moment you stepped through that door, I had a feeling. Surprised that the man would give it up so easily, Jiang Yu asks. You're just handing it over like that. Aren't you afraid your daughter will get bullied again? The owner thoughtfully voices his concerns. Of course I'm scared, but I can't protect her for her entire life. Rather than relying on something with such a shady origin, it's better to rely on one's own strength to grow. Jiang Yu offers a kind smile and suggests, take these vials. They might be able to remove the contamination inside of you. The owner, seeing this, asks in bewilderment, aren't you here to arrest me? Aren't you a member of the Night's Watch? Jiang Yu turns and explains in a calm, warm voice, that won't be necessary anymore. You are the last one, and also the only one who passed the test. The owner clutches the item in his hand. Within the depths of his subconscious, tears streamed down his face. A trembling Jiang Du sobbed, his voice cracking as he asked himself, why? Gazing at the horrific scene before him, a hollow sense of disbelief washed over him. He repeated the question, his voice laced with panic and fear. Why is this happening? He screamed, Uncle Lu. Uncle Li Fatty. What's wrong? What happened to you all? Just then, the silhouette of a young woman appeared, materializing within his subconscious. He was stunned to recognize the girl he cared for so deeply. Zhao Dao. Jiang Du desperately tried to fly towards her to reach her side. However, a smirking teenager stood in his way, holding Zhao Dao in a tight embrace. Seeing this stranger, Jiang Du's suspicion flared as he examined him carefully. But as he got a clear look at the face, confusion morphed into horror. That's me, he uttered before screaming in absolute despair. Zhao Dao. In the real world, at that very moment, Jiang Du cried out her name, as his hand landed squarely on her chest. Zhao Dao. And with that, he snapped awake, only to be met with a deeply awkward silence that felt more intense than any challenge in a *** system. Manhwa ***. The tension instantly enveloped the entire room. A furious blush crept up her face as she violently slapped his hand away. Jiang Du Zhao Dao grabbed a fistful of his hair, seething. You're hopeless. Some things about you will just never change. Terrified and breaking out in a cold sweat, Jiang Du desperately tried to defend himself. No, wait, I can explain, Zhao Dao. But she wasn't giving him the chance, unleashing a furious barrage of hits right then and there. Before we knew it, an entire month had flown by. Today marked our final day at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Both Zhao Dao and I had graduated with top honors, and were asked to give a speech on the main stage. I'm not a fan of that kind of spotlight, so I bailed to grab some food with Fatty instead. After saying our goodbyes to Uncle Lee and Uncle Lu Jiao Dao, and I boarded a plane headed for Beidou. On the flight, I found myself just staring blankly out the window. Jiao Dao, ever the observant, one nudged me and asked, "What's up? You've been a million miles away all day." I decided to be honest about what was weighing on my mind. I was just thinking, what exactly times the abyss in our world? Jiao Dao looked at me, surprised by the sudden question. Didn't they cover this in class? They said the abyss fragments are scattered all over the planet, right? I shook my head, my expression serious. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about what's times inside, times the abyss itself. I began to share my recent theory. I always imagined the abyss as some distant corner of the universe. It's the kind of threat you read about in an *** awakening manhwa, *** a far-off evil. But just a few days ago, I realized the truth. The abyss is actually much, much closer than we think. She tilted her head confused. How close? I looked her straight in the eye and said with conviction, "It's inside the heart of every single person." Jiao Dao was completely lost and started to poke fun at me. "What are you even talking about? Since when did you get so philosophical? Did you hit your head or something?" I just laughed and tried to brush it off. "It's just a hunch, that's all. Don't worry about it, just pretend I was kidding." But a worried look crossed her face as she posed a hypothetical. "Okay, but let's say you're right. What if one day the abyss inside me consumes me? What would you do then?" Without a second's hesitation, I took her hand in mine and swore an oath I would charge headfirst into the abyss, risk my own life to pull you out, even if it means I have to fight a version of myself to do it. Hearing my promise, she was so flustered she couldn't even speak. Our destination, Beidou, was getting closer with every passing moment. The road ahead seems bright, but I know I have to stay on my guard. This entire journey is starting to feel like an unpredictable *** manhwa recap ***, and I have a feeling the next chapter is about to begin.